All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 1648. Send him to heaven. A moment ago, Luke's eyes were still closed. One of the two attackers who had just charged in lunged forward, ready to rescue Pierce. At the same time, he aimed a punch at Luke in the head. While this surprise attack might be effective on Natasha, it was a pity it didn't work with Luke. Even though he was currently focused on using elementary hypnosis and illusion on Pierce, he was already used to triple mode operation, and had plenty of room left to consider other things. With only the two clones operating, he was far faster than his attacker. Almost instantly, he punched out with his right hand. The punch was very fast, but didn't contain a lot of force. It could be considered a backhand jab. Only a master of physical techniques like Luke could perform such a strange yet smooth punch. The assailant's fist met Luke's, and then his vision turned dark. Luke's punch made contact first. He even slowed down the timing a little so that the other party couldn't change his momentum. So, a punch didn't require a lot of strength. All Luke needed to do was wait for the assailant to deliver himself up. Indeed, the man's face smashed into Luke's fist. His lower body was still moving forward, and was propelled horizontally into the air. Crack. It was a very light sound, but Luke clearly heard the crack from the man's neck. Bang. The assailant dropped to the floor, and Luke slowly lowered his fist. He couldn't be bothered to waste time on this dead man, and focused on Pierce again. 2 seconds later, Natasha turned around, only to see the dead assailant. Now that the data transfer was underway, she could move around. A moment later, she examined the assailant who was still twitching. The gear the man was wearing looked a little like the Iron Man suit, but on closer look, it was quite different. At the very least, it didn't completely cover him. Various joints and areas which needed to be mobile were exposed. It clearly had yet to resolve the issue of flexibility for a full suit. In this regard, it was one level lower than the Iron Man suit and the Bat suit. Secondly, this gear was ugly. Clearly, it was still at a level where function was prioritized over form. This proved that there was a difference of more than 2 generations between this gear and Iron Man's suit technology. It had to be pointed out that even though the Bat suit's main consideration was functionality, it still looked pretty decent. It was just that it couldn't compare with the Tycoon's aesthetics. While she was still examining the armor, a figure charged over. Before she could react, a big foot kicked the assailant in front of her in the head. Crack. The assailant's neck became twisted at an odd angle, and all that was left in Natasha's ear were the words, "It's just a trash product. Hurry up and read the information I sent you. There are 3 helicouriers." Natasha suddenly raised her head. What? But at that moment, she was the only living person left in the office. Pierce, who had been in a stare-down with John Doe, was also dead. But she no longer cared about Pierce's death. She opened the file that she had just received via her dark brown sunglasses. After a few glances, her expression changed, and she hurriedly notified Hill in the communications center. "There are 3 helicouriers," Hill's voice came through the earpiece. "I see them." "What?" Hill said. "They're taking off. There are 2 more launch facilities in DC, but they don't belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. We didn't know about them at all." Natasha was lost for words. In recent months, they had been focused on Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. and hadn't paid attention to the other American organizations at all. Also, on top of the increasing number of Hydra deaths in S.H.I.E.L.D., the World Security Council and the American government inexplicably came looking for trouble. It was now obvious that Hydra wasn't an idiot. They mobilized various things to distract Nick Fury so that S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have time to bother with them, and at the same time, they secretly cloned 2 helicouriers. How was one different from 3? During the Battle of New York, if the Chitauri had only had 1 mothership, Luke would have long sent them packing. Even in an ordinary battle, more strategies could be performed with 2 formations compared with 1, though there was also more room for error. But even if they didn't use any battle tactics, they could crush their opponents with overwhelming force. According to Tony's projections for the 3rd-generation helicouriers, these 3 carriers could pulverize major American cities on the east and west coasts. If this plan succeeded, the number of deaths may not be much more than from the Battle of New York, but it definitely wouldn't be fewer. Once the American targets were destroyed, the 3 helicouriers would cross the Atlantic and sweep through Europe before finally breaking out in Asia. The scary thing about this plan wasn't who or how many people were killed, but how many key people could be killed. For example, according to Dr. Zola's algorithm, Michelle Geber wasn't a key person in the White House, and only a small portion of the staff were on the list. The biggest targets were the bigwigs of certain capital groups. Many corporations needed a strong leader. Tony Stark, for example, was no longer responsible for the management of Stark Industries, but if he died, Pepper would soon lose her CEO position, and internal conflict would inevitably cause the company to collapse. In other words, Project Insight existed to eliminate all sorts of spiritual figures. Without these people, who had charisma, capabilities, and resources, the world would inevitably fall apart. Only by destroying the order of a peaceful society could Hydra rise up in the chaos. More importantly, the demands of Project Insight weren't high. As long as it achieved 10% of its target, the world would fall into chaos, and Hydra's ultimate goal would have been achieved. 20% was good, and 50% would be perfect. It was a simple, avalanche effect. With less snow in the beginning, the reaction was slower, and it might not even last. If 50% of key figures could be eliminated, that would break past a threshold, and the world would instantly fall into uncontainable chaos for a long time. Luke had used hypnosis and illusion to quickly read Pierce's mind. Reality proved that Pierce wasn't stupid. Apart from these two death soldiers, his biggest trump card was actually himself. It was a life detection activation program. Of course the director would use it. If he really was killed, the main helicarrier in S.H.I.E.L.D. would go on a rampage and blow both S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ and DC to Kingdom Come. Unfortunately, the cunning Pierce had run into Luke, who directly plucked the information out of his head. There was no time to change the program. Two of the helicarriers had already taken off. If they weren't taken down, something big would happen. Chapter 1649. Fine, big shot in the command center at HQ. Luke returned to his corner after taking down Beach's comrades, and closed his eyes. Actually, it was because the level 2 clone was trying its best to hypnotize Pierce, so Luke had no energy to focus on this room for now. Killing 12 people at one go was too terrifying. Nobody in the command center dared attack him. Everybody exchanged looks. A moment later, the female agent, who was supposed to be the protagonist, gestured to the other agents to go out and guard the door. They had realized that they couldn't let anyone else break in and take control of the launch. Only the female agent didn't leave. She silently found a suitable position at the door and observed Luke. A few minutes later, Luke opened his eyes and strode over to the console. He picked Curly Hair and put him on the side, then swiftly started to operate the console. Alarmed, the female agent subconsciously raised her gun. "Stop, or I'll shoot." Luke didn't stop. He simply said, "Anyone who can receive images of the airspace outside, pull them up. Hydra's other two helicarriers have taken off. I need this main carrier to stop them." The staff traded looks again, but two of them subconsciously switched to external cameras. This was HQ's command center, which could monitor the outside world. It was just that Hydra had started to reveal itself and besiege HQ wantonly. There had been too many emergencies, so nobody had noticed. Then, everybody saw two projected images. Two helicarriers were in the air and picking up speed as one flew north and the other south. The people in the command center were responsible for a lot of the launch preparations for the main helicarrier. Of course, they knew very well that S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have 3 helicarriers. They would just be fooling themselves if they believed that the other 2 carriers belonged to the government. If this, Beach, hadn't inexplicably killed the Hydra strike team that had charged in, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s carrier would have taken off at the same time as the other 2. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Everybody in the command center watched Luke operate the console. Even the female agent slowly lowered her gun. If this Beach was Hydra, and the main carrier took off, the losses would ultimately be a little bigger, but it wouldn't make much of a difference in the current situation. If he really wanted to take down those 2 carriers, then this crisis would be averted. This was a zero-sum game, with the winner taking all. Everyone was hesitating, so nobody helped Luke activate the launch sequence. Not everyone had the courage to bear the consequences of millions of deaths. They didn't stop him, nor did they help him. They at least didn't have to worry about personally wiping out countless lives. Amidst their dilemma, they had yet to think of another crucial problem: who was controlling the main carrier? Hydra's large-scale operation this time was actually to ensure that the main carrier's launch wasn't affected. The crew had already been arranged on board earlier on. Where was this Beach going to find people to steer the main carrier? This wasn't a small motor boat, where anyone could just fiddle with it for a few minutes and then operate it. Even for a naval aircraft carrier, it would take more than 10 years for the crew to be properly trained for combat operations. Otherwise, it wouldn't be surprising if they blew themselves up before the battle even started. In fact, when Luke activated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier launch sequence, a second battle for control was already underway. Luke had never been a hero, but was a pragmatist. If it wasn't because he wanted to earn as many experience and credit points as possible, as well as because of his incurable paranoia, he would have slacked off much earlier on and gotten teammates to help him. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. He was afraid that he wasn't strong enough to control his and his family's fate. It was very hard for him to trust others, so for teammates who didn't pass the system's assessment, he needed to spend a lot of time observing and testing them. It was a good thing that after hiding for almost 3 years, he had managed to pull together a dozen or so teammates. These people weren't just guns, but reinforcements with massive amounts of equipment in their inventory. Frank could transmit and sync intelligence at any time. The moment chaos broke out in S.H.I.E.L.D., Frank had gotten the little turtles, Damon and Mindy, to use robots to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. This team killed a lot of Hydra members on their way to the main carrier. Their initial mission had been to kill any Hydra people who tried to launch the main carrier. Now, it was their turn to operate the helicarrier themselves for battle. To get these people to operate the helicarrier was indeed wishful thinking. What was to be done? Of course, that was to call his family and friends. What Luke loved to do wasn't to fight alone, but to summon a bunch of people to surround and kill the other party. For example, he had done that in Grand Rapids last time, and the results had been very good and he had gained a lot. Are you confident? The Level 2 clone had already put on its suit and turned invisible as it flew out of S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ and headed straight for the helicarrier in the north. Tony's voice immediately rang out in his earpiece. Please don't sound so skeptical. Luke, would it kill you to not be so pretentious? Fine. That would probably be worse than death. Tony casually pulled up a virtual screen and got down to business. Thanks to the info you gave me, I have the most advanced research on Earth on the Chitauri spaceships. For this main carrier to have the power to compete with a Chitauri battleship, Hydra used a lot of intact Chitauri tech. Luke got it. So, even if Hydra was definitely wary of you spying on them, you can still rely on your understanding of the main carrier's operations system to control it. Tony said, if you don't know what to say, don't say anything. Hydra aren't idiots. They wouldn't use my program. It'll be very hard for me to control the helicarriers directly. But he then coughed and changed the topic. However, if I can access their main control room and force my way in, I guarantee that they'll obediently submit to me. Luke. Fine, Big Shot. At the same time, the ninja squad, Damon and Mindy, attacked the S.H.I.E.L.D. main helicarrier and began to clean it out. The Level 2 clone, Angel and Alice, rushed to the helicarrier in the north. The Level 1 clone, Frank and Ivan, rushed to the helicarrier in the south. 3 operations were underway at the same time as everyone did their best to stop Hydra's Project Insight from succeeding. Looking at the information which Luke shared with her, Natasha was a little stupefied. A moment later, she asked, "Then what do you need me to do?" Luke, who was busy, had already forgotten about her. Seeing this unexpected message, he pondered for a moment before he replied, "How about you run first? Otherwise, you'll have to take the blame." Natasha's face darkened. "Is that all I can do?" Thinking for a moment, she didn't leave, but ran to Steve's location. Steve was in some trouble. She had to get there and take him with her. Otherwise, if she ran, Steve would be the one to take all the blame. She didn't think this, John Doe, would come forward to take responsibility. Chapter 1650. Attack on 3 fronts, and an unexpected incident on the other side. The Bat squad that was attacking on 3 fronts was also met with fierce resistance. The Hydra members on the main carrier weren't too strong, but their defenses and equipment were intact Chitauri products. They weren't bad at all, and there were a lot of them. Relying on the advantage in numbers and equipment, the Hydra defenders on the main carrier resisted fiercely. In order to stop the Bat squad from advancing, these guys didn't even mind dying together to block the Bat squad's way. The carriers in the north and south, on the other hand, were facing Luke's 2 clones. Given this cheat-like strength, the Hydra defenders' sacrifice could only slow them down a little. The team members pushed forward on the 2 carriers. As tech support, Tony was told to watch and follow quietly, the reason being that he wasn't familiar with the remote-controlled robot he was using. That was indeed the case. The robots this time were all original models. They were nimble and weren't equipped with heavy artillery. They were more suitable for fighters with keen reactions and precise movements. The Tycoon's regular crushing combo of force, firepower and armor wouldn't work at all. Of course, Luke could take out equipment at any time, but that was the big shot's signature skill. It was best not to let the Tycoon connect the dots. In any case, the Tycoon had to be free at any time to switch between dealing with the 3 helicarriers. It didn't matter if he participated in the battle or not. Even so, it was chaos inside all the helicarriers. Sparkles flew and explosions rang out non-stop, like in an apocalyptic film. In the control room of the main carrier, the commander said tensely, "Hang in there. Hang in there. Don't let them in." In order to achieve Project Insight's most basic target, they had to at least get off one attack. It would also be the strongest attack, apart from the main carrier self-destructing. But this attack couldn't be fired off casually. It would take more than 10 minutes to search for and lock onto the targets, before all sorts of weapons were unlocked. This wasn't a game. The targets wouldn't wait for them to attack. The main carrier's mainframe was frantically calculating and eliminating ineligible targets. The carriers couldn't attack in batches. As long as the carriers didn't mobilize, the American government wouldn't be clear on the situation and would hesitate. The government would definitely be reluctant to destroy the carriers, which were each worth tens of billions of dollars. But as long as the carriers attacked and caused major casualties, the government would immediately tear them apart. No matter how reluctant it felt at this distance from the ground, the protective shield had yet to be fully charged and couldn't be activated. The carriers would be instantly destroyed by hundreds of missiles. Now, both sides were fighting for time. Unfortunately, Hydra never expected that the person they would encounter this time wasn't an ordinary superhero. Even though they did their utmost to obstruct the other party with the help of the carrier layout and equipment, the Level 2 clone quickly charged toward the main control room. Tony's remote device had already disrupted the other party's lines. With the help of the cheat-like strength of Luke's clones, Tony found several wires and ran the most effective sort of disruption, a literal interference. With one slash, all worries disappeared. In any case, the wires could be reattached later. Only then did Tony begin to unlock the program on the door. This mainly involved a physical dismantling. Cracking the program was the secondary measure. It wasn't in line with the Tycoon's aesthetic taste. But he wasn't in the mood to complain. After taking care of this carrier, there were 2 more still waiting. At this speed, they might not be able to take care of all 3 carriers in time. But as long as they could take care of 2 of them, they would have the power to blow up the 3rd carrier. Even if Hydra put up a final struggle and launched the first wave of attacks, they wouldn't get a chance to launch a second round. The moment the door of the control room opened, the clone turned around and left. "The kids at the base are in trouble. I have to go back and deal with it." Tony simply hummed and stood outside the main control room. 2 figures had already charged into the main control room, and there was a lot of screaming, as if it was a horror movie. Less than 5 seconds later, the robots which Angel and Alice were operating carried some broken bodies out into the hallway. Only then did Tony have the robot he was controlling enter. "Guard the door and don't let anyone disturb me." The 2 female killers simply did as he said. Not only were they silent, they didn't even nod. Tony curled his lip and secretly criticized a certain bat for being so lousy at finding women but so good at finding assassins. Wasn't he afraid of being turned into meat pies or sausages in the middle of the night? At that moment, the carrier in the south which the Level 1 clone was responsible for had only slowed down a little, but was on the verge of falling into their hands. The Level 2 clone quickly returned to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s underground launch facility. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s main helicarrier should have been the least difficult to take over. After all, the moment Hydra mobilized, the ninja squad, Damon and Mindy had attacked. Frank had arranged for the 2 older men to lead a team of 7 people, which was a solid plan. In the end, they ran into the most troublesome opponents. Without Luke on hand, and lacking heavy firepower to attack, it was very difficult for the 7 of them to advance with just thousands of bullets and a small number of explosives. Looking at the 2 metal figures who were directing Hydra to resist, Luke was a little surprised. There are actually 2 more Death Soldiers. Why didn't they go save Pierce as well earlier? If they had gone, they would be dead by now. Dead people couldn't cause any new problems. These Death Soldiers looked like they had more metal on their bodies. Only 40% of the bodies of the 2 who had gone to rescue Pierce had been covered. These 2, on the other hand, were close to 80% covered in metal, and were equipped with defense and firepower components. They could be considered monkey versions of Mark I, but their outer appearances were more like mini versions of Obadiah's tyrannical Ironmonger. But Ironmonger had also been a marvel that had been able to beat up Tony's Mark I. These two mini versions were also interesting. They had high offense and defense capabilities, and weren't too afraid of the Bat Squad's kids. Their only weakness was that they were slightly slower. But in the confines of the helicarrier, this wasn't a big problem. If it wasn't for the fact that Splinter and Damon were constantly mounting sneak attacks, the group of teenagers would probably have switched to their third robots already. If this went on, the dozens of original models that Luke had placed here would all be scrapped. It wasn't a waste, but it was quite troublesome to recover the broken robots. He didn't want to waste too much time. The level 2 clone arrived, but instead of meeting up with the kids, it took a different route. On the other side, the two heavily armored Death Soldiers didn't stop fighting the kids, but at the same time, they were overwhelmed. They weren't under much pressure when it came to dealing with just the kids. But the two wily old men who were determined to ambush them were very annoying. One of the Death Soldiers had almost been tricked by Splinter and Damon. Chapter 1651, Escape and Final Struggle. He had really almost fallen into a trap. Just now, the two old fellows had pretended to be weak and lured the enemy in. They then blew up a passage and almost buried the Death Soldier. If the two Death Soldiers hadn't helped cover each other, either one of them would have already been surrounded and beaten up in less than 2 minutes. The two Death Soldiers were extremely anxious about this stalemate. They had tried many times to contact their two comrades who had gone to save Pierce, but they had received no response, which made it even harder for them to calm down. Pierce was the leader of this operation. Something must have happened if he couldn't be contacted. Previously, they had received news from the carriers in the north and south that they were being attacked by an extremely fierce enemy at the same time, which was pretty much the same as their current situation. Clearly, someone was targeting them. The people they were facing here were pitch black all over. They didn't make a sound, and when one fell, another took their place. It felt like there was no end to them. After 10 minutes, the two heavily armored Death Soldiers were ready to flee. But Pierce's whereabouts were unknown. If the guy was still alive, they would be punished even if they weren't his subordinates and were important test subjects under another head. There were a lot of ways that Hydra could make people wish they were dead even without injuring their bodies. The two Death Soldiers could now only apply to their leader for urgent instructions, but they didn't receive any response for the moment. Compared with the value of Project Insight, these two weren't as important as the three helicarriers. Whether to continue with their operation or stop was a difficult decision that was up to their leader to make. Unfortunately for them, their opponents were too fierce and didn't give them any time to catch their breaths. They were in grave danger. At that moment, they heard cries for help from the main control room. The enemy is coming from Section B. Come back. Their expressions changed. They were now in Section C behind Section B, which meant that someone had bypassed them and was directly attacking the main control room. They had been very careful and hadn't given their opponents any opportunity. But as time passed, they grew more and more flustered, and there were holes in their defense. They were too busy to pay attention to what was behind them, and Luke easily slipped past. They looked at each other, and one of them jerked his head at a passage. It was a way out of the main carrier. His partner was silent. Struggling for a moment, the other party suddenly nodded and opened fire. A moment later, he was blown back with a loud bang and spat blood. His partner immediately helped him up. "What's wrong?" The man coughed up blood and shook his head, as if he couldn't even speak. Even as his partner asked the question, he didn't hesitate to drag him away. The two heavily armored Death Soldiers slipped away. Mikey took the lead and charged toward a fork in the passage, only to see a black metal plate-like object flashing with red dots where the Death Warriors had been. Mikey rolled backward. FFF, boom. Fire erupted from the fork, and Mikey's robot was sent flying 10 meters. At that point, the Hydra members in the shield helicarrier were no longer able to hold on, and they were quickly eliminated by the Little Turtles and Mindy. In the main control room, the Hydra commander saw everything through the surveillance cameras. Desperation surfaced on his face, and he went crazy. He raised his arm and shouted, "Cut off one head, two shall take its place. Hail Hydra!" The rest of the Hydra members immediately stood up and shouted, "Hail Hydra!" Then, the commander quickly entered a long series of passwords into the virtual screen in front of him. He then opened a transparent protective shell on the console, and his finger hovered over the square red button inside. At that moment, the door behind him flashed with a red light and split in half. An ordinary black dagger flew through the gap in the door and pierced the commander's shoulder, causing him to spin around and fall to the floor. Before anyone else could understand what had happened, more daggers flew in through the gap and cut down all the Hydra members. Luke darted inside and closed the transparent cover on the red button. Only then did he knock out all the Hydra members and toss them out. Tony waited for a moment before he walked in. When Luke returned, the Tycoon had already taken control of the carrier in the north. When Luke had first entered, his mind had switched to the robot under the Level 1 clone's control, and he started the takeover of the carrier in the south. Thanks to his experience on the carrier in the north, he was much faster this time. But just when he took control of the carrier in the south, he immediately switched back to the robot here. Apart from Luke, Tony was the busiest person here. Luke could rely on his clone, while the Tycoon had to rely on the robot to achieve a similar effect. A moment later, the little turtles and the others arrived. Luke told them to guard the door, and he immediately went after the two heavily armored Death soldiers. These two guys were quite difficult to deal with, and were definitely strong fighters of Hydra. It would be a shame to let them go. Less than a minute later, Luke returned and said to Tony, who was busy, "Steer the three carriers to an empty area and destroy them." Tony paused and turned to look at him. "Are you sure?" Luke said, "This is Hydra's doing. Those guys almost succeeded in self-destructing this carrier earlier. Can we hang around here and guard against another Hydra attack?" "Don't worry, someone on the carrier in the south is willing to press the button to open fire. You don't have to do it yourself." Tony was lost for words. It wasn't that he felt sorry about the three carriers. In any case, they weren't his. The three carriers cost more than $200 billion in total. If Luke destroyed them so easily, the American government would go crazy. In fact, if they deliberately let one of the carriers open fire even just once, the consequences of destroying them wouldn't be too big. Unfortunately, Tony knew that the guy in front of him would never do that. Compared with being hated by the American government, saving lives was clearly more important. A certain person had long noted down the American government in his little black notebook, and didn't mind adding a few more dirty deeds. After thinking for a moment, Tony didn't say anything else. This had nothing to do with him or Batman, it was between S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. The people who had helped Pierce complete the construction of the two other helicarriers were already in trouble. If the American government wanted to make a big deal out of it, they would have to first find those people, who were highly likely to be Hydra. A lot of people would be taking the fall for this. Tony couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This was already a very good outcome. As long as the three carriers launched Project Insight, even if they were only able to open fire once, the ones who died wouldn't be the several hundred people in S.H.I.E.L.D., but tens of thousands of people. It hadn't been a waste for the Tycoon to slink over and lend a hand. Chapter 1652. End of spring, and an era of troubled waters. It was always far easier to tear something down than build it up. Since it was just destroying the helicarriers, Tony had much less to do. All he needed to do was indicate where the self-destruct devices might be. When the three carriers attacked each other later, these locations couldn't be touched. Hence, he had to do his best to dismantle them. Some useful components could be kept, like the intact Chidori equipment. Away from the carrier's programming, it was impossible for these things that were left behind to self-destruct. It was safest to tear down such a huge helicarrier. Also, if they were turned into scraps out in the wild, it would be useless even if Hydra blew up. Blowing up some agents and opponents wouldn't make any sort of impact, let alone cause chaos. This time, Tony needed to fly half an hour to get to the carrier. Luke took advantage of this time to take some things from the carrier, mostly those that might cause disaster. He didn't touch anything else. He wasn't interested in the Chidori equipment. Many of the things here were initially sold by the big shot who sold everything. For Tony and Luke, these were just study samples to provide a direction in their tech research. The government and Hydra, on the other hand, outright used these as weapons and researched them on the fly. Now, the results were right in front of them. Tony very consciously copied the data. Although it wasn't experimental data, the thinking behind the design of the three carriers was very clear. For an expert like Tony, what he saw could spark random ideas. He would use his insight to make up for the rest. Half an hour later, Tony stopped and informed Luke, "It's done. Your friend has control now." Luke nodded and said on the team channel, "Everybody, go offline." There was a series of pings as everyone went offline. Luke waited for a moment before he looked unhappily at the robot that was being controlled by Tony. "Do you think going offline means hacking into this model's system?" The robot didn't react. Luke sighed and slapped it on the back. Far away in New York, the tycoon felt his vision go dark. "Jarvis, check the remote control system." Jarvis said, "Sir, there is no signal from the robot." Tony opened his eyes and took off the semicircular helmet on his head. "D***mn it, you actually literally disconnected me." Luke's slap had been aimed at the signal receiver. For the Maker, the difference between building and destroying something was very simple. Tony sat up and said regretfully, "I wanted to watch how that big shot retrieves the equipment, but now, I can only use the surveillance cameras." "Jarvis, record everything over there. I'm going to get busy." Jarvis said, "Yes, sir." Tony had SHIELD HQ's files, including info on the helicarrier. Black Egg had also given him a huge pile of resources before this. Now, every minute he tarried was a waste of these resources. He could satisfy his curiosity later. For now, he could use the resources himself. Whatever junk was left after he was done could be traded with the big shot. The tycoon could still differentiate between what was important and not. Of course, it wasn't because a certain paranoid person was too unreasonable, and had uncovered Tony's ploy to play dead in the robot. On the other side, Luke picked up the robot that had been disconnected and put it away in his inventory in a hallway that didn't have any surveillance cameras. Tony had left a back door in the helicarrier's system and was still monitoring his every move. It was completely like him to do so. He wouldn't be who he was otherwise. Confirming that he hadn't missed anything during his cleanup, Luke looked down at a wide, uninhabited plain in Virginia, and finally had the only robot left on the carrier open fire. In an instant, the three carriers hovering at low altitude in a triangular formation above the plane pointed their cannons at each other, and countless missiles locked onto each other. Boom, 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 swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sky exploded, as if with fireworks, as swarms of missiles drew countless twisted lines in the air. Luke's Level 1 clone stood on a small hill in the distance. Under the bright and beautiful late spring sun, the plain was filled with lush green grass and vibrant flowers in shades of red, white, pink and purple. The three carriers in the sky that were still firing wildly put on one last brilliant performance amidst their ruin. After a long while, Luke suddenly smiled. He found it. Part of the image of the scene in front of him almost perfectly matched the other half of Alina's drawing in his head. It was only right to finish what was started. After recording the last scene, he turned around and left. All that remained was 3 helicarriers that crashed onto the plane and exploded with thick smoke. At that moment, DC was in chaos. All sorts of orders and questions flew through the FBI, the CIA, Homeland Security, the Department of Defense, the military, and the White House. Various unknown operatives entered DC, whether stealthily or openly. At that moment, nobody dared to trust anyone but themselves. What Natasha released wasn't just SHIELD's secrets, but also most of the information on Hydra which Nick Fury had. She even posted her conversation with Pierce. The news spread like wildfire throughout the country. However, she didn't release the information to online media. For most ordinary people, knowing these things was meaningless. Even if Michelle Geber stepped down, or even if the entire American government stepped down, it would make no difference. At most, it was just switching to different spokespeople, and the chaos wouldn't last. In the end, the meat was still in the pot for the capital corporations. Those on the bottom rung of society would always be at the bottom. It was impossible for them to gain much from this matter. Instead, more people would die. This event wasn't like the California earthquake, which people could still run from. Even if the people knew the truth, there was nowhere for them to run. Even if they went to another country, most of them would still only be part of the populace. No country had that many positions for everyone to stand on the top. What Nick Fury wanted to do was destroy Hydra and SHIELD together and complete his revenge. Overthrowing the old world order was pure wishful thinking. That would just be helping Hydra achieve its goal of causing chaos in the world. Hydra wasn't just in America. Killing one head would just give other heads more room to grow. Luke was very satisfied with this situation. The 2 clones and the others, with the exception of the Ninja Squad and Damon and Mindy, began to take down Hydra all over America. While Luke obediently showed his face daily in New York City, he secretly used remote-controlled robots to cause major disappearances in Northeast New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts and Vermont. If it were any other time, the American government would have flipped by now. But the government was now in chaos. A lot of people were now missing, whether it was because of someone else or they had gone into hiding themselves. The whole of America was in a mess, and there was no risk to Luke's operation. Chapter 1653. An unjust loss, and going home while his clones were busy, Luke slowly counted his gains. The 4 Death Soldiers added up to more than 30,000 experience and credit points. Together, Luke and his teammates had killed more than 400 Hydra members in S.H.I.E.L.D. and on the 3 carriers, which was a total of 120,000 experience and credit points. As for a big boss like Pierce, he had the astonishing net worth to match. He alone was worth 520,000 experience and credit points. Who knew how many wars and violent conflicts this guy had engineered worldwide over the past few decades? Even if the system didn't rate this sort of evil behavior as highly as Pierce killing someone with his own hands, this was still a terrifying amount of points, and was a record for a single boss. Lastly, Luke's contribution rate toward stopping Project Insight was 40%. Factoring in the contribution points from his teammates, he had earned 7.23 million experience and credit points from this mission. Coupled with other recent gains, the host's experience in the system was now 7,665,009 millionths. Credit: 10,811,000 level, 24 strength, 3 level 1 star of justice plus 10, level 2 star of justice plus 20 dexterity, 14 level 1 star of justice plus 10, level 2 star of justice plus 20 mental strength, 26 level 1 star of justice plus 10, level 2 star of justice plus 20. Sure enough, Hydra was a super gift bag. He had almost leveled up twice in a row because of this mission, and he had reaped an even bigger harvest than from the Battle of New York. It could only be said that in terms of doing bad things, while Hydra wasn't as strong as the Chitauri, it had a lot more determination and will. Diligently doing evil for decades and insisting on stirring up trouble worldwide wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. The Bat Squad also hadn't run into any danger during this operation. Except for Luke, everybody else had been using robots. The whole operation had gone very smoothly, and couldn't compare with the Battle of New York. But that didn't mean that Hydra and Pierce had been stupid. Luke couldn't help but admire Pierce's Project Insight. The biggest and most fatal reason for Pierce's failure was that he ran up against Alina's foresight drawing. If he hadn't been exposed by this unpredictable ability beforehand, Pierce's plan would have been flawless. After gleaning from Alina's drawing Pierce's plans for the carriers, Luke had stayed one step ahead with his own arrangements. Under the pretext of running a test, Pierce had planned to activate and even fully charge the reactors of the 3 carriers in the launch facilities. Everybody thought that it was just a test, and wouldn't interrupt the process. Only the 4 Security Council members could stop the test in an emergency, but they had been tricked by Pierce into going to S.H.I.E.L.D., and had been given pins that could kill them. Once the 3 carriers were fully charged, they could activate the protective shield when they took off. Even if the American government noticed something was wrong, it would still take them some time to confirm the situation. By then, the carriers would have already entered orbit, which would be enough to deal with a first wave of attacks from various countries and complete an all-out attack on North America. If they ran into another unavoidable attack, they could send out all their mid-range missiles to blow up dozens of important cities in Europe and Asia. At that point, more than 20% of Project Insight would have been completed, and it would be enough to successfully cause chaos in the world. It was a pity that Pierce had run into a cheat who had not only foreseen the key to this plan, but had also gotten Natasha to transform into council member Holly to cut the plan short and subdue Pierce. Without instructions from Pierce, Hydra's people could only continue with the plan. So, there was no one to give troublesome orders like stopping the Bat Squad, rescuing Pierce, or launching the attack ahead of schedule. Hydra was an extremely strict organization. A major operation like Project Insight couldn't be changed on a whim. For example, if any of the 3 carriers opened fire beforehand, they definitely wouldn't be able to enter orbit, and only 5% of their goal would have been achieved. This would be a failure for Project Insight, which was a heavy investment and hard to replicate. Even then, Pierce still wouldn't have lost. If it had been Steve and Natasha who caught him at the time, the 2 Death Soldiers would have still had a chance to hold them back for a while so that Pierce could escape and stabilize the situation. In the end, the two Death Soldiers were killed instantly, and Pierce was unknowingly hypnotized by Luke. The moment Luke used mental hypnosis and illusion to obtain the classified information in Pierce's head, the boss had lost his last chance. Pierce had always factored in the possibility of taking everything down with him. If the three carriers immediately opened fire and blew up at the same time, the consequences would have been just as serious. In short, Pierce's loss was both unjust and not. What was unjust about it was that an unknown person with the power of foresight had uncovered his project insight in advance. But anyone could have lost in the face of such a cheat-like ability, so it wasn't unjust. 5 days after the internal strife in S.H.I.E.L.D., Luke had finished allocating his remaining 7 points to his attributes, and Selena returned from her vacation. Luke hadn't wanted her to bother with things here while she was on vacation, so he had lied to her. But now that her vacation was over, he told her what happened. Selena wasn't too displeased. After all, this had been a trip back with her parents to their hometown. This could be considered fulfilling Mario and Sandra's wishes, and would probably be the only time she would ever go back to show off. These two had been docile for too many years and, without the support of Selena, who was used to huge scenes, they weren't confident in their words. However, they still brooded over the fact that their marriage hadn't been approved back then, and it felt like the tide had finally turned in their favor. This had nothing to do with slapping other people in the face. It was just that this was something they had held inside them since they were young. If they had lived ordinary lives, this indignance would have faded naturally as they aged. But Selena had changed everything for their family. While she couldn't be considered some sort of big-shot magnate, the sense that Selena's grandparents got was that she was absolutely hamming it up as some rich city folk. There were two misunderstandings here. Firstly, Selena had always told her family that she invested $20,000 to $30,000 a year in a small company, and Mario and Sandra had never doubted her. After all, it was unbelievable that their daughter, who originally made roughly $30,000 a year from work, could make more than $300,000 a year. Secondly, when Selena's mother, Sandra, went back to her hometown, she too downplayed the family's income, and said that their ranch had to pay back loans, and they only made $100,000 per year. What she was saying was, "I don't have any money right now." In other words, the family only had fixed assets, so no one could ask them for money. That night, Luke, Selena, and Gold Nugget roasted skewers on the roof. Luke, who was seasoning the eggplant in his hand, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this homecoming story. The reason Selena had downplayed things to her family in the beginning was because she had been worried that they would lose their heads over so much money at one go, and she had asked Luke for advice. In the end, when Sandra went back to her hometown, she downplayed things after asking Selena for advice. Thankfully, that was the end of the matter. Chapter 1654, Farewell and Partners. The weather in DC improved at the end of May. The masses were in a good mood after days of sunny weather. There had been 3 carriers in the sky at the beginning of the month, which was pretty big news. Many people online even said that these were test carriers developed by the American government to deal with alien enemies. That had indeed been the American government's intention. Unfortunately, Hydra had other ideas. Instead, it wanted to use the carriers to do something similar to what the Chitauri fleet had done. However, the carriers left very quickly and disappeared from DC in 10 minutes. Ordinary people in major cities around the world didn't know that they had almost been annihilated. A few days later, there was news on the internet that the 3 carriers had crashed in neighboring Virginia, which was unbelievable. A lot of people cursed the American government for being incompetent and corrupt, which was why they were only capable of building such *TTY carriers. What these people didn't know was that the 3 motherships had almost successfully opened fire above them, and they weren't any less lethal than the Chitauri ships. It could only be said that knowing fewer secrets was actually a blessing for ordinary people who couldn't change the world. Conversely, the mood of the big shots in DC had nothing to do with the weather. Congress and the White House were under constant pressure. In a military cemetery on the outskirts, Steve looked at a tombstone with a strange expression. A Life of Righteousness, Colonel Nicholas J. Fury, 1951–2006. He then looked at a certain middle-aged African-American man next to him, who was wearing a wig, big sunglasses, a big gold chain and a gold watch. Wearing an unfamiliar and handsome face, Nick Fury turned around and stretched out his hand. "I'm headed to Europe. Hydra there is too comfortable. So, you really don't want to help me?" Steve shook his head and shook his hand. I have something else to do. Nick Fury didn't dwell on it. He nodded at the tombstone. If anyone asks you about me, tell them to come here to find me. Steve was silent as he watched Nick Fury leave. He's really nice to you. That's the most polite thing he's ever said. A woman's voice rang out not far away. Steve turned around and saw an ordinary white woman. But he had seen that face before. It was the face attached to the nanosuit. He greeted her with a smile. Are you sure? He's not polite to that big shot. Natasha couldn't say anything. Then, she would probably have to include Batman, of course. They had to call him Dark Knight now. Steve changed the topic and asked, "You're not going with him?" Natasha shook her head. It's not safe for a living person to follow a dead person. Also, my cover is blown. I need a new identity. It'll take some time, and I can take a long break. Saying that, she took out a file from her purse. This is the information you wanted. Case No. 17. I got a few old friends in Kiev to dig it out. Steve was quiet as he accepted the file. In return, go on one date with that nurse. How about it? Steve said. She's not a nurse. You're no longer an agent. After reminding him to be cautious, Natasha left a moment later. Walking amidst the green trees and grass of the cemetery, she raised her head slightly. Tranquil light and shadow flowed over her, like the years of an agent fleeting by. Wow, beautiful lady, you don't seem to be in a good mood. A voice rang out. She turned around and saw an ordinary-looking young man leaning against a tree and smiling at her. You are, Luke said. We didn't meet 10 days ago. I was working in the south. He made a shooting gesture. A slightly awkward and wary smile appeared on her face, the sort that an ordinary person would wear when they ran into a lunatic. I'm sorry, but you're mistaken. Luke chuckled. Let's go. The big shot is looking for you. After a brief hesitation, she left with him. Very soon, she met the big shot in an ordinary suburban house. The appearance of the big shot who sold everything wasn't a secret, so there was a high chance that it could be someone impersonating him. But after the big shot summoned the Black Widow suit, with a casual wave of his hand and had her try it on, she was 100% certain that it was the big shot himself. This was the big shot's signature ability. Thanks to this ability, the big shot whisked away a good amount of the Chitauri objects in New York right under everyone's noses. Half an hour later, the big shot on the couch disappeared. At that moment, the Black Widow was feeling complicated. Now, she owed the big shot 1,000 credit points. This debt could be repaid with technology, resources, and intelligence, or it could be repaid with credit points. If she was willing, she could even ask Tony to cover for her and settle this debt. She could do whatever she wanted, as long as she didn't go back on her word. According to the big shot, Natasha had become an important partner. In the future, she could issue or accept commissions from the big shot within reason, and buy a limited variety of ordinary goods from him. As long as they continued doing business and the relationship deepened, she would be upgraded to a friendly partner. At that time, she could freely issue commissions to the big shot and freely buy ordinary goods, as well as buy a limited variety of special items. When she asked, the big shot explained the partnership levels. Tony and Batman were strategic partners, who could issue and accept commissions at will, and buy and sell products without any restrictions. Of course, the premise was that both parties were willing. The word, partners, explained everything. Only when they got along could they call each other partners. If they were incompatible, the relationship would fall apart. This was actually similar to how some websites had a regular member VIP member super VIP member system. But the big shot definitely wasn't interested in creating some super VVIP or super VVVIP system. After thinking about it for a moment, however, it was clear that this system wasn't that good a thing. That was because the simpler the classification, the bigger the difference between the three levels. It was very hard to level up. It was possible that most clients were important partners to the big shot. Generally speaking, a prefix like important very likely meant that they weren't important. The existence of the word important was just to appease the other party. After all, according to this system, important wasn't as good as friendly. So, important people didn't mean friends. She had also heard about Batman from Tony. She knew very well that friendship with the big shot was the most important standard for a partner. As for strategic partners, only Iron Man and Batman were in this top tier, and they were clearly the only ones. It would be very hard for anyone else to reach this level in a short period of time. Chapter 1655. Hiring people, divvying things up, and taking what you need at that time. She couldn't help but ask Luke what the dead director's level was. The big shot smiled amiably and said offhandedly, "That one. Of course, he's a very important partner." The female agent had almost laughed out loud. When Nick Fury had first given her life one, he said that he had an extraordinary relationship with this big shot and could get a lot of good things. This was what he meant by extraordinary. In fact, Luke's partnership system was even easier than Natasha thought. There were only two levels, friendly and important, which represented teammates and not teammates, respectively. Even though Nick Fury was much more important than a regular business partner, Luke didn't trust him, so he could only be an important partner. The final, strategic, level was completely a con. There were only two people at this level. One was Luke's alias, and the other was Iron Man, this human tech-making machine. If Luke wanted a horse to run, he had to feed it more grass. If he didn't fuel a certain machine, how could he produce new products quickly? Luke had to find an excuse to supply Tony with all sorts of technology. In any case, he had the list of his teammates' abilities. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't refresh it every few days. He had always planned to rope in Natasha. But like with Black Egg, it was best to have a business relationship with people from S.H.I.E.L.D. It was very hard for them to pass the system's teammate assessment. After all, it was much harder to con an elite agent than to con a newbie whom he had groomed himself. Natasha could be considered half an exception because she was a woman. Luke was always a little more reassured with women. Besides, Natasha was Nick Fury's direct subordinate, but now that S.H.I.E.L.D. was basically done for, her relationship with Nick Fury no longer existed. In the future, she and Nick Fury would at most have a bigger foundation of trust and cooperation than with everyone else. In a situation like this, Luke felt that he could step in. Since it was work and for justice, he offered a higher price. He didn't believe that Natasha would refuse. She now owed the big shot 1,000 credit points. In the future, she would have to buy other equipment with credit points. She wasn't a teammate, so she would have to pay several times the normal price. If she really wasn't willing, she wouldn't have agreed to a credit transaction. Instead, she would have taken off the suit and thrown it in Luke's face. Well, that was an exaggeration. But Natasha paid more attention to practical matters when she did things, and she was willing to maintain a distant relationship with the big shot. Luke was delighted. It wasn't easy to find a top-notch expert at gathering intelligence. This sort of person was a master at playing both sides and supplying their employer with half-truths. He wouldn't have such concerns if he bought information from Natasha. With just a small amount of resources, he had been able to hire the famous Black Widow. After Luke sorted out matters with the Black Widow, another person secretly contacted Batman. It was Phil. Nick Fury hadn't taken Phil with him, but had left him in America to carry on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s work. Phil was now the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chatting idly on the yacht, Luke was pretty astonished. "You're the director?" Phil still had that same amiable smile. "Although I'm far less capable, who else can do it?" Luke's expression was indifferent, but he mumbled to himself, Black Egg was turned into Swiss cheese as the director before he could escape. "With your personality, wouldn't you be crippled in a few days if you become the director?" Wait, Black Egg was a one-eyed creature without any hair. Luke couldn't help but look at Phil's hairline and felt that it was receding at a visible rate. Phil didn't know that Batman was actually pondering these ridiculous things. He simply made his request. "I'm hoping for some assistance. Tell me." Luke listened attentively. He didn't wonder why Phil didn't look for the big shot. This uncle of his might feel that he was beneath the big shot's notice, so he might as well look for Batman as a supplier. After talking for half a day, Luke and Phil finalized their cooperation. Luke would provide funding, equipment, intelligence, military force, and so on, basically almost everything for the new S.H.I.E.L.D. that Phil was putting together. Phil, on the other hand, needed to provide intelligence and tech to help Luke lock onto various targets, Hydra and supervillains. It looked like Luke was getting the short end of this deal, but there was a limit to how much support he could give, and he got priority in any deals Phil wanted to make. Unless it was an emergency, Phil had to tell Batman things related to the latter's interest and let him decide if he wanted to make a deal. Only if Batman didn't want it could Phil offer it to someone else. Of course, when Phil asked, Luke would answer on the spot, so as not to delay things. Phil settled everything and soon left. There were too many things to do with the new shield, and he was very busy. If he didn't have to confirm his trump cards in advance, Phil might not have come to see Batman. Watching Phil leave in a hurry, Luke shook his head and chuckled. Hydra is really a professional troublemaker. It had already been half a month since Project Insight, dubbed by American government insiders as the DC incident, but everybody was busy. Cleaning up Hydra was only one part of the job, and Luke was very enthusiastic about it. Divvying up S.H.I.E.L.D. was another important task, and that was what Phil and Tony were doing. Phil was pulling people in and gathering resources, and so was Tony. At that moment, in Stark Tower, Maria Hill was wearing a gray and black dress as she was being interviewed by a HR manager. She knew very well that her employment at Stark Industries actually had nothing to do with this HR manager, but she kept smiling and went through the motions. Compared with Steve, who was super good at fighting, and Natasha, who was a top spy, Hill, who mainly dealt with administrative matters, couldn't really disappear. So, Nick Fury sent her to Tony. The Tycoon had enough power to protect this person, and the Avengers also now had another capable individuals. S.H.I.E.L.D. had collapsed, but the Avengers hadn't. From the very beginning, the Avengers had been a small team of superheroes. Previously, Nick Fury had wanted S.H.I.E.L.D. to lead the team, while Tony, this arrogant guy, refused to work under S.H.I.E.L.D., so simply became half a consultant of sorts. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been turned inside out, the other superheroes didn't possess anything to build up or keep a team going, like funds, a base, equipment, and connections. Tony was the only one who could. It thus made sense for the Tycoon to become the leader of the Avengers. As a talented person who had overcome many trials, Hill would look like an employee of Stark Industries on the surface, but would be an administrative member of the Avengers in private. Luke had also been interested in her, but Nick Fury sent her to Tony. It wouldn't be a big deal if Luke had poached her first. The Tycoon would definitely be embarrassed to fight Luke over it. But since she was now working for the Tycoon, it was inappropriate for Luke to say anything. Fortunately, Luke just so happened to obtain half the Black Widow and half of Phil, and he was pretty satisfied. Chapter 1656. Young people nowadays. In the days after, it seemed that DC's bad luck had finally run its course. It was quiet in New York, and the weather had been good for several days running. Luke and Selina returned to work. It was almost noon, and they were going to have lunch, but first had to deal with a traffic incident. A young African-American girl was looking up at the sky, her head and one foot stuck in the gap of a guardrail. She was basically unable to move. She scowled. "Officer, can you hurry up? I have a party to go to later." Luke and Selina looked at each other and held back their laughter. It was Luke who pulled himself together a little more. Holding a towel in one hand, he accepted a bottle of water from Selina. "Since you can't wait for the rescue team, we can only take it slow." The girl said with a pained expression, Okay, please hurry." She then turned her head and roared, "D***mn it, you're invading my privacy." Several spectators on the side didn't show any signs of remorse. They simply stretched and twisted their bodies as much as possible and took photos like crazy with bright smiles. "Quick, take a photo." How flexible. She must be a street dancer. Not necessarily. She could be an acrobat of some sort. Haha, my post will definitely get a lot of likes today. Listening to the random discussion, the girl wanted to die. She had been in a hurry and had wanted to act cool by flipping over the guardrail. How had it turned into a 180-degree body roll in her getting stuck? Luke patted the sides of the girl's neck with the wet towel. Taking the police truncheon from Selina, he tied it to one end of the towel and started twisting. Gradually, the guardrail on one side of the girl's neck was pushed apart. Selina reached out and gently pushed the girl's head away from the rail. Then, she spun the girl around in a half circle so that she was standing on one leg. The onlookers exclaimed, "Officer, you have good arm strength. Quick, take a photo, super policewoman." Nonsense, she's a police beauty. Selina and Luke were as calm as ever. Everybody in NYPD was used to this treatment, and they were no exception. New York had the most developed phone network in America and the biggest population. There was no shortage of paparazzi here. The moment NYPD showed up to get things done, a bunch of people would take photos and post them online. The worst thing was that there was no way to find these people. The law didn't punish the masses, and even the American Constitution couldn't do anything about the paparazzi, let alone NYPD. Luke simply stepped forward and took out the girl's foot, which was stuck in the guardrail, so that she could stand on both feet. He then said unhurriedly, "Ma'am, please abide by traffic rules in the future. If a car hadn't noticed you just now, your limbs might have already been amputated." The girl couldn't help but rub her head. Was this also a limb? Having just been rescued, she wasn't as lively as usual, and could only nod obediently. At that moment, a girl burst out of a supermarket in the distance and screamed, "Thief! Thief! That man stole my phone." Everybody turned around and subconsciously focused on a young African-American man who was running. The guy had an arrogant smile on his face as he ran with his hands in the air, like a runner crossing a finish line. He was even singing, "I believe I can fly. I used to think that in one of his hands was a pink phone that didn't look like it belonged to him at all. Luke spun the towel in his right hand, which was still tied to the truncheon, and swung it out. The truncheon hit the young man's hand, and the pink phone was sent flying. The truncheon then dropped to chest level, and the young African-American man was pulled toward the guardrail on the side of the road. Luke stepped forward to stand behind him and catch the pink phone with his free hand. He raised his left elbow, and exerted force with the truncheon to press the young man's head into the recently vacated gap of the guardrail. The onlookers exclaimed again, "Wow, super police, kung fu, this is definitely kung fu. Quick, take a photo. Ah, both officers are so cool. I like them." Everybody looked at the last person to speak, and saw that it was a girl. Everybody forgave her. It was normal for someone like her to like handsome guys and be envious of pretty girls. The African-American girl who had just escaped was stunned to see the face that suddenly appeared in the guardrail. "Obi, what are you doing?" Everybody, Luke and Selena, clearly, the girl who had been stuck knew the young man who had snatched the phone. "All right, please wait a moment. The patrol officers will be here to record your statements." Luke smiled. He and Selena had only come here for lunch, and had no intention of wasting time on such a small case. Even though the person who had grabbed the phone clearly wasn't in his right mind and looked like he was high, Luke couldn't be bothered to say anything. Maybe it was because the price of illegal drugs in New York had climbed too quickly recently, so it was very common for penniless people to start robbing others in broad daylight. But he and Selena didn't go out often now to beat up people at night, so it wasn't like these people were forced to do this. A few minutes later, a patrol car arrived and the patrol officers escorted the thief into the car, before recording the girl's statement. Luke and Selena sat in a park 10 meters away and ate the tacos which they had just bought. Ever since she returned to her Mexican roots, Selena had become interested in the food. What they had bought were tacos made with a twist. The meat was from a vertical rotisserie. The boss had swiftly sliced off the meat with a small knife into the taco shell. He then added carrots, cucumbers, onions, lettuce, pineapple, lime and a special homemade hot sauce. Even Luke liked the strong hot sauce. He had even considered making a knockoff version, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided against it. The Tesnack takeaway business in Clinton was very stable. The sauce was well established. There was no need to steal this shop's secret recipe. Bankrupting someone just because their food was delicious was too cruel. As they ate, Selena couldn't help but comment on the two youngsters from earlier. Young people nowadays really don't value the beauty of life. Robbing people in broad daylight, and just for a lousy phone, that was a high-end titanium phone. "It can sell for $200, Luke couldn't help but add as he ate. Selena rolled her eyes. "Is this about the money? I'm talking about robbing people, all right." But at that point, she changed her words. "Fine, a lot of people indeed wouldn't be able to resist making a quick buck. That's why I'm saying that young people are hopeless nowadays. Can't they do honest work to make a living with their own two hands?" Chapter 1657. Ruthless with yourself, and meeting in real life. As he spoke, Luke looked at the door of the Mexican shop not far away with a strange expression on his face. There should still be youngsters like that. Catching his drift, Selena turned around and saw a young girl come out of the shop. She was murmuring into her phone with one hand and holding a big box in the other. She looked around and saw the park. Then, the young girl walked over and found a wider stone bench. She put down the box and propped up her phone opposite her. "Everyone, this is the delicious food you recommended me to try. Look at how red this D***MN thing is. This is the hot sauce you mentioned. It's known as Hell's Spice. It's not ketchup, I added myself. There were 2 trees and a flower bed between her and Luke and Selena. They were to her side, so she didn't notice Luke and Selena watching silently. Selena was then shocked when the girl gritted her teeth and stuffed a huge super spicy taco into her mouth and immediately started tearing up. After staring blankly for a few seconds, she hurriedly took a bite of her regular spicy taco to calm down. She whispered, sympathetically, in Luke's ear, "Are kids nowadays so ruthless with themselves?" After a brief hesitation, she asked again, "Do you think that kid will cry in the bathroom tomorrow?" Luke calmly ate his own spicy taco and replied in a low voice, "Don't worry, she'll definitely be crying even harder then." That wasn't the expression of someone who could eat spicy food. Those who couldn't eat spicy food would feel it even worse the day after. Pondering for a moment, he said to Selena, "Look at how hard young people work nowadays. They're actually willing to pay such a price for their careers." Selena was lost for words. A moment later, she mumbled, "She's just a video blogger. Does she have to work so hard?" Luke didn't say anything this time. There was no way he would tell Selena that he was the one who had taught the girl. The girl in front of him was currently the #1 online video blogger in America. It was Artemis, the cosplay queen, the beautiful legs blogger, the goddess of all shut-ins and the holy mother with a death wish. A certain person had written a "How to be a top online blogger" handbook which turned this girl without any artistic talent into a super popular online personality. Compared with her twin sister, who used her superpower to become a singer, Artemis was doing pretty well, and was even more famous. Also, ever since she became known as the Holy Mother with a death wish, Artemis had even more ways to make a living. Every death courting video that Artemis made now received at least 1 million views. Her earnings definitely weren't low. In the future, if she made a video of soaking in a chili oil bath or something, she could find a chili oil manufacturer to sponsor her. After all, that would be a super hardcore commercial. The chili oil would be up front and center from beginning to end. A lot would definitely be needed to fill the bathtub. But that was for the future. Artemis had only just started her eating vids, and had already attracted a lot of fans. A lot of shut-ins shouted, "My wife is indeed as good at eating as I am." It was as if they had found a connection. But they didn't understand that Artemis was a girl with a superpower. Her energy attacks consumed energy, and part of it had to be replenished with food. Coupled with the physical combat training which Luke had arranged for the 3 girls, she needed an astonishing amount of food. Shut-ins who tried to copy her would definitely die in the attempt. Luke and Selena observed the newly minted Holy Mother for a moment before they turned their attention away. If she were Stacy, they would have paid more attention. After all, that was Claire's first girlfriend. So, the 3 people separated by trees and flowers over a distance of 10 meters enjoyed their own lives during a short meal break. A few minutes later, however, Luke and Selena turned back around with strange expressions. A familiar girl's voice rang out not far away. She greeted Artemis, and the 2 girls sat together and chatted as they ate. Selena whispered in Luke's ear again, "Did you arrange for them to meet?" Luke shook his head, "It has nothing to do with me. Just listen." Soon, the 2 people listening in quietly on the side understood what was going on. Artemis was a video blogger. She had complained a few times in her videos that they were slow to upload and stream. This girl, who could be considered a passerby, had simply helped Artemis design a program for faster uploads. That was how the 2 of them got to know each other. Later, they chatted when they were free, and realized that they had a lot of things in common, so they became pretty good online friends. This wasn't the first time that the 2 girls had met in real life, and they got along well. 20 minutes later, Luke and Selena were done eating, and washed everything down with 2 bottles of guarana. Gold Nugget, which was the best at eating, licked the plates clean. The 2 good friends were still chatting excitedly. Selena gestured at Luke to ask if they should sneak away. Luke shook his head helplessly. "We were here first. We're not doing anything bad. Why should we sneak away?" Luke gestured, and they quickly packed up. Luke then stood up, and did half a circle with Selena as they walked over from the other side of the park. When they were 10 meters away, he said in surprise, "Darcy." The girl who was bickering with Artemis over whether Batman or the Dark Knight was more handsome jerked, and the shamrock milk she was holding almost flew out of her hand. She turned around and saw Luke, who was smiling. She exclaimed, "Luke, why are you here?" Luke approached her with a smile. "We just finished lunch and we're about to go to work. How have you been?" Darcy nodded quickly. "Oh, Very good, very good. Luke glanced at Artemis, only to see that she was tense and about to slip off. It seemed that she was recalling how she had been tasered. Luke chuckled inwardly. Okay, I won't disturb you and your friend. I'll contact you tonight. He patted Darcy on the head and left. Darcy was a little stumped before she was patted on the head again. She turned around and saw Selena's condescending expression. Little Darcy, are you becoming short-sighted? We told you to play less on the computer and to come out for more fresh air. Darcy, finally, saw her and subconsciously nodded. Okay, Selena. No, I'm not short-sighted. Selena chuckled and strolled off with Luke. Gold Nugget quickly followed her, and just turned its head to give Darcy a look. Little girl, you actually dared to ignore Selena in front of me. Just you wait. With that, it wagged its tail and hurried to catch up with Luke and Selena. Darcy waved her hand numbly. Oh, hello, Gold Nugget. Bye, Gold Nugget. Chapter 1658. Calm and sudden change. Artemis watched Luke and Selena leave the park and turn into the parking lot dozens of meters away. Only then did she relax. She would never forget the young detective who had knocked her down with a taser. It was from that moment that the three girls, slowly started to walk down the right path. As soon as the thought flashed through her mind, she ruthlessly tossed it away. She wasn't a masochist. How could she thank this great foe? She tugged on Darcy, who was standing there foolishly. You know them. Darcy nodded and came back to her senses. That's right, they're quite nice and helped me out a lot. Artemis opened her mouth to retort, but swallowed the words when she recalled the rule in the training handbook: assess your opponent properly and don't be led astray by your emotions. Then, tell me about them. Do you know them? Darcy was stumped, and looked at Artemis suspiciously. She had recently learned the basic safety rules, including being wary of people trying to get information out of her. Artemis wanted to deny it, but she remembered from the handbook that the best lie was the truth. She changed her words. They're police, right? I've seen them work cases before. Well, that had been in Los Angeles over a year ago. It was our case. She added inwardly. Looking at her expression, Darcy didn't think there was anything wrong. She then nodded and said, when I was still a minor, I couldn't find a job. I was homeless, and then I met them. Hearing this, Artemis gaped. Is that guy really that good? Darcy frowned and glared at her. If you doubt me, then, I won't say anything. Artemis quickly apologized. No, I'm just surprised. You know that there are more bad people than good in society nowadays. Although Darcy didn't go into much detail, how she described being helped out of a difficult situation was true. Artemis couldn't sense anything fake about it. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Fine, she had actually been a villain before. Of course, she wasn't going to forget being tasered in the butt. She would think about that later. She was more interested in the young detective now. After they got into the car, Selena asked, why do I remember that Sky has been living in seclusion in Nassau County for months? Do you have a plan? Luke sweated. Darcy was naturally Sky. Darcy was the new ID she had chosen for herself after using the nanomask. It wasn't that Luke had been careless. It was just that the last half-month had been a good time to go fishing, and he had been too busy. Sky was a shut-in who played on the computer every day. She was very quiet. Now that he thought about it, it had indeed been more than 20 days since he last visited her. During this period of time, her vibration ability was gradually increasing, along with the damage to her arms. But thanks to the light dagger and Luke's adjustments to the shock absorbers, she was faring all right. I'll check it out tonight, was all he could say. Sky was someone worth grooming, and it was necessary to pay attention. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss if someone else stole her after he raised her. That night, Luke talked to Sky for almost an hour to learn more about her life. After changing her appearance with the nanomask, she could go out for real-life gatherings. She was clearly living very comfortably. Since she couldn't control the vibrations in her hands, she couldn't go to school for the time being. She could only self-study at home, and covered all sorts of subjects, including computers. With comprehensive study materials from Luke, she was making good progress. Luke had Little Snail examine the programs Sky created, and found that they weren't bad. After thinking for a moment, he gave her permission to join some of the projects at New Hope Research Institute and take on the task of developing various programs. This sort of ad hoc paid work was very suitable for Sky's current situation. Luke had his own AI program to do this sort of work. But he was the boss and had too many things to do for him to support the research team. For example, Bent, the expert in developing non-lethal weapons, often outsourced the development of the control programs. Sky was now qualified to take on jobs to make money, but how much she made depended on her own abilities. Sky was very interested. After being homeless for more than a year, she had a deep impression of how important money was. Also, with money, she could give back to the community center. As for paying Luke back, he didn't care about money. Maybe, being an upright, kind-hearted and useful person in the future could be considered as returning the favor. After sorting that out, Luke reminded Sky not to relax at keeping her vibration ability under control, since that would determine how freely she could move around. Sky understood and nodded hard. After saying goodbye to the reluctant Sky, Luke returned home. At that moment, he remembered Emma, who could control the temperature. He had just needed to provide this young mother with 2 children with all the daily necessities. Just as he was thinking that, Alfred sent him a warning. Master, an abnormal energy explosion at Miss Emma's place has destroyed our surveillance equipment. Stunned for a moment, Luke then told Alfred to activate the hidden surveillance cameras while he put on his suit and headed straight for Emma's cottage. At the suit's speed, it didn't take more than 5 minutes for Luke to fly from the west to the east of Nassau County. A moment later, he arrived at Emma's cottage. It had turned into a huge, burning bonfire. Burning debris was scattered within a 10-meter range. It was a good thing he had considered the matter of secrecy back then. The closest neighbors were still 500 meters away, and nobody would come over for the time being. Luke threw out 2 extinguishing bullets enhanced with telekinesis and quickly put out the flames. He also confirmed that Emma and her children weren't in the ruins of the cottage. He frowned. From the surveillance feed, it looked like the baby brother in the cot had burst into flames and blown up the room. The culprit behind the fire was a kid who couldn't control his ability. In a situation like this, Emma definitely had to leave. However, the surveillance cameras at the nearby intersections didn't pick up any traces of them leaving. Had Emma used her flight ability, it was indeed possible to avoid being caught on camera. Luke immediately searched the air and finally detected the little kid's scent. It was much more obvious than other smells. Even in the night sky, it left a clear trail. Luke was certain that Emma and her sons had indeed flown away. It seemed that she had remembered the safety rules and would probably make contact as soon as possible. But since he was already here, there was no need for him to wait for her to make a call. Moving swiftly, Luke found a neighborhood 5 kilometers to the east. Suddenly, he sped up and dropped from the sky to kick a man in a leather coat. Chapter 1659, Talent equals trouble, and a freak accident. The man in the coat reacted quickly and disappeared before reappearing 10 meters away. Bang! Luke's leg met air, and he landed on the grass in front of Emma. The young mother, who was only in her 20s, was carrying her baby while hugging her older son to her side. Her body glowed with orange flames, and her eyes were as fierce as a wolf's. When Luke landed, she subconsciously attacked. Boom! Fire exploded from her body to hit Luke in the chest. The man in the coat saw an opportunity, and disappeared again. He appeared behind Emma and reached out with both hands for her and her elder son. A shadow flew out of Emma's flames and went around her to fly at the man's face. It was Luke's bat dart. Sensing that the bat dart was about to hit his face, the man in the coat subconsciously activated his ability and teleported 10 meters away. The orange flames died down to reveal a black figure. He had a pair of sharp ears and white eyes on his helmet, and a black cape fluttered behind him. The fire had just burned the armor covering his chest, and the damage was only 2%. Stumped, Emma murmured, "Dark Knight." The ears of the man in the coat twitched, and he activated his ability without hesitation and disappeared. Luke frowned. F***ck, this guy was really fast to run. As long as the other party dared to stop for 10 seconds, he would be able to enjoy the non-lethal nerve gas developed by Mr. Bent, which was guaranteed to knock him down on the spot and make him twitch all over. This man in the coat was none other than Gordon, the man with no eyes who could teleport. He was one of the most important figures in Afterlife, and could travel back and forth between Afterlife and the ordinary world. As long as Luke could catch him, he could use drugs and mental hypnosis to pry the man's mouth open and obtain a lot of information about Afterlife. In the end, the guy was as cautious as last time. He ran off the moment he heard the name, Dark Knight. No wonder there was very little talk about afterlife in regular society. Just look at how this guy made himself scarce. Even an average person who left afterlife didn't know the details. Luke wouldn't either, if he hadn't encountered Emma, who had run away of her own accord. Imagine if an ordinary person was instantly teleported into some valley by Gordon, was told that it was called afterlife, then was sent out again 10 to 15 days later. Afterlife had electricity and some regular daily electrical appliances, but it didn't have the internet, phones or GPS devices. So, apart from knowing the name, afterlife, an ordinary person basically wouldn't be able to find out anything. Emma finally came back to herself and was a little flustered. I thought you were him. I know. Let's get out of here first. Luke didn't want to talk here. He grabbed Emma and her sons and quietly flew off. Some residents nearby heard the noise and came out to take a look. But it was pitch black, and they only looked around from their doors. When they didn't notice anything, they closed their doors. Luke took Emma's family to another safe house in a more remote area. After asking her what was going on with her son, Luke left. Emma was a little similar to Sky, and pheromone control didn't have an obvious effect on her. Luke added mental hypnosis to it to obtain the information he wanted. According to Emma, her son's condition was very similar to when she had awakened as a child. She had awakened while out on a trip, and there had been no witnesses. She had been scared and didn't know what happened, so she didn't tell her parents. But she had been 5 years old back then, while her son was only 1. If age was used as proof of talent, then her son might be much more talented than she was. Luke had paid attention to her elder son when he asked the question. The 4-year-old boy's clothes were charred and torn, but he hadn't turned into a roast pig, and he wasn't panicked at all. Instead, he seemed to find it funny. It seemed that the family of 3 was unusually talented, but that meant more trouble. Emma's baby alone could blow up the house at any moment. More importantly, he was only a year old, and didn't know how to control himself. Luke could only arrange for the 3 of them to stay in a near-empty area, or it wouldn't just be houses that were blown up. After leaving the safe house, Luke turned invisible and circled back to arrange things nearby. Space abilities were very troublesome, and teleportation even more so. However, this world already had a defense against it, a space obstruction device. Otherwise, nobody would be able to tolerate Gordon entering a government agency as he pleased, whether to throw out a dangerous item or to move cash or gold. However, the space obstruction device had to be set up beforehand to create a range in which space abilities couldn't be used, so that it would be hard for Gordon to teleport. Luke had used this device back in Grand Rapids and had also set it up at Emma's cottage. Luke had initially planned to wait for Gordon to come and trigger the AI program into trapping him, just like the Enchantress. In the end, Emma's son lost control of his power and destroyed his own home, forcing them to leave. That was how Gordon escaped disaster. It was just an accident, and actually wasn't a big problem. In any case, Gordon didn't know that there was a space obstruction device waiting for him here. If it didn't work out this time, there was always next time. The real question was, how had Gordon found Emma so quickly? Luke didn't think that Gordon had relied on normal means to track them, or that Emma and her son had trackers in them. Even if he could teleport, Gordon still wasn't as good at tracking as Luke. In the end, he still had to stop after teleporting. He couldn't turn invisible or teleport infinitely. Back then, Emma and her children had also undergone physical checkups, and Luke had confirmed that they hadn't been implanted with trackers. Yet even after Emma had changed her appearance, Afterlife had still been able to find her. Given how Afterlife didn't have many network devices, Luke was inclined to believe it had to do with an ability similar to his mental communication. There was some sort of superpower in Afterlife that was able to lock onto Emma and her son's location from a distance. But it had taken them a long time to find the family, which proved that this power needed something to lock onto first, like Emma's power exploding. Emma's power hadn't exploded this time, but her son's had. So, Gordon teleported over a minute later and found the mother and sons. He followed them to the residential area, but failed to ambush them. The family of 3 wasn't afraid of fire, so Emma had attacked without any qualms. Emma was too strong and talented, and could be considered a cheat. There were few ways to capture her. Bullets, tranquilizers, and restraining devices were largely rendered ineffective by the terrifyingly high temperature. If she got angry, the explosion might even be an AoE with a 50-meter range. But this was different from an AoE in a game. It dealt far more damage than a single attack, and could be considered a killing move. If Gordon was careless, it was very likely that he would be killed at close range. He would definitely be cremated on the spot. Chapter 1660. Plan, Pleasant Surprise, Reunion. Emma was a smart person. While in Afterlife, she had probably sounded out the organization's wariness toward America. After she escaped, she returned to America right away. It was true that Afterlife didn't want to catch the eye of American organizations. These organizations were vicious and not something that ordinary superhumans could deal with. Afterlife didn't have enough influence in Asia or America to deter them. Although some of the superhumans had good combat ability, most of them could only deal with dozens of professional soldiers. As for developed countries, they liked to use long-ranged attacks the most. It was also starting to become common for them to use surveillance drones. Regular superhumans might not even run into a regular army before they were killed by the machines. Thus, after several failed ambushes of Emma, Gordon quickly retreated. He didn't want to be caught by some American organization, nor did he want Emma to draw their attention. Emma thought the same. The two had been at a deadlock for more than a year. Luke understood what Gordon was worried about. This sort of person who had an organization behind him had too many restraints. If he was on his own, he could turn America upside down, but he didn't dare. If he broke the rules and acted rashly, the American government would seize the opportunity to kill him and then raze Afterlife to the ground. This organization wasn't Hydra, and didn't have the ability to flourish everywhere. So, there was very little information on Afterlife in S.H.I.E.L.D. Whether it was details of the structure and strength of Afterlife, or the limit of Gordon's teleportation, nobody knew anything. Emma only knew the face of Afterlife's leader, Jiang. She didn't know what the woman's abilities were or where she came from. For a face-changing master like Luke, appearance was in fact the most unreliable thing. There were all sorts of techniques, like the super disguise, which was similar to a slightly higher level superpower, the high-tech nanomask, various mid-level close-fitting fake masks, and low-level plastic surgery. The prices of these techniques varied, but all of them could make a person look completely different. Without thoroughly examining a photo, Luke might overlook any of the techniques that were mid-level or higher. After all, no matter how godly he might be, it was impossible to completely transform a person like in the movies. This wasn't science, but metaphysics. But as a scientist, Luke was still able to roughly extrapolate Afterlife's location. Since he didn't ask Emma, she didn't say anything. After some indirect investigation, he was able to determine the latitude Afterlife was on. And there were only so many places on this latitude that Afterlife could be. He would be able to find it after the drones patrolled for a while. It just so happened that a large part of Hydra's shield in Japan was still in hiding. Once the muddy waters in America were clear, Luke would go to Japan again. He should reach level 25 soon. Thinking that, Luke carried on with his fishing operation step by step, and was busy until mid-June. Luke and Selena had just returned to their place in Clinton. When he sensed something wasn't right, there were several people upstairs. His thoughts moved, and he figured it out as he calmly watched Selena and Gold Nugget rush upstairs. At that moment, he couldn't help but sigh. There were no surprises in a life with superpowers. It was dry and boring. When he reached the second floor, colorful confetti exploded in the living room, and everybody cheered. Happy birthday, Luke. Luke had already perfected his expression to reveal shock, pleasant surprise and thankfulness. Selena and Gold Nugget were the only ones who secretly despised Luke. Bro, it's your birthday. Can't you put on a better act? Luke's 5 senses, and possibly even his 6th sense, were very sharp. One woman and one dog who had worked cases with him for so long knew him too well. The pleasant surprise, which Drax, Robert, Catherine, Claire and Joseph had prepared wasn't a surprise at all. However, it depended on who the other party was. Selena and Gold Nugget wouldn't put a damper on Luke's family's high spirits. According to Gold Nugget, no matter how unbridled the fiend is, he's still a baby in front of his family. Selena had nothing to say in response. 21 years old was a bit big for a baby, but she herself always said that a 27-year-old was still a beautiful young girl. So, she couldn't refute the dog at all. Also, a certain dog had shamelessly said that it was at least 120 years old on its original planet, and was still considered a baby. Luke, who had just officially become an adult, was only a fraction of a certain dog's age. This was perfect logic. In fact, this was genuinely a pleasant surprise for Luke. After all, He didn't pay attention to his birthday at all. At most, little Snail would remind him on the day itself. This time, it was Selena who had given little Snail an order to wait until Luke got off work to say anything. It was only when Luke returned home and found his family hiding upstairs that he remembered. Although it wasn't a huge surprise, he was happy enough. Since the entire family was celebrating, they naturally had to have a small party at home. Luke had been the one to do the work too many times when they had gatherings in the last 2 years, and nobody allowed him to do anything today. Drax, who rarely stepped forward, demonstrated his skills today. He started preparing in the afternoon, and his son-in-law, Robert, helped out. These two were barbecue masters. It was a feast of all sorts of meat, from pork, beef and mutton to chicken and duck. In any case, Luke had all kinds of sauces at home, and Selena remembered the ingredients of the special sauce very clearly. Now that these two ranch chefs knew what the sauces were for, the rest was just about marinating and barbecuing the meat. These two refused to use the smart kitchenware, insisting that these automatic things didn't contain the heart and soul of Texas. Selena found the words familiar. Only after thinking for a moment did she remember that she had said something similar before, but it had been about the assembly line production of cupcakes by the kitchenware. Catherine had Claire and Joseph help her prepare the main vegetables for the day. It was simple fruit and vegetable salads, to satisfy the need for nutrition. Then, Selena and Gold Nugget set up folding tables, parasols, and drinks on the roof. In the light of the setting sun, a lively and warm barbecue birthday party began. New York in June was cool for the Texans. The rooftop faced the Hudson River on one side, and wasn't as crowded and noisy as the bustling metropolis behind them. Luke smiled and played with little Cindy. This little girl was getting cuter and cuter, and was very playful. Catherine had practiced the Kunlun Kai refining technique while pregnant, which seemed to have improved the baby's physique. Now that she was already half a year old, she was plump and pink, like a little piglet. She also quite liked Luke. He didn't use any abilities on Cindy, it would be too dangerous for the baby. However, it might have something to do with them. The moment Luke used the Kunlun Kai refining technique, it seemed little Cindy could sense it. Maybe she thought that Luke was Catherine. Chapter 1661. Sensitive girl in training. When Luke started learning the tycoon's abilities, he also picked up a similar way of thinking. Although he was still at the birthday party, his thoughts subconsciously veered off as he quietly studied the wonder that was little Cindy. There was no need for a checkup. He had already carried one out when he went back to Texas before. But this was the first time he was using a little Kai to tease little Cindy. Like a little fat kitten, Cindy pounced on Luke's left hand and then his right hand, delighting him. Wasn't the point of having a little sister to tease her? Although this game was a little heartless, there was a reason for it. Luke soon confirmed that little Cindy had the rare ability to sense the existence and movement of Kai, and it was purely instinctual for her. From the knowledge which Luke had obtained about the Kai refining technique, these sorts of people were known as supreme geniuses, and could make rapid progress in cultivating the Kunlun Kai refining technique. Other people who cultivated for a year might not be as good as a genius who cultivated for just a month. It could be said that little Cindy had been standing on the threshold of extraordinary power ever since her birth. As long as she grew up and took that step forward, she would immediately become a superhuman. Luke didn't think much of it. With his skills and capability, as long as his family was of good integrity, they would definitely be the most capable people in the world. It wasn't a big deal if little Cindy had this sort of super talent. It was good enough for her to grow up happily and have a life-saving trump card up her sleeve. There was no need to be a superhero. Robert was a low-grade version of the Punisher, and Claire was a cheap version of Spider-Man. Luke didn't want them to ever get involved in some things. Everybody had the right to choose their own life. As long as they didn't hate humans, it wasn't a problem. For example, if Claire found a girlfriend, so be it. Besides, it wasn't necessarily a good thing for a child who couldn't control themselves to have extraordinary talent. Emma's 1-year-old son had already become a superhuman, and his power had gone out of control and blown up their house. All it attracted was trouble. This was reality. After a lively night, everybody went out the next day to have fun in New York. Drax was still as obstinate as ever. He didn't go with Robert and Catherine, and indicated that he was headed elsewhere. In the end, his 3 older grandkids followed him, and the old man had no choice but to accept it. In fact, he wanted to go to places like war museums and memorials. These indeed weren't good places for Robert, and there was even less of a need to take Catherine and little Cindy there. It was hard for the old man to refuse when his grandkids wanted to come along. It was rare to see Luke even once a year, and it was only a little better with Claire. It was too difficult for the old man to refuse their company. 2 days later, Luke returned to work. Drax flew straight back to his ranch in Texas. Claire was busy with her studies and her career, and also left on a plane. Robert and Catherine, along with little Cindy and the security team, drove their own cars as they prepared to go on a road trip from the north to the south. Joseph was the only one who was left behind. Luke was going to give him special summer training to improve his physique. Nobody had any objections. Right now, Joseph was better than the newborn little Cindy. When little Cindy started going to primary school in a few years, however, she might be able to beat up this weakling of a second brother. Thus, this training was essential. In any case, Joseph was on summer vacation, and 2 months was enough time for him to hone himself. In order to make this guy understand how shameful his situation was, Luke arranged beautiful and cute big sisters as his sparring partner. Naturally, Mindy, Nikki and Monica were the sparring partners. They would be on break soon. After a week of adaptive training under Luke, Joseph was kicked out of the house every few days to be taught a lesson by the beautiful big sisters. The 3 girls were all curious about Luke's little brother. First of all, Joseph looked like Luke. He was clean, handsome, polite and nice to listen to. Secondly, this guy was very smart, unbelievably even more so than Luke. When it came to learning, the 3 girls combined weren't even half as good as he was. Finally, the guy was as weak as a chicken, and in this respect wasn't like Luke at all. Any one of them who stepped forward could press him to the ground with one hand and make it impossible for him to get up. It was a good thing that Luke had specially taught Joseph some basic tricks to ensure that he wouldn't be hated by girls for being too straight. Joseph gradually relaxed. In Luke's words, humans are also an art, especially women. Grasp their emotions, and you can control half the world. Joseph was suppressed by the 3 girls when it came to fighting, but he was very smart, and made them laugh from time to time. The originally arduous combat training had become interesting. Luke left his brother to Mindy and the others. There was nothing to worry about. Firstly, he was indeed busy. Secondly, bitter training with his big brother was obviously less interesting than making progress with friends. Among the 3 girls, Mindy was indeed a little twisted, but she was normal when she was with Nikki and Monica. These 2 were genuine high school students. They had superpowers, but only trained themselves. At most, they dealt with hooligans. They had never killed anyone. Luke didn't just want to purely cultivate Joseph's combat abilities. If he did, he could give Joseph some learning materials and make him train hard for 8 to 10 years. The most important thing was to increase Joseph's interactions with other people and for him to preserve a normal personality. It wasn't a bad thing to be a shut-in or a geek, but it would be best if that was Joseph's own choice to make when he grew up. He didn't want Joseph to be taciturn when he was young, only to realize that he had no other choice once he grew up. How many shut-ins didn't want to be uninhibited? If they could be open about it, would they really want to continue being reserved? Joseph trained with the girls, and the sparring sessions with Luke increased from once a week to 2 or 3 times a week. Joseph had been stunned the first time he saw Luke spars with the 3 girls, who played around with Joseph during training. He knew that Luke was good, but he didn't know exactly how good he was. After this period of training, Joseph's interest could be considered to have been piqued. Training with the 3 girls had taught him what it meant to yield in the face of absolute power. After analyzing things, as was his wont, he quickly came up with a rough estimate of his the 3 girls' strengths, and slowly made improvements. Privately, Joseph felt that after working hard for 3 to 5 years, his physical development and training, coupled with his high IQ, would be enough to crush the girls. But the moment he saw Luke fight them, he realized that his big brother would forever be his big brother. In order to leave a deep impression on Joseph, Luke chose a 1v3 for the spar this time. The 3 girls punched and kicked up a storm, and Luke easily blocked all the attacks with both his hand targets. The 4 of them jumped and ran as they fought in the area outside Mindy's house. The way they fought was completely beyond Joseph's expectations. Chapter 1662, The Truth of the World. Only then did Joseph understand that his indoor combat training with the 3 girls could only be considered theoretical. The combat abilities which the 3 girls were displaying now were completely different from during the indoor training. After calculating things for several minutes, he silently postponed the day he could triumph over them to 10 years later. It couldn't be helped. This wasn't just a matter of skill. 10 years later, the girls would be between 25 and 30 years old. Joseph, on the other hand, would be 18, and his physical development would basically be complete then. The difference in physiques would be smaller, and he wouldn't be completely crushed. Defeat his big brother. That was unrealistic. Luke was a cheat in terms of strength, reflexes and skills. He was the type who could get 999 times with one punch, while Joseph would just miss the mark completely if he tried. There was no point in comparing the both of them at all. However, Joseph discovered plenty of interesting things. Mindy was the youngest of the three girls, but she was tacitly acknowledged as the boss. She was also closer to Luke. She was unlike Nikki and Monica, whose thoughts showed on their faces and who still had a small crush on Luke. But after listening to how his tough brother taught, Joseph knew that these two didn't stand a chance. Luke knew what they were thinking, but he had no intention of hooking up with them, and just treated them as friends. Because of that, Joseph discovered a new world. He could actually get along with girls like that. He no longer had to worry about his female classmates who stuck close to him every now and then. Mindy intrigued him even more. Maybe it was because she was too young, or maybe it was because of her personality, but she was the only one among the three girls who didn't have such thoughts. Her attitude toward Luke was similar to how Claire treated Luke. They were familiar with each other and treated each other like equals. As he paid more attention to Mindy, he discovered even more things. He could sense that Mindy would occasionally give him indifferent looks during training, just like how he would look at the girls who ran over to ask him math questions. After thinking for a few days, he finally found an opportunity to go to Mindy's training room. "Can you show me your real strength?" he said solemnly to Mindy, who was sitting on the floor and warming up. Mindy blinked. She was sitting on the floor with her legs wide apart as she bent down and stretched her arms. She grinned. "Huh, little brother is very serious today." Then, she straightened up and shook her head decisively. "But I refuse." Joseph wasn't discouraged. Deep in thought, he said, "You're hiding your strength from Nikki and Monica, and you're hiding your strength from me. Are you pretending to be a pig in order to eat the tiger?" "You're the pig." Stumped for a moment, Mindy then jumped up and pressed him to the ground. "Young man, you're very smart. Does your brother know that you're so smart?" Joseph smiled. "Of course. Also, he and I are a little smarter than you think." "Then why are you still on the floor now?" Mindy snorted, finding this crafty little brother harder and harder to intimidate. Her eyes darted around, but in the end, she let go and moved away from his back. "How much is a little?" Joseph rolled over and rubbed his slightly sore arm. He measured a millimeter with his thumb and index finger. "Just a little." As he spoke, the distance between his thumb and index finger quickly widened, and he finally spread his arms wide. That's about it." "Mindy." "Pa." Joseph was slapped on the back of his head. Mindy snorted. "Young man, you don't know anything about strength." Still smiling, Joseph rubbed the back of his head with one hand and raised the other. "Show me." Mindy stood up and took a few steps to the sandbag on the side. "Look carefully." She spun and gave the sandbag a flying kick. The sandbag swung high up with a crisp "pa." Joseph was lost for words. The sandbag was heavier than he was. In other words, that kick would have sent him flying. On the other hand, it didn't seem to have taken Mindy much effort to kick it. She walked over with a smile and stared at him with her hands on her hips. "Do you want to know the truth of the world? Do you want to truly live?" At that moment, her voice turned low and hoarse, like a little witch about to reveal her secrets. Joseph's mouth dropped open, and he felt his scalp go numb. His throat went dry, and he couldn't say yes or no. He could only nod. Mindy's smile suddenly turned nasty. "You want to?" "Me too. Ha 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 ha." She doubled over with laughter. In the end, she simply lay on the floor and laughed wildly. Joseph sweated. Without doubt, he had been played. Sure enough, Mindy laughed hard on the floor before she gasped for breath and said, "I don't know the answer." "If you want to know, ask Luke." That's what he told me. But Joseph didn't smile. His eyes flickered. Mindy wasn't stupid, but she was a little carefree, so she didn't think much of it. On the other hand, Joseph analyzed her earlier words to understand why he had lost his composure. For anyone with a suspicious nature, the truth of the world was very lethal. And real life contained three philosophical questions: who am I, where do I come from, Where am I going? Fools wouldn't dwell on these three questions, while the wise would ponder them to figure out the purpose of life. Thus, people affected by these words weren't stupid, but were just overthinking it. Why had Joseph fallen for it? He knew why. It was clear that he had become suspicious of this world, and Mindy had demonstrated an unbelievable power. No matter how you looked at it, it was amazing that a petite and cute little girl who was over 10 years old could send a sandbag that weighed dozens of kilograms flying with a kick. Had Mindy fallen for it too? She was clearly just like Luke, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to mimic Luke's tone and expression so perfectly. Then how had she become suspicious of this world? Joseph was confused. He turned around and looked at the little girl who was looking for water not far away. Maybe because she was more naive. So she believed in superpowers. Mindy fetched 2 bottles of water and gave one to Joseph. Don't drink too much, or you'll suffer during training. Looking at the boy who accepted the water blankly, she rubbed his head in satisfaction. Since your brother keeps rubbing my head, I'll rub yours, haha. Joseph opened the bottle and took a sip of water before he asked, how can I do what you did just now? He nodded at the sandbag. Chapter 1663, Kill the Tycoon and Lift the Younger Brother Up. Mindy snorted. Train. I've been training since I was 5. Joseph didn't believe it. There were too many people in this world who started training at a young age. Even if it was a kid training in Muay Thai who already started bleeding in the ring at a young age, Joseph had never seen anyone with such terrifying strength. Mindy's kick just now had guaranteed that the Muay Thai kid would die on the spot. Looking at his disbelieving expression, Mindy didn't explain, but changed the subject. You probably, well, it's impossible for you to undergo that sort of training, so why don't you come up with a more feasible plan? She didn't believe that Luke would be willing to put Joseph in a bulletproof vest and train him with a gun. Joseph grew interested. For example, Mindy mimed flipping down a visor. Let's do this. Then, be like Iron Man, understand? Joseph was lost for words. He couldn't beat her for now, so he magnanimously held in his words. Mindy chuckled and bumped him with her shoulder. Don't be angry. I'm serious. Aren't you very smart? If you work hard, you might become another Tony Stark. Joseph looked upward speechlessly. Do you know how old Tony Stark is? Mindy was stumped. For one moment, she had forgotten. She was a hardcore Batman fan and was more interested in knowing how old Batman was. Unfortunately, he never gave her the chance. As for the middle-aged man who made a lot of noise in the group every time, how old was he? She didn't remember at all. Joseph sighed. He's already 36. Even when he first became Iron Man, he was 34. I'm only 8 this year. I'm still a kid. Mindy subconsciously raised her fingers. What was 34 minus 8? 26. It was clearly too much to point someone down a road that would take them 26 years without any guarantee of success. She chuckled and rubbed his head again. You're still so young. Work harder. When you're 18, make your own metal suit. Just surpass him, Joseph. Hey, thanks for the encouragement. Did she think he didn't read the news online? Iron Man's suit was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Joseph had nothing. Even as he cursed inwardly, however, he started to get some ideas. Mindy didn't know that her airy joke had piqued this little brother's interest for real. She simply pulled him up. Let's go, let's go. I heard a car outside. Nikki and Monica must be here. It's another good day for training. Joseph. Do you enjoy beating me up? After training, Luke picked Joseph up off the floor. When they returned home, Joseph quickly checked for news of Iron Man online. After dinner, the two brothers sat in the living room. Luke enjoyed his tea and read the news as he casually asked Joseph about his training. Suddenly, Joseph said, Luke, I want to become Iron Man. Luke was stunned. What, you want me to kill a certain tycoon and help lift you up? Instantly putting the comical thought aside, he nodded. Why? Joseph was silent, and Luke didn't press him. Joseph was different from Claire. He was too smart. Of course, Claire wasn't stupid, but she loved sports more and rarely considered deeper issues. People like that actually lived happier lives. Although Joseph was only 8, he was extremely intelligent. In the last 3 years, their family had become more middle class, and Catherine had invested a lot of resources into Joseph's education. Catherine was an excellent middle school teacher. A lot of the kids she taught entered society, and it was easy to see from alumni records what kind of people these students became. She knew very well that education could change a person's fate. Joseph, who had abundant education, matured very quickly. If it wasn't for Luke's firm objection, the kid might have joined Mensa and started his crazy jump to college. But Luke felt that childhood should be more relaxed and beautiful, it shouldn't be a period just for learning. In the end, everybody asked Joseph for his opinion, and he chose to play for a few more years. He liked to play games, watch cartoons and use poisonous words to stab little girls in the heart, which was no different from ordinary kids. Joseph was just an early bloomer, not a genius. Luke was most thankful for this. Many geniuses were truly different from ordinary people. They might have high IQ, but lacked normal feelings. If his family constantly pushed him, it would completely destroy Joseph. Luke could only rejoice that Claire was ordinary, or his two siblings would make him lose a lot of hair. He wasn't dealing with bad guys or criminals here, but family. Plus, they weren't even adults. There was no way Luke would use tricks on them, so he could only guide them carefully. For example, his expression was very formal right now, and he couldn't smile like he did with Claire. Joseph tilted his head and thought for a moment. To become more handsome. Luke's face darkened. Don't learn from Claire. You're not interested in celebrities at all. Joseph chuckled, but wasn't embarrassed at being exposed. Well, I'm only interested in some things about Iron Man, not the scandals, you know. Luke took a sip of his tea and took the opportunity to sense his brother's mental fluctuations. You don't want to be a playboy, which means it's that metal shell that you like. Or rather, the technology. Joseph frowned and thought for a moment before he shook his head. No, the shell, the armor is interesting. What I'm interested in are those mysterious unknown powers. Luke paused for a moment. For example, after a brief silence, Joseph said, that big monster in Grand Rapids, the Chitauri, that rainbow-colored pillar of light which appeared in New York, things like that. Luke cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected his little brother to be interested in these mysterious powers. This was even more dangerous than being obsessed with science. For a moment, he didn't say anything. Thinking quickly for a moment, he asked, do you want power like that for yourself, or are you just curious about its existence? Joseph thought for a moment before he replied, I wouldn't mind becoming a sorcerer. To become that ugly monster. How would I find a girlfriend then? Luke was astonished. Don't you hate those stupid and annoying girls? Joseph gave him a disdainful look. Just because I don't like them doesn't mean I have to turn into an ugly monster. Luke understood. Power is only temporary, but looks are forever. Stumped for a moment, Joseph then nodded decisively in agreement. That's right. After chatting for a while, Luke lightened the heavy atmosphere and continued, I think I get what you're saying. However, if you're interested in these things, you need to have the basic knowledge and theory to explore them. How will you go about doing that? Joseph said, science. At the very least, it's a mature system, and I don't have to make guesses. That's fine. Luke was relieved. Chapter 1664. Catching fish, and bringing disaster to the fish pond. If Joseph had planned to start with theology, religion or philosophy, Luke would have to be prepared at all times to carry out mental or even physical therapy. It was impossible without risks. Steve was the only true product of the super soldier serum, Wild Drive. Banner had accidentally turned himself into the Hulk. Compared with magic, these risks were nothing. If Joseph ever signed a contract with a demon and turned into a ghost rider or an evil spirit like Elektra, his soul would be lost after he died, and there was no way to save him. In comparison, as long as he didn't experiment on himself during scientific research and put all sorts of preventive measures in place, it was relatively safer. Also, if he wanted to use science to study magic, he would have to be at the top in the world in some subject areas. This way, no matter how smart Joseph was, it would still take him a decade or two to build a solid foundation. He would already be an adult then, and wouldn't be as impulsive. In any case, it remained to be seen whether or not Joseph's interests would change in the future. There was no need for Luke to interfere over a distant possibility. If that caused his little brother to rebel and firmed his resolve to become a scientific wizard, that would really take the cake. In the next few days, Joseph got a little busy. Luke allowed him to self-study for 2 hours every day and no more. His physique had improved slightly, and he couldn't turn into a shut-in now. Joseph had a problem with that. Then why can you hide in your workshop for hours every day? Luke gave him an astonished look. Didn't you just celebrate my birthday with me? I'm an adult. Of course I can arrange my own time. Joseph Fine, I can only blame myself for being too young. Joseph's summer vacation was peaceful and full. Apart from arranging training for his brother, Luke had a lot of things to do. His clones were dispatched again and again, and each time, he summoned 3 to 5 teammates to use the remote-controlled models to provide backup. With the American government in a mess, it was much easier to do a cleanup and catch more fish. They didn't make big waves, however, and caught 5 main targets at most at any one time. With the clones and robots, it was very easy. It had already been 2 months since the DC incident in May, but rather than subsiding, the chaos in the government was increasing instead. Of course, this was thanks to Luke. He had a lot of information on Hydra, which included the names of many bigwig officials who were suspected of colluding with Hydra. But Luke only had statements extracted from certain people under hypnosis, and he didn't have much concrete evidence. He sent information to the FBI, Homeland Security, the White House, and the Department of Defense every now and then. Doing this was unlikely to bring down these Hydra conspirators, but it served 2 purposes. One was to beat the grass to scare the snake, and cause the more timid of the lot to run. This gave Luke more fish to catch. Secondly, even if nobody ran, the various departments would become suspicious and investigate them. Luke would have more time to fish in troubled waters. After this great era of people going missing, deliberately or otherwise, ended, it would be too risky to make the big shots in his little black notebook mysteriously disappear. Overall, Luke's purge operation was very packed, but it wasn't too taxing. It was a little like an assembly line operation. In the last 2 months, he earned close to 900,000 experience and credit points, which was equivalent to 2 of Pierce. He had yet to touch the Hydra branch in Japan, and was already very close to level 25. During this time, an unexpected message was sent via a secret channel. It only contained a time and address. In the middle of the night, Luke snuck into the company that was at the address and waited quietly in front of a computer. The computer screen lit up. Then, a text document appeared on the screen, and the other party typed, "Batman." Luke typed, "Dark Knight." There was no activity for a few minutes later, before the other party typed again, "I have a big secret. I can make a deal with you." "Luke, speak." The man said, "You're interested in the person controlling the Enchantress, so this is a small deposit first. We'll talk about the rest after you take action." A URL address then appeared on the text document, and there was nothing else after that. Luke directly accessed the URL on the computer and opened a web page. It contained a satellite image with an address marked in red. Next to it was a short and simple explanation. After staring at the image for 2 minutes, he closed the text document and web page and left. A few minutes after he left, the text document on the computer was suddenly deleted and the browser was wiped clean before the computer shut down. It was as if nothing had happened. 2 days later, there was another message. The other party had switched to another location, but it was still a dormant office computer, and they still chatted via a text document. This time, Luke obtained 3 targets. Luke noted the information down again and left. A week later, Luke was contacted for the 3rd time. This time, the other party was still cautious, but he spoke a lot more. He praised the Dark Knight for destroying 4 secret bases in a row. In the end, the other party gave him a new address and said that it was the last one. As long as the Dark Knight destroyed this base, he would tell him everything he knew. Luke smiled when he saw that. Fine, it shouldn't be too hard for him to find out what he wanted to know after this. The man was very cautious, but he didn't know that the target he had provided this time was in several areas which Luke himself had locked onto. The 4 bases that he had taken down had also been on his list before. Now that the person said that this was the last one, Luke was certain that this was the main base of the Joint Advanced Research Unit that he had been looking for. The Enchantress had come out of this base to cause trouble, and the person in charge was Amanda Waller. The person who had tipped Luke off was the online Shadow Man, who had been silent for months. This time, the moment the Shadow Man appeared, he requested that the Dark Knight destroy the Joint Advanced Research Unit's bases. After testing the waters just twice with 4 bases, he couldn't help but throw out the address of the main base. This guy was clearly in a hurry. Had the Shadow Man discovered an opportunity to escape because of the chaos in the government? Luke's guess was basically correct, but the Shadow Man's situation was actually even more precarious. Something had happened to Amanda's backer. Given the possibility of an investigation, she had to purge the base of some unreliable people first. The Shadow Man had helped her gather a lot of intelligence, but she had to get rid of him no matter how unwilling she might be. If the big shots knew that Amanda had so much dirt on them, she would definitely be killed. Chapter 1665. God-like client forget threatening the other party. It was either the fish died or the net split. The political enemies of these big shots would be happy to capture Amanda and torture her for information. Obtaining intelligence was certainly beneficial, but even if a fish like her died, what would be broken was the enemy's net, and it would still be a happy ending. After Luke publicly took down the siblings, there had been a fatal slip in Amanda's control over the Shadow Man. Previously, the Shadow Man hadn't dared to have any other thoughts because of the Enchantress's power. A witch with the ability to teleport and control minds could find him and bring him back in a matter of minutes. Thus, the Shadow Man hadn't even dared think about running. When Batman had sounded him out, he could only leave quietly and not dwell on it. But the Enchantress and her brother had been taken care of by Dark Knight and Iron Man in Grand Rapids, which was what cinched things for him. Uneasy, the Shadow Man had secretly probed the waters for a few months and repeatedly confirmed that the information wasn't fake. Now, Amanda's power was shaky and she had lost the Enchantress. It was very hard for her to keep the hot potato that was the Shadow Man under control, so the only thing she could do was dispose of him. It just so happened that the Shadow Man had the same idea. He was very careful. It took a few months before he could confirm that an opportunity had arrived, and he sought out the person he had been thinking about day and night, Dark Knight. Actually, he trusted Batman more. But Batman had already died in the Battle of New York, and he could only look for Dark Knight. At the very least, Dark Knight was known as Batman's successor, and he had taken down the Enchantress and her brother. After sending out the address of the main base, the Shadow Man started a long wait indeed. 37 hours of sleepless waiting was very long. It was when his head was feeling muddled that he suddenly felt a surveillance camera stop working for a few seconds. He jerked and opened his tired eyes. Then, he came back to his senses, closed his eyes again, and pressed his hands to the console. The metal tabletop which could calm his thoughts in the past couldn't suppress the nervousness and excitement that he was feeling now. He had to confirm as soon as possible that the anomaly was caused by Dark Knight. If that was the case, he had to start his escape plan as soon as possible. Dark Knight was Batman's successor. The people whom he had entrusted the cleanup operations to had killed everyone without blinking an eye. There were practically no survivors in any of the 4 bases. Thinking of how he had helped Amanda wrap up a lot of the dirty work, the Shadow Man didn't think that he could escape death if he was caught. He had lured Dark Knight over just to make it easier for him to escape. After that, even if Dark Knight didn't catch Amanda, she probably wouldn't be in the mood to look for him. He would fade out of existence and live quietly in this world. As for things like fake masks, an identity, and money, they weren't a problem at all. He could make a certified passport for himself at any time. He also knew the accounts for Amanda's stash of dirty money. He could easily withdraw tens of millions, and that vicious female gorilla wouldn't even know that the money was gone. When money turned into virtual numbers on the internet, it disappeared so easily. The Shadow Man swiftly activated the highest level monitoring system and found an unfamiliar signal source, which surrounded the base. This signal source was quite unique and couldn't be tracked, but there were as many as 4 of them. Seeing this, he suddenly opened his eyes. These were the Dark Knight's people. He had discovered this unusual signal in the sub-bases that had been destroyed previously. It had come from a group of people in black armor. He didn't know who these people were, but they were without doubt Dark Knight's accomplices, ranging from 2 to 5 people, who ensured that no one in any of the bases could escape. He had kept this a secret from Amanda. Unhampered by the terrain, the Shadow Man had watched silently as the superhero called Big Dipper worked with the people in black armor to besiege a base, before he quietly left. Mind racing, he worked quickly in the main base. He needed temporary authority over the evacuation passage. The route that the automatic cleaning trolley took had to be adjusted to make it easier for him to hide in it. He also needed temporary authority to open the door to the room where he had put his escape props. Lastly, there was a car that he had secretly placed outside earlier. It could be automatically moved to stop outside the evacuation passage, so that he could get in as soon as he came out. The surveillance cameras wouldn't capture him. When he ran, they would play footage on a loop for 5 minutes. He had arranged all this in the last few months, and now got things done quickly with his ability. Less than 10 seconds later, he got up and left the room. The guards nearby had left for a temporary inspection, giving the shadow man a chance to escape. Passing through 2 hallways, he entered a utility room and quickly put on a security uniform. As soon as he came out of the room, an automatic cleaning trolley drove over. A cover on the cleaning trolley popped open. He dismantled the vacuum bag that was inside before crawling in. The space wasn't big, but the shadow man was small to begin with, and weighed no more than 90 kilograms. After shifting around with difficulty, he put the cover back on. The cleaning trolley moved forward unhurriedly again as it continued with its daily sweep. 5 minutes later, a car drove out of the base. The shadow man took out a remote, and the metal gate slowly opened. The 2 guards looked at the tablets they were carrying and saw that the car was registered to an administrative secretary at the base. This secretary often worked overtime with Amanda until midnight before leaving, and he drove this car. Since he also had the key for opening the gate, the 2 guards naturally didn't stop him. Instead, they joked together in low voices about how the secretary had it tough. The car drove further and further away, and the light of the base's exit soon could no longer be seen behind it. The shadow man heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a phone and saw that 32 guards had already disappeared from their positions. Thanks to his pre-arrangements, however, the alarm had not been sounded at all, and the 200 guards inside were still unaware of the danger. Goodbye, Argus. Goodbye, Amanda, UD*MN Gorilla. There was a relieved expression on the shadow man's thin face. The sky in front of him was vast and dark, but in his heart was a blue sky and blue ocean, and a beauty on a beach. It definitely had to be a hot young woman with curves. Just nice, he could go to Brazil and avoid the possibility of Amanda tracking him down. Only after confirming that the female gorilla was dead would he return to America in a couple of years. But he had to keep his word. Besides, that was Dark Knight, Batman's legitimate successor. The Shadow Man was a hardcore Batman fan, and was able to escape thanks to Dark Knight killing the Enchantress. He still had to keep his promise. The Shadow Man smiled and quickly sent a new message via the communication channel. This time, it wasn't some text file or deliberately cryptic webpage link. Coordinates, an address, a profile image and relevant information were all gathered into one file and thrown into the communication channel. Chapter 1666. Grand Betrayal. Almost at the same time, Luke received a message from Alfred. He opened the file and suddenly smiled as he killed a guard and threw him into his inventory. This Shadow Man was indeed a smart person. After he realized that Luke and his robot teammates had made their move, he directly handed over the highest authority in the main base to Luke. Now, this person had sent him Amanda's true location. In this transaction, not only had the Shadow Man paid up front, he even threw in a pretty good freebie. As for the other party sneaking off in a car, that had nothing to do with the agreement and naturally couldn't be considered a violation. Now that he had this godlike informant, Luke wasn't in a hurry. The Level 1 clone and the team continued to clean up the main base of the Joint Advanced Research Unit. The Level 2 clone had already set off from New York and was headed straight for Amanda's real residence in DC. Half an hour later, the clone arrived at Amanda's place. It glanced around for a moment before making a sound of surprise and switching directions to fly down a street. There was nobody in the house, but a car had driven out just a few minutes ago. At that moment, Amanda, who was speeding in the car, had a grim expression on her face. She gave her phone a hesitant look, but didn't pick it up in the end. Instead, she connected to the control program at the base. Just now, the coded message which was sent out every 20 minutes to indicate that things were secure at the base hadn't arrived. Also, it wasn't just one person who hadn't sent the message, but 3 trusted subordinates. The sub-bases that had been wiped out a few days ago had already made her more wary. Thus, she immediately put on her clothes and quickly left. She was now headed for a military base for temporary shelter. Although the defenses there weren't as good as at the main base, there were more patrols, and the base had connections to various operation units in DC. The place was like a hornet's nest at a sensitive time like this. The people who were targeting her probably wouldn't have the guts to attack it. There were few cars at night, so she drove very fast. Less than 10 minutes later, the military base's first checkpoint was right in front of her. Looking at the soldier who came over to check her pass, Amanda finally relaxed. The soldier scanned the backseat and the bottom of the car with a flashlight. After confirming that everything was fine, he said, "Ma'am, please show me your ID." Amanda took out her pass and her badge and handed them over. The soldier aimed the flashlight at her face and looked at her ID for a moment before he returned to the sentry post. After scanning Amanda's pass and registering her ID number, the soldier returned and gave them to Amanda. "You can go in now." He waved his hand at the control room on the other side to raise the boom gate. Amanda said, "Thank you. Ah, sorry, it seems I forgot to bring some files with me. I have to go back first." She then took her pass and badge, rolled up the window, and left. The soldier, "WTF. I just finished the inspection, and then you said that you forgot something at home." But what could he do? The other party hadn't entered the base at all, and even if she had, that was beyond his jurisdiction. He simply cursed in a low voice and returned to the sentry post. Amidst his gloom, he didn't notice the fear in Amanda's eyes when she said those words. But it wasn't like the soldier could be blamed for having poor eyesight. Amanda was inside the car to begin with, and he had only used a flashlight to look at her face. After giving her back her ID, there was naturally no need to keep looking. Amanda's face was indistinct inside the car, much less her eyes. Full of despair, Amanda drove away from the military base in her last hope. Her mind was very clear, but she couldn't say a word or do anything, as if an invisible ghost had taken control of her body. Ghost possession. She grew even more terrified. Amanda remembered how the enchantress had cursed her countless times to beg for death in a situation where she couldn't die even if she wanted to. But wasn't the enchantress dead? As soon as Amanda thought that, she immediately thought of another possibility: maybe the enchantress wasn't dead. The enchantress's heart had always been with Amanda. After the incident in Grand Rapids, the heart could no longer be used to control the enchantress, but it was still part of her body. The heart had only shrunk a little, and nothing else was wrong with it. An even more terrifying thought flashed through Amanda's mind: was the enchantress under Dark Knight's control? Amanda had used the enchantress's mind control to intimidate many of her subordinates into working for her. She had targeted Batman before, and it was said that Dark Knight was Batman's successor. It made perfect sense for him to cause trouble for an old enemy like her. A person could do anything and everything to destroy their foe. Maybe the Dark Knight wanted to use her to cinch his position as Batman's successor. After leaving the military base, Luke had Amanda drive west into the wilderness, where there were few people. He then threw her and her car into Space 1 and 2 respectively. From that moment on, Amanda Waller officially said goodbye to this world and became a missing person. Luke, who had been following her, clicked his tongue in wonder. Amanda was too cautious and difficult to deal with. The moment something happened, she immediately went into hiding. If she really had entered the military base, she wouldn't come out again for days or even weeks. Luke now knew her real identity and had locked onto her scent, so it would have only been a matter of time before he caught her, but he really didn't want to waste more time on her. She still had the enchantress's heart. If he didn't obtain this thing, it was possible for the enchantress to still escape Luke's control even if she was locked up in Space 2. Thankfully, the Shadow Man had sent another message, which was Amanda's real-time coordinates. It could only be said that Amanda had brought this on herself. The Shadow Man would rather take the risk of sending another message than give Amanda a chance to escape. Although Luke had sharp nose and would have been able to catch up to Amanda regardless, the coordinates provided by the traitor undoubtedly saved him time. In fact, Amanda's arrangements were very meticulous. She had chosen to live not far from the military base, and she didn't have to take roads that got congested easily during the day. If the Shadow Man hadn't betrayed her, she really could have slipped into the base and hidden for a few more days. However, Luke had arrived in time, and he decisively used pheromone control to make her leave in a normal way. Even if someone sensed that something wasn't right the next day, nobody would be able to say for sure that she hadn't fled of her own accord. Amanda currently didn't have a registered identity. She absolutely couldn't be exposed. If anything happened, it wouldn't just be the enemy who wanted her dead, but her backer as well. Her disappearance would cause a lot of people to become paranoid, but they wouldn't dare make a big fuss about it. This was the tragedy of being the hidden weapon. They could do whatever they wanted when everything was fine, but when something happened, they were hated. Chapter 1667. New Records, and the second 60 threshold. The truth was that Luke wasn't absolutely insistent about getting revenge on Amanda. After all, there were too many bad guys in the world who had it out for Batman. Unless Amanda came forward herself, he didn't have time to target her. Besides, the Joint Advanced Research Unit was also known as Argus, and was a secret service organization under the American organization. It was very similar to SHIELD in terms of function, but it had nothing to do with the World Security Council. It was somewhere in between SHIELD and Sentinel Services. It wasn't as white as SHIELD or as black as Sentinel Services. Provoking this organization would definitely cause a lot of trouble. But Amanda was too ambitious, and the Enchantress's heart which she had held onto all this time was a big problem. The Enchantress had been possessing Drive, June's body all this time. For Luke to imprison the Enchantress meant that he had imprisoned Drive. June. Dr. June was neutral in the system and completely innocent. Luke couldn't kill the Enchantress until he got her heart, so he naturally couldn't let Drive June go. So, Luke could only make Amanda go missing. Flag had been crushed by Dr. June's disappearance, and had been on leave for the last few months to see a psychiatrist. It was also the reason why Luke hadn't met this acquaintance at the base, and didn't have to worry about showing Roberts, Jr., any mercy. Now that Amanda and Argus were done for, however, it was unlikely that anyone would look for Flag to start work again for the time being. 3 days later, Drive June woke up in a motel. Looking at her completely unfamiliar surroundings, she was dazed for a long while before she came back to her senses. Fragments of memory came back to her. The clearest image was of the Enchantress being pulled out of her body by a mysterious golden energy and being engulfed before the golden color shattered and disappeared. After being dazed for a long while, she searched herself for clues. She was wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans. She took out a prepaid phone and $200 from her pocket. After thinking for a long time, she finally opened the door and walked out into the bright sunlight. Outside the motel, there was a road not far away, and a vast blue sky and white clouds. Cars sped past every now and then, and there was the sound of the motel owner speaking with guests. The place was full of life. Dazed, Drive June suddenly burst into tears and covered her face. "Thank God, I'm finally back." After asking Amanda where the Enchantress's heart was, Luke immediately went to retrieve it. After obtaining the heart, he first used elementary annihilation to create a protective layer, before he injected telekinesis enhanced with credit points into the heart. In space too, the Enchantress's body glowed with a golden light, and she screamed. Sure enough, the heart was one of the most important parts of the Enchantress. Attacking the heart was equivalent to attacking her. In the end, it took Luke 20,000 credit points to kill the Enchantress. System notification. Kill the ancient Enchantress. Mission accomplished. Total experience, 1,200,000. Total credit, 1,200,000. Contribution rate, 100%. Express plus 1,200,000. Credit plus 1,200,000. Hosts level, 25. Hosts experience, 945,000. 10 millionths credit, 13,011,000 extra stat points, 7 Luke. WTF, he had known that the points from killing the Enchantress would be very generous. After all, the system had already rewarded him for stopping the Enchantress back then. Killing her was a different account to settle altogether. But this first super boss worth millions still shocked him. 2 months ago, his record had been an old lady, 200,000 plus, and then there was Pierce, 500,000 plus. Now, there was this Enchantress, 1 million plus. Humans indeed had to have dreams. While Luke was feeling happy, he also confirmed that he had properly disposed of the Enchantress. The Enchantress had abilities like teleportation, mind control and black magic, but Luke already had knowledge of these. What he could and couldn't learn was very clear. It wasn't like the Enchantress's abilities were irreplaceable. Currently, Luke was at least 70% as good as the Enchantress at mind control. As for teleportation, was he going to get the Enchantress to carry him everywhere? She had said herself that she would rather die than be a dog. Black magic could be partially mimicked using technology. The rest of it was mostly insane, like using human lives to activate magic. It was also the reason why the Enchantress was worth so many points. The siblings regarded themselves as gods, and thought nothing of humans. Killing people was like killing ants to them. Luke had always seen himself purely as human. So, he chose to kill the gods, who regarded people as ants. The Enchantress gave him the final experience points for leveling up to level 25, and bumped his total number of credits into the 8-figure range. It was worth celebrating. At that moment, Luke stopped planning operations. He had 7 stat points, and his mental strength was already 56. He was close to breaking through the 60 threshold. That day, he took Selena and Gold Nugget to the basement of New Hope Research Institute. After making all the preparations and telling Selena what to pay attention to later, he lay down on the wide lab bench. The upgrade to 60 strength last time had proven that a hospital bed 1 meter wide wasn't as practical as the floor. Thus, under him this time was a 3x3 meter metal lab bench. Giving Selena a reassuring look, he clicked on mental strength and hit the 60 threshold. When his mental strength reached 40, the world had looked like kaleidoscopic fragments to Luke. As for the 60 threshold, he instantly lost consciousness. Countless thoughts were shattered and rebuilt as his mental strength increased exponentially. Selena and Gold Nugget stared at Luke, who didn't move at all, and started to worry. This was nothing like the intense physical reaction, which he said might happen. Osiris projected Luke's vital signs and informed Selena, Sir's brain is in an extremely active state. Physical cooling measures will be employed. Selena nodded silently. She wasn't good at medicine and wasn't here to direct Osiris's work. As the last backup plan, she would decide if it was necessary for Gold Nugget to combine symbiotically with Luke. Gold Nugget could be considered a first aid tool. In any case, it didn't need to use its brain, it just needed to listen to orders. Luke had arranged this since this involved modifications to his brain. He couldn't be sure if his brain would explode after leveling up. In the complete symbiotic form with Gold Nugget, his head exploding wouldn't be an issue, much less any other sort of brain damage. So, it was safest to leave Selena and Gold Nugget as the final insurance. Fortunately, the worst situation didn't happen. Half an hour later, Luke regained consciousness a little and started to cultivate the Kunlun Kai refining technique, quickly reducing the pain from the increase in his stats. At that moment, he finally gave Selena a reassuring look. Only then did Selena and Gold Nugget relax. One of them leaned against the lab bench, and the other jumped up to lie on it. However, their eyes never left the person lying on the lab bench. Chapter 1668, Speculation about skills upgrade. An hour later, Luke finally recovered. Osiris had the medical robot move him to a more comfortable bed. Luke then told Selena and Dollar not to keep staring at him. Only then were the woman and dog completely reassured. It was clear that things were now safe with Luke's level up this time. The two of them then went to look for snacks and drinks, and surfed the net or watched dramas on their phone and tablet respectively. At the same time, they continued to observe the situation through the window. Ignoring them, Luke closed his eyes and felt the effects of his level up. His mental strength had broken through 60, and his physical stats had also increased. His triple mode operation, which had always been a little sluggish since the beginning, now proceeded very smoothly. Luke felt as light as a feather, as if he had returned to the relaxed state before dual mode operation, but even better. He sighed with relief. Finally, the hardware had been upgraded. Compared with the physical stats, triple mode operation put a lot of pressure on his mental strength. Even though he had gotten used to it in the last few months, he had no choice but to overwork himself when he used mental hypnosis and illusion on Pierce. During this time, his mind was compressed back into dual mode operation, and either he or one of his clones inevitably had to enter standby mode. But from now on, if he encountered a similar situation again, he and his clones would still be largely mobile. After his strength reached 60, Luke's self-healing, muscle control, physical enhancement, quick reflex and other abilities all improved. The chain reaction brought about by 60 mental strength wasn't any less. The effects of his multi-mode operations, telekinesis, penetration, annihilation, mental communication, hypnosis and illusion were also significantly enhanced. In the system, these skills were still elementary. It was just like how people who scored 0 to 59 were considered to have failed, but their actual skills were a different matter altogether. If the system wasn't that smart, cough, cough, if it wasn't that simple, the basic, elementary, intermediate and advanced levels could be further divided into 3 ranks each. Dividing the basic and elementary levels wasn't hard. When Luke obtained his elementary skills, they were all low-ranked. After his relevant stats reached 40, with gradual testing and practice, he was able to turn them into mid-ranked skills. By the same logic, after his basic stats reached 60, his elementary skills would become high-ranked sooner or later. Once his basic stats reached 80, his skills would enter the intermediate level. Both Alice and Wade's intermediate self-healing required 80 strength. Luke speculated that once his stats broke the 80 threshold, or even if he had 80 mental strength, 80 strength and 60 dexterity, his various abilities would reach the intermediate level one after another. His strength would skyrocket. At that time, he wouldn't be crushed even if he faced the Hulk or God of Thunder head-on. It would be unlike now, when he could only use speed and distance to dodge them, and technology to solve the problem. In a head-on battle, he could only suit up with heavy gear to withstand attacks for a short period of time. It was a pity that if one of his basic stats were higher, it would inevitably lead to shortcomings in various abilities. At the same time, that single stat would be limited by the two weaker ones, and he wouldn't be able to fully utilize his strength. A fatal weakness would inevitably appear in his originally stable strength, which would make him an easy target. For example, if his strength increased to 81st, his multi-mode operations, telekinesis, penetration, annihilation, mental communication, hypnosis and super disguise could be weakened by more than 80%, or he would be unable to learn them and would lose them. It would be the same with increasing mental strength. If he gave up on dexterity, he would be cutting off the connection between strength and mental strength, and the points he added to these stats would be largely wasted. Thus, Luke accumulated a huge amount of points for strength for a period of time simply to survive. Then, he took turns allocating points to strength, mental strength and dexterity in that order until they reached the 20-point mark, for their most stable and efficient use. After his mental strength broke the 60 threshold, Luke gradually turned his attention back to researching his own abilities. There was a noticeable decrease in the Bat Squad's operations, from once every day or 2 to twice a week. The others had no objections. The Bat Squad's operations weren't compulsory. Their personal lives were more important than team operations, and they respected each other's wishes. If they wanted to participate in an operation, they could earn credit. Otherwise, as long as they didn't do anything bad, a certain scoundrel of a tycoon, and kept a low profile, it wasn't a problem for them to travel, hole up at home or whatever. It was the end of August. Without Luke to fan the flames, the muddy waters in America gradually showed signs of calming down. The muddy waters settled once more, turning into a breeding ground for the next round of chaos. At that moment, Luke's stats were: Strength, 34, Level 1 Star of Justice plus 10, Level 2 Star of Justice plus 20. Dexterity, 18, Level 1 Star of Justice plus 10, Level 2 Star of Justice plus 20. Mental Strength, 3, Level 1 Star of Justice plus 10, Level 2 Star of Justice plus 20. After his mental strength reached 60, the Kunlun Kai refining technique gave him an additional 3 points for mental strength, 1 point for strength and 1 point for dexterity in a month. Luke had finally maxed out his gains from this breakthrough. At that moment, Joseph's summer break was coming to an end. After his little brother said goodbye to the 3 girls, Luke personally sent him on a flight back to Texas. The brothers boarded the plane and then discussed Joseph's plans for the future. But this little brother wasn't easy to fool. From time to time, he would ask what Luke was planning. Luke didn't like to lie repeatedly to his family. He could hide some information and skip over it, but he didn't like to make up stories to mislead his family. Joseph, for example, had found it odd that Luke would send him back on a plane, and Luke said that he couldn't help but worry. Joseph didn't think it was a very strange reason. What he didn't know was that Luke was worried about Joseph's grand ambition to become a scientific wizard, as well as about his own luck. Generally speaking, Luke's family didn't run into many extraordinary or dangerous situations, but when they did, it was always something big. For example, Robert and Catherine had run into that mountain-like octopus while traveling. When Claire went to shoot an MV, she ran into that evil spirit Alessa. The other family members all had life-saving abilities that could support them for some time. It was only because Joseph was too small, and was always protected by someone else, that he didn't wear something like a nanosuit. However, Robert had a stock of Life 1, light daggers, nanosuits and mechanical gloves, which could be used in an emergency. Robert and Catherine usually wore the nanosuits. It was just that they used the disguise mode, so they just looked like black underwear. Now, Joseph had a grand ambition. If he was willing to work hard for it, he could be taught the Kunlun Kai refining technique in a few months. They could call it a secret yoga technique which Catherine had paid a lot for, and which would be good for Joseph's body. In a few months, Luke should be able to solve the issue of mental control with the nanosuit and its mini-AI operation system. In the face of danger, this new generation smart nanosuit could be activated with the mind or automatically activated to protect the user. By then, the whole family would have a new wardrobe which would be like a beggar's tech version of Gold Nugget. Chapter 1669. Touching down in Sapporo, and freeloading partners. After seeing his brother off, Luke started a new round of harvesting. Things were starting to calm down in America, and there were fewer opportunities to fish in troubled waters. However, there were big fruits still hiding in Japan. To be more precise, the shield branch in Japan had been turned into an empty shell by Hydra. This group of Hydra members had gone into hiding, changed their appearances and identities, and then gathered under the banner of another shell company. For the people of this branch, doing this was worthwhile. They had embezzled billions of dollars from S.H.I.E.L.D. alone, and had moved a lot of other priceless resources. But that was also good news for Luke. That was because they were no longer S.H.I.E.L.D., and had nothing to do with the American government or the CIA. If Luke had killed them earlier, he would have to deal with an intense investigation by the American government, and even China's interest would be piqued. The disappearance of a bunch of principal opponents would be a cause for celebration for China. Now, if these people went missing again, only Hydra would care, and the police in Japan would probably deem it collective travel, and decline to file a case. So, why was it so safe on paper in Japan, and murder cases even rarer? They muddled through the cases and perfunctorily deemed them either a suicide or an accident. A certain Japanese show had pointed this out, and even the Japanese populace were shocked. Luke didn't care about Japan's societal issues, just like how he didn't care about the American legislative system. He only needed to confirm that no one would know if 300 Hydra members died. That would make things very easy for Luke. When he went to Japan this time, he got off a plane at Sapporo's new Chitose airport. Sapporo was located on the northernmost of Japan's 4 islands, Hokkaido. It was very refined compared with Tokyo. It had a population of almost 2 million, and was the heart of the Sapporo metropolitan area. The Hydra members in Japan's S.H.I.E.L.D. branch that had collectively fled, naturally weren't here. However, Sapporo was an international tourist destination, and more than 10 million tourists from all over the world visited this place every year. That was what the Hydra group was counting on. Most of them were in Sapporo and went about daily life with their new identities. Their base, on the other hand, was located in the mountains to the south of the city. In the name of building an onsen, it was easy to transport construction materials and personnel here. In truth, the very simple marketing for this onsen had only been for show. If an ordinary person went to this onsen, they would probably get lost. After all, phone map navigation wasn't widespread yet in Japan, so it was very possible to get lost. Once phone maps became a thing, basically nobody would come to this onsen. After all, diagonally down was Sapporo's most famous Jozenki onsen, while further to the left was Otaru's Asarigawa onsen. Who would come to Hydra's nest? Shall we go to Jozenki first? I want to go to the hot spring. A voice rang out next to Luke. It definitely isn't the hot spring you want to immerse in. Driving a rental car, Luke roasted Ivan, who was in the passenger seat. Ivan yawned. I think it might be jet lag, I need to relax. Luke said, don't worry. With your face right now, you'll have plenty of opportunities to mooch off a woman. Ivan lay supine in his seat. Are you saying that they have to pay for my services? Luke said, that's right. You can do it, bro. Okay, how about we go together? Luke finally glanced at him. I have integrity. Elena snorted. Bullsh**T. Master Bruce is the one with integrity, not us. Luke smiled but didn't say anything. He would be going on a killing spree during this trip, so it was Big Dipper who was undertaking this mission. It was for that reason that the only person to accept this job was Ivan. Some were busy, some were going to school, some weren't interested in hanging out with Big Dipper, and who knew what the rest thought. Luke wasn't disappointed. The more people there were, the bigger the room for error. Fewer people might mean missing out on some targets, but that wasn't a big deal. If it wasn't for the fact that Ivan had been upgraded to a 1-star teammate a few days ago, Luke wouldn't have brought him along. But considering that it was very likely that this guy was using the mission as an excuse to come out and play, Luke didn't refuse. Other people could move freely and had money and time, and could travel whenever they wanted. The world was so big that one could go anywhere. It was just that, Ivan knew that Batman would definitely watch him very closely if he went traveling alone. When he heard that Luke was coming to Japan for a week or two, he had been tempted. He had never been to Japan before, and it had sounded interesting after he read comments online about it. He had had enough of the bars in Nassau County. Naturally, he had come to Japan to sample some of its specialties, like the onsen and so on. Luke knew what the guy was thinking. Before they came, he had given Ivan a new ID. When they reached the city center, he told him to get out of the car. The operation would take a while, and he still had to prep for it. In the meantime, Ivan could do whatever he wanted. This guy had too much money and nowhere to spend it. Now, he even had a handsome face which he could live off of. The face on the new ID was something Ivan had requested himself. It was of a handsome man in his 30s. Watching the car drive off, Ivan suddenly let out a breath. HMPH, don't think I don't know that you're all on the same side. Batman hadn't said anything when Ivan and Big Dipper came out on this mission. Big Dipper had even dumped him in Sapporo to go play by himself. Were Batman and Big Dipper idiots? Who would believe that? It was precisely because it was Big Dipper's mission that Batman was so reassured. The Bat Squad had never revealed their real identities to each other, but after numerous missions, they knew each other's personalities. The father and daughter, or uncle and niece, were actually very nice. Pink Bear was amusing, and Black Bear was taciturn and honest, at least in the team. The ninjas were purely obedient kids. Black Cat looked friendly, but that was actually only to the miners like Pink Bear and the Ninja Squad. Hammersmith, Lady Deathstrike and Iron Cage King were all vicious people who didn't talk much, but it was fine as long as they weren't provoked. Deadpool was a lunatic. Ivan just treated him like air and kept his distance. Tony was an egoist and a lifelong enemy. Big Dipper was a little like Deadpool, but had a poisonous tongue. Apart from Batman, however, he was the one person Ivan was the most wary of. Every time there was a battle, Big Dipper would be the quickest and most efficient at killing the enemy. He didn't have Batman's no-killing rule, and he wasn't as crazy as Deadpool. Conversely, he was as indifferent to human life as Deadpool, and as precise and efficient as Batman. He was the perfect killing machine. Chapter 1670, Batman's Trust, and International Friendship. Batman had nothing to worry about with a killing machine like this. Want to run? The moment he thought he had escaped might be when a knife stabbed him in the back. But Ivan didn't really care. In any case, he had no intention of running. Batman had restricted his movements to just shy of making him disappear without a sound. In fact, as long as Ivan reported it in advance, he could wander around America. Nobody cared about his daily life. Besides, why would he run? He now had resources, a lab, and all sorts of tech support. When he was free, he could go to a bar and talk about life with girls. More importantly, as long as he was on this team, Tony could only pretend not to see him, even if he knew who he was. For Ivan, it was the sense of, I like it when you see me but can't do anything about it. He wasn't an idiot. He had been analyzing Batman's behavior all this time, but had to concede that this was an open conspiracy. If he wanted to be a superhero without any special ambitions, the Bat Squad was his best option. It offered security and freedom. He also got equipment and tech support for acting righteously, and could rake in money like it was scrap paper. A random mission could start at $100,000 and go up to $1 million. It had to be pointed out that the reward for the team was credit. Money really was just a bonus. In the past 3 months, Luke had been issuing missions almost every day. However, since they were for ordinary enemies without extraordinary powers, the mission reward was only between a few dozen to 100 credit points each, with a bonus of $100,000 to $200,000. After dozens of missions, the team members who participated more often could get a couple of thousand credit points and $5 million in reward money. Even at the very least, a team member could still get several hundred credit points and more than $1 million. For the sake of credit points, Ivan had actively participated in more than 20 missions, and the credit points he obtained were all exchanged with the Big Shot for high-end materials and components. Buy them with money? Sorry, no. Since the team members had credit points, the Big Shot declined transactions with money. The Big Shot even indicated that he was willing to buy resources and services from the team with money first. After a period of time, all the team members understood that credit was the most precious. Points could be exchanged for money, but not vice versa. It was only at the very beginning that Ivan spent $1 million to buy 1,000 credit points from the Ninja Squad. It wasn't that the little turtles were greedy, but that Ivan claimed that he was at a critical juncture in his research, and needed to buy some important components for it. The innocent little turtles had initially offered to lend Ivan the money, but in the end, they were swayed by his words, and foolishly accepted the $1 million. Nobody had said anything in the group. Batman's guide price was $500 for 1 credit point. In that respect, it couldn't be said that Ivan had tricked the little turtles. However, Mindy still talked to the little turtles in private. Adults are very cunning. You have to learn to use adults to deal with adults. If you run into something like this again, ask your master first, or Batman. Tears flowed down the little turtles' faces as they felt that they were too naive. This bullying case hadn't affected the team's harmony. Firstly, everybody had a lot of credit points at that point, and secondly, they would have more credit points later. 1,000 credit points really wasn't a big deal. But everybody took their credit points seriously. Ivan also realized how amazing the combo of Batman and the big shot who sold everything was. Batman's existence ensured that everyone trusted each other. Tony, as an external teammate, further boosted Batman's credibility. If even Iron Man trusted Batman, then what was there to doubt? On top of that, the big shot who sold everything laid the benefits out in front of everyone. Everybody was equal when it came to making deals. Batman was the leader, and you needed to fork out credit points and reward money in order to issue a mission. These were the rules that were set. In turn, credit could be used to buy most of what they needed from the big shot. There were few people in the world who wouldn't want this. Thus, a small team with Batman as its backbone and a big shot connected to benefits was officially formed. Although Ivan had sneered many times in his heart, he had to admit that it was great. Everybody believed that Batman wouldn't sell out his teammates. Trust was the most difficult thing to obtain among superhumans. What the team members didn't know was that Luke's trust didn't come out of thin air. Putting aside the preliminary screening, only those who passed the teammate assessment would be more likely to get more back from Luke. For example, the reason Ivan was doing well now was because he had discarded his doubts and put his trust in Batman, and finally passed the system's teammate assessment. Even Wade, who wasn't a teammate, could spend time idyllically with his wife. Luke couldn't let Ivan live a more miserable life than that lunatic. Ivan was lost in thought for a long while, until a voice rang out next to him. "Excuse me, are you in some kind of trouble?" He turned around and saw 2 Japanese girls in high school clothes looking at him both nervously and excitedly. A devilish smile crossed his face. "Yes, I do need some help." The Japanese girl spoke English, so Ivan did as well. However, he spoke slowly so that the 2 girls could hear him clearly. A moment later, he left arm in arm with the 2 Japanese girls and said, "If you take me to Jozenki Onsen, how about I buy you dinner? Just to seal our friendship." There's no other meaning. Luke didn't get that sort of treatment since the face he was wearing was rather plain. After all, he was a decent man, unlike Ivan. Luke found his target, a middle-aged Japanese man named Koji Tanaka. In a hotel, Luke first turned off the camera that was on the counter before he picked up the unconscious Koji Tanaka from the bed and threw him onto the couch. As for the unconscious girl on the bed, he wasn't even interested in looking at her. Koji Tanaka was of Japanese-American blood, and was also an American citizen. At the same time, he used to be a member of the Japanese Hydra Shield branch, but he hadn't been called Koji Tanaka back then. Luke used mental hypnosis and illusion, and spent an hour squeezing the guy dry before throwing him into his inventory. Then, less than 10 seconds later, he turned into Koji Takagi. As a mixed blood, he was about 1.85 meters tall, which was one of the reasons why Luke had chosen him. After everything was done, Luke started making plans in this room. He waited 2 hours before he walked to the bed and woke up the girl. Chapter 1671, Deputy Chief. "Chief, it's all me." A few minutes later, the girl was pushed out the door with a blank expression and her clothes in disarray. She wanted to curse, but held back when she felt the 2 big Japanese bills in her hand. After putting the money into her purse, she touched her back. It was a little cold. D*MN that guy, did he have some sort of weird fetish? He actually didn't let her look for more clothes to wear. She was angry, but could only tell herself that it was summer anyway, and it was cooler if she wore less. Trying her best to ignore the chill, the girl pulled down the hem of her skirt and scurried off. A few minutes later, the door opened, and Luke walked out. He went to the hotel basement, got into Tanaka's car and went back to his place. When night fell, he left the house and drove to the onsen in the mountains of Otaru. He parked the car in the staff area and walked around to the side of the building. He swiped his employee ID and opened the door. At the end of the hallway, A young man in uniform who was on duty looked up and immediately bowed respectfully. "Chief, you're here so early. Thank you for your hard work." Luke put on a nonchalant expression and grinned. "All right, Sato, I'm American, there's no need for that." The young man on duty, however, remained respectful. "Yes, Chief." Seeing that Tanaka was about to leave, however, he immediately changed the subject. "Chief, was the store I recommended to your liking?" Luke was stumped for a moment and didn't understand what store he was referring to. But he had broken through the 60 threshold, and as his mind raced, he instantly recalled the store which this Sato had recommended to Tanaka. The smile on his face was much more sincere as he patted the young man's shoulder. "Not bad, but it wasn't hot enough." As if it wasn't the right time to talk about it, he stopped and looked at his watch before saying, "You can come with me next time." Then, he walked inside, leaving behind a cheerful Sato. The girl who had been with Tanaka in the afternoon was from the store recommended by Sato. Sato knew that Koji Tanaka liked to fool around, which was why he had deliberately tried to curry favor with him this way. Now that the deputy chief had said he would take him along next time, he was naturally happy. Compared with the other senior members of Hydra, Koji Tanaka's identity was a little interesting. As a mixed blood, he had Asian-looking features, which made the local members feel closer to him, while they only had pure dread of the other senior members. This was something that Hydra couldn't change. Tanaka was also very capable, and he inadvertently became the representative of the local Japanese branch and one of the 3 deputy chiefs with the highest position apart from the branch chief. It was also the reason why Luke had targeted the guy. If he were an ordinary Hydra small fry, he would have to suck up to a bunch of superiors when he came in. He wasn't in the mood to do that. What? Tanaka also had to suck up to the branch chief? That was impossible. After Tanaka met with the branch chief, Chris, Luke would become the boss of this branch. When that moment came, he could split up the people here and eliminate them one by one. As long as external problems were turned into internal problems, it would be very easy to clean up these Hydra members neatly. This was Luke's real skill. 2 quiet days later, after Deputy Chief Koji Tanaka met with Chief Chris Morgan, he received a new assignment and was about to leave for America. It was said that he would be gone for a month. The mission was very important, and the content was classified. Many people came to congratulate Deputy Chief Tanaka. Tanaka calmly accepted their congratulations and then quietly disappeared, leaving nothing behind but hearsay. In the branch chief's office, Luke enjoyed his cup of authentic Blue Mountain coffee. This was from the personal stash of Chief Chris. Naturally, it was all Luke's now. Standing at the office window on the top floor of the onsen hotel, he sipped his coffee and looked out at the cool valley scenery under the summer sun as he thought about the information he had obtained from Chris. This branch was still under the control of a certain Hydra head in America. It didn't act on its own, but followed instructions. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to go into hiding so quickly. But this American head was even more well hidden. Even Chris didn't know his exact identity. Chris had the faint suspicion that the man was in DC. It was very likely that he was from the Department of Defense, or was someone in the White House. Luke wasn't very interested in this. Things had only just settled down in America. Unless necessary, he wouldn't touch any government officials for the time being. After all, from the moment the clown had started to move, he had killed more than 100 state-level bigwigs in the past 6 months. If it wasn't for the fact that these people were suspected of having ties to Hydra, the American government would have mobilized the entire country for a thorough investigation. If the other party offered themselves up of their own accord, however, Luke didn't mind switching aliases and making them mysteriously disappear. He also had another lead. This branch had received an order from the top to provide funding and resources to a small secret research institute, including even living test subjects. Also, it was a lot of people, about 50 to 100 of them a month. The Secret Research Institute had been set up a year ago, and so far, almost 1,000 people had been sent in. As a righteous person, Luke hated people who didn't care about human life the most. Thus, he planned to purge the Research Institute first, before he slowly took care of this branch. As the chief in charge now, he was naturally a man of his word. While he was pondering how to sneak into the Research Institute that night and destroy it, Chris's phone rang. Luke picked up the call. "What is it?" "The head of the Yoshida family wants to meet at 7 p.m. tonight." Very well." He hung up and pondered. Chris was in contact with the family because of the Secret Research Institute. It was said that the head of the family, who was 87 years old, was in poor health and seeking treatment. The secret research institute had gotten Chris to contact the Yoshida family and claim that there was a way to treat Shiro Yoshida. Chris introduced the people from the research institute to the family, and both parties had a meeting, but nothing happened. Chris didn't know the details of the meeting. The secret research institute had a special status and was part of the American division. Chris couldn't help but be left out of the talk. The research institute had no intention of exposing itself either. It had used Chris's name all along in the discussion with the Yoshida family. The Yoshida family didn't know that this branch chief was just a mouthpiece. So, they called Chris for a second meeting. The research institute had indicated that if Chris succeeded in this matter, it would work more closely with the branch. Chapter 1672, Remember Who I Am. Chris paid more attention to the secret research institute and the Yoshida family. In fact, he was very curious about what the research institute was working on that could pull Shiro Yoshida back from the brink of death. Based on the information Chris had obtained, Shiro Yoshida was dying of old age, not because he was sick. To save him, the research institute would have to increase the dying old man's lifespan. Who didn't want to live longer? Especially someone like Chris, who held power and wealth. Chris felt that this was the reason why the United States valued the secret research institute so much. Luke, on the other hand, wasn't interested in increasing his lifespan. After all, he had the Kunlun Kai refining technique and the dragon bone, both of which were safe and didn't have any side effects. Life 1, which needed to be studied long-term, also had the effect of extending lifespan. However, he was interested in the secret research institute. Naturally, he had to facilitate this meeting as soon as possible and gather some intelligence about the research institute. Thinking that, he used his identity as Big Dipper to send Ivan a message, which contained an address. It was the safe house that he had taken the time to set up in the last 2 days. There was a mental control terminal there. Ivan could go online there. In a deluxe suite at an onsen hotel in Jozenki, there was a crisp ping which woke up a man who was dozing. Pushing away the warm bodies that were hugging him, he got out of bed and picked up his phone. In the bathroom, he pressed the control button on his phone and held the screen up to his eyes. The phone entered the hidden interface, and a new message appeared on the screen. He opened it. After reading for a moment, Ivan put together some letters in his head and obtained an address. Taking a deep breath, he closed the hidden interface and walked out of the bathroom, quickly putting on his clothes. Looking at the 2 women on the bed, he smacked his lips and couldn't help but think of the service fee. So, he took 20,000 each from a Hermes bag and a Chanel bag next to the bed, and smiled in satisfaction. Finally, it's my turn to take a rich lady's money. Sugar, yes, please. Won't you come and put it down on me? Singing under his breath, he opened the door and left. That night, Luke picked up the people from the research institute at an intersection in the Shirokande district of the Meguro ward of Tokyo. The other party didn't get out of the car. He simply called Luke to let him know to head to the Yoshida family residence. Luke gestured for his driver to start the car, and clicked his tongue in wonder. The head of the research institute was indeed quite the character. He didn't give Chris any respect. Luke wasn't Chris, and wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was happy. Someone who wouldn't give Chris any face couldn't be a small fry, right? The more uppity a person was, the larger the points. Besides, at least 1,000 lives had been lost at the research institute. Naturally, Luke had to show this big fish some respect. Soon, the 2 cars entered a traditional Japanese courtyard. Luke didn't have a single artistic bone in his body, but he knew that the upkeep of this courtyard wasn't simple, and would bankrupt an ordinary magnate. In a swanky residential area like Shirokaneda, it was far classier to have a big courtyard like this. Getting out of the car, Luke realized that he had been ditched again. The car from the research institute didn't follow him at all, and simply drove to the other side. Luke raised an eyebrow. Chris was an idiot. He didn't even know how deep communications ran between both parties. He deserved to die. To put it nicely, Chris's presence here was as a guarantor, but to put it bluntly, he was collateral. The research institute was basically saying, we stand above you. If anything goes wrong, you handle it. Thinking that, Luke felt like laughing. The 2 young attendants in kimonos paused bewilderedly when Luke suddenly stopped to look up at the night sky. Sir, this way, please. The night sky in Tokyo was too bright to see the stars clearly. Luke lowered his head and adjusted his yellow lenses. He smiled. Oh, Okay. In the night sky, an invisible mid-sized drone cruised along slowly as it controlled a large number of mini-drones to monitor various parts of the courtyard. A transparent shadow was observing the situation from a 5-story building 200 meters away. It sent Luke a message: there are a lot of people here, and their positions are scattered. It won't be easy to kill them all. Still smiling, Luke replied, that's because this isn't the target. Please don't be so hot-blooded. Ivan yawned and didn't say anything else. He was just bored. The Bat Squad never attacked innocent people. There were a lot of ordinary attendants and staff here, and Luke couldn't kill them all. Ivan disdained the kimonos that the 2 attendants were wearing. Why cover so much? The 2 earlier didn't wear anything under their bathrobes. These kimonos look pretty much the same. How about I check a pretty one later? Luke didn't know that Ivan was so bored that his thoughts had completely derailed. Luke followed the 2 attendants to a tea room. The attendants opened the door and gestured for him to take off his shoes. Luke raised an eyebrow at the interior design. You don't have any chairs? Stumped, the attendants hesitated. I don't think so. Luke said, oh, I sprained my ankle recently. Please give me a cushion. The attendants looked at each other in bewilderment, but still took out a cushion. Luke took the cushion and placed it in the doorway so that he was sitting on the porch outside the tea room. The porch was 40 centimeters above ground level, so it felt like he was sitting on a chair. Pleased, he nodded. Okay, you can serve the tea now. The attendant. Please wait a moment, sir. One of the attendants turned around and left, and the other stood a few meters away and didn't say anything. Luke wasn't deliberately making trouble, it was just that he wasn't used to sitting cross-legged. Also, taking off his shoes wasn't a good choice. His shoes were part of his custom-made nanosuit set. How could he hand them over to the other party? It was nonsense to say that guests should do as the host asked. Chief Chris had been brought here as decoration tonight. It was normal for him to be a little unhappy. The other party could only deal with him sitting here. Soon, tea was served. This time, the other party clearly knew that Chief Chris wasn't in a good mood, and didn't try to sway him with some Japanese tea ceremony. Instead, he was served the black tea which Europeans and Americans were used to, along with fresh milk and sugar. From this, it was clear that the Yoshida family had made preparations. It wasn't like they would give him preferential treatment just because he was obedient and followed their arrangements. Luke poured himself a cup of tea unhurriedly and smiled inwardly. Chapter 1673. Plotting against each other, and loyalty and gratitude. Sometimes, the easier it was to talk to someone, the more they suffered. The moment Luke expressed his dissatisfaction, the other party immediately changed their tune. The truth was that in front of Chris, this Hydra branch chief, the Yoshida family was nothing. Hydra didn't have to give the family face if it didn't want to. Whatever the case, Chris represented Hydra. It wouldn't be easy for him to take down the family, but it wouldn't be hard for him to make things difficult for them. The reason why the Research Institute had asked Chris to be its intermediary was because he had government connections in Japan which he could use to get information on the Yoshida family. Otherwise, the Research Institute would have long abandoned Chris. On the other hand, Chris was interested in the Institute's research results. Unless he wanted to squeeze the Yoshida family dry of $1 billion someday, it was useless to him. In short, the family was just potential prey, and couldn't even be considered an opponent. Crossing his legs, Luke sipped his black tea. The classic Japanese courtyard in summer was quite elegant. On the other side, 2 people with ulterior motives were plotting against each other. One of them was the old and emaciated Shiro Yoshida. The other was a middle-aged bald man with several scars on his face. He was the person in charge of the Secret Research Institute. They didn't spend a lot of time probing each other. They had tested the waters in the last meeting, and both parties were aware that Shiro Yoshida wouldn't last much longer. Sometimes, aging was worse than cancer, because it was irreversible. At some point, the old man would start feeling the countdown. It was very hard for young people to understand the despair of feeling life slipping non-stop from their bodies. Most people didn't realize how heartless the passing of time was until they were at least 30 or 40 years old, and watched their parents grow old and ready to pass at any time. After getting down to business, both parties ironed out the final details of their agreement. Shiro Yoshida wanted the detailed data from the treatment, and wanted his men to personally observe the treatment process. As for the core data and tests, of course, Yoshida's people didn't have any demands. After all, the bald, scarred man wouldn't agree to such an outrageous request. But even if it was just the main data and tests, it was still deeply related to the bald man's secrets, and he couldn't agree to it. 10 minutes later, the baldy suddenly shut up and tilted his head, as if he was listening to something. Shiro Yoshida was puzzled. Mr. Shredder. Shredder came back to himself and smiled. Oh, what is it? Shiro Yoshida was suspicious. I hope you understand that safety is a prerequisite for any treatment. If you won't let my medical team know anything about it, I won't accept this treatment, since it might instantly kill me. Shredder turned his head. There was only a young blonde woman in the room. She was wearing a white coat and was checking Yoshida's physical condition via the monitoring equipment. He nodded. Yes, I agree. Yoshida was stumped. Was he giving in? However, Shredder continued, so, you don't have to make a choice. Just accept it. At the same time, there were screams from the guards outside. Shiro Yoshida's heart jumped, and his hand twitched on the bed he was lying on. Mr. Shredder, what is the meaning of this? Shredder said calmly, I'll make you immortal, but the price you have to pay for it is loyalty. As he spoke, 4 extremely skinny people opened the door and walked in. They dragged in the bodies of the 8 bodyguards that had been outside with both hands, leaving heavy trails of blood in their wake. Yoshida narrowed his eyes. What do you want? Shredder smiled and opened a box. Inside the box was a tiny syringe filled with a dark red liquid. After you use my true blood, you'll thank me like the most loyal of servants. Yoshida said coldly, don't you mean a slave? Shredder didn't think much of it. He picked up the syringe and walked over. If that's what you think, very well. Looking at the old man's expression, he felt that he had everything under control, and explained casually, do you know vampires? This is how they create their own family. 1 drop of their true blood is enough to make an ordinary person immortal. Yoshida's eyes flickered, but he sneered. So, you're just the minion of a vampire. Shredder chuckled. Of course not. I sucked dry the vampire who gave me the true blood, and I was freed after he died. As he spoke, he was already standing next to Yoshida. He inserted the syringe needle into the old man's arm, and dark red blood flowed into it. Yoshida didn't resist. Shredder wasn't surprised. The old man was so old that it was hard for him to move. His condition was just a little better than being completely paralyzed. Besides, if he wanted to live, it wasn't impossible for him to become someone else's dog. As a mixed blood who had grown up in Japan, Shredder was well aware of this fact. This was an arrogant yet self-effacing, deferential yet crazy people. Their arrogance and deference were just for show. Instead, it was in their nature to be self-effacing and crazy. Looking at Yoshida's indecipherable expression, Shredder frowned and suddenly felt that something wasn't right. But he didn't dwell on it. Like special effects in a movie, Yoshida's old and wizened face filled out at a visible rate. He closed his eyes and his body shuddered as he groaned every now and then. Less than 10 seconds later, he turned from an old man to a middle-aged man, and finally to a man in his 20s. Finally, he opened his eyes, which were dark red. Shredder said, you can get up now. Instead, Yoshida reveled in how his body brimmed with vigor. It is indeed amazing. Thank you, Mr. Shredder. As soon as he said that, the bed under him suddenly enveloped him and he disappeared. Stumped for a moment, Shredder then sneered. I order you to come out at once and kneel in front of me. But nothing happened. Shredder frowned. He sensed nothing wrong with the power for controlling his minions. However, Yoshida didn't appear. Shredder's face darkened. Take apart the bed. The bed that Yoshida had been sleeping on looked like a platform. Shredder suspected that there was a secret passage underneath it. A vampire's control over their minions was still affected by distance, and would basically be useless beyond 50 meters. If Yoshida was quick to run, he would indeed be out of Shredder's range of control. As long as he lay low in the future, the old man might really be able to live freely. Chapter 1674. Mutual Attention, Armor vs Experimental. Shredder's expression darkened. This was a slap to his face. More importantly, he hadn't expected that an old man on the brink of death could still eat and run. Did this old man think he could obtain the true blood of a mutant blood god for nothing? The experimentals had already lunged forward at his order, and they worked together to lift the bed on one side. The bed wasn't too sturdy, and the experimentals were far stronger than ordinary people. Working together, the 4 of them overturned the bed in less than 10 seconds to reveal a passage which slanted downward. Seeing it, Shredder knew that this wasn't a temporary setup. That sly old fox had been wary of him since the beginning. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all tricks were worthless. Thinking that, he coldly ordered, "Get down there and catch that old man." These new generation experimentals were more advanced than the test subjects that had been released in New York before. They were more intelligent and had better self-control, and could restrain the urge for human blood. Under the blood god's control, they were very good fighters. More importantly, they were very cheap. Putting aside the R&D costs and the people who were the largest, raw material, it only cost $200,000 to make an experimental. These experimentals basically had 3 to 5 times as much stamina as an ordinary human, and their physical stats were impacted by the transformation. Considering that they were unafraid of death and obeyed Shredder's orders absolutely, these experimentals were far more promising. Once they got a little smarter, going from the intelligence of a 5-year-old to a 10-year-old, they could be equipped with a full set of modern weapons to become military-like fighters. So, Shredder didn't panic at all. These 4 experimentals had only been used to intimidate Yoshida, and at that moment, more had already surrounded the courtyard. As long as Shredder wished for it, the entire family could die today. Even if Yoshida did escape, Shredder could put on a show of force first and destroy the family's foundation. At that time, it would be very hard for a 20-year-old Yoshida who couldn't show his face to prove that he was Shiro Yoshida and not some clone. With a clatter, the 4 experimentals slid down the passage. There was a series of bangs underground, and then nothing happened. Shredder was a little stunned. The experimentals were all dead. What thing did Yoshida have hiding underground? He didn't hear any gunshots. Was it a trap? He frowned. Less than 2 seconds later, more than 10 experimentals rushed into the room. Shredder couldn't be bothered to say anything. He simply pointed at the hole, and they swarmed inside. This sort of cannon fodder relied on their extraordinary combat ability and numbers to crush the enemy. Even if they couldn't crush the enemy, they could still drag the other party down. Shredder didn't believe that the old man would set up a bunch of traps under his butt. Bang, 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 bang. Then, it fell silent again underground. Shredder turned grim. This time, the experimentals transmitted some vague information before they died. What they encountered wasn't some sort of trap, but an Iron Man. The term evoked unpleasant memories for Shredder. He slowly retreated, and experimentals surged out of the drainage system in the courtyard, including some elite experimentals who were wearing armor. 1/10 of the experimentals were made up of this smarter and stronger type. In armor, each one could deal with dozens of ordinary experimentals on their own. They could just barely be considered second-class troops under Shredder. He had specially brought some with him tonight for a real-life combat trial. He hadn't expected that he would really need to use them. The cannon fodder experimentals took the lead and the elite experimentals followed. Another fierce battle broke out underground. This time, Shredder's complexion worsened. Based on the mental feedback from the experimentals, the elite experimentals were also unable to resist their opponent and were quickly killed. Standing at the door of the room, he hesitated between retreating and continuing. At that moment, with a clatter, a long, wide katana thrust out of the passage and easily swept away the broken bed. Then, an enormous figure crawled out of the hole. Shredder's eyes narrowed. What the hell was that? The first thing he thought of was his bitter experience in New York, but he quickly ruled out that possibility. The man in huge metal armor in front of him didn't look like someone from the Bat Squad. This armor was bright silver and styled like an olden Japanese samurai. The katanas it held in both hands were at least an XXXXXL version of Big Dipper's blades, and were easily over 10 times bigger than a regular katana. Although the Bat Squad had all kinds of armor, they were all simple and sleek, and weren't as flashy as this. Also, Shredder could sense that the person in the metal armor was none other than Shiro Yoshida. Having grown up in Japan, he even had some appreciation for this armor. Maybe I need something like this. He couldn't help the thought which subconsciously popped into his head. He finally focused. He had to obtain both Shiro Yoshida and this metal armor. The experimentals didn't stop swarming Shiro Yoshida. Shredder finally understood why they died so quickly. With a wave of one arm, a huge silver blade slashed out, and 5 experimentals were cut in half. This was followed by another huge blade, and 5 more experimentals were cut up. Shredder's face was dark. $1 million had been cut up with just one slash. No wonder this old man dared to come out now. He attached a lot of importance to Shiro Yoshida now, but he had only brought over 100 experimentals with him. Half of them were already down, and he definitely couldn't waste more like this. Thinking quickly, he said in a low voice, Strategy 1. The experimentals reacted quickly. When they heard the order, they immediately scattered. They didn't attack the metal giant right away, but surrounded it in all directions. Several of the experimentals even jumped up, and their sharp fingers stabbed into the ceiling so that they were hanging upside down above the metal giant. In an instant, they were attacking from all sides. Hee hee, Shredder, you really surprise me. A voice came from the metal suit. Shredder sneered. No, you're the one who's a surprise. You actually dare to appear and use this suit to resist my commands. Do you know why I'm still here? Shredder's heart jumped. Why? Shiro Yoshida suddenly laughed in a low voice, which grew louder and louder. Because you're the target I've been waiting for. Chapter 1675. Swiftly martyred Chief Chris. As soon as he said that, Shiro Yoshida lunged at Shredder in the silver samurai armor. A dark expression on his face, Shredder watched as the two blades swung like a tornado and cut apart all the experimentals blocking the way. He retreated into the courtyard. But Yoshida was very fast and caught up in an instant. Tossing the two large katanas aside, he grabbed Shredder by the arms and lifted him into the air. Got you. Shiro Yoshida's voice was full of surprise, delight, and anticipation. Shredder's expression didn't change as he looked at Yoshida coldly. Two buckles popped out from the arms of the samurai armor to secure Shredder's arms together. Two drills stretched out of the arms of the armor toward Shredder's wrists. He smiled smugly. Shredder, your true blood is mine. Shredder sneered. Really? As soon as he said that, someone rushed out, firing wildly with both guns. He shouted, Shiro Yoshida, what are you doing to my people? Both of them were stunned. They hadn't expected an interruption here. But their expressions then turned strange, because the person who had charged out was Chris. The two people with ulterior motives suddenly felt like laughing. Was this guy brainless? He still dared to approach them in a battle like this. What gave Chris the courage? Was this the legendary warrior who was all brawn and no brains? No matter what they thought, it was too late to stop him. Yoshida didn't care about the pistols. He might have worried if Chris had been carrying a machine gun, since the other party could have turned Shredder into Swiss cheese and ruined his plan. Shredder, on the other hand, didn't care whether Chris lived or died. To him, Chris was a tool. When he used his trump card, he would be able to control Yoshida, that sly old fox. If Chris died, Shredder could become the new head of Hydra's Japanese branch, which would make it easier for him to consolidate his power. The two bad guys who had everything worked out ignored Chris, this, and then, something unexpected happened. One of the bullets hit the samurai armor in the face and successfully shattered the protective lens over the right eye. Just like that, Yoshida's head was revealed through the break. Shredder. Shiro Yoshida. What the hell? However, Yoshida reacted quickly. He exerted strength in his legs and charged at Chris. As if he had divine help, Chris turned to the side and evaded this charge. With a loud bang, the samurai armor broke a pillar and sent fragments flying. All sorts of debris and dust instantly covered Chris, making him look extremely wretched. He turned around with a fierce expression and shouted, cut off one head and two more will take its place. Shredder, sir, you must live. Hail Hydra. As he yelled, he retreated into a building on the side and fired wildly at Shiro Yoshida at the same time. Shredder. Hearing Chris's shout, Yoshida's heart jumped, but he didn't stop. Instead, he sped up. Bang! Chris was sent flying into a building on the other side of the courtyard and disappeared. Pa! Crack! Poochie! The armor stopped in its tracks. Shredder looked at the face of the metal giant in shock. A blonde woman stuck her head out of the door, her face full of astonishment. At that moment, the cracked right lens of the metal giant exploded completely, and something red and white oozed out. Both Shredder and the blonde woman were well aware of what this meant. It meant that there was a huge hole in the back of the head of the armor. Shredder could sense that Yoshida's blood had stopped responding. The data which the blonde woman had been receiving from the armor indicated that Yoshida's heart had stopped beating. So, he was dead. What was this plot twist? In the face of this baffling situation, the two at the scene fell into a brief silence. Then, Shredder suddenly thought of something. He turned around and narrowed his eyes at the blonde woman. Kill her. He realized that he had been ignoring the blonde for some reason. She was Yoshida's personal doctor and had been at the scene the whole time. During the battle between the experimentals and Shiro Yoshida, however, this woman hadn't been injured at all, nor did she show any panic. The new experimentals were a lot more obedient, and without special instructions from Shredder, they wouldn't let her go. It wasn't until he noticed the woman that he realized that there were 3 dead experimentals around her. They were covered in greenish-yellow boils on the ground, and looked like they had been rotting for days. At Shredder's order, several experimentals immediately lunged at the blonde woman. The next moment, they collapsed and rolled several meters away from the woman. Even as they writhed, they quickly turned into rotting bodies covered in greenish-yellow boils. Alarmed, Shredder twisted his arms and escaped the buckles. He quickly retreated, but it was too late. An intense burning sensation rose from within his body, and despite already having lost most of his ability to feel pain, it was especially distinct now. Poison. The thought immediately flashed through his mind. Pushing off of his feet, he jumped out of the courtyard. The blonde was surprised. This vampire is really special. We can't let him go. The experimentals were nothing in front of her, and were basically killed instantly. Who would have thought that this Shredder was so resistant? He could still jump after being hit with her strongest poison. But she didn't really pay it much mind. It wouldn't be easy to survive once infected with her poison, at least, she had never encountered such a being before. The blonde woman walked in the direction that Shredder had escaped, ready to collect the vampire's body. She was very interested in this unusual test subject. It was a pity that Yoshida, this rich, useful tycoon, had actually been killed by Chris with one shot to the head. It really wasn't easy to find another target who was as rich, powerful and easy to control. But Chris had already been smashed into a pulp by the samurai armor, and Shredder was a test subject. She had no one to vent her anger on. Depressed, the blonde looked away from the room that Chris had smashed into. She could already smell Chris's blood in the air. Before she could finish her thought, a tiny shadow flew at an angle behind her and silently arched around. Poochie. A black throwing knife pierced the back of her head and her brain stem. The blonde froze, and her eyes rolled back. A transparent figure passed by her, and the blonde woman disappeared. Chapter 1676. Not a single ordinary person. Naturally, the throwing knife was the work of Luke, this sniping expert. He didn't use a gun this time, but the effect was better. Putting the blonde into space too, he clicked his tongue in wonder. She didn't die even after her brain was pierced. She really isn't normal. Thinking that, he put away the black throwing knife and let things run its course for the blonde woman in the space. If she lived, she would stay in space too as a live specimen. If she died, Luke could dissect and study her. Space 2 also had Claudia, who was half plant. She was also proficient in poisons and could grow plants. The blonde woman's poison hadn't even breached the air filter in the Big Dipper armor. It was far inferior to the biological viruses in Claudia's body. Once Luke was done with his research and analysis, even if they amounted to nothing, he could still get credit points out of it. Luke wouldn't treat innocent people, or even those who were bright red in the system, like that. It was those who were so dark red in the system that they were almost black, especially those who liked to perform illegal experiments on living people, who got what they deserved. After putting away this live specimen, Luke put away Yoshida's samurai armor and the 2 giant silver blades into his inventory. This samurai armor was interesting. Seeing what Yoshida had done with it, it definitely had some special functions. At the very least, Yoshida had a deeper purpose for capturing Shredder. Of course, Luke had to confiscate this armor, along with everything from the Research Institute. This was all for world peace. Putting away the most valuable spoils, Luke sped up and headed toward where Shredder was. In just a few seconds, Shredder had gone crazy. Luke flew 30 meters over the rooftops to the front of the courtyard. Shredder, who was greenish-yellow and rotting all over, lunged at the bodyguards in the courtyard. The bodyguards yelled and fired, their faces full of fear. Just now, Shredder had grabbed 2 guards with 10-meter-long hands and swallowed them. He literally engulfed them. The 2 bodyguards had only been able to give short cries of alarm before they were wrapped up in that squirming greenish-yellow body and disappeared. Luke cursed inwardly. D***mn it, that's my small fry. My experience and credit points. Most of the bodyguards in the yard were bright red in the system, and a small portion was a light red. According to Luke's usual practice, the light red ones hadn't done anything bad enough to deserve death, while the bright red ones were worth at least 100 points each. Even if he had gotten 5,000 experience and credit points for killing Shiro Yoshida, small fry was still meat. How could he let Shredder eat them for nothing? Without any hesitation, he drew his gun and fired. Pa, 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 pa. The 4 bodyguards were instantly killed. Stumped for a moment, Shredder then grabbed the bodies of the 4 bodyguards and absorbed them into his body. In less than 2 seconds, his greenish-yellow body swiftly swelled up, and several pieces of greenish-yellow rotten flesh broke off. Luke exclaimed in surprise, "How interesting, he could actually excise the poison like that." Now that there was less of the greenish-yellow color, it was no longer so eye-catching. But the next moment, both Luke and Shredder's expressions changed slightly. The greenish-yellow color slowed down for only a moment, before the flesh continued to swell again at a visible rate. The 6 people Shredder had swallowed had probably only staved off death for 10 seconds or so. Luke frowned and tossed the bodies of the experimentals that he had just put away in his inventory into space too, so that Claudia could study how to neutralize or control the poison. At the same time, he took out a giant silver blade from his inventory and lunged at Shredder, who was charging forward to swallow more people to preserve his life. Sensing the bright silver light, Shredder subconsciously used blood transformation. His body turned into a long, dark red lump of blood with greenish-yellow spots and shot out. The giant blade cut the blood lump in half. However, Luke's eyes flashed and he cursed inwardly. When it was cut in two, the front half continued charging forward, while the other half suddenly exploded to cover Luke in a mix of dark red and greenish-yellow filth. At the same time, half of the greenish-yellow color on the first blob suddenly receded, and the effect of the poison was also significantly reduced. Shredder had broken off his tail to escape, peeled off the poison and stopped the enemy all in one go. But Luke wasn't someone who was easily duped. Dropping to the ground in a flash, he turned a corner, steered clear of a large dirty expanse of poison and blood, and continued to give chase. But during this short delay, screams rang out again, and 2 light red bodyguards who had just escaped were swallowed up and became part of Shredder. After turning into a blood lump, Shredder moved at an even more astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached a pond in the courtyard. When Luke arrived, a huge dark red blood mass 2 meters in diameter burst out of the pond to fuse with Shredder, and he turned into a 4-meter-tall giant. In the face of Luke's giant blade, it simply raised its hand, and dozens of sharp tentacles wove a huge net around it. Almost all the tentacles were greenish-yellow. Clearly, Shredder was once again going to use the poison that was in his body. Bang! The giant blade cut through all obstacles and landed on the blood giant's head. The blood giant was cut in half. Hehehehe. The 2 halves of the giant let out monstrous roars and writhed wildly. No matter how they fluctuated, however, the 2 halves remained in their original form, and they glowed with a faint golden light. After the first time, Luke had already gathered the power of faith on the giant blade to make Shredder experience unimaginable pain. The drone of countless people echoed in the consciousness that had been split into 2, pulling it apart into countless fragments. Shredder felt as if his soul was being hacked to pieces. After fusing with the blood god experimental, he now had most of its characteristics. It had taken a lot of science and technology to develop the blood god experimental, but it was still based on the vampires, descent of the blood god. This involved fusing the power of many bloodlines to create a powerful body which could break past limits. The blood god's recovery, attacks, movements and reactions were outstanding. Also, because of its vampiric properties, it was fairly resistant to most energy chemical damage. Its only weakness was that because it was a created hybrid, it didn't have pure mental strength. Hence, the blood god could easily split its body and escape, but its resistance to mental attacks dropped to nothing. Luke's power of faith was an extremely high-grade energy and mental attack, and the typical bane of magic types. Even the ancient enchantress hadn't been able to withstand the power of faith, to say nothing of the messy, fragmented consciousness of the blood god experimental. Chapter 1677. Quick cut, quicker escape, and quick moves. Luke pressed forward, and the giant blade in his hand cut out a net of light in the air to envelop the blood giant. In an instant, the 2 parts of the blood giant slowed down, before dozens of blood lumps crashed to the ground. Faint golden light flickered over each blood lump, preventing them from transforming or slipping away. Then, the greenish-yellow poison quickly spread over each dark red lump, infecting and swiftly corroding them. Even with how tough the blood god experimental was, it couldn't take it, and it turned into a rotting greenish-yellow heap. There was nothing for Luke to be happy about. This could only mean that ordinary people would die faster when they encountered this sort of poison, and would basically be killed instantly. Also, the power of faith was useless against poison. The mental impact of the power of faith was very effective on intelligent creatures, but it wasn't alchemy, and couldn't turn poison into another substance. What was even more troublesome was that there was no notification from the system. Shredder wasn't dead yet. Luke's mind raced, and he recalled that when Shredder fused with the Blood God experimental, part of the Blood God had been left behind in the pond. It was at that moment when Shredder made the switch. He had the Blood God experimental take the front, and instantly moved to the part of the experimental that was left behind in the pond. The blood giant that Luke had chopped up was just the main body of the Blood God experiment. After absorbing some experimentals, Shredder fled through the drainage system in the pond and slipped away, once again escaping disaster. Luke didn't know all the details, but he could make a rough guess. The water in the pond could significantly block his sharp nose and mental strength. To put it simply, the Blood God experimental was like the sun, and the part that escaped into the drain was at most a small star whose existence was completely obscured. This was also the Blood God's greatest strength, the ability to withstand attacks and to survive. No matter how good Luke was, he couldn't crawl through the pipes that were 10 centimeters in diameter. After fusing with the Blood God experimental, Shredder quickly dove into the drain like a bug and escaped into the distance. Luke frowned and stored the giant blade in his inventory. With a flash, he collected all the yellow-greenish lumps in the courtyard. "Prepare to receive the gear," he said to Ivan. At the same time, he put away his Big Dipper suit and immediately took out a backup Big Dipper suit. The armor just now had come into contact with some of the greenish-yellow poison. If he went out in it, it might kill a lot of ordinary people. Luke didn't want his credit points to be deducted by the system. He had earned those with his blood and sweat. Ivan had been watching the battle in the courtyard with great interest, and found the order strange. "What's wrong?" Luke said. "That guy's not dead. He turned into blood and escaped through the drain in the pond. It's best if we search for him quietly and wait for him to leave the city before taking action." "What if he hides in Tokyo and doesn't leave?" Ivan asked as he sent the link request for the gear. Luke was silent for a moment before he said, "We'll see how things go. We should find a chance to kill him. His abilities are too troublesome." Recalling how the Blood God experimental had fought earlier, Ivan scratched his head. "But this guy runs when he's in danger and can turn into a liquid. It's too tricky." Luke said, "If it was an easy assignment, would I have asked you to come along?" That made sense. As they talked, the gear which Luke had just thrown out flew to Ivan's position and linked up with the robot. This set was specially made for Ivan, who had put the gear together himself and had left it with Luke so that Ivan could use it when he was on a mission. Relatively speaking, this gear was the most effective against the Blood God experimental. With plasma cutters, electromagnetic repulsion and 4 long metal whips, it could burrow into the ground and wait for an opportunity. The other suits didn't have this tentacle monster-like ability. Although the situation wasn't great, Luke wasn't anxious. After so many major events, he already understood that agitation, anger, and panic couldn't solve the problem. Before things were over, any other thoughts were superfluous. The enemy was right there. He would deal with Shredder Fist at the lowest level, before considering everything else. As he spoke, Luke put on his backup suit and remained invisible as he searched the area at a low altitude. Actually, it wouldn't be a problem if Shredder escaped and didn't reappear. What Luke was best at was sneaking around other people's nests. What he disliked the most was having to fight Shredder in an area with ordinary people around. Protecting himself was the priority in a fight. The system wouldn't deduct points if he accidentally injured bystanders. For example, during the Chittori invasion and what happened at Grand Rapids, it was the other party who had chosen the battlefield. Naturally, it made no difference to Luke. However, if he took the initiative to fight Shredder in a crowded place, his points might be deducted. 10 minutes later, there was a disturbance in the north, on the border between Meguro and Shibuya. Luke frowned and looked at the surveillance feed, knowing that he had run into the worst scenario. He quickly changed directions in the air and flew northeast. Passing by Seigoyama Park, Luke headed for the No. 3 Shibuya Expressway. It was already chaos down below at that moment. Looking at the situation transmitted by the drone, there was a clear trail of greenish-yellow rotting flesh headed northeast along the expressway. Luke sighed. Shredder had gone crazy, and was about to go on a killing spree in Tokyo. At that moment, Shredder was in despair. He had slipped away from under Luke's nose earlier and escaped through the drainage system. The corrosion from the poison and being cut into pieces had caused him a lot of damage. At that moment, he didn't want to fight anymore. He just wanted to be left alone. As he slipped out of the drain, Shredder gradually realized a problem. the greenish-yellow poison that he thought he had completely excised was actually spreading throughout his body. That was practically cheating. Shredder had already abandoned most of the Blood God Experimental's body in order to remove the poison, and he couldn't use the same method again. Less than 10 minutes later, almost half of his body was infected again. At this rate, the countdown to his death would start again. There was only one way left for Shredder: devour a lot of ordinary people and then spit them out like crazy to quickly reduce the poison until it disappeared completely. To put it simply, he needed to use the lives of ordinary people to prolong his own life. This decision might be difficult for other people, but Shredder had no such qualms. He had long stopped caring about the lives of others, including that of his Hydra partner, Chris. The deaths of 1,000 or 2,000, or even 10,000 to 20,000 ordinary people wasn't worth mentioning. Even if doing this would only be like drinking poison to quench his thirst, what was the point of everything if he died? Chapter 1678, Troublesome Shredder, and the most useful skill. How many people were there in Tokyo? Even those who had never been here would have heard of it. When you talked about Tokyo, you couldn't leave out Shinjuku and Shibuya. There were also places like Ginza. While many people might not know exactly where it was in the central district, they still remembered the name. That was because these locations represented fashion and entertainment, and extravagant spending in Tokyo. Shinjuku and Shibuya were to the north. Shredder was fleeing north. Going northeast along the No. 3 expressway, he would enter Shibuya and then Shinjuku. Here, Shredder would have enough time to deal with the poison in his body. That was because there were countless people here who could act as blood containers, as he swallowed them up and then broke them off from his body to alleviate his condition. By the time Luke arrived, the guy had already expanded into a 4-meter-tall blood giant. This was also the Blood God Experimental's optimal form. After devouring 100 people in a nightclub and continually excising the greenish-yellow poison, Shredder's physical condition had improved significantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he continued towards central Shibuya, swallowing up passers-by along the way as he never stopped excising the greenish-yellow poison. Shredder wasn't a science noob. He dabbled in biotechnology, and the Blood God Experimental could control its body better than most people. He had already realized that he wasn't infected with a virus, but some unusual poison. The real problem was that the poison used his energy and his body in some way to swiftly produce more poison. That was why the poison was impossible to eliminate. The first thing he had tried was moving the poison to the flesh he had absorbed and swiftly excising it. As long as the greenish-yellow poison was contained to a certain low degree, it would be very hard for it to flare up again. Even if it tried to flare up again, it could reveal its means of mutation when it was in its most sluggish state. When that happened, Shredder would be able to think of a way to deal with it. Luke naturally understood how the poison worked. It was the blonde woman who had created this unusual poison. After stabbing the woman in the back of her head and crippling her, he had obtained and quickly learned her abilities, including nanobiology and nanotechnology. If Shredder would stand obediently in front of Luke right now, Luke guaranteed that he would help him solve the problem in a minute. But the other party clearly wouldn't be that obedient. After all, killing him outright could also be considered one way to solve the problem. In this life-and-death situation, even if Luke didn't take action, Shredder would still die. The biggest possibility was that Luke killed him and earned a lot of experience and credit points. That was how cruel reality was. As long as Shredder wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't get himself killed. Luke knew that Shredder definitely wanted to save himself, and there were plenty of ways for the Blood God Experimental to heal itself. Swallowing people was just the simplest way. This was a zero-sum battle. Either Shredder escaped or Luke killed him. The thing about the Blood God Experimental was that even if it was cut into 100 pieces, they were just flesh wounds. The system didn't deem this as a defeat. If the enemy escaped, Luke would earn basically nothing. So, he didn't waste any time. He simply dropped from the sky above the blood giant. A golden shell-like telekinesis shield wrapped around the giant. 10,000 credit points were instantly deducted, and the blood giant turned golden. The golden light on the shield also faded. Luke frowned and spent another 5,000 credit points. The blood giant stopped struggling altogether and shattered into pieces. Luke couldn't help but curse inwardly. There was no D*MN system notification. This blood giant wasn't Shredder. This guy really had tricks to be able to survive this long. Now, Luke could only rejoice that this was Tokyo. If this was New York, Batman wouldn't be able to avoid criticism even if he came back to life to deal with this. Too many people had died, and it was taking too long to deal with Shredder. His reputation would take a beating. Once your reputation was tarnished, you would cop the blame no matter how much you did. Fortunately, Luke had remained invisible during this battle. At the very least, nobody would know that he was the one taking action. So, the subsequent losses had nothing to do with him or the Bat Squad. In any case, Big Dipper wasn't greedy for fame or fortune. He liked to do good deeds on the down low. He didn't have to shoulder this responsibility. Thinking that, he sent a message to Ivan and told him what was going on. He specifically said, "Don't reveal yourself, and stay under the radar the entire time. Also, don't hook up with any female reporters in Tokyo. Don't worry, if they won't pay me, I won't be so enthusiastic." Luke choked and was unable to retort. He could only rise up silently and observe the activity below. Nights in Tokyo weren't dark. The sky was a dark orange thanks to countless neon lights. At that moment, Luke smelled a strong stench of blood. Death would hold sway on this night. Even Luke couldn't stop it. The police department was in a mess. Calls had already come in earlier, and it was all a bunch of strange things. If it was just 1 or 2 calls, it could just be a nutjob who had buckled under the pressures of city life. But dozens of calls had come in, and all of them from the vicinity of the No. 3 Shibuya Expressway. It didn't seem like a joke. What was even more terrifying was that the personnel in charge of internet surveillance had received some footage and information, courtesy of Luke hacking into the system, with important explanations and warnings about the poison and the monster. A moment later, the news reached the superintendent of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, but there was nothing the police could do. This wasn't something that a few shift workers could handle. Any wrong order they gave would only lead to worse consequences. They could only tell the internet surveillance team to keep an eye on the situation and report in at all times. At the same time, the police helicopters were ready to take off to investigate Shibuya. Have the patrol officers drive over. Don't be ridiculous. The Metropolitan Police Department wasn't NYPD. Most of the officers only had an ordinary baton and spray. To make these officers go and face that poisonous monster swallowing people alive was like saying that the police department had so much money it wanted to hand out life compensation on a wide scale. In Shibuya, Luke's expression was cold. In 1 short minute, he had found traces of Shredder swallowing people in 2 locations, but it was useless. This guy was the epitome of a guerrilla fighter. After 1 hit, he ran, and never lingered in one place. The ability to turn into blood allowed him to flee through various pipelines. Luke didn't have any good solutions either, and decisively activated his most useful skill, call for help. Chapter 1679. No sense of public duty, and a chaotic predicament far away in New York. Frank and Tony entered the team's communication channel and received the information which Luke passed on. They frowned and didn't say anything. This monster didn't have a fixed form, and could regenerate after eating people. Nobody had any experience dealing with something like that. No matter how fast a person could think, there were still a lot of things to consider. Nobody was omnipotent or omniscient enough to come up with a solution as soon as they heard what the problem was. However, Frank and Tony were both geniuses with their own specialties. After a brief discussion, they came up with a rough plan. The plan was very simple. It was to create a situation to lure Shredder in and then kill him. But just like that joke about how many steps it took to put an elephant in a freezer, many things didn't depend on the outcome, but on the process. The trickiest part of this plan was how to create a suitable situation to lure out Shredder's real body. Thanks to Luke's tireless work in the last month, he had built a model of Tokyo's main terrain, including Shinjuku as a hotspot. Tony was in charge of getting Jarvis to find an area that could be used. At the same time, the Tycoon had to analyze the weapons and equipment which Luke had, and see how to create a suitable situation. Frank, on the other hand, looked into coming up with a strategy to lure Shredder into the trap. With both parties working together, Luke turned into the executor of the plan who didn't need to be distracted. When all was said and done, it was useless for him to be anxious now. Shredder had already planned to run, and it was almost impossible to catch him. When he heard exactly what the situation was like, even Tony couldn't help but mutter to himself that it was a good thing it hadn't been like this in New York. It was a good thing that Luke had instantly killed that blood god experimental in New York last time. Shredder's skills hadn't been developed enough back then, and he hadn't yet resolved the problem of fusing and then separating from the blood god experimental. In the end, he could only run in the body that had been cut into several pieces. He was still running now, but he had the upper hand and was practically invincible. If it wasn't for the blonde's nanotoxin, there really wasn't anything for him to be afraid of. Unfortunately, the nanotoxin was part of the blonde's ability to control poisons, which was unavailable to Luke. Just like how Luke couldn't control men with pheromone control, his body didn't have the fundamentals for controlling the nanotoxin. Even though he knew how it worked, there was no way for him to control it at the moment. However, Big Dipper's AI program had been analyzing the principle behind this ability the whole time, which could be considered a backup plan for solving the problem. Nevertheless, Luke didn't regret taking care of the blonde first. First of all, she was as slow as a tortoise compared with Shredder. She had no chance of catching up to Shredder and poisoning him. Secondly, she was practically immune to pheromone control, so Luke couldn't use her as a remote-controlled tool. It could be said that once she poisoned someone, whether she died or not made no difference to the current situation. Thus, Luke waited for his teammates to provide long-distance support as he silently followed Shredder, and never stopped pondering countermeasures. A large part of Shibuya below was already in chaos. If one was callous about it, Shredder had only swallowed a small number of passers-by, which amounted to 200 or 300 of them. For Tokyo, which had a population of tens of millions, this number was nothing. The real problem was the waste, which he excreted after swallowing them. Shredder wasn't someone with a sense of public duty. The rotting flesh that he casually abandoned immediately implicated two types of passers-by. One type was those who were too curious and got close to take a look, and the other type was those who absent-mindedly stepped into the range of the poison. At first, Luke had been able to follow Shredder closely and collect the rotting flesh to prevent the poison from spreading. But Shredder split himself up and Luke was distracted, and some traces of the contamination weren't cleaned up. A slight touch was enough for the poison to quickly spread through a person's body. Practically everyone who was infected collapsed and died after taking just a few steps. A lot of people dropped when they got close, so most of them knew to stay away and warn those who got too close. 10 minutes later, there were more than 20 poison circles along the No.3 Shibuya Expressway, and there were at least dozens of bodies in each circle. What made Luke even more speechless was that the police department hadn't sent anyone yet. He didn't expect the police to fight Shredder, but they could maintain order. NYPD had assumed a similar role during the Battle of New York. Although they hadn't taken part in the battle, they had saved a lot of people, thereby significantly reducing the number of casualties. After the incident, practically everyone had praised them. As for the police officers in Tokyo, it had been almost 20 minutes since the start of the incident, and only a few patrol officers had shown up. 2 of them had even charged into the poison zone on their bikes and gotten themselves killed. Seeing that, Luke didn't know how to even start cursing. He had sent information about Shredder to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department earlier to warn them. Even if not everybody could be informed right away, the police officers should at least understand the danger and prevent casualties from the poison from increasing. In the end, there was actually no activity on the police comms. Luke couldn't hack into the police comms and give the order himself. This sort of high-level order would need to be confirmed by the office. If Luke sounded the alarm on the other party's behalf, the order wouldn't necessarily be carried out immediately, and the bottom levels might instead await instructions from their direct superiors. Later, all other orders that came over the police radio might then be treated with suspicion, and no one would take action before confirming anything. So, it really wasn't that simple to do good. When it came to a large-scale crisis, it was always a complicated undertaking. In this situation, it wasn't about who did better, but about who made fewer mistakes. It was impossible not to make mistakes. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Luke sighed inwardly. He had done everything he could. How many people died in Tokyo tonight wasn't something he could decide. But it was also because he was used to New York. Thanks to the momentum created by Luke, NYPD had carried out several emergency drills, and there was a lot of content in the media related to survival skills and knowledge. New York's police officers were now seasoned veterans. More than 100 officers had died in the line of duty when the test subjects rampaged through New York. The casualties from this, the subway explosions and the Chittori invasion had been huge. Personal experience was always a more effective lesson than any words a person could say. In comparison, not only were there a lot more people in Tokyo, there had never been such a destructive extraordinary incident like this before. So, The police department's crappy performance was to be expected. That was why the poison circles were packed with so many passers-by and police officers. If this was New York, there would still be some unlucky people. But a few people would collapse at most before the patrol officers and the people reacted and called for professionals to deal with the matter. There was a much lower chance of so many people being killed in these poison circles. Chapter 1680. Let's see who's more shameless. Luke kept quiet the whole time, until Tony sent him a new program. Try this and see if you can lock onto Shredder's position. Luke opened the program. It was the same one they had used in Grand Rapids to detect the Enchantress's mental fluctuations. Tony had made minor modifications to focus more on the Blood God experimental. Luke had been tailing the Blood God experimental all this time precisely to collect data on its mental fluctuations for Tony. At that moment, Luke perked up. There were 3 troublesome things about Shredder. Firstly, they had no way to lock onto his real body. Secondly, he recovered quickly after swallowing people. Thirdly, after he turned into blood, it was impossible to predict his movements in a big city. These 3 advantages complemented each other, making him the most difficult opponent. If he could be stopped from transforming into blood, he wouldn't be able to come and go without a trace, and he definitely wouldn't be able to recover more quickly than Luke could kill him. After verifying where his real body was, the chances of Luke killing him in one blow would be even higher, and would solve the problem at its root. Now, Tony had given Luke a trump card. Luke hadn't made a move all this time because he wanted the enemy to drop his guard. No matter how cautious Shredder was, he wouldn't be more cautious now, while swallowing people, than when he had been attacked non-stop. Frank also sent over 3 locations after a preliminary analysis. If you want to take care of him, these 3 locations nearby are the best choice. However, you only have one good shot at this, he might not fall for it again after that. Tony couldn't help but ask, are you sure about using those people as bait? According to this plan, a dozen or even several dozen passers-by could be sacrificed. After all, Shredder would head over because he wanted to devour people. Tony knew that Big Dipper was murderous, but he didn't willfully kill innocent people. Tony was a little worried that he might hesitate during battle. In the face of a monster like Shredder, hesitation wouldn't mean defeat. But it would become countless times harder to kill the other party later. If I do nothing, more people will die, said Luke casually. There would always be deaths in a major incident like this. He wouldn't go out of his way to save a stranger. That was why he was always thinking of ways to give his family the capability to protect themselves. This way, they could proactively avoid danger and save themselves rather than pin their hopes on a superhero's whim. As someone with multiple superhero identities, Luke knew very well that nobody could save everyone. Rescuing one stranger meant abandoning another stranger at the same time. If a superhero became too conflicted because of something like that, it was better not to be a superhero, and they would have fewer worries. These thoughts flashed through Luke's mind before he immediately tossed them aside to check the layout of the 3 areas and swiftly deliberate options in the team's internal channel. Frank put forward a battle plan. Tony was responsible for resolving technical problems in the operation, and Luke and Ivan were responsible for executing the plan. The 3 parties had to work together to come up with a more reliable plan. Like Frank said, they only had one good shot at this. In fact, Luke had already killed the Blood God experimental earlier. Then, Shredder retreated and ran off after swallowing some people, not giving Luke a chance to confront him. If Shredder failed again the second time, he wouldn't be stupid enough to try a third time. The 4 of them didn't waste any time. Tony, who usually spoke the most, only used the simplest and most direct words to communicate. Except for bringing up some issues with his tech, Ivan didn't say anything. When it came to planning strategy, everybody had to listen to Frank. When it came to tech, Tony covered most things, with Jarvis helping to do the calculations. Luke didn't say much either. Most of it had to do with the situation on site as he pointed out some gaps and rejected certain opinions. He had been in Japan for more than a month, and had been observing the terrain every day. He had been on the ground working hard to drain the cash reserves of various gangs. Naturally, Ivan had nothing of note to contribute. But he wasn't embarrassed by it. He could still help once they fought Shredder. Apart from the 4 people on the comms, the other members of the Bat Squad weren't a good fit for this battle. They couldn't help even if they wanted to, which proved how unique his electromagnetic armor was. That alone was something to be proud of. A few minutes later, the four of them were done discussing the situation. The plan wasn't perfect, and there was even a lot of uncertainty. But the more detailed the plan, the more likely it was to go wrong. In this regard, Tony and Frank took Big Dipper's super combat ability fully into account, and a lot of the plan was about him adapting to the situation. This wasn't a fake out, but because they believed in this super killer's adaptability. Apart from Batman, Big Dipper was the most unfathomable person in the team. Batman was very strong, but as long as the team paid attention, they would discover that Big Dipper had never lost a fight, and practically every opponent he faced would be killed. Thus, they didn't have to take into account Big Dipper's safety when they put the plan together, they just needed to confirm with him if he could do it or not. At that moment, Shredder had already charged into the center of bustling Shibuya and was frequently ambushing people. After repeatedly devouring people and excising parts, he had discovered some of the principle behind the strange poison. To put it simply, the poison had a stress trigger, and could be classified as semi-intelligent. After it infected a person, it would do its best to turn the living parts into poison before it stopped expanding. In the end, Shredder couldn't get rid of it completely because all the cells in his body had been invaded by the poison, but some of them had yet to be triggered. When he swallowed and absorbed people, these infected cells became buried and latent, but could be triggered at any time. Now that he knew this principle, Shredder immediately had a preliminary solution. The only problem was that his control over the Blood God experimental wasn't very precise. Forget trying to get rid of something on a nanoscale, he couldn't even do it on a microscale. Thus, Shredder could only swift reactions, which was a characteristic of the Blood God experimental, against the spread of the virus. As long as he minimized the absorption of the people he swallowed, just enough for him to transfer the poison, he could immediately excise the infected parts. After repeating this transfer a few times, there was a high chance he could shake off this annoying, semi-intelligent poison. Now, he just needed to find a crowded place to complete this experiment. It couldn't be an open area, the best would be a sealed room. As long as he was fast enough and blocked all exits so that no one could escape, he didn't need to worry about that terrifying invisible killer finding him. That guy was super shameless. He used stealth to ambush him every time. The first time, he had chopped up the Blood God experimental into dozens of pieces, and the second time, the experimental had simply collapsed and disappeared, which made even less sense. Shredder didn't want to be found by a guy as shameless as this at all. Chapter 1681. Wrong location for a fight. Shredder decided that once he got rid of the poison, he would immediately go into hiding. Tokyo had a lot of sewer pipes. More than that, there were plenty of blind spots that no one else but Shredder in his blood form could reach. After a few days, the Blood God experimental would return to normal, and he would slip into the ocean. Nobody would be able to find him then. How had Shredder survived all this time? Because he was cautious, a coward. His adopted son, Sax, and his adopted daughter, Karai, were dead. His accomplice, Garrett the Clairvoyant, was dead. In the last few months, a lot of Hydra executives had also died. Shredder was still living very well. In this world, the last to remain was King. After a few days, he would be able to go back and seize control of the Japanese branch. Once Hydra was back in action, he definitely didn't mind having another capable helper. In any case, Chris was dead, and the person with the highest profile in the branch right now was him. He would just kill anyone who wasn't convinced. Thinking that, Shredder quickly exited a pipe and locked onto a nightclub 200 meters away. He could smell a lot of people in the building, most of them men in their prime. Without even needing to think about it, Shredder confirmed his target and quickly slunk over. In the air, Luke looked at the moving red dot on the monitor and perked up. He's headed for the second location. Frank said, "Electric cable, go. You need to go slow if you want to enter without making a sound." Copy that. Naturally, there was no need to direct Luke on what to do. He simply followed Shredder. Although Shredder might change directions halfway, they had to make the first move. Only then would they be able to kill Shredder. It was faster to fly through the air than crawl through the pipes. So, Ivan arrived first. Cutting open a window with his plasma whip, he entered the second floor of the building. At that moment, he saw the image of the first floor sent through by a drone, and was dumbfounded. F***CK, are you kidding? How are we supposed to attack? Even if he hadn't said anything, the other three people in the team channel had already noticed the situation on the first floor, and their hearts jumped. The first floor was a hall. According to the intelligence, some small-scale performance was being held here. Luke knew that there would be a lot of people here, but he hadn't expected it to be this many. A dozen women were jumping around on an average-sized stage. Below the stage, row after row of middle-aged men yelled and waved glow sticks. There were only a dozen women on stage, and it was a little crowded for dancing. But that was nothing compared with the rest of the hall. There were more than 500 men in the room. The F***ck, everybody felt like blood was stuck in their throats. But who could they blame? Nobody made it a rule that some special gathering couldn't be held that night, and nobody said that hundreds of men weren't allowed to cheer for a dozen scantily clad women on stage. But when Shredder came in later, how were Luke and Ivan going to deal with him? Unless the enemy killed hundreds of people first, there was a 100% chance that Luke and Ivan would accidentally injure members of the audience. That was especially true for Ivan's electromagnetic gear. It was very formidable, but precision was not one of its strongest points. One lash could kill at least dozens of people at the same time. The usually unperturbed Ivan was now a little anxious. He wasn't a good person, but killing more than 100 people with just a wave of his two whips was too crazy. The current electric cable was a superhero. If he was condemned for massacring civilians, his reputation would definitely be tarnished. Luke was the first to react. "Tony, leave me a small drone at the entrance. The other drones will blow up the pipes that lead to this hall." Tony said, "Okay." To monitor the situation, dozens of small and mini drones were already lingering around the site. At that moment, the drones moved at the same time. Less than 2 seconds later, a series of explosions rang out in the hall, dampening the enthusiastic atmosphere. Some of the women who had bent down to interact with the audience jerked, and their necklines dropped even lower. However, the male audience wasn't paying attention to the benefits in their faces. They looked around in bewilderment. Suddenly, a red light flashed above the door, and an alarm started blaring. At the same time, a warning rang out in Japanese. "Fire has been detected. Please remain calm and leave the venue in single file." The words were played on a loop. Several seconds later, the people in the back rows closest to the door suddenly broke into a run. Whether this was a joke or not, all they needed to do was run. Stay inside and encounter a fire. There were hundreds of people here, and most of them might not be able to escape. Once they ran, the people around them also couldn't help but run. Then, like a wave, the entire crowd started running to the back. A handful sensed that something wasn't right, but since everybody was running, they couldn't just stand there. That was just how the crowd effect worked. On the other hand, the dozen women didn't run. Firstly, they were on the stage. Secondly, there was a separate corridor behind them, which would allow them to exit the building via a side door. A woman with a round face, almond-shaped eyes and dimples was puzzled. "This place doesn't have this sort of fire alarm, right?" She subconsciously asked her performance partners for verification. A tall, oval-faced woman narrowed her fox-like eyes as she looked at the red light above the door and shook her head. "No, the light for the fire alarm is over there. It's not lit up at all. Also, the light above the door seems different from that one." As she spoke, she pointed at a spot on the wall on one side, where the alarm was silent. A baby-faced woman who looked a little like a middle school student couldn't help but interject, "Why don't we ask the manager? We were only halfway through our performance." She looked at her outfit regretfully. It had been specially designed with many parts that could be taken off. When they danced later, they could transform magnificently. As the women chatted on stage, something happened in the next moment. A dark red, blood snake scuttled out of a duct on the stage and instantly turned its head toward them, as nimble as a living creature. A few women noticed it and shrieked, What's that?" All the women looked in the direction that one woman was pointing, and saw the blood snake squeezing out of the duct. It became as thick as a wrist, and then quickly expanded to become as wide as the base of a bucket. The women shrieked. A few of them stepped back. Terrified, they couldn't move, and 2 even passed out. A huge yellow puddle instantly appeared on the stage. Chapter 1682. Move, and you do it. Shredder had just come out of the duct, when he heard the warning that was on a loop. He was stunned. A fire. What a coincidence. He didn't notice the drone above the door. He didn't care what kind of alarms were used here. In any case, half of the fleeing audience members were still blocking the back of the hall, and a small portion were still making their way slowly from the front. There were even a dozen men who ran to the stage to take advantage of the opportunity to get close to the beauties. It wasn't that these people were blinded by temptation, but that the exit was blocked by everyone else. They definitely wouldn't be able to get out for the time being. At that moment, the clothes of several of the women on stage were a little disheveled, revealing their curves. If the men didn't get some benefits now, when would they? In the end, things suddenly changed. Some of the women peed themselves on the spot and the strange, blood snake, was right in front of them. "Mom, I won't chase celebrities anymore, not even third-rate ones." The men whose legs had turned to jelly could only shout in their hearts while their mouths felt like they were glued shut. In the teen channel, Tony said curtly, "He was faster than me." Everybody naturally understood. It had been less than 20 seconds between Luke telling Tony to blow up the pipes and Shredder charging in. Frank didn't bother. In a battle like this, mistakes happened all the time, and there was no time to stop and blame anyone. Furthermore, this had been a last-minute addition to the plan, so it was normal for mistakes to happen. In any case, Shredder entered the predetermined battlefield just before the explosions happened. The hall wasn't as packed as earlier, and a small space had opened up at the front. The situation was much better than before. Already poised to take action, Luke and Ivan had to make their move. When Shredder came back to his senses, he realized that the fire had been a trap. He would definitely be quicker to escape next time. Frank immediately gave the order. "Ivan, stand by to cut open the floor. Countdown from 3. Luke, copy that. Ivan, copy that. Frank, 3, 2, 1, go." The countdown was to give Luke and Ivan a chance to adjust to each other to avoid making mistakes and to further increase their chances of success. Even if Shredder took advantage of those few seconds to kill the women, Frank couldn't care. Like Batman had said before, no superhero could save everyone. Shredder was in a hurry to get rid of the poison, and had no time to give the typical villain boss monologue. 2 seconds after the experimental came out of the duct, Luke immediately launched the first wave of attacks. A dozen or so blood tentacles grabbed the male audience members who were closer to the stage. They were instantly absorbed and then instantly excised. Then, a second batch of tentacles lunged at the dozen scantily clad women. Almost the moment Shredder attacked the male audience, a strange sound came from the ceiling above him. There was a bluish-white electric flash, and the ceiling collapsed with a rumble. What followed was a humanoid mecha that was 3 meters tall. The mecha turned around swiftly, and 4 bluish-white electric cables on its back turned into a hazy cage around Shredder. Just as Shredder's tentacles reached the women, they were repelled by an invisible force. Far away in New York, Tony clapped his hands. "It's done. This guy can't escape." He hesitated for a moment. "This electromagnetic repulsion is pretty interesting. It's a little similar to the Chidori's energy shield. I can play around with it." It didn't matter whether or not the tech was electric cables. In any case, the tycoon wouldn't buy it from electric cable, he could just use his credit points to buy it from the big shot. Shredder was stupefied, but he didn't hesitate, and spat a mouthful of blood at Ivan. Ivan sneered. D***CK. The fifth whip, which had been ready and waiting, was the strongest whip that had cut down the Chidori battleship. Its bluish-white light was as bright as the sun, blinding the audience. The girls nearby also covered their eyes and screamed. But this small shock was nothing compared with what Shredder had to face. The blinded fifth whip collided with the blood tentacles and cut through them smoothly before it pierced Shredder's body. Then, Shredder realized that he couldn't move. The massive electric current instantly destroyed all physiological reactions. This wasn't something that any living organism could withstand, not even the blood god experimental. Nothing a living organism had was faster than an electric current. The moment it made contact, everything was over. Amidst the dazzling white light, Shredder turned into a pile of charcoal. Ivan couldn't help but grin. He had taken care of Shredder himself. He would definitely get a lot of credit this time. At that moment, he heard Luke's voice in his earpiece. "Move." He subconsciously drew back. No one in the Bat Squad issued blind orders in battle, least of all Big Dipper. The moment Ivan drew back, a figure jumped down from the hole Ivan had created in the ceiling and slashed down with a giant silver blade. Boom. A huge gap 5 meters long and half a meter wide appeared in the stage under where Shredder had been. Luke waved his other hand, and a stream of telekinesis enhanced with credit points shot out of his palm into the hole in the stage. Nobody could see what was going on inside the hole, not even Ivan. The golden telekinesis was as agile as a snake, and it instantly caught up to the streak of dark red blood that was as thick as a finger, and swallowed it. Luke's expression froze. Not dead yet, come out. The golden telekinesis expanded and spread out in all directions and penetrated the smallest cracks. Gotcha. Luke smiled as his golden telekinesis swallowed the squirming dark red blood maggot in a small pipe. System: kill the Shredder, mutant blood god hybrid. Mission accomplished. Total experience: 200,000. Total credit: 200,000. Luke finally heaved a long sigh of relief. He took out the silver blade from the hole in the ground and slung it over his shoulder. Ivan. Done. Luke said, yes, it's done. The points in the system confirmed this, and so did Tony's mental probe. Luke turned his head and looked at the dozen or so dumbstruck women next to him. His lips twitched. He pointed. Get them out of here. They're infected with the poison. How about I turn them to dust here? Luke was lost for words. No, I'm going to wrap things up. Get them out and then leave quietly. Ivan was stunned. Why me? Luke was stunned. You have 5 whips. I only have 2 hands. Chapter 1683. Clear identity in a nice break. Ivan was speechless. He really couldn't argue with that. Snorting, he activated the cooling program for the 4 auxiliary whips as he walked over. A moment later, when they were no longer hot enough to burn, Ivan had them swiftly wrap around the dozen women. Only then did the women open their eyes with difficulty, only to see a metal giant walk over. The tentacles on its back stretched out, and they screamed and cried again. 2 of them passed out, and 3 more pissed themselves. The woman with the round face and almond eyes wept even harder. I'm sorry. I won't take strange tentacle photos anymore. Ivan's face darkened. Were these women crazy? Couldn't they see that he was here to save them? Besides, hadn't they seen this sort of mecha before? In fact, this was the first time that an electromagnetic suit like this had appeared. These women might have only seen the one that was 2 meters tall on the news, but there was still a big difference with this particular suit. No matter how unhappy he was, Ivan still acted like a tentacle demon king as he wrapped 4 ordinary electric cables around the women and then broke through the wall on one side and left. Luke turned around and looked at the frightened men who were trying to escape. He coughed and said, "Everybody, please look here." He then raised his left hand. The people at the exit subconsciously looked over. Then, there was an explosion of bright white light. Ah, eyes. My eyes. Mom, I'm blind. No, don't kill me. I'm still a virgin. Luke's left palm burned with a dazzling white light as his telekinesis swept swiftly over the stage, and he threw anything that might cause subsequent problems into his inventory, like the experimental that had turned into charcoal, various blood-stained pieces and so on. He wasn't afraid of the men at the exit seeing anything. In any case, the palm cannon which had been turned into a super intense flashlight was bright enough to blind them. Just like that, Luke cleaned up the scene as he blinded these shut-ins. While doing this would leave the case of the experimental in Shibuya unresolved for now, someone would probably very quickly make the connection to the experimentals in New York. Ivan couldn't maintain stealth mode when he activated his electromagnetic repulsion, so people could still put 2 and 2 together about his identity. Since it was unavoidable, Luke couldn't let Ivan shoulder all the responsibility. As long as Big Dipper came out, there were 2 targets. According to the research on members of the Bat Squad carried out by various American agencies, Big Dipper was far more dangerous than Electric Cable. There was no record of Electric Cable attacking anyone, he had only fought the experimentals and Chidori so far. Big Dipper, on the other hand, had killed more than 200 mercenaries in one go. Killing human beings was always more intimidating than killing aliens. Big Dipper hadn't touched any big shots, but once there was a direct conflict, could a murderer be counted on to show mercy? Frank and Tony were relieved. How many people died in Tokyo wasn't their concern. So many people had died in New York before. Who had the patience to care about the casualties in another country? It was just that Shredder could be considered a super boss. After the Chidori and the Enchantress, this guy was definitely the 3rd most troublesome and hardest opponent to deal with. Killing this guy amply proved that the Bat Squad's core members were capable enough. If an elite soldier, an elite tech expert and an elite master at tactics couldn't deal with this guy, then the Bat Squad's reputation would be ruined. Electric Cable, sorry, even if this guy was a little useful, he was just a passer by. A certain tycoon was just that stubborn. Half an hour later, police officers arrived at Shibuya and set up a blockade. While a bunch of police officers were sealing off the poison circles, an old man in a black suit slowly walked in. He took everything which had the nanotoxin, and even dug up a lot of land. An hour later, the officers at the scene were yelled at by their boss, who had rushed over. They were all bewildered. An old man in black. We didn't see him. After a long while, some officers were dragged back to identify the suspect. When they saw footage of the old man in a black suit walking unhurriedly through the blockade, they were horrified. How is that possible? No way, I don't remember seeing him. At 2 in the morning, the anxious Metropolitan Police Department received a direct order from the Prime Minister: stop the investigation. All information related to the Shibuya incident tonight would be sealed, and everything would be handed over to the Ministry of Defense. In the police department, the leaders who were about to pull their hair out were relieved, but at the same time, they were confused. That's it, they weren't idiots. Since it was an order from the Prime Minister, that meant it had nothing to do with them in the future. Even if someone in the Metropolitan Police Department was made a scapegoat in the end, they would at most resign. Anyone who was involved would also be transferred to a more low-key area to work. As for those who didn't have anything to do with it, why the hell would they stick their nose in? The truth was that Japanese intelligence had confirmed that this incident was related to the Bat Squad. Although Big Dipper wasn't as famous as Batman, Black Cat or Iron Man, intelligence agencies wouldn't ignore him. Coupled with the unique retrieval method of the big shot who sold everything, as well as the yellow and red retrieved stamp, this matter could be closed without doubt. The superheroes from America had come running over and taken care of a monster on a murderous rampage. Could the Japanese government demand compensation from them? It was already good enough if the superheroes didn't want a reward. From the footage gathered, this monster was a Hydra member who liked to cause trouble. The monster had caused most of the casualties. It would be very hard to pin the blame on the Bat Squad. For a moment, the Japanese authorities were at a loss. Then, who should they blame for this? However noisy Tokyo was, Luke rushed to Shredder's Research Institute that very night and was busy the whole night. At dawn the next day, he returned to the Hydra branch's onsen hotel and gave the order for all personnel to return. As the branch members went to his office in batches for their transfer arrangements, the entire onsen very quickly turned quiet. In the afternoon, the considerate Sato who guarded the door also disappeared. Luke was the only one left in the onsen hotel. Looking at the quiet valley under the bright sun, he sighed in satisfaction. What a nice break. A moment later, he brought his freshly brewed Blue Mountain coffee to a private hot spring outside and enjoyed a relaxing afternoon break. Chapter 1684, Unexpected Harvest and Ivan's Vacation as a cover. This onsen hotel setup was pretty good. There were even 2 female staff members at the front desk who pretended to be receptionists. Of course, these 2 women weren't good people either. They were bright red in the system after taking a lot of innocent lives, and Luke sent them to join their colleagues. Most of the members of the branch were Japanese locals, and naturally liked hot springs. Thus, even though there weren't many guests in the onsen, it wasn't a waste as the branch employees took advantage of these benefits. As the leader, Chris naturally had his own private hot spring. But he was an American, so he wasn't as interested in the hot spring, at least, that was what he felt. It just so happened that this private hot spring was installed here when the place was built. Even if Chris had never used it, nobody else would dare make use of it, which made things easier for Luke. As a clean freak, he couldn't even swim in a public pool, much less a small pool that had been used for a long time. The Blue Mountain coffee was on his right, and the snacks he took out from his inventory were on the left. In front of him was the tranquil mountain scenery. He quickly fell into deep thought. His harvest from this trip to Japan was unexpected. Shiro Yoshida and his bodyguards had given Luke a total of 5,000 experience and credit points. But Luke didn't think it was too little. The poison blonde wasn't dead yet, and only gave him 2,000 experience and credit points. The Hydra branch, including Mr. Chris, who had been neatly sent on their way, gave Luke 150,000 experience and credit points for more than 500 people. Shredder and his secret research lab had been worth a total of 230,000 experience and credit points, most of which had come from the mastermind himself. In just a few days, Luke had earned almost 400,000 experience and credit points. Sure enough, Hydra was a fat sheep. It had a lot of wool and meat, and every bite was full of fat. Unfortunately, not every branch had Shredder, this unexpected surprise, this, buy one, get one free, in Japan had been a pure stroke of luck. On top of that, Shiro Yoshida and the blonde had worked together to make the silver samurai armor. Although Shiro Yoshida didn't have a tech background and the blonde woman was only an assistant, the specialized resources which they were missing were a very close match to the Iron Man suit. In other words, as long as Luke wanted to, he could make improvements with Tony's skills at any time to make an even more formidable set of silver samurai armor. But Luke wasn't very interested in that. What he was interested in was the armor's super gene extraction technology. This technology could use the Silver Samurai's AI program to operate nanomachines and have them filter out special genes in a target's body before injecting them into the wielder's own. Yoshida had planned to use this to swallow up Shredder, but he didn't know how terrifying the latter was. And what Shredder didn't know was that the blonde woman by Yoshida's side could control Shredder. In the end, it was Luke who profited as he cheerfully swept everything up in his net in one go. However, this technology was something Yoshida had developed in order to prolong his life. It was a desperate attempt, and there was no experimental data. Naturally, Luke didn't dare use it directly. But there was a lot of potential for this research, and he couldn't give it up. It just so happened that he had space too, this foolproof prison. It now had 3 superhumans, the Sandman Hodge, Claudia, who was half-plant, and the Poison Blonde. They just needed a bunch of bright red test subjects to experiment on. The blonde's abilities were interesting, but what Luke was interested in wasn't her poison. Her nanotoxin was indeed terrifying, but the danger came mostly from the semi-intelligent nanotechnology. For Luke, who had always been working on the nanosuit, this was much more important than the poison. There was no way to control how fatal the poison was. Luke wasn't as evil as the blonde, and had to consider the collateral damage from using it. That was a super lethal poison, and the collateral damage was innocent lives. If he didn't draw a line, Luke was really afraid that he would just become the system's puppet for grinding points. Compared with everything else, the semi-intelligent nanotechnology was really very powerful, and could be used as the basis for nano armor. As for the nanosuit which Luke made, it was at most close-fitting armor to be worn on the inside. It wasn't as good as the main armor when it came to fighting capability. Tony had made a lot of progress in nanotechnology recently. Luke could give him this. Given the tycoon's flashy and paranoid nature, he would definitely put a lot of effort into this semi-intelligent nanotechnology. Luke only needed to invest a bit of his own skills, and didn't need to do anything else. He just needed to refresh Tony's list of abilities. As for Shredder's Blood God Experimental, it was a fusion of magic and science. Currently, there were a lot of flaws in the technology. Unless it was modified, Luke didn't want to use it at all. For the time being, the Blood God Experimental could only be treated as backup tech, just like the Chidori, the Enchantress, and the Demon with Chicken Wings. In short, the blonde woman's abilities had been a surprise harvest, but Luke was satisfied. If he had just killed Shredder according to the original plan, he wouldn't have gotten this semi-intelligent nanotechnology at all. Thank you, Shiro Yoshida. What a good guy. Not only did he deliver himself up as points, he also delivered the gift bag that was the blonde. Thinking that, Luke couldn't help but feel cheerful. He poured himself another cup of coffee and took a sip. That night, Luke called Ivan. In the end, this guy seemed very busy, and Luke could hear coy cries on the other end. Luke could easily tell with elementary sound wave that there were 3 different female voices. Luke was lost for words. Even a normal sandwich can't satisfy you in Japan. What's up? Luke said. I'm done for now, so after you're done playing, you can go back to America. Also, remember that you're rich. Any problem that you can solve with money isn't a problem at all. Ivan was stunned. What? This was different from what he had thought about being under surveillance. Luke snorted. Remember to use protection. Some drugs don't have noticeable effects. By the time it rots and falls off, it'll be too late. He then hung up. On the other end of the line, Ivan almost cursed out loud, but suppressed it. The women who were drinking and playing saw him put down his phone, and they approached him again. Vladimir, come and play. His anger suddenly evaporated. It wasn't because of the women, but because he suddenly realized that he was free in Japan. He couldn't help but recall the amount on his card. Was it 3 million or 5 million? How rich was he? However, he understood that the rich man was reminding him not to use his identity as electric cable to cause trouble. Except for that, he could do whatever he wanted. Ivan chuckled. It was fine. Even if he spent all his money, he could just earn a fee for his services. With this face, it was easy to make money off rich Japanese women. Chapter 1685. Resigning and starting a business. Luke didn't think much of it. He let Ivan off his chain because he didn't need it at all. Batman had made a deal with Ivan before, and Luke was now using Big Dipper as a guarantor to let Ivan play however he wanted. This wouldn't affect the agreement with Batman, who remained as imposing as ever, while Ivan would have to owe Big Dipper a favor. In any case, the Level 1 clone didn't plan to return to America right away. He had found quite a number of ways to earn credit points in Japan last time, but had to cut things short and return to DC because of the incident with the helicarriers. This was the perfect opportunity to shear the sheep, and he wouldn't need to come back again for a long while after this. Giving Ivan a break was purely in passing. After all, he didn't need Ivan to deal with these gangs. As the Level 1 clone continued to shear the last bit of wool in Japan, Luke entered semi-seclusion in New York. After 2 weeks of research, he finally approached Tony as the big shot who sold everything. In the secret underground lab, Luke brought out the silver samurai armor. Tony wasn't in a hurry to ask questions. Instead, he had Jarvis activate the scanning system. For a scientist, discovering something on your own was part of the fun. Luke didn't say anything. He simply enjoyed his black tea and let the guy do whatever he wanted. 10 minutes later, Tony looked at him with a strange expression. This was the armor Yoshida wore. Luke nodded. Tony asked, "Is there a formula?" Luke shook his head regretfully. Yoshida kept it a secret, but he's dead. Tony was silent, before he nodded regretfully. What a shame. This thing looks like some sort of special alloy. Like a certain person's shield, the tycoon added inwardly. Luke had already examined the armor, and naturally understood its value. I'll lend this to you for research. In return, I want your research results, but they'll only be used to make gear for the Bat Squad. Deal. Tony agreed. He had the upper hand in this deal. Even if the research produced results, it was up to him how much and when to hand it over. Only an idiot wouldn't agree. This old man really doesn't know how to do business, the former business shark grumbled inwardly. But then he remembered the Big Shot's relationship with Batman and Big Dipper, how he could move around freely by hypnotizing the people around him, and his space superpower that couldn't be restrained with the space obstruction device. Given his personal strength and loyal allies, his business wouldn't suffer. Also, the Big Shot wasn't short of money at all. When buying things from the Big Shot, credit was the priority. When he bought things from everybody, cash was the priority. His resources were unfathomable. As for the technology which the Big Shot sold without restraint, Tony couldn't be bothered to say anything. To use an example, if the Big Shot had a 5th-generation jet fighter, what he gave to someone else might be a 1st-generation jet. It wouldn't be just one level in difference. So, Tony didn't say anything about the Big Shot selling a whole bunch of tech. Capitalists didn't have any sympathy for their peers. They weren't the ones to fall into a pit, it had nothing to do with them. Thinking that, Tony couldn't help but ask, "Where are the swords?" Luke said, "Big Dipper uses swords as well." Tony was lost for words. Big Dipper didn't just use swords, he was very good with them. When he killed Shredder, he had even split the earth open with one slash, which was very cool. If it were Tony with a favorite toy, he wouldn't sell it even if he didn't play with it, to say nothing of the most handy weapon. After handing over the Silver Samurai and the semi-intelligent nanotechnology, Luke took his leave. He was well aware that delaying Tony was delaying upgrading his own skills. It wasn't like the Big Shot needed to befriend Tony. Business was business. People like the tycoon were very unwilling to owe someone else a favor. Batman was already the limit. It would be very hard for anyone else who wanted to do the same with Tony. At that moment, Luke was eating skewers with Selina on the roof of their building. Picking up a cold beer and clinking it with hers, Luke suddenly said, "What do the two of you think about resigning and starting a business?" Selina choked. Gold Nugget, who was lying in front of her and munching on the meat, was befuddled. Luke, on the other hand, was prepared. He had deliberately spoken when she wasn't facing him, so he wasn't the one who got beer on him. At that moment, he calmly handed her 2 paper napkins. Selina wiped her mouth and then the head of the dog in front of her. "Resign? What do you mean, start a business?" Luke said, "It's been something I've been thinking about on and off." Looking at his face, Selina knew that this, business, and making money were 2 different things. It was precisely because making money was meaningless to them that she felt that this proposal was ridiculous. Selina raised her beer and was about to take a sip, but stopped, in case she got a strange answer. Tell me. Luke turned the skewers. Like opening a private detective agency in New York. Stumped, Selina took a sip and nodded thoughtfully. That does seem interesting. Private detectives and police detectives were two different things, but for Luke and Selina, they were pretty much the same. As long as they had money, there wouldn't be any problems, whatever work they did. Pondering for a moment, she then asked, no problem. But why now? Luke picked up the mutton skewers from the grill, and seasoned them with some cumin and chili flakes. He gave her a bunch and told her to be a quiet glutton for the time being and also feed Gold Nugget. He then explained, there are several reasons. Firstly, we were supporting Dustin and Elsa back then. Now that they've been promoted, they no longer need to go out and work cases. Selina nodded in agreement as she split her loot with Gold Nugget. Although they had come to New York to be vigilantes, they were still detectives because of Dustin and Elsa. Dustin and Elsa were now doing very well. Coupled with the wave of resignations that had happened in NYPD, there was basically no hindrance to them being promoted. Dustin was already a deputy inspector and was on the verge of being promoted to head supervisor of the police department. Elsa had become a level 2 lieutenant last year, and had done enough to be promoted to a captain next year. Because of that, the two of them were completely detached from the frontline, and had very few opportunities to lead a frontline operation. When Luke had gotten Jenny to donate money to the police department, she specifically mentioned their names. Of course, she didn't outright demand that they be promoted. However, for someone of Jenny's status to mention the names of these two minor police officers was a stance in itself. Commissioner Nelson got it. As long as Titanium Phone Company donated tens of millions of dollars to NYPD every year, they wouldn't be treated badly. At the very least, there wouldn't be much resistance to them being promoted just short of becoming deputy chief. It had to be pointed that NYPD had close to 100 members with 1-star badges. If each one could pull in $5 million in donations every year, that would be an additional $500 million in annual funding. Actually, being able to pull in $500,000 annually was already great, to say nothing of $5 million. The capitalists had worked hard to rake in their money. They were already paying taxes, why should they donate again for nothing? Don't say that it was for charity or tax deductibles. There was no need to give it to NYPD. If they gave money away, that was because they wanted privileges and benefits in return. Chapter 1686. Time equals outside of the law. Titanium Phone Company only had stores in New York, while its factories were all over the place and its headquarters was in Nassau County. There were very few times when it needed NYPD, at most, it just needed regular law and order. So, its donations were the least troublesome. Commissioner Nelson had rarely seen such easy money in his life. Since the money had been given, Luke and Selina's track records no longer had any impact on Dustin and Elsa. Even if they stopped working as police detectives, it wouldn't impact their old bosses. It could be said that they had amply fulfilled the initial agreement to come over and help them out. Luke had another mouthful of wine before he said, secondly, it's been 2 years, and enough time has passed for us to leave the police department. Selina was confused. What do you mean? Luke said, it would have been too conspicuous if we hadn't accepted Dustin's invitation, and had run over here ourselves to open a detective agency just as New York started getting rowdy. Selina immediately understood that he was talking about Batman and Black Cat's appearance, which would very easily match their own whereabouts. It was fine if no one investigated, but Luke and Selina were extraordinary fighters, and it was possible that some people would suspect them. Seeing that Selina understood, Luke continued, thirdly, Titanium Phone Company has been developing very quickly in the past 2 years. We're already among the richest and most powerful people in America. There's no need to worry too much. Selina couldn't help but recall how Takagi had given Luke a bungalow back then, and how she had envied him. Now, she didn't feel anything. Her and Gold Nugget's private stash alone was enough to buy a mansion worth tens of millions. When she had first arrived in Los Angeles, she had even begrudged needing to pay rent. As for Luke, he held half the shares in Titanium Phone Company and the phone software company, which were worth more than $200 billion in total. In the last 2 years, Luke had also pushed for Jenny's portion to be increased so that she held 15 to 20% of the shares, increasing her say in the companies. She now oversaw the rest of the shares and dealt with more than 50 other capital groups for the sake of collective benefits. As Luke accumulated more and more technology, most of the unimportant short-term patents turned into long-term ones. Given the size of these two companies, it would be hard for anyone else to swallow them up. There was no need for him to hold on to outdated patents. Both he and Jenny were past the days when they lacked money and had needed power to protect themselves, and had chosen to give up benefits for it. In fact, it was Jenny who developed the two companies so that they became known as pioneers in various respects. Otherwise, the companies wouldn't be that important even if they fell into someone else's hands. In any case, Luke just wanted an online phone network and a media platform. Even if he was kicked out, he and Jenny would still be at the top of the pyramid. The shares that were scattered among various capital groups were bottom assets. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that the other party had to first undergo the system's evaluation of good and evil. If there were too many red names or the other party used dirty methods, Luke didn't mind using even dirtier methods to swallow them up. Mental hypnosis and illusion could solve most problems. A capital group without any red names. From Luke's observations, this was a rare animal among these bigwigs. Thus, there was a 99.99% chance that he could use unconventional methods. As long as no extreme situations happened, Luke and Jenny would become people, outside of the law, in 10 years. These sorts of people would never appear in the defendant's chair, because basically no lawsuit would fall on their heads. If something happened to the company administration would take the blame. If something happened to them personally, a scapegoat would confess the crime of their own accord. Rich people in America could be pulled out and sentenced in public like Thompson, who had killed his wife. However, rich and powerful people were never punished. What Luke had gotten Jenny to do was switch from purely having wealth to having both wealth and power. Only in this way could he use power to create more power. Other people could no longer randomly investigate him just because they were a little suspicious. To use the most practical example, in 5 years, even if the FBI and the CIA found any clues and suspected that Luke was a superhero, they could only hand the evidence over to certain big shots. These big shots would then use the evidence to trade benefits with Luke. Unless it was an irreconcilable grudge, nobody would be stupid enough to expose him. Hydra's allies were real-life examples. They couldn't take him down without solid evidence, so they could only trade benefits. The most important thing was benefits. Luke had never openly confronted the American government, purely because it was unnecessary. After a few years of development, he would become a player who could use the government's strength to do things for him. He wasn't under any sort of pressure. Why should he fight all of society on his own? Only an idiot would think that. From another perspective, Luke's development route was similar to Hydra's. He would use the cover of the American government to reap benefits for himself, and then throw the blame on the government. Luke was just an ordinary person, and didn't know anything about integrity. The one good thing about him was that he had self-awareness. Time was always on his side. He was only 21, but had already entered America's upper class. He had basically removed the possibility of other people using the government's strength to hunt him down. How could he not be satisfied? A few days later, Luke invited Dustin, Elsa and Elizabeth over. At the gathering, he announced his resignation. The three of them were quite shocked. In the end, he talked to the three of them separately. He talked to Dustin and Elsa about future arrangements. There was no need to discuss future arrangements with Elizabeth. She was rich, and Dustin and Elsa could take care of her. Their reactions were similar, but also different. Dustin was the most unaffected. Even if he didn't like it, he felt it made sense. It would be strange for a wealthy person like Luke to remain a minor detective. But based on what Luke and Selena ate and wore, Dustin could guess that Luke had gotten rich after he started working for Dustin. It could only be said that Luke had made money too quickly, and Dustin's plans couldn't keep up with the changes. He even understood that Luke had transferred to New York as a favor to him. Luke must have already been very rich back then, or he wouldn't have been able to build this 5-story building in Clinton. Even though this area had been the chaotic Hell's Kitchen back then, the rent for such a huge building was unimaginably high. So, Dustin was already mentally prepared, and could only wish Luke luck. Elsa's response was similar. She knew Luke and Selena ever better than Dustin did. After all, Selena wasn't best friends with Dustin. Women were more sensitive to price, such as that of perfumes, skincare products, jewelry, clothes and so on. Selena might be a more frugal woman and didn't have a lot of these things, but the quality of these things didn't escape Elsa's notice. Chapter 1687. Want to start a business, and travel first. Elizabeth, however, had mixed feelings. She knew better than her two bosses about Luke's wealth. The shares which her mother had in the gold mine were actually from Luke, otherwise Elizabeth would only be a regular detective right now. She was both disappointed and expectant about Luke and Selina's resignations. Only she knew what this feeling was like. After this small gathering was the detective bureau. Walter was very reluctant, but he wasn't Dustin, and tactfully shut up after saying a few words. Luke was the one who had arranged this position for him, so it was enough to just go through the motions. It was no trouble to bid his colleagues farewell. Luke simply left a message for Connie and told her to choose a night when everybody was free for a party. The party was held in a small bar. Dozens of people whom Luke was familiar with were here, and it was quite lively. Everybody knew that Luke was resigning to become a private detective. This was the retirement choice for many detectives. With their connections, it would be very easy for Luke and Selina to become private detectives in New York. Compared with police detectives who worked all year round without a break and under heavy pressure, private detectives were much more relaxed. In any case, taking photos of people having an affair and whatnot was less dangerous than being accidentally shot. Plus, it paid very well. Of course, there were conditions for getting into this line of work. The more connections you had and the more capable you were, the easier it would be to do business. Luke and Selina met these conditions. A regular patrol officer without any connections or ability to crack cases would quickly starve. Luke already said that they wouldn't meet any less often in the future. His colleagues bore that in mind. Besides, more friends meant more options. In the future, anyone who no longer wanted to work as a police officer might be able to get work from Luke. As long as they had enough connections, they wouldn't lack cases. They could also make money if cases were outsourced to them. Of course, this was mainly for those who had no choice but to resign for one reason or other. For other people, the benefit was basically information, and they could ask Luke to do them a favor once in a while. Given that they were colleagues, he could still do this much. At the end of September, Luke and Selina officially resigned and became freelancers. They started their careers as private detectives, and their office didn't exist. That was because Luke had never planned to set one up. Anyone who could find a great detective like him would naturally have a phone. He had no interest in the traditional business of taking photos for people who had nothing to do with him. He and Selina had been busy working day and night for over 3 years. They caught people during the day and beat people up at night, and only had the odd day off every now and then. When Luke was on leave, he was still working. Now, he could finally take a break to adjust his mindset. So, he took Selina and Gold Nugget with him and went abroad. The first stop was Rio, Brazil. Selina, who loved sunbathing, definitely liked it here. Originally, it was just 2 people and 1 dog. However, he told Robert and Catherine a few days ago that he had resigned and was going on a trip, and Claire found out. So, it turned into 4 people and a dog. Claire and her girlfriend Stacy, who arrived before the private jet took off, were stunned. Wait, Luke actually had a private plane. Thankfully, the old man that was Gold Nugget number 2 suppressed Claire's urge to ask questions right away. She just grumbled at him a little before she went off to cuddle with Stacy. Although Luke didn't want to eavesdrop, this private jet wasn't an A380 or a Boeing 747. He couldn't help hearing them even if he didn't want to. Like about wearing bikinis in which hotel had a big tub next to the window. Helpless, he could only put on earmuffs and close his eyes to take a nap. His real focus was on his 2 clones. One was looking for fat sheep in Japan and the other was doing research at the seaside villa in Nassau County. When work became a habit, sitting around and doing nothing was quite boring. It was like when he wrote novels in his previous life. If he didn't write for a day, he felt like he hadn't done anything. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person who slept 8 hours a day, ate, drank and took dumps. That was half the day gone. Now, he was a man who could work 22 hours a day, and on 3 different things at the same time. He could do in a day what other people would take 10 days to do. He was naturally 10 times more addicted to work than other people. When they got off the plane, Claire said goodbye and took Stacy with her for some alone time. She was no longer that kid who used to follow Luke around. Luke had nothing to say. The truth was that he found it weird when he saw his sister being all cozy with his student. Out of sight, out of mind. Given how strong they both were, there shouldn't be any problems. Selina got into the car which the hotel had sent to pick them up, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you really not going to do anything about them?" Luke said, "Claire is 20 and her girlfriend is already 18. What can I do?" Selina had nothing to say. It was also because she and Luke had been busy for the past few years that her memories of Claire stopped at her being 17. Claire was already working and spending her own money. She was 100% an independent adult. In a situation like this, the most her parents could do was criticize her. It was up to her whether or not to listen. Besides, Claire had to work and study most of the time, and they hardly saw her. It would be unrealistic for them to poke their noses into her private life. Selina could only change the subject. "What's the plan?" Luke couldn't help but laugh when he saw how she winked and clapped her hands together. "Let's go to the hotel first. The beach is right outside the hotel. You can play however you like." Selina asked, "What about at night?" Luke knew she was asking if they were going to go out and beat up people at night. He shook his head. "We'll talk about it after we're done having fun. There's no one to nag us to go back to work this time." Selina nodded and looked at the bright sun outside the window. She sighed in satisfaction. That's good. She was quite dedicated when it came to beating up people at night. Over the past year, Luke had often stayed home because of other matters, but Selina and Gold Nugget had gone out at least once every 2 days. Otherwise, she and the doghead wouldn't have so much cash in their stash. The regular drug dealers in New York had gotten smarter after being beaten up. Most of them kept just the day's earnings in their hideout, which was only tens of thousands at most. Even so, this didn't stop the two from working hard. Thanks to information from the doghead, Selina had even deliberately let some drug dealers go twice, and had followed them to the underground bank, where all the money was pooled together. Since then, none of the New York gangs dared to put money in this sort of underground bank anymore. Everybody could only look for other ways to hide their money. Thus, Selina and Luke were more or less the same when it came to working overtime. Before Luke said to have fun first, the two of them had already subconsciously considered things like, there are a lot of gangs here, a lot of cash, and plenty to beat up for a while. A certain doghead had an extra thought: make money and buy more delicious food. Chapter 1688, An Honest Face, and Can You Blame Me? This was Gold Nugget and Selina's usual practice. Every time it made money from a private job, it could order whatever food it wanted. As an alien foodie, this sort of treatment was very important to the doghead. It was a dog now, and couldn't charge into a restaurant to order food on its own. With this agreement, even if Selina had to spend a lot of money, or some 3-star Michelin restaurant had some sort of rule, she would still find a way to take the doghead out for a meal. It had eaten at all the famous restaurants in New York over the past year, and was more of a foodie than Luke. A professional foodie would only eat and not cook, and would be especially picky. Gold Nugget felt that it had talent in this respect. Using Selina's account, it made a lot of comments on F2F's online food review section, and was now a minor celebrity critic. How did a dog become one? Of course, it was because it was concerned about the safety of New York's F&B, and had pointed out serious problems with the ingredients used by many famous restaurants. The first few restaurants refused to admit it, and threatened to sue this nosy food critic. But the doghead immediately reported to Selina that someone wanted to sue her. Selina certainly wouldn't let that happen. Thus, one person and one dog used Little Snail to gather intelligence during the day and then went to the scene at night to take photos. After that, the doghead played the anonymous, conscientious citizen, and commented online with pictures as proof to thrash these restaurants. The other restaurants weren't stupid. After this sort of scandal happened several times in a row, everybody changed their tune. They didn't dare threaten that food critic, and instead obediently pushed out a scapegoat and said that they would definitely correct themselves. The hygiene and quality of ingredients in New York's restaurants hence improved significantly. It could only be said that Selina and the doghead were very petty, which was illustrated by how most people now didn't dare provoke this dog critic. The car took them straight to a 5-star hotel called Prodi. Not only was the hotel next to the beach, there was also a pier not far away where they could rent a yacht. That was the reason why Luke had chosen this hotel, even though it wasn't very famous. In any case, when it came to 5-star service, the difference was mostly in extra services, on top of the basic services. Unfortunately, Luke and Selina were both pragmatists and weren't interested in enjoying these services, so they just chose whatever caught their eye. After checking in, They changed into their swimsuits and went to the golden beach in front of the hotel. Walking on the beach, Selena sighed in satisfaction. My skin will be too fair if I don't get some sun. Luke was lost for words. If Luke wanted wheat-colored skin in New York, he would have to use ultraviolet light. But Selena insisted that getting a tan that way had no soul. She was one of the more fair-skinned Latin Americans. Coupled with her enhanced physique and the symbiotic energy exchange with Gold Nugget every night, her skin became even whiter. However, she liked wheat-colored skin, which was why she liked sunbathing. 2 people and 1 dog sat down in the beach chairs reserved for VIP guests. Selena started preparing for her sunbath, and Luke took out a hat to put on his face and go to sleep. After multitasking 3 ways for so long, he occasionally wanted to go offline and rest. A few minutes later, a hotel attendant delivered a bunch of things: towels, a mini icebox, drinks, food and fruit. The dog head didn't need to sunbathe, and it wouldn't just lie around. These were mainly prepared for it. Selena laid out a towel on the beach and streamed a show on her phone. She put the phone on the towel and told the dog head to watch the show. She turned around and saw Luke enjoying a bottle of raspberry juice. She rolled her eyes and pulled off her t-shirt to reveal her bikini. Darling, time for you to get to work. Luke nodded and started putting sunblock on Selena, who was lying comfortably in the chair. Soon, her fair back was oily, and Luke's thoughts suddenly wandered. He couldn't help but recall an ad slogan from his previous life: "Where are the oily big sisters?" There seemed to be one right in front of him. He couldn't help but smile. Selena looked at him suspiciously when she saw his strange smile. She turned around and saw a few girls playing beach volleyball 20 meters away. Hee. She closed her eyes and was too lazy to say anything. What else could Luke do except sleep, play with his phone, and look at girls on the beach? He could do whatever he wanted. Feeling the warm sun on her back and listening to the noise around her, she felt drowsy and actually fell asleep. After meticulously putting on the sunblock, Luke wiped it off his hands. Hearing Selena's even breathing, he chuckled. After giving the dog head some instructions, Luke lay down and covered his face with his hat. Turning down his 5 senses, he fell asleep. After a long while, Gold Nugget suddenly barked. Luke's ears twitched. When he took off the hat that was covering his face, he saw something round and big about to hit him. Cursing inwardly, Luke stretched out his hand and pulled himself onto Selena's chair. Bang! A Brazilian girl with an hourglass figure ended up lying on his chair. Her super tiny bikini couldn't cover up her breasts and muscles at all. She was big, everywhere and beautiful in the style of a Latin American. Unfortunately, Luke had been quick to move aside. The girl, who looked like she was in her early 20s, miscalculated, and fell flat on the chair instead of on Luke. Selena opened her eyes lazily and turned around, only to see the beauty in the chair next to her. Her eyes immediately widened. "How long have I been asleep?" Luke said helplessly. "About an hour." Selena turned on her side slightly but didn't get up. She simply put an arm around Luke's shoulder and chuckled. "You got a package so soon. I did say you should wear a black hood." Luke rolled his eyes. "I had a hat on my face." The hot girl, who wasn't hurt from the fall but had her breath knocked out of her, came back to her senses. She said innocently, "Ah, sorry. I thought this was my chair." Selena snorted. "Okay, you can go now." Smiling awkwardly, the hot girl quickly got up and ran away. Watching her run away, Selena couldn't help but pinch Luke's face. "What is with this dishonest face?" Luke blinked. "Can you blame me?" Selena snorted. Luke smiled helplessly. "Fine, the one who should be blamed are those 2. Selena followed his gaze and was stunned to see 2 girls holding up their phones like expert photographers. Then, she realized what was going on, and laughed out loud. "So it was for a picture. I was wrong to blame this face." She then let go. Luke disinfected his chair with a spray before he lay back down. "Can you blame me?" Chapter 1689. Goodbye, and slipping away to go traveling. Luke was too lazy to move, but Selena had slept enough and was bursting with energy. She got up and poked Gold Nugget in the butt. "Bring Claire over." Gold Nugget turned its head and looked at her as if to say, "What are you talking about?" Selena pointed. "Go, lassie." Gold Nugget was lost for words. Unfortunately, Selena simply stopped playing the show on her phone and took out a bottle of passionfruit juice from the mini icebox to drink. In the eyes of the dog head, however, Selena was clearly saying, "If you don't go, you won't get any." Gold Nugget could only surrender. It finally realized that Selena was letting herself go a little on this trip. Rather than let her mess around with it, it was better to let someone else take its place. Other people naturally couldn't bully the fiend's sister, but Selena could. After all, she was Claire's combat coach. A moment later, an aggrieved Stacy returned with the dog head. An exasperated Claire ran around the dog head in circles and told it to let go. But Gold Nugget firmly bit down on Stacy's belt and wouldn't let go no matter how Claire pulled on it. Luke didn't say anything and simply closed his eyes, pretending that he didn't know anything. Stacy could be considered Claire's accomplice, and Gold Nugget was Selena's lackey. What reason did he have to stop them? After Claire came over, Selena grabbed her face and squished it. Are you in need of a thrashing after not training for so long? Come, let your teacher loosen you up. Then, there was the sound of laughter. Luke's main body simply went into hibernation mode as he used the level 2 clone to carry out research. He had taken a rare nap for an hour, and was full of energy right now. How could he not use it up? Half an hour later, he felt someone poking his belly. He opened his eyes. Weren't you going to go do your own thing? Claire pointed at the hotel. I saw the two of you from there. Luke found that odd. Didn't you say that you were going to look for your own hotel? Claire said, I'm staying at the same hotel. Luke was lost for words. Fine, it was probably because she didn't want Luke to pay for her. After all, she was an adult with a girlfriend. Even if Luke's family didn't care, everybody else would still take note. For example, nobody said anything about the money Luke spent to keep his family safe. But Robert and Catherine had never used the money from the shares that Luke had given them, and still used their own salaries to cover their daily expenses. Even when it came to Joseph's school expenses, Grandpa Drax and Luke both chipped in. In the old man's words, that was his grandson. However much he wanted to give had nothing to do with anyone else. Luke had seized on this reason to also fund his little brother's education. Thinking that, he sat up and took out a bottle of cherry juice from the fridge. Okay, what do you want? Claire chuckled and put her hands on his shoulders. Come swim with us, Luke. Did you come to the beach just to sleep? Luke went along with it. He could already tell that it wasn't just her. Selena and Stacy were also waiting. A moment later, Gold Nugget was left on the beach to guard everybody's bags. As a reward, Claire put a big glass of ice cream in front of it. Looking at the four who charged into the ocean, the dog head leisurely took a big lick of ice cream. It was finally quiet. In the next 5 days, although the four of them stayed in the same hotel, they only went out to play together once. After that, it was Claire and Stacy who would come over to say hello, while Luke and Selena would slip away without them noticing. They were all adults, there was no need to stick together. Selena whispered to the dog head, it's because a certain someone feels uncomfortable watching his sister in a relationship. 5 days later, Luke and Selena switched to the faces of a certain, good-hearted Big Shot, and the Big Shot's girlfriend, and boarded the Big Shot's yacht and headed out into the ocean. In return, the good-hearted Big Shot and his capable subordinates were promoted as new residents of Space 2. The intelligence on this Big Shot had been provided by the security company which Rebecca oversaw. Luke had only needed to take one look at the good and evil panel to confirm that this person was so dark red he was almost black. Compared with when he had to carry out the investigation himself, it was a lot easier now. With Luke's financial support and no pressure to make profits, the security company's feelers now extended throughout South America. In particular, the company focused on boss figures in various major cities. This was all that the security company did on a daily basis. Otherwise, if they offended the local tyrant, there might be trouble. But now, it was hard to say who was more likely to get into trouble. Just like that, Luke, Selena and the dog sailed south. Once the yacht set sail, Gold Nugget was free. This wasn't New York, where it could eat and drink as it pleased. Of course, it had to make up for it now. Thus, the dog head simply lay like a salted fish in the cabin and ate and watched dramas all day. Selena was free to enjoy the sun on the top deck. If she lacked anything, Luke and the dog head could get it for her. In any case, there was a protective screen on the top deck, and nobody would be able to see her unless another boat steered close. Anyway, Luke wouldn't approach any other boats they might encounter on the ocean. In this way, 2 people and 1 dog sailed along the shoreline and stopped to play whenever they found a place with a nice view. Gold Nugget feasted on whatever seafood they caught. When they saw an island, it would go off to explore the jungle. The poisonous creepy crawlies of the tropics couldn't do anything to the nanosuit at all. Besides, the symbiote liked eating these sorts of meat high in protein the most. If Luke was willing to roast it and sprinkle chili flakes and cumin or whatever on it, Gold Nugget could eat it for the rest of its life. That was just how fearless alien foodies were. On the way, they passed by cities like Sao Paulo and Buenos Aires. Luke and Selena would go play for 5 days to a week, and they spent most of the time purely having fun. At night, they did some small jobs based on the list of bosses from the security company. In the past month, Luke had accumulated a tremendous amount of cash and valuable items in his inventory, as well as a huge pile of accounts and secret keys. Selena didn't think much of it, but Gold Nugget was very concerned about its own income. It was a self-employed dog without a salary, and was barely making a living by doing some odd jobs. Impatient with the dog head's nagging, Selena finally talked to Luke after they passed through Buenos Aires. If they continued south, there were no other world-famous cities, and Luke's harvest probably wouldn't be as big, though he was too lazy to take inventory. For Gold Nugget's sake, however, he could only transfer his harvest this time into Space 2 and have Osiris, the AI program, use a robot to do a count. Chapter 1690, Is it tasty? Can we eat it? Once Luke agreed, the dog head was no longer anxious. That was because it knew that the fiend was a man of his word. He had never once confiscated Gold Nugget's commission or secret stash. He would even launder the dirty money which Gold Nugget and Selena obtained. A few days later, 2 people and 1 dog approached the southernmost point of South America, and the harvest was finally sorted out. As usual, fixed assets, antiques, jewelry and so on weren't included in the total amount. Selena and Gold Nugget only needed 2 things, money and gold. Actually, Selena wasn't interested in gold, but a certain dog head was quite interested in this close relative, so Luke and Selena treated it like a toy for the dog. In any case, Gold Nugget wasn't good at math. Even if the gold was converted into points or money, it wouldn't be able to remember it at all. At home, a few gold carvings based on its original form were placed next to its kennel in Selena's room, and it was satisfied with that. From this point of view, Gold Nugget was a lot like a kid getting New Year money. Although it knew that money was very important, it couldn't spend it itself. So, it might value money, but not very much as long as it didn't use it all up. Everything was fine. Now, when it heard Luke offer it $50 million and 200 kilograms of gold, Gold Nugget simply stared at Selena. Selena rolled her eyes. The dog head had forced her to attend this meeting over such a small matter. She simply said, "In the future, your online shopping limit can be increased to $5,000 a month." Gold Nugget immediately understood and nodded frantically. Luke had specifically reminded Selena before that she had to put a cap on the dog head's online shopping. Coupled with the fact that it had secretly bought Selena a full set of toys back then, whatever it now wanted to buy had to be cleared by Selena first. It could only be said that it had brought this disaster on itself. Thus, the dog head was keenly aware of the monthly limit. Selena and Gold Nugget also used this shopping limit as a gauge for how much they earned. At the very beginning, however, she calculated it in years. For example, if Gold Nugget had $1 million, and spent $10,000 a year, it would have enough to use for 100 years. Now, they could only count it by the month. If it was $50 million, then it was $5,000 a month. They weren't bullying Gold Nugget because it didn't understand math. It was just that this guy really would buy a bunch of useless things if they weren't careful. It was impossible for them to keep useless things at home. Most of it was donated to the neighboring shelter still in the packaging. The problem was that some of these things couldn't be donated, so Selena could only secretly throw them away. That was why the guy's consumption limit went from 1% to 0.1%. After Gold Nugget got some reassurance, the yacht started to go around Cape Horn. Luke remembered the Falklands War from his school textbook in his past life. However, the islands were further east, and Luke wasn't interested in visiting them. On the west side was also a famous geological feature, the Strait of Magellan. The water route here wasn't easy to navigate, so Luke chose Ushuaia. The last time he did a job for Wayland Corporation, he had flown to the South Pole from here. 2 people and 1 dog docked at the port in Ushuaia. They put on their armor and turned invisible as they entered the Antarctic Circle. It was summer in the South Pole. Luke took Selena and Gold Nugget to look at the remains of the underground pyramid. It could be considered a trip down memory lane. They were wearing armor, and the weather was much better. They didn't have to worry about the low temperature like the first time Luke came, and they played for a bit in the Antarctic Circle. Unfortunately, it was past the period to see the aurora here. Selena didn't really care. She excitedly picked up an average-sized penguin and asked, is this edible? Luke heard her very clearly, and Gold Nugget couldn't help but suck in a breath. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. According to people who have eaten it, it's not very delicious because most of it is fat. Don't even think about eating it. Naturally, the latter half of the sentence was directed at a certain dog head. This guy had a bigger diet than humans, and wouldn't feel sick even if its entire mouth was full of fat. Selena regretfully dropped the struggling penguin. A moment later, what about this? It looks tasty, she asked Luke, holding something white and yellow. Luke said, seals are similar to penguins. They have a lot of fat, and they definitely don't taste as good as what we usually eat. Selena frowned. Are they all that bad? Luke grabbed the annoyed seal and threw it back into the ocean, before he pulled her along. These are all protected animals. You're not Gold Nugget. Don't copy how it eats everything in sight, you might get a rare disease. Humans raise livestock to satisfy their cravings. Those are the ones that have been tested to be safe for consumption, and they taste the best. Selena was unhappy. Rubbish, a lot of the seafood we eat is wild. Luke said, the fish we like to eat makes up a very small portion of the fish in the ocean. Even if someone else eats it, they might not be able to stomach it. Selena asked, for example. Luke immediately thought of something. Canned herring. I'll buy it for you when we get back. Hearing that, Selena stopped asking and turned to look at the ocean in the distance. Why don't we go fishing? Luke. Okay. As soon as he said that, something white and yellow suddenly jumped out of the water and landed on an iceberg not far away. It was the seal which they had thrown back into the water. Selena narrowed her eyes. Look, it doesn't want to leave. How about we roast it and give it a try? If it tastes bad, we can give it to Gold Nugget. Gold Nugget nodded vigorously to indicate that it didn't mind. Annoyed, Luke gestured at it to shut up. Eat, eat, eat. You even want to eat sh*t. Depressed, Gold Nugget whined, knowing that it was hopeless. Suddenly, something black and white jumped out of the ocean and landed on the iceberg to bite the seal. Blood splattered on the ice. Luke. Selena. Gold Nugget. The next moment, Luke dashed out, grabbed the half of the seal carcass that was left, and threw it to the dog. Alright, you can try this half. Gold Nugget's eyes lit up. Staring at the big black and white guy in the ocean, Selena sucked in her breath. This is probably a fish, right? Luke was lost for words. That's a killer whale, not a fish. Just like how pandas aren't cats, Luke grumbled inwardly. Selena couldn't look away from the black and white killer whale. Is it tasty? Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Let's go. We'll go fishing underwater for a feast. Gold Nugget, stay here. Don't let anything else steal your snack. Gold Nugget nodded decisively. The suits entered the ocean and descended at a regular speed. This wasn't a battle. There was no need to rush. In the end, a black and white shadow followed them and circled them curiously. Selena took another deep breath. It's fate. Luke said, it's not a fish. Also, it's very smart. There is no record of wild killer whales attacking humans. Chapter 1691. Don't eat fish, eat crabs. There were cases of killer whales in marine parks attacking and even killing people. But that was rare. Furthermore, investigations confirmed that the killer whales were ill-treated. For gigantic killer whales, a marine park was like a house that was just 10 to 20 square meters in size. They were restricted to this small house until they died of old age, and were forced to perform all sorts of actions that went against their nature. They were smart to begin with, and were social animals, like humans. It would be unbearable for a person to be locked up at home for a few days, let alone be tormented for decades. Shut-ins might be able to go without leaving the house for months, but killer whales couldn't go online to chat, and still had to work. Luke knew what this creature was like. Even if it had just killed a seal, he wasn't afraid of being bitten by it. It looked very tragic for the seal, but they often caught penguins for food. They didn't eat killer whales because they couldn't defeat them. This was the animal world, it was survival of the fittest. The little fatty swimming around them was only 4 meters long, and was clearly a kid. It was very curious and lively. A few adult killer whales swam around slowly not far away. The seal killed just now had been training for their kid. Killer whales were smart and social creatures. Of course, they always fought as a group and never lost. Apart from humans, they had no natural enemies. Compared with Selena, who was thinking about how to eat the fish, Luke liked the little fatty that was next to him. Many black and white things were quite cute, like pandas. Seeing how friendly the little fatty was, he simply used mental communication to play with the little guy, then reached out to scratch its chin several times. He treated it like a dog. Affected by mental communication, the fatty wasn't scared. Instead, it leaned in closer and even started to nuzzle Luke. Selena sighed regretfully. Fine, we won't eat this fish. A moment later, the fatty finally left. It had been summoned by its mother to go back and continue its journey. It couldn't play with this friendly person in front of it. It waved its tail in farewell and then swiftly disappeared into the dark sea. Without the cute kid around, Luke and Selena sped up and soon reached the seabed 850 meters down. It was completely dark. However, their armor had multiple sensor functions, and Luke's elementary sound wave could also be used as a sonar. Both of them were shocked by what they saw. Selena couldn't help but cry out, "Oh my God, is this heaven?" There were king crabs all over the seabed. Selena vividly remembered how each of these big guys cost hundreds of dollars. In order to eat these, she had paid the Chinese owner of the seafood shop in San Gabriel Valley a lot of money. She had still been poor at that time, and her heart had ached. In front of her were king crabs on the seabed, as far as the eye could see. Was it hundreds of thousands, or millions of them? Even if she was better at math than Gold Nugget, she couldn't count them all. Selena subconsciously scanned them with her armor. A number popped up on the screen, and it soon reached 5 figures. She decisively ordered the scan to stop, since it was meaningless. It made no difference to her whether it was 10,000 or 20,000. In any case, she couldn't eat them all. She turned around and looked at Luke. "Do you want this today?" "Okay." Luke chuckled and took out a black tube from his waist. He activated it, and a large net shot out. It was designed to deal with large monsters like the undead, and could be used to catch king crabs. Handing it to Selena, Luke said with a smile, "Just grab whatever you want." Selena cheered and rushed down with the net. "Mine, mine, gold nuggets." Luke's. "Mine, mine, mine, mine." Luke. "Too young and too simple, young lady." Thinking that, his telekinesis stretched out and locked onto the king crabs at the bottom of the ocean. In the next moment, they were stored in space too. The robots that had just finished counting money got back to work again. At Osiris's command, they slaughtered the king crabs. 20 minutes later, Selena filled up the 2 big nets that Luke had given her. She said regretfully, "Too bad we don't have enough equipment. It looks like these can only hold 200. Luke said, "That's enough. You'll only eat 2 or 3 of these in one meal." If it wasn't for Gold Nugget, he wouldn't have let her catch so much. Selena asked, "How much would these cost if we sold them?" Luke was amused. "We'll probably only be able to feed them to pigs." Selena. "What, are you kidding?" She had spent $200 per crab back then, because live crabs were very expensive. But frozen king crabs also fluctuated in price. The king crabs here varied in size, but most of them were big ones which weighed more than 10 pounds each. The ones she had caught were each almost 50 pounds in size. The nets would have long broken if they weren't specially made. One frozen crab would be able to sell for $1,000 in New York. That was because the king crabs she had bought for $200 each were only between 4 to 10 pounds, which was 1/5 of the weight of this current batch. There were hundreds of thousands of king crabs here, which were worth more than $100 million in total. Luke waved his hand and gestured for her to follow him. He explained, "Look at this place. You should know that the prices are inflated." Selena was skeptical. "Seriously, although there are slightly more here, it's not like there would be enough for the whole world, right? Gold Nugget might be able to eat them all." Luke chuckled. "These aren't the only king crabs in the world. They're just one type. They don't have any natural enemies because of their size and numbers, and they reproduce too quickly. They're already destroying the environment. King crabs aren't rare. The reason there is a limit on how many can be caught is to control the quantity and raise the price." Selena was lost for words as she looked at the king crabs below her. A moment later, she suddenly came back to her senses. "Ah, wasn't I tricked by the boss of that seafood shop then?" Luke shook his head. "Not really. Prices are always controlled by big corporations. That old man didn't get his goods cheaply either. He just sold them to us for a little higher." Hearing that, Selena finally felt better. "I'll never buy this again. It turned out to be a scam." Luke didn't think much of it. There's no need. We just enjoy eating it, we're not eating for other people to see. There's no need to save money. In any case, he had caught a bunch of them just now. Was it 100,000 or 200,000? There was no way to count them. Telekinesis covered an area 100 meters in diameter, locked onto the crabs and collected them, and the seabed instantly turned quiet. Chapter 1692, Feast, and Little Fatty's cries. Now that Space 2 was bigger, Luke could do more with it. Previously, he had stored a lot of big ice blocks in Space 1. Now, they were transferred to an empty cell in Space 2 to turn it into an artificial cold storage. After he tossed the king crabs inside, the robot stabbed them to death one by one and threw them to the side. Every few minutes, Luke would move the king crabs that had been killed back into Space 1 to ensure that they didn't go bad. This fully automatic process chain was a little tiring, but it was fun to play with once in a while. Plus, they were protecting the natural seabed environment. All humans and other marine animals should thank him. After all, king crabs were similar to wild boars in Texas, carp in the Great Lakes, and rabbits and camels in Australia. When there were no natural enemies in their environment, it was easy for these creatures to reproduce. If there were too many of them, they really couldn't be killed even if you had money. Texan farm owners shot wild boars from helicopters, and large-scale fishing competitions were held at the Great Lakes. The Australian government had been engaged in a century-long war with the rabbits. Now, it spent several $100 million to send people out every now and then to cull the wild camels, which put pressure on the environment. So, even if Luke caught all the king crabs here, other species of king crab would flourish after a few years. There were few marine creatures who could eat king crabs in the first place. In the name of environmental protection, Luke swam over this mass of king crabs with Selena and put the big ones into his inventory. There was no way he could collect them all. No matter how powerful his mental strength was, and no matter how fast he could recover with his self-healing, collecting 1,000,000 king crabs would tire him to death. Selena also took out a collapsible spear and casually stabbed at the king crabs she passed. After a while, she realized that there were basically no other sea creatures on this seabed apart from the king crabs. Fish could still run, but a lot of others couldn't run in time and were eaten up. In the end, they arrived at a dark trench. Even Luke didn't know how deep the trench was. But next to Cape Horn, which they had passed a few days ago, was the famous Drake Passage. It had a minimum depth of 2,800 meters and a maximum depth of 5,800 meters. A depth of 2,000 to 3,000 meters was nothing. Luke was about to go back. Selena suddenly said, "Look, that one's huge." Luke turned around and saw a gigantic king crab strutting around near the trench several hundred meters away. He smacked his lips. "That would probably be enough for the three of us." Selena grew excited. "Then we'll eat that today." As she spoke, she charged forward and pierced this king of all king crabs with her spear, before she slung the spear over her shoulder and drifted up to the surface. Amused, Luke followed her. On the seabed below, the current which Selena kicked up with her action swept a huge bunch of the king crabs nearby into the pitch-black trench, and they disappeared without a trace. Further away, 4 large and 1 small killer whales were happily hunting seals. Everything was peaceful. A moment later, an ice house with optical camouflage was standing on the ice. Luke and Selena started cooking. For someone with an arc reactor, ordinary energy demands weren't a problem. Luke, this DIY expert, had long invented a nuclear-powered stove, but had yet to find a chance to use it. After expanding the stove's surface, it wasn't a problem to place a bigger metal pot on it. The stove was set up in this ice house that was 5 meters in length, width and height. The meat of a king crab was mainly in the legs and the parts that connected the legs to the body. The shell was too big, and the roe inside might contain elements of heavy metal, so Luke simply threw them away. Even then, the king crab's 6 legs weighed more than 25 kilograms altogether. Only 3 could be put into the big pot to steam at a time. Steam rose, and the crab legs turned a tempting orange. Gold Nugget couldn't be bothered to swallow its saliva anymore, and simply let it drip onto the ice. Fortunately, Selena had anticipated this, and arranged for the guy to sit opposite them. Of course, she couldn't stop swallowing her saliva herself. This was a super king crab that hadn't cost anything. Even if you had money, it would be difficult to eat something like this in America. Luke didn't torture them. Once he felt they were pretty much done, he took the crab legs out and then steamed the other 3. Everyone got 1 crab leg each. That was more or less enough for him and Selena. Gold Nugget, however, would definitely be able to eat all 6 legs, and very quickly at that. Sure enough, Gold Nugget looked at Luke impatiently. Selena said that everybody had to eat together. Luke took out a few bottles of a soy sauce and cola mix from his inventory and poured them into a big bowl. Then, he took out a few extra dips for himself and Selena, including the ginger, white vinegar, sesame oil and soy sauce combo that was most frequently used in China. Picking up the cooked crab leg, he cleanly gave the order, "Okay, everybody, let's eat." The sound of them gobbling down the food rang out, and for the next few minutes, there were only Selena's exclamations and Luke's casual murmurs of agreement. Gold Nugget's mouth didn't stop moving. There were still 3 more legs steaming in the pot. Half an hour later, Luke and Selena were lying side by side on an ice couch as they looked at the deep blue ocean and the icebergs outside. They chatted idly, and would pick up crab meat from time to dip in spicy sauce and eat. Luke had used a traditional Chinese dip while Selena had used a sweet and sour American dip for their first crab legs. At that moment, the two of them were 70% full, and were sharing a third crab leg. In front of Gold Nugget were 3 basins with 3 different dips. It had used up the soy sauce and Coke sauce for its first 2 crab legs, and was now eating a third crab leg. There were too many options today, and the dog head was a little busy. Selena had yet to finish enjoying the feast of crab meat, when she recalled the fish. "I really can't eat that fish," Luke said helplessly. "The killer whales are so cute, why would you eat them?" Selena nodded regretfully. "I'm just curious." Luke chuckled. "Do you want to try seal meat?" Looking at the half-eaten seal in the corner, Selena shook her head decisively. "Gold Nugget can have it." Looking at Luke's face, she was sure it was a trap somehow. Luke didn't think much of it and stored the half-eaten seal in his inventory. This time, he didn't hide the matter of his inventory from Selena. He simply said that it was his superpower. Wasn't Daddy's system his superpower? Selena and Gold Nugget were surprised, but not overly so. It was hard to survive in this world without superpowers. Instead, what delighted the 2 gluttons the most, was that they didn't have to worry about going hungry anymore when they followed Luke. In this beautiful atmosphere, a black and white figure jumped out of the ocean and made anxious, whining sounds. Gold Nugget turned its head in astonishment. "What the hell? This guy is actually stealing my lines." Chapter 1693. Running into big seafood once more. Luke, however, gave a light exclamation of surprise and flew out of the ice house. He stopped in front of the whale and activated mental communication. Killer whales were very smart, but that was only in animal terms. In fact, they were as straightforward as human kids and wouldn't hide their thoughts. That was why Bobby had used mental communication to train animals at the very beginning, not to spy on people. Less than 10 seconds later, Luke understood what the little whale was saying. "An enemy down below, it's big and fierce." The other killer whales were caught. Selena flew over as well. "What's wrong?" Luke pondered for a moment, then told the little fatty to wait. He then flew back to the ice house with Selena. "Combine with Gold Nugget, and come with me." Gold Nugget's round slime form immediately emerged from Dollar's body and latched onto Selena's body through her open visor. Luke gave Dollar half a syringe of a sedative, and it fell asleep in seconds. He put it away in space too, then took out 2 sets of underwater gear. After the gear was attached to the armor, the 2 of them flew back to the ocean and dove in next to the little fatty. Thanks to mental communication, the little fatty still recognized them despite the changes to their appearance. It waved its tail and started to lead the way. At that moment, Selena asked, "What happened?" Luke said, "The little guy said that its family ran into a very big enemy which came up from the bottom of the ocean and captured all 4 killer whales. It was the only one to escape." As for the fact that the little fatty had come to him as soon as possible because of mental communication, there was no need to talk about it now. Thinking quickly, Selena realized why Luke was acting so serious. How big is the enemy? Whatever came up from the bottom of the ocean could only be a creature, and basically couldn't be a boat. An adult male killer whale was 8 meters in length, and a female 7, and they weighed between 4 and 6 tons. 4 killer whales would weigh almost 20 tons in total, but they had all been captured by this enemy, which meant that the enemy had to weigh far more than 20 tons to be able to completely overwhelm the killer whales. The little fatty that had escaped had come to Luke in desperation and also because it had been scared witless by the other party. Luke could sense the fear in its heart. It was the instinctive reaction of a creature in the face of a powerful predator. But what were killer whales? They were the invincible tyrants of the ocean. Generally, it would only be whaling boats that could take down 4 big killer whales and 1 small killer whale in one go. Luke, on the other hand, had been monitoring the area. There were no boats on the ocean, and no one on the ice. Luke narrowed his eyes. Asked Gold Nugget if it smelled anything on the little killer whale just now. After combining with Gold Nugget, Selena and Gold Nugget shared the same thoughts. After a brief silence, she said, "It said that there was a familiar scent." At that moment, Luke and Selena had followed the whale to a certain location. Looking at the dark trench, Selena exclaimed, "Didn't we catch the big king crab here?" Luke nodded and said, "Yes. Let's go down." The little fatty said that the enemy came from here. Saying that, he used mental communication to calm the little killer whale down and make it stay up here. The little guy didn't dare go down at all. Besides, it wouldn't be of much help if it went down. At most, it would just be offering its head up to the other party. The next moment, Luke and Selena pushed harder and charged downward. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the ocean was no man's land for humans. No matter how advanced technology was, 99.99% of the ocean had yet to be explored. What humans had conquered was only the surface of the ocean, not the ocean itself. Luke didn't dare dive into the deep ocean right away, and had to equip himself with underwater gear beforehand. Otherwise, the armor wouldn't be able to withstand the water pressure. The gear was a fully enclosed suit which was streamlined to reduce resistance while moving in the water. Luke and Selena soon reached a depth of 3,000 meters. This sort of battlefield was clearly disadvantageous to them. Because of the water pressure, Luke couldn't use drones or sharp nose, and it was hard to move with telekinesis. Only elementary sound wave was still useful to some extent. Instead, what was most reliable was the underwater gear's sensor functions, which could detect movements within a range of several hundred meters. This was the result of the superpower plus tech development route which Luke took. In any case, he spent less than 1/10 of the time on the tech. The initial beginnings in research, which were the most time-consuming, were all carried out by the tycoon. In the time it took to say a few words, they had reached the bottom of the ocean 3,000 meters down. When they reached the seabed, Selena cursed. "What the hell is that?" Luke narrowed his eyes. Asked Gold Nugget. Selena was silent for a moment, and then was stumped. "Big seafood, are you crazy?" Of course, she was talking to the dog head. After a brief silence, she finally understood. "Is this the giant octopus you ran into when you saved Robert and Catherine last time?" Luke hummed in acknowledgement and said, "But it seems much bigger than last time." As they spoke, they approached the giant octopus that was 500 meters away. Luke suddenly stopped. "Wait," Selena asked, "what's wrong?" Sensing his own mental state, Luke frowned. "You don't sense anything wrong." Selena said, "No," Luke said, "but I'm sensing an abnormal disturbance, and it's a little chaotic." Gold Nugget doesn't sense anything. Selena spoke to the dog head for a moment. It said that, there are indeed a lot of chaotic voices, but on its original planet, hundreds or thousands of similar voices can be heard at any time, so it didn't pay attention to them. Luke. "So, you're saying that you're already Legion, so you're not afraid of one more voice?" Even as he mocked the dog head in his heart, Luke knew that it was protecting Selena, which was better than his current situation. This big seafood might have an ability to affect minds. Also, we're still several hundred meters away, and it might not necessarily have noticed us yet. Selena grew solemn when she heard this. She had never encountered something that could affect minds from 500 meters away. Coupled with its terrifying size, it probably wouldn't be easy to eat this big seafood. The problem was that it would be hard to use long-range attacks 3,000 meters underwater. It would also be hard to use higher freezing temperatures that would otherwise easily cause damage. Luke wasn't in a hurry. Intelligence had always been the priority in a battle. The safest thing to always do was plan first. Since they had discovered that their opponent was this super octopus monster, there was no hope for the little fatty's family. Luke wouldn't give up his life for a few killer whales. After exchanging a few words with Selena, they started to swim upward. In a situation where he had time, and in a super battle arena like the deep sea, Luke would rather wait for reinforcements first. Safety was the most important thing. Chapter 1694, a boss that even a cheat player scratches his head over. The little killer whale came over. Luke didn't have a good solution for this newly orphaned baby. It was already good enough that he didn't let Selena eat it. Nature was cruel. Other animals wouldn't let you go just because you were cute. Of course, what human beings loved to do most was tamper with nature. Since Luke and Selena were free, they simply left with the little fatty to look for other killer whales. Killer whales could hear the calls of their own kind from a distance in the water. After listening for an hour, the fatty finally found a pack with just 2 big killer whales and a small one. Luke used mental communication plus mental hypnosis plus illusion to create close feelings between the little fatty and the new killer whale family. Lone killer whales would join other killer whale packs to begin with. Luke was just reducing the friction between the little fatty and this new family. Also, the little fatty was a girl. For this pack that was led by a female killer whale, it wouldn't be hard for the little fatty to live. After everything was done, Luke and Selena went back. The little fatty jumped out of the water and cried despondently. Luke didn't erase its memories, but made them less vivid. It still remembered its family, but it wasn't that sad. For a young killer whale, this was better than remembering its lost family. The little fatty chased them for several hundred meters before it stopped at the call of its new parents. It broke the surface and swam several circles before it finally turned around and left. Selena turned to look at the little fatty and sighed. Poor thing, at least it wasn't eaten by you and Gold Nugget, Luke mocked inwardly. However, he said, if it looked like that giant octopus at the bottom of the ocean, would you still think the same thing? Selena blinked. Is it tasty? Luke said, I cut off one of its tentacles last time, but we know too little about it. I don't dare give it to Gold Nugget to eat. Selena said. Gold Nugget said that it isn't scared. Luke said, save it. Gold Nugget is already split in 2 and it's bad at math. What if it becomes as stupid as a giant octopus after eating the tentacle? Selena asked. It won't be that bad, right? Luke said, that's hard to say. This giant octopus is very strange. It didn't have the ability to affect minds last time, but it does now. Selena thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. That's right, it looks like it's mutated from radiation poisoning. It's not as smooth and round as other octopuses. Luke said, besides, this guy hasn't done anything yet. We'll try later. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat. Selena nodded. It couldn't be helped. The giant octopus was clearly no ordinary creature. It looked like a system bug. At a depth of 3,000 meters underwater, their armor's combat ability was far inferior to what they could on land. If the other party went even deeper down into the ocean, they wouldn't be able to stop this several thousands of tons of meat. They could only try. After making the decision, they returned to the ice house and sat down. Luke took out some drinks and snacks, and they started discussing a plan. Half an hour later, Selena was feeling some despair. Why is it so big? Luke scratched his head. The most important thing about the giant octopus was that it was unbelievably huge and was in the ocean. If this monster appeared on land, they could blow it up. However, most weapons were useless in the ocean. A physical brawl, they could try it if they got drive. Banner to come, but this thing probably wouldn't die so easily. If they weren't careful, it might run into Ushuaia and kill a bunch of researchers and tourists. By the same logic, Luke didn't dare use nanotoxins. If the giant octopus came ashore and self-destructed, and took thousands of people along with it, Luke could say goodbye to his credit points. After thinking for a while, Luke handed the problem over to Frank and Tony for their opinion. When they had a look at the issue, both of them were bewildered. A giant octopus that weighed thousands of tons. How much fertilizer did it have to eat to grow to that size? Tony also felt that this monster could eat the ocean floor bare. After watching some of the surveillance footage which Luke had taken on the cruise liner back then, they fell silent as they looked at the terrifying mountain of flesh. Soon, they shared the same opinion. Lure it to the surface and kill it. Luke smiled bitterly. He had thought of this method as well, but last time, he had used Life 1, which was made from the blood orchid extract, and had even used the alien's corrosive fluid to create a huge pit in the octopus's head. In the end, not only was the guy still alive, it had mutated even more. Not only was it bigger, its original octopus characteristics had also changed. The 2 small eyes on the big round head had turned into an expanse of big eyeballs. Anyone with trypophobia would be bent out of shape if glared at by those eyeballs. It felt like these eyeballs were the main body, while the brain had shrunk. It didn't look very smart. At the same time, the octopus tentacles were different from the one Luke had cut off. They were rough and looked more like a fusion of tree roots and tentacles, and were even green. He suspected that the blood orchid extract, which had been hidden in a lot of milk barrels, had given the guy enough stimulation to turn into what it was now. Based on Tony and Luke's separate research, a large dose of Life 1 could cause mutation in the cells. Sloane's medicinal bath only used a few milliliters of the blood orchid extract. It was perhaps thanks to the medicinal bath that the elite assassins of the fraternity could use curve shooting and physical outburst. Without the medicinal bath which contained the blood orchid extract, Wesley and Bloodman thought that their gifts were a mental disorder of some sort. It was even effective on Carter Slade, the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Riders could be considered semi-supernatural creatures. There weren't many drugs on Earth that were effective on them. Luke wasn't short of the blood orchid extract. Because of his misgivings, he hadn't used Life 1 on a large scale, and had a lot of the raw materials for it. But the last time the octopus had been lured in by the blood orchid extract, it had immediately jumped into the ocean to escape when it realized that its life was in danger. If they lured it out this time and only managed to beat it up halfway before it escaped again, then what? That was something Luke had to consider. After confirming that they didn't need to personally help out, Frank and Tony didn't say anything else. Fine, the tycoon actually wanted to come, but Luke firmly refused. Even Luke was affected by the mutant giant octopus's ability to affect minds. His own mental strength was 33. Coupled with focused training, his mental resistance was more than 20 times that of an ordinary person. If it had been Tony and Frank who had gone down just now, they would probably have gone crazy after entering a 500-meter range. In this situation, Luke didn't dare call his teammates to help him fight with the mental remote-controlled robots. This was a big boss with a negative AoE halo and high HP output. It could slip back into its safe zone at any time to recover. Even someone like Luke, who was a player with cheats, scratched his head over such an unreasonable existence. Chapter 1695, Leading the Charge, bang. Half a day later, the two clones arrived. However much Luke scratched his head over the problem, he still had to fight. This time, they had to at least gather some intelligence on the mutant giant octopus. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they couldn't do anything when it appeared again. Selena didn't react when she saw the level 2 clone in the Big Dipper armor. But when she saw that smiling mask on the level 1 clone, she looked at Luke suspiciously. She already knew that V was Luke. Now that Luke was wearing the Batman suit, who was this V? Luke leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "Professional outsourcing." Selena. Hee. She couldn't be bothered to look into this guy's little secrets, because there were too many. Over the past 3 years, he would reveal some things every now and then. Selena wasn't an idiot. She knew that it was because he trusted her more and more. When they first arrived in Houston back then, she might not necessarily have followed him so staunchly. Their current trust was nurtured through daily work and battle together. It was also Selena's source of confidence. No one in the Bat Squad was as close to Luke. At the very least, she knew a lot of Luke's secrets. The tycoon didn't even know Luke's real identity. After Luke took out various parts and equipment and told the two clones to go down while he and Selena stayed on the surface, she was completely shocked. "Wait, this is your plan?" Luke chuckled and whispered in her ear, "They're immortal." "Selena, are you kidding me?" Luke raised 3 fingers. "I swear I'm not lying." Selena quieted down and suddenly understood why he had told Big Dipper and not her to get the scepter in the Battle of New York. It wasn't a matter of trust, but that Big Dipper couldn't die. Although she had the symbiosis with Gold Nugget, which practically made her immortal, the symbiosis could still be forcibly stripped away, which was different from a true immortal body. When she understood that, she sighed listlessly and flew back to the ice house. "Let's watch the live feed." Luke smiled and went back with her, and considerately gave her a bunch of snacks and drinks. Indeed, the two clones wouldn't die. Resummoning them would just cost him 1.1 million credit points, which was less than 1/10 of what he currently had. If he could solve a problem with money, why should he and Selena risk their lives? The reason the two of them left no stone unturned and beat up hoodlums and took down big shots day and night was precisely for the purpose of enjoying this one moment of safety. Besides, the mutant giant octopus that looked like a mountain of meat was clearly a cheat. What could this cheat monster do that Luke couldn't? Compared with Luke, for whom safety was the #1 priority, the two clones had no scruples at all as they dove into the deep trench. The level 1 clone, in particular, took the lead and sped up. If there was a graph, it was like 2 white lines headed straight for the mutant octopus. Then, bam, The giant octopus had only just realized that something was wrong, when the human cannon that was the level 1 clone hit it. With the annihilation energy attached to the giant silver blade, the level 1 clone disappeared amidst the giant octopus's huge eyeballs. In a sense, Luke also had slight trypophobia. When he saw these swollen things, he felt nauseated, but also couldn't help but want to poke them with something sharp and picture them exploding. It was very soothing, like squeezing a pimple. The giant octopus was in so much pain that its tentacles retreated to its head. At that moment, the level 2 clone arrived. Seeing that there was no opportunity for a second successive hit, Luke arced around and charged in from an angle with the other giant silver blade. He slashed down at a spot slightly outside the base of a tentacle. The silver blade was 2.5 meters long and curved, perfect for chopping. It was made of a special material. Sharpness was secondary, the main thing was that it was very durable. Even if the annihilation energy on the blade was depleted, the body of the blade could still cause tremendous damage. It was very suitable for cutting down this giant octopus that was like a mountain of flesh. The silver blade cut into the octopus's tentacle, and it felt like an ordinary person trying to cut rubber. Luke frowned. This guy's body was resistant to elementary annihilation, but in the next moment, he felt the strong resistance give way. It was as effortless as chopping up pork. The silver blade cut a 3-meter-long gash in the octopus's tentacle. At a thought, the thruster switched from an upward slant to a downward angle as Luke circled around the tentacle. Even after the annihilation energy on the blade was used up, it just barely severed the rest of the tentacle. The giant octopus finally reacted, and its tentacles lashed out. Luke retreated dozens of meters away. He grabbed the cut octopus tentacle in passing and gave it a fierce pull. In the end, he couldn't pull it off. The tentacle was more than 5 meters in diameter, and greenish-black blood bubbled around where the annihilation energy had cut it open. However, the wound was already starting to heal. The level 2 clone didn't succeed in breaking off one finger. However, the giant octopus only had time to attack the level 2 clone once, and couldn't pay attention to it again after that. The level 1 clone, whose goal was self-destruction, had crashed into the huge eyeballs like a cannonball, and its mind had immediately been affected. The mental disturbance, which had only had a minor effect 500 meters away, suddenly became over 10 times stronger. A dark, chaotic, ruthless and evil consciousness surged toward the level 1 clone, as if to drown it. System: unknown negative energy has been detected and is invading the shared mental consciousness of the Star of Justice. Activate the mind protection function for the Star of Justice. On land, Luke was stumped for a moment, before he quickly agreed. When he had gone down just now, he realized how his clone sensed the giant octopus was very different to what he himself felt. If Luke was looking at it with the naked eye, then the clones were looking at it via a surveillance video. But in everyday life, things were normal with the two clones. Now that there was a system notification, he finally realized, did the word justice in the Star of Justice really mean something? As he mulled over this, his faith value, which had only increased to slightly over 50,000 in the last few months, started to fluctuate. Luke smacked his lips. It's not too expensive, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Thinking that, the level 1 clone stabbed into the wall of flesh in front of it with the blade, which glowed with a light golden light. If he didn't have enough faith, he could use points. Since faith value could be used to protect the mind, and he had too little of it, he would use credit points. In any case, 10 million credit points should last him a long while. As the golden color expanded over the wall of flesh, Luke smiled. But in the next moment, the wall of flesh caved in, and the blade which the level 1 clone was holding was pulled 10 meters in. Then, bang, the wall of flesh bounced back up, and the clone was instantly sent flying. At the same time, the giant octopus aimed its tentacles at the level 2 clone, and thick streams of water gushed out. Chapter 1696. Calculating gains and losses in this unique underwater environment, the level 2 clone couldn't avoid an attack like this at all. The 8 octopus tentacles had turned into jets, and the force blew the clone hundreds of meters away. The giant octopus, on the other hand, fled in the opposite direction. Luke! Selena exclaimed, are you kidding me? Such a big lump can move so fast. Luke was lost for words. Theoretically speaking, this lump was indeed very big, but it had 8 siphons to shoot out jets of water. Even an ordinary octopus with just one siphon was still very fast. At the same time, a row of holes appeared in the giant octopus's head to quickly take in water and then shoot it out from its tentacles. In that way, this mountain of flesh got even faster as it fled deeper down. There was no way Luke would stop. His clone chased after the octopus. But he wasn't much faster than the octopus underwater. After the pain of the beating, the other party was especially cowardly. Every time it saw Luke approach, it would shoot water from its 8 tentacles to disrupt the water flow and stop Luke from getting close. Each of the 8 jets on the tips of its tentacles were more than a meter in diameter and were even more formidable than high-pressure water cannons. Coupled with the noise it made as it moved, the seawater within a few hundred meters turned into a chaotic vortex, and the level 2 clone couldn't get close at all. After a few minutes, Luke and Selena suddenly cursed with ugly expressions. F***CKU. A precipice appeared in front of the octopus. The seabed before had been a gentle slope that had only dropped a little after a while. In contrast, it was hundreds of meters deep below this precipice, even the sensors couldn't detect the bottom. Sure enough, the octopus made a sharp turn and charged downward. The level 2 clone didn't stop as it continued its pursuit. The depth quickly increased from 3,000 meters to 5,000 meters, but there was still no end to this trench. The level 2 clone could only stop. Selena asked, "What's wrong?" Luke said, "Something's wrong with his armor. It might be completely damaged if he goes any deeper." Selena was shocked. "Then forget it. Can he survive if he's crushed into a pulp?" Luke sighed. "Yes, but he definitely won't be able to continue chasing the giant octopus. Also, it would cost a lot for him to recover fully." Selena nodded regretfully. "Forget it. At least we didn't make a loss, right?" Luke smiled bitterly. "I lost a blade." Selena. "What?" Luke said. "That big katana that V was holding is in the octopus's head." Selena looked at him and asked, "Is it very expensive?" Luke said gloomily, "Tony wanted it last time, but I didn't give it to him." Selena patted his head sympathetically. "My condolences." 10 minutes later, the level 2 clone returned with the level 1 clone in its arms. It nodded at them and then left quickly. Selena asked, "Why the rush?" Luke said, "They have their own medical treatment. The sooner they go back and get treated, the better. We should go too." Selena had no objections. She had already gorged herself on king crabs, and there was no clear victor in this battle. The giant octopus had even escaped into a bottomless trench. Her interest in playing around had completely disappeared. A few hours later, they returned to Ushuaia, reboarded their yacht, and set off. After confirming their destination, Luke released Dollar from Space 2. Gold Nugget then left Selena and returned to Dollar. The sedative was instantly dispelled, and it got up. It preferred to use Dollar's body, because Selena forbade it from using her body during the symbiosis. Thankfully, Selena didn't ask it to combine with her unless it was a special situation, and it usually wasn't for more than half a day. Dollar didn't ask for much, and Gold Nugget was free to play most of the time. So for most of the time, Gold Nugget was a free dog. Ignoring the dog head that was pestering Selena for snacks and drinks, Luke went to the afterdeck alone and sat down to ponder the gains and losses of this unexpected incident. The main loss was the giant silver blade. Without determining the composition of the blade, even the tycoon wouldn't be able to make a second one. That was because the special metal that was the main ingredient was very rare and hard to find. Almost every metal formula was tested countless times to discover its characteristics. Now that he didn't have the formula or the main ingredient, he would only be able to recreate the finished product through sheer dumb luck. Tony was clueless about the origin of the main ingredient, and Luke hadn't asked further. In any case, he had a rough idea what it was. The shock absorbers, Sky War were made of this material. The antique weapons which he had plundered from Hydra during that underground deal last time were also made of this material. That was the problem. He had killed the seller in passing last time, so there was no way to find the original owner. It was impossible to determine the origin of these antique weapons. There were a lot of antique weapons from the same generation, but the hundreds of components that Luke had subsequently bought were all of ordinary quality. He didn't have time to go to Africa to do a detailed investigation, and it would be very hard to get more of this material. Besides, the silver blade that had been lost this time wasn't the raw material itself, but a finished composite product. That was even more painful. Although he had only used it twice, he really felt that it was very easy to use. A length of 3 meters wasn't a problem for an expert in physical techniques. What was important was that each slash was very powerful. The other losses included the hundreds of faith points and thousands of credit points he had used in the battle. The level 1 clone had been sent flying hundreds of meters by the wall of flesh. Its armor was practically ruined, and its bones had basically been crushed to powder by the water pressure. However, Luke simply tested the effects of Life 1 on the clone. In any case, the negative effects wouldn't be transmitted back to his body. If something went wrong, he could just summon the clone again. Spending credit points was a small matter, he would earn them back after sending some big shot packing in the next big city. His biggest regret was that he hadn't been able to even cut off the octopus's tentacle. At the very least, he could have gotten a souvenir. It was impossible to feel guilty about it. The giant octopus had eaten hundreds of people on the ship last time. Even if they were all bad guys, the giant octopus couldn't judge good or bad. It ate so many people as soon as it arrived, and had planned to eat the tourists. It had also attacked Luke. It clearly wasn't as good or cute as the killer whales. They weren't of the same species, and the other party liked to eat people, so Luke naturally wouldn't show any mercy. It was just that the octopus had too much HP. Even after Luke cut into its head a second time, the system still didn't indicate that he had defeated the octopus, and Luke only earned a few hundred experience and credit points for beating it back. Maybe after the guy fled from the ocean liner the last time, it hadn't come out again to eat people. However, while Luke hadn't cut off the octopus tentacle, he still collected a lot of seawater that contained its blood as well as parts of the head which his level 1 clone had sliced off. These could be used as research materials. In addition, the Star of Justice could use faith value to resist the effect which the other party had on its mind. Also, the effect of an attack with an ordinary cold weapon and annihilation energy on the octopus was the real reward. If he ran into this guy again in the future, Luke wouldn't be completely clueless. Chapter 1697, Inspecting the Business, and Santiago thinking that, Luke turned around. Selena was watching the video of the battle and studying the details. The dog head lay at her feet and silently gorged itself on blue cheese-flavored empanadas. Selena noticed Luke's movements and jerked her chin. The latte you like. Luke smiled and poured himself a cup of coffee. You can ponder this battle, but don't get too engrossed in it. Selena was confused. In the past, he had always urged her to reflect in the aftermath and find gaps in her actions. Luke sighed. This sort of thing isn't easy to deal with. Selena immediately got it. Are there other tricky monsters? Luke told her how Big Dipper had killed Shredder in Japan. Selena was astonished. That troublesome. After thinking for a moment, however, she said confidently, with Gold Nugget around, I would probably be able to kill him. That was the truth. Gold Nugget could also turn into liquid, and was far more sensitive than Ivan's electric cable suit. At the very least, there was a 50% chance that Shredder would be defeated if he ran into Selena. Luke simply said, what's important isn't whether or not you can beat them, what will you do if they hide and escape from you? As he said that, he recalled the Warlock in Grand Rapids. It would have been hard for him to deal with the Warlock without the Tycoon's help. Selena said helplessly, that's not something we can decide, right? Luke nodded. So, we should lay low in the first instance and look for an opportunity to kill them in one hit. Selena asked, but what if they're already making trouble? Luke said, you still need to hide some of your strength. When the time comes, pretend that you can't do anything, and find an opportunity to kill him. Selena nodded before she looked at him suspiciously. Do you think I'm too straightforward in battle? Luke decisively denied it. No, we're just discussing tactics. There are so many people in the team. You're the one I trust the most, and the biggest trump card. That really was what he thought. In their complete symbiotic form, Selena and Gold Nugget could pick Loki up and throw him around. They were definitely the strongest. As for the clones, they were part of Luke, and couldn't be considered teammates. Selena didn't notice his omission, and finally let it go. Where to next? North. When we reach Peru, we'll enter the Amazon jungle from there, he said. Selena grew interested. Are we going to explore the jungle? Luke shook his head. No, to inspect our secret enterprise. Selena. Why didn't she know that she had an enterprise in the Amazon jungle? What could there be there? Was it a logging site? After that was a peaceful and leisurely journey. On the way north from Ushuaia was Chile's coast, which didn't have many big cities. Before they entered Santiago, the capital of Chile, Selena asked Luke, you like coffee so much. Do you want to try the special coffee here? Luke found that odd. I drink more tea. When I have coffee, isn't it with you? Selena thought for a moment and realized that he was right. Then how about going to a nightclub? Luke said, if you want to go, you can arrange it. I have no objections. Pleased, Selena nodded. Okay. Watching her go off happily to sunbathe, Luke smiled and took another sip of his coffee. Chile was a renowned and very attractive place for men. Firstly, Chile had beautiful women. Secondly, it was said that 70% of newborns in Chile didn't have fathers, 70% believe in Catholicism and were not in favor of abortion. Thirdly, prostitution was legal in Chile. Café Hades, coffee with legs, and the strip joints could be considered a specialty of Chile. The former was similar to Japanese maid cafes, except that the maid outfits were switched out for short, tight skirts. There wasn't much to say about the latter, but Chilean women often stole the limelight in international beauty pageants. If Luke and Selena went out to play, they definitely wouldn't use their original appearances, but they definitely wouldn't make themselves ugly. It was easy to imagine how much harassment Luke would receive. Half a day later, Luke and Selena disembarked at San Antonio and headed for Santiago. To Selena's surprise, Luke's face was very plain this time. The possibility of him attracting unwanted attention dropped by 50%. This realization put her in a good mood. Back in Rio, when Luke revealed his face and figure, there had been a lot of women who very unsubtly bumped into Luke. They naturally didn't care if he had a girlfriend or not. Later, when the two of them went south, Luke started using slightly more handsome identities. It became a common occurrence in big cities. It could only be said that Latin American girls were indeed more enthusiastic. There were many places called Santiago in the world. However, the one in America was actually called San Diego, while the one in Chile was Santiago. It was the Spaniard, Pizarro, who first discovered this land. He returned home before bringing back troops to destroy the Incan Empire. After the natives were massacred by the white colonists, Spanish descendants settled here, and Spanish became the official language. The architecture in Santiago was the classic European style with white stone walls, pillars, roofs and sculptures. In the southern hemisphere, it was summer in December in Santiago. Under the clear and blue sky, the majestic Andes mountain range towered next to the modern metropolis. The base of the mountains was a dark yellow and black, while the top of the mountains was covered in snow. It was a magnificent scene. It was quite nice to sit outside a cafe and enjoy the view. The cafe that Luke and Selena were at wasn't located in the city, but on the top of a hill. So, this wasn't a tourist shop out to make a quick buck, but a refined and exquisite high-end cafe. The waitresses here all wore gray pants which didn't show off their legs. Selena leaned in close to Luke and whispered in his ear, "It seems they're doing well." Luke hummed and took a sip of his coffee as he discreetly observed the two cafe owners who were enjoying life. One was tall and the other was short. Both of them were slim. From what he could gather with elementary sound wave, they were talking about the shop's profits. After listening for a moment, Luke knew that the cafe wasn't very profitable, but it was still sustainable. The tall female boss seemed to be looking for a more profitable venture, while the short female boss prioritized a stable revenue. But it wasn't like they were turning hostile with each other, they were just trying to convince the other party. Chapter 1698. I made the decision for you. No need to thank me. From the tones and expressions of the two women, Luke could tell that the taller one had won. Thinking for a moment, he decided to intervene. It wasn't a problem for people to work hard, but they should be amply prepared beforehand in order to minimize any risks. The tall woman was clearly only thinking about making money, and hadn't considered what would happen if she lost too much. If that happened, she might resort to other means like doing things on the sly. As a powerhouse who had made a fortune through side businesses, Luke felt that he should teach her a thing or two. If it was that easy to make a fortune through unconventional means, everyone in the world would do it. Look at how various underworld bigshots got big. Ultimately, their huge success still depended on their own business acumen. Otherwise, if everybody could do it, why would it just be the bigshots who made a fortune? Besides, it was very risky to try and open a side business. Luke wasn't afraid. That was because he didn't have any power on the surface at all. From beginning to end, it was all his aliases. It would be hard for anyone to find him. These two women had a cafe. If their identities were exposed, they could only abandon their fixed assets and run. That was the huge investment risk involved. Earning more money definitely brought more troubles with it. It seemed that online education was never as effective as a fixed period of hands-on training. Luke sighed and felt that he had to change the mindsets of these two women. It was late at night, and the city lights were bright at the foot of the hill. It felt like looking down at the rest of the world. Carol walked gloomily around the cafe. A year ago, to avoid getting caught up in things, she and Lorna had been sent to South America together. Rebecca had never shown herself, and had simply protected them from the shadows. The two girls didn't like chaotic Rio. After sending Luke a message a few months later, they came to Santiago, Chile. Actually, Carol wanted to go to Argentina and become a farm owner. She wanted to raise livestock and farm the land. But Lorna wasn't Carol, who had died once. She was younger and didn't want to live the life of a retiree so soon. After they arrived, they used the unexpected wealth which they had gathered in Rio to open the cafe. This was where they lived. Carol wasn't partial to this business, but she was quite happy with the environment. Most of the time, she trained on the hill and rarely left. The presence of a certain number of customers and employees every day ensured that she wasn't divorced from society. Lorna, on the other hand, often went down the hill to enjoy life in the big city. Both of them were satisfied with their lives. In the last half-year, Lorna spent more and more time in the city. She frequently didn't come home for a day or two, and she started spending more and more. The profits from the cafe weren't enough to support her spending. Carol wasn't Lorna's parent or sister. There was no need to care about her personal life. Besides, Lorna was about to turn 18, and could be considered an adult. The distribution of profits in the cafe and spending didn't affect the cafe's operations either. After several discussions without any outcome, Carol, who wasn't a forceful person, fell into a dilemma. They had superpowers and had drawn a lot of trouble in America. Carol felt that something might go wrong if this went on. If Mr. Wilson was here, there might be a way, she couldn't help but say for the umpteenth time. Although Mr. Wilson was a mercenary, he was decisive and gave off a trustworthy air. Also, he could open his mouth and close a business deal worth tens of millions. Lorna didn't have the courage to make a fuss in front of him. "You could have given me a call," someone said among the trees not far away. Shocked, Carol asked tentatively, "Mr. Wilson?" Taking a few steps forward, she saw a middle-aged man in a brown t-shirt and combat pants sitting on a stone bench next to the path. It was none other than the helpful mercenary she had thought of many times. She was pleasantly surprised. "Why are you here, Mr. Wilson?" Luke took a sip of his coffee and smiled. "To try your coffee. It's good." Saying that, he gestured for her to sit down. Looking at the logo of her shop on the cup, Carol was a little embarrassed. "It's all made by the barista. I don't have the skills." Luke gave her another cup. "It's much harder to be a boss than an employee." After casually asking about her recent situation, he changed the topic. "Do you know about Lorna?" Carol was shocked. "What is it?" Luke looked at her and said, "She's pregnant." Carol's eyes widened. "What?" Looking at her face, Luke shook his head. Well, fine, you indeed don't have any experience." He said casually, "It seems you don't even know that she has a boyfriend." Carol lowered her head. "I didn't know." She had always been a laid-back person. She had sensed that Lorna was hiding something, but when Lorna didn't say anything when she asked, she didn't know what to do. Luke thought for a moment before he said, "Do you want to go back to America? Or start a new life on your own elsewhere?" Carol hesitated. If she had her own opinions, Lorna wouldn't have taken the lead. Luke sensed her mental fluctuations. "If I make proper arrangements for Lorna, are you willing to start living your own life?" For a long while, Carol was hesitant. Luke understood completely. Given Carol's personality, it was obvious what she was thinking, or she wouldn't be so hesitant. A person who was content with the current situation would subconsciously continue down the same path. It wasn't that Carol was heartless. Lorna was already grown up and was pregnant. From Lorna's behavior in the past half-year, Carol felt that she had become unnecessary, which was why she wanted to break away. Nobody would indulge anyone unconditionally in this world. When kids grew up, they rarely hung out with their parents, let alone friends who had just known each other for a few years. "Got it." Luke patted her shoulder when he got the answer he wanted. "I'll be here for a week or so. Arrange everything for yourself and say goodbye to Lorna." He then stood up. Carol was flustered. "So soon?" "Wait, Mr. Wilson." She didn't know what to say. She was tempted by the idea, but she was also uneasy about her current life coming to a sudden end. Luke looked down at her. Looking at his calm face, Carol paused. You're not good at making decisions, so I helped you make one. No need to thank me. He patted her shoulder again and went down the hill. Carol stood there blankly for a long time. Luke reached the foot of the hill, and Selena met him on the other side. She couldn't help but chuckle and bump his shoulder. I helped you. No need to thank me. Young man, you're becoming better and better at acting. You know that acting is useful, so you should work harder. Luke rolled his eyes. If it were Selena, he wouldn't have needed to say something like that to her. That was because Selena had her own thoughts. She would make a decision soon after Luke revealed everything. Besides, it was never easy to make a decision for someone else, unless you thought nothing of them. Chapter 1699. Casting the net, and imminent separation. During the next few days, Luke, Selena and the dog roamed the city. The views came second to the food. Chile was not short of seafood. However, it seemed that the king crab feast from a few days ago had amply satisfied a certain woman's craving, and her interest started to shift to something else. For example, Selena liked the pastel de choclo, a Chilean corn specialty, very much. Secondly, the Chilean empanadas with a beef, onion, black olives and egg filling were quite good. They had their own unique flavor. There was also a special sauce made with garlic, hot peppers, tomatoes, salt and lemon which Luke and Selena approved. At Selena's fervent request, Luke got the recipe from the cook and recorded the entire sauce-making process. He paid $100,000 for it. If he were willing to take the time to negotiate, $20,000 to $30,000 would probably be enough. If he wanted to save a bit, he could have looked for a cook at an ordinary shop for a recipe. As a man who could earn hundreds of thousands of dollars every minute, however, Luke's leisure time was precious, and his schedule was more important. There was also a lot of cash which had been idling in his inventory for a long time. If it wasn't for the space's protective attribute, it wouldn't be a joke to say that the money could have grown mold. It couldn't be helped. This was basically all the old money which the three of them had looted. Since money wasn't a problem, there was no need to waste time saving it. After laying low and expanding for so long, Luke was already qualified to ignore most problems. A small problem could be solved with money and power, and a bigger problem wouldn't be as troublesome as before. Besides, the troubles Carol and Lorna had encountered basically no longer existed in over a year. S.H.I.E.L.D., Argus and Sentinel Services, these professional organizations which captured superhumans, had basically collapsed. In the past half-year, Luke had killed a lot of spokespeople of Hydra and Capital groups. There was also a lot of internal conflict and power struggles in America. In South America, superhumans were much safer. Some superhumans had started to move and had yet to be taken care of. This clearly showed how the superhumans weren't intimidated by the government organizations here. This time, Luke had caught 3 superhumans who were doing evil in cities along the east coast of South America. Unfortunately, these superhumans who acted as hired thugs for gangs were basically small fry. One who had enhanced strength was basically useless in front of Luke's physical enhancement plus muscle control plus physical outburst. Another had extraordinary reflexes and control, but was subdued by Luke's elementary precise plus elementary quick reflex. The last one could produce acidic fluid, and his simplest attack method was to spit. The man's blood and sweat were acidic, while his saliva and blood were highly corrosive, and his sweat less so. Luke didn't dare learn this ability. After learning it, he would have to spend the rest of his life as a monk. The older he had gotten in his previous life, the harder it had been to find a girlfriend. It hadn't been easy for him to make a comeback in this life. He didn't want to die like that. However, running into superhumans so quickly was a good thing. Even if most of their abilities were useless, Luke was willing to take the time to go through them, in case he ran into a big prize. This was a free and easy trip, and he had the money. Of course, he could help Carol make the decision to leave, and let Lorna live her own life. He wasn't a perfectionist to begin with, and had never thought of roping in all superhumans. No matter how strong Lorna was, she had a poor mindset and values, and could turn into a crap teammate at any moment. No matter how strong that sort of person was, they couldn't be made part of a team, and could only be used at certain times. Emma and her sons were very strong, but Luke also didn't consider them for the same reason. Thus, even though Lorna and Emma were exceptionally talented, Luke only spent some money on giving them some training materials. Whether or not this sort of low investment strategy bore fruit wouldn't affect the big picture. 5 nights later, Lorna was drinking gloomily in a corner of a small bar on the edge of Santiago. The doorbell chimed, and a young Latin American man walked in. He had fair skin and coarse sideburns. He was quite handsome. After entering, he glanced around before walking over to Lorna. He sat down next to her and wrapped his arms around her waist in a natural manner. "Lorna, what's wrong? You don't look happy." Lorna frowned and said in a low voice, "Marcos, don't call me that outside." Marcos didn't think much of it. "Okay, darling, why have you been so distracted for the past 2 days?" After hesitating for a moment, Lorna finally told her boyfriend what happened. "My sister said that she's tired of this place and wants to go back to America." Stumped for a moment, Marcos turned solemn. "Don't tell me you want to go back too." Lorna scratched her head in frustration. "My sister wants to go back alone." Marcos subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. It was good if Lorna didn't go back with her. As for Lorna's sister, who didn't have much of a presence, it wasn't his place to care if she left or not. It was only when a man cared too much about his girlfriend's sister that something could easily go wrong. He thought for a moment before he said, "She's a few years older than you. She has her own life. It's normal for her to want to make her way on her own. Also, you can visit her when you're free. There's no need to be so worried, right?" Lorna opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. What Marcos said actually made sense. Once you were an adult in America and started working, it was very normal even for families in the same place to only see each other once every year or so. She and Carol weren't real sisters, so it was normal for them to go their own ways. But that was only according to normal reasoning. The truth was that she and Carol had a bond closer than between sisters. They had been on the run together for a year, and were caught and rescued together. They then lived together in South America for more than a year. After experiencing so much together for several years, they became quite close. 2 days ago, Carol suddenly said that she was leaving, which was completely unexpected. Carol had been with Lorna like a sister for so long that she had barely thought about them parting ways. It was only now that she realized that she had been spending much less time with Carol after she met Marcos. Also, Carol gave Lorna the authority to do whatever she wanted with the cafe, and made it clear that all profits from the cafe would belong to Lorna in the future. This made Lorna feel that if Carol left this time, it would be a long while before they saw each other again. Lorna didn't hide the fact that she was a superhuman from Marcos, but she was living with him, which was clearly in violation of Luke's safety rules. Feeling guilty, she naturally didn't want to talk with Marcos about Lorna. Marcos naturally came up with a plot on his own, like, the little sister and brother-in-law are both superhumans, and the ordinary sister wants to live a stable life of her own. Time passed as both Marcos and Lorna were lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, there was the sound of engines swiftly approaching the bar. There was the sound of horns, cursing and shouting outside the door. Bam! The door of the bar was flung open. 20 fierce-looking men entered in single file and looked around. Soon, a man saw Marcos and pointed. "He's over there." Chapter 1700. Run. Stop her! 20 brawny men swarmed and surrounded Marcos and Lorna. When Marcos saw them enter, he had wanted to leave, but Lorna had chosen a corner far from the staff entrance. These people were sharp-eyed and immediately noticed him. He had only taken a few steps with the confused Lorna, when they were stopped. "Marcos, still hiding, I see." A short and fat man walked out from behind and sneered. Marcos said darkly, "Torres, I already said that I don't want to get involved in your business." The short fatty named Torres laughed and looked around. "Look, this kid has guts. A few months ago, he was begging me to give him a job. Now, he's hooked up with a rich B*TCH and has become picky." The brawny men around him laughed obscenely. "Rich lady, why don't you give us money? There are so many of us, we can work for you too." Lorna's expression was ugly in the face of this situation, but she didn't say anything, nor did she ask Marcos anything. Although she hadn't liked learning the safety rules, she had been forced to remember most of them at Carol's urging. There were several in particular that Carol nagged her about repeatedly. Stay calm when you're in danger to avoid dragging your teammates down. Swiftly assess the enemy's combat ability and look for escape routes. Gain the upper hand, and don't fall into the enemy's trap. Carol had paid too much attention to this because she remembered the last time she had been caught by Sentinel services. Lorna wasn't with Carol now, but her boyfriend had to be considered a teammate. Also, while Marcos was talking to the man, Lorna had noticed that some of the men looked ready to take out their guns. Even if she wanted to ask what was going on, she had to escape this crisis first. Thinking quickly, she squeezed Marcos's hand. He had never learned any safety rules, and wasn't that calm. Sensing Lorna's movements, he thought that she was angry, and couldn't help but turn around. Lorna couldn't help but sigh. What a dumb teammate, but she immediately tossed the thought aside. It wasn't like she and Marcos had talked about how to deal with an enemy, this was normal. Her eyes flicked to the side. Staring at her face from half a meter away, Marcos noticed the small movement. The brawny men were further away, calling out excited obscenities. Most of them were staring fixedly at Lorna's exposed skin under her hot pants. They probably weren't paying attention to her eyes. Pretending to be scared, she hid behind Marcos and quickly said in a low voice, "Go right later." Marcos was stumped for a moment. Before he realized what was going on, he heard a series of bursts above his head, and the lights in the bar went out. Under Lorna's control, two thin gray knives shattered the light bulbs. These were the metal knives which Luke had designed specially for Lorna. Although they were only 3 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide, they were lightweight and could move very fast. The matte gray color made them even less conspicuous. Less than 2 seconds later, the entire bar was dark except for a few lamps further away. These men weren't professionals. From the moment the light bulbs burst to when the bar was completely dark, they just looked around blankly. The short fatty, Torres, was quicker to react. They did it. Catch them. Marcos didn't really understand what was going on, but Lorna suddenly pulled at him and whispered, "Run." Recalling Lorna's instruction, he kicked and punched 2 black figures who were blocking his way. He broke out of the circle and ran to the right with her. Less than 20 seconds later, the couple rushed out the back door and disappeared down an alley. Half a minute later, a bunch of brawny men rushed out the back door. Looking at the empty alley, they couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. The short fatty, Torres, had a twisted expression on his face as he pointed at his subordinates and cursed. "Are you pigs? How can you let them escape? You're not even as good as that B***tch. All the brawny men lowered their heads, but they couldn't help but curse inwardly. "You were the last to come out, doesn't that make you worse than a pig?" Torres cursed and dropped the subject. He took out his phone and dialed a number. After hanging up, he waved his hand. "Let's go back, switch cars and call people over. We'll go to where that B***tch lives, and catch her there. I don't believe that Marcos, that traitor, isn't after her money." All the brawny men cheered. Since they were going to catch Lorna, they could loot her place and make a quick buck. They returned to the front door in high spirits and drove off. On the other side, Lorna and Marcos quickly got into a nearby car and went back to the parking lot at the foot of the hill which the cafe was on. After parking the car, Lorna silently opened the door and walked up the hill. Marcos hurriedly turned off the engine and locked the car before catching up. "Lorna, it's not what you think." Lorna didn't stop. She said calmly, "There's no need to rush. You can tell me everything later." Stumped for a moment, Marcos hesitated. Was he really going to tell her? But he didn't want Lorna to know about that experience at all. It made him feel like such a disgrace. At the same time, Luke and Selena were eating skewers at a roadside stall. That was right, there were skewers here as well. However, the skewers had cucumbers, onions, and green peppers in between the meat, and came with the local spicy sauce. Compared with the meat skewers which Luke made, these skewers were more refreshing. He took a bite, and the mix of meat and vegetables was quite tasty. Luke had paid $200 in advance for the food, and the boss was naturally willing to deliver the skewers to them. The two of them and Gold Nugget waited at a stone bench 10 meters behind the stand for the boss to roast the skewers. When a certain rich guy paid up front, he said that after they ate $200 worth, he would pay for another round. After they were full, whatever was left of the money would be a tip. Also, if there were other customers, the boss could sell half to them and the other half to Luke. Naturally, the boss didn't object. It was a win-win situation for him. Apart from chicken skewers, Luke also ordered sour and spicy roast mutton skewers to keep down the amount the three of them ate. Otherwise, the boss's hands would break long before Gold Nugget was full. Then, Selena ordered smoked eggplant and grilled cabbage salad. She really liked the roasted garlic eggplant which Luke made, and had become more interested in eggplant dishes after that. This salad was a local specialty. After trying one bite, Luke declined to eat more. He had never been interested in salad, and this was no exception. In this way, the stall owner delivered skewers and food non-stop. When he received $200 for the 5th time, his initial surprise and delight, which had gradually turned into astonishment, now turned into horror. Luke could only use a bit of mental hypnosis. Don't worry, we often participate in eating competitions worldwide. Eating something like more than 200 hot dogs in one sitting isn't a problem for us. Chapter 1701. Got it, take action. A thought suddenly popped up in the boss's mind that he had indeed seen a Guinness World Record for eating hot dogs. It had actually been for more than 100. Did he remember wrong? It was over 200. But thanks to Luke's mental suggestion and the money, the boss immediately stopped worrying. If they really stuffed themselves to death, it wouldn't happen here, right? The boss mumbled to himself as he went back to work and grilled skewers like crazy. Selena, on the other hand, exclaimed, "Something's happened at the cafe." Luke also saw the image transmitted by the drone near the cafe. 50 to 60 burly men got out of cars at the foot of the hill and started climbing. Carol's cafe was the only building on this hill, and these people could only be there for the women. Luke sighed regretfully. "Boss, are the skewers ready?" The boss, yes, coming right up." Luke told Selena to pack up the skewers as he went to get the car. A minute later, his car stopped next to the stall. Carrying a big takeaway bag of meat, Selena and Gold Nugget got into the backseat. The boss waved reluctantly. "Come again next time." He and his wife and daughter had been busy for an hour tonight, and had gotten $1,200 from Luke. With that last takeaway order of skewers, he had earned at least $150 in tips. He really wished that every day, no, every month, he had a rich customer like this. A little lightheaded, the boss couldn't help but make this beautiful wish. A while ago, on the patio outside the coffee shop on the hill, Carol looked warily at Marcos next to Lorna. Dana, Lorna's alias, "Who's this?" Just now, she had seen Lorna and the man arguing on the path, so she had rushed over. It was a good thing that Marcos was the one who was clearly begging, or Carol would have taken out a big knife. The moment Lorna saw Carol, she was a little embarrassed. Carol's eyes swept between them and stopped on their hands. "Boyfriend, that?" "Yes." Lorna wasn't too surprised. Instead, she was relieved. Some answers were hard to give. Carol looked at Marcos and said, "Let's talk inside." She then turned around and walked into the cafe. After Lorna and Marcos followed her in, Carol brought over a bottle of water and placed it on the table at the door. "Have some water first. Dana, come with me." Marcos tactfully sat at the door and watched the two women walk behind the counter. Suddenly, he heard some noise and turned to look outside. The light in the cafe was brighter than outside, but he could still vaguely see a few people moving around. "Who is it?" As soon as he said that, more people flooded the path. One of them, a short and fat man, smiled smugly. "Run, Marcos, let's see if you can run again." The crowd approached quickly, and Marcos's face changed. He immediately hid behind the wall and yelled in the direction of the counter, "Be careful. Torres is coming." Almost instantly, the conversation behind the counter stopped, and Carol and Lorna ran out. Marcos hurriedly warned, "Don't come out. They all have guns. Run out the back." As he spoke, he picked up the chair next to him and pushed it into the doorway. Forget closing the door, the cafe had glass walls. He was only doing this to prevent the other party from charging in. To Marcos's surprise, Lorna and Carol didn't look flustered. He was very familiar with Lorna and knew that she had guts. However, Carol, who was short and thin and dressed like an ordinary, guileless-looking person, asked indifferently, "Who's Torres?" Before Marcos could reply, Lorna simply explained, "The leader of a large local drug gang. He's in charge of transporting illegal drugs." "Why are they here?" Carol walked around the counter and picked up 2 kitchen knives. She then opened a drawer and put a box full of steak knives on the counter. Lorna didn't look happy, but she still replied succinctly, "They want Marcos to be a drug mule, but he doesn't want to do it. They stopped him in a bar in the city just now." Carol turned around and looked at her. "You were there?" Lorna said, "Yes." Carol sighed. "Got it, I'll take action later. Attack with all your strength." Lorna was surprised. Full strength. This meant that whether anyone died or not didn't matter. However, Carol had never been someone who liked to take lives. Carol nodded and sighed to herself. "Consider this my last bit of help to you before we part ways." At that moment, the brawny men moved the chair out of the way and entered the cafe. Defenseless, Marcos could only retreat to where Lorna and Carol were. He couldn't help but ask, "Why don't I draw their attention, and the two of you leave first?" Carol glanced at him in surprise and asked Lorna, "Can he do it?" Lorna was a little annoyed. "Just treat him like a big, bright light bulb." Carol got it. She nodded at Marcos. "I see. Take it easy. I'll deal with them first, and you later." The men who had rushed in spread out and surrounded the three of them. It appeared that they were in control of the situation. A short and fat person walked in. It was none other than Torres. "Haha, why aren't you running?" Another woman. Okay, we'll sell them together. They're a little ugly, but they can still be sold for some money." Carol narrowed her eyes and gripped 2 table knives under the counter. "You sell organs?" Torres couldn't be bothered to answer the question. "Marcos, tell me about the Mexican route, and I'll spare them." Marcos gritted his teeth but didn't dare say anything. He could defend himself, but now that the other party was using Lorna and her sister against him, he didn't dare refuse. Torres's 20 men were all armed, most of them with pistols, and 4 with M10s. At such close range, the shooters could hit them with the 4 M10s even with their eyes closed. Carol took a deep breath. "Lorna, get ready, go." When she said, "Ready," Lorna dropped slightly and narrowed her eyes. Under her control, 2 dark gray daggers floated out of a dark corner and quietly approached 2 burly men holding the submachine guns. At the word, "Go," the knives sped up and pierced the throats of the 2 men. Carol threw out 2 table knives from under the counter at the same time. The blades drew 2 straight and blurry silver lines in the air as they shot at 2 other men. Chapter 1702, Your Sister, too. Marcos watched dumbly. Silver table knives shot out in all directions, and the men fell one after another. Marcos definitely no longer had the ridiculous notion that Carol was an ordinary sister. Even Lorna, this beautiful girl who only occasionally used her superpower to perform flying tricks, had turned into a grim reaper. 2 dark gray daggers pierced the throats of the brawny men one after another, preventing them from screaming. They could only fall twitching to the ground. In just 5 seconds, more than 20 men had died without even firing 20 shots. The short fatty, Torres, was still crawling away in fear after a knife Carol threw stabbed him in the thigh. The table knives in front of Carol were all used up. She wasn't very talented at knife throwing. Even though she trained every day, she only killed 10 people with the table knives. The rest were killed by Lorna. Looking at the gang members who were covered in blood and in their death throes, Carol's face turned pale. She now completely understood why the safety rules stipulated that they had to fight regularly. After not seeing blood for so long, she might throw up right away. How would she be able to fight then? However, her previous combat training had only involved injuring people at most. This was the first time she had killed so many people in one go, so she still felt very uncomfortable. Suppressing the urge to vomit, she was about to say something, when her ears suddenly twitched. She grabbed 2 kitchen knives from the counter and jumped more than a meter high. Then, she pushed off of the counter and jumped to the side. Her petite body flipped in the air, and her hands swung out as she landed in a corner. 2 burly men who had just rushed out and fired with their guns felt a shadow brush past them, and their throats turned cold as they collapsed. Carol flicked the dark red blood off the kitchen knives that she had just used to cut the men's throats, so that it didn't flow down the hilts and cause her grip on the knives to become slippery. Just as the 2 men collapsed, 2 more rushed out. Carol moved to the side and slashed at the back of their necks with the knives. She used the momentum to twist around and throw herself into the hallway. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out, followed by terrified screams. "Ah, monster, why can't you kill her? She's a monster, run." In the front, Marcos's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. He subconsciously looked at Lorna. "Your sister is also a superhuman?" Lorna snorted and didn't answer the question. She rushed into the hallway with the 2 dark gray daggers. There were fewer and fewer gunshots in the hallway, and more screams. Apart from the cries of "monster," there were howls every now and then. "My gun's jammed." "Mine, too. Run." Lorna had jammed the springs and pins in the guns, which was the simplest and most efficient way to deal with firearms. If that didn't work, she could twist the trigger, the hammer, the clip or other small parts. It was extremely wasteful to completely crush or twist the other party's guns. That didn't make for a sustainable battle, and it would be very easy for the other party to notice the existence of superpowers. Lorna had just needed to understand the common characteristics of firearms, and dismantle and assemble them multiple times, to determine what could easily cause them to malfunction. Coupled with her lethal daggers, she could easily deal with dozens of shooters on her own. Superpowers weren't scientific, but science could be used to analyze how enemies were killed with superpowers. Lorna might not be that powerful right now, but even if she could pick up a huge bridge in the future, possessing enough knowledge would enable her to use the smallest amount of strength to achieve the greatest effect. So, whether or not a person had superpowers, they should study the specialized field that was relevant to them. That was the power of knowledge. Marcos was about to chase after them, when he heard Torres cry out behind him, "Save me. I can give you money. A lot of money." Stumped, he turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a grizzled beard walk in. The middle-aged man happened to be blocking Torres's way, and the terrified Torres subconsciously called for help. Carol's knife had pierced a major artery in his leg, and Torres sensed that he was about to lose consciousness. If he didn't call for help, he was dead. So, he subconsciously fought for the last bit of life, and didn't think about who the other party was at all. Naturally, it was Luke, who had the face of Mr. Wilson. Looking at Torres at his feet, he thought for a moment before he tore a strip off a tablecloth and tied it around the man's thigh to stop the blood loss. Torres screamed and passed out from the pain. Luke didn't care. He was saving Torres now to question him later. Carol had probably thought the same, which was why she hadn't stabbed him in the face. But the guy was still going to die after he told Luke everything he knew, and Luke could earn a few hundred points in passing. Too easy. After dealing with this survivor, Luke walked to the counter and unhurriedly found some coffee powder. He turned on the coffee machine and prepared to make himself a cup of coffee. Marcos was creeped out. Why did this guy look so much like some movie hidden boss? Why else would he save Torres? But Marcos knew Torres's boss, Ferdinand. Ferdinand was also a middle-aged man in his 40s, but he was Latin American. Most of the gang members were Latin American. Marcos had never heard of a Caucasian big boss in these parts. Thinking that, he slipped into the hallway while Luke was busy with the coffee machine to let Lorna know. Luke couldn't be bothered with him. Even though Lorna was free to fall in love and was a minor candidate whom he hadn't invested much in, Luke was still unhappy that this boy had cut in so early. What made him feel helpless was that Marcos was only a light red in the system. In other words, no one had died at his hands, and he hadn't committed any serious violent crimes or sold illegal drugs. Secondly, this guy did have some sense of responsibility. In front of Torres, Marcos didn't run off on his own, nor did he show any fear. In that moment, all he thought about was protecting Lorna. That was why Luke preferred dealing with bad guys. It was simpler. Selena said in his earpiece, "It's done. We killed the 7 guys who escaped down the hill. Remember to collect them later." Luke hummed in response. Looking at the situation via the drone, Selena couldn't help but mock, "Hey, your coffee-making skills are very average. Though, your latte art isn't bad." Luke rolled his eyes. "This is acting, got it. Don't you have meat over there? Why don't you use it to block your mouth?" Selena was enlightened. "That's right, you need to eat snacks when you watch a show." Chapter 1703. Coffee Master and Small Gift. Luke ignored her. In life, if you weren't amusing yourself, you were amusing others. While he was entertaining himself now, he could also entertain Selena. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone wasn't a bad thing. Taking her out every day to beat up and destroy people could easily cause psychological issues, which was why they were on this trip around the world. So, Luke made the coffee in earnest. Fine, he actually only memorized the steps. As a man who liked to use ready-made coffee powder instead of freshly ground coffee, extracting the espresso taste was a complete mystery to him. Secretary Jenny wasn't lying when she said that her maid was far better at making coffee than he was. That aside, Luke's movements were absolutely elegant, precise, and efficient. When Marcos, Lorna and Carol returned less than 2 minutes later, Master Luke had 3 cups of steaming hot coffee ready. This fake coffee master didn't need to care about other people's taste. He simply made the sweetest and milkiest coffee he could take. As for the latte art, he would never let anyone else do it in this lifetime. Both Lorna and Carol were very quiet when they saw Mr. Wilson making coffee at the bar. The difference was that Carol quickly calmed down, while Lorna shifted nervously every now and then. Luke put the 2 cups of coffee on the counter and gestured for them to help themselves. Then, He took his coffee to the al fresco seats outside. "Both of you, come here." Carol immediately followed him with the coffee. Lorna was nervous, but could only do as she was told. It was clear that Marcos was being excluded from the conversation, and the 3 cups of coffee implied the same thing: "This has nothing to do with you, get lost." Thus, Marcos could only observe the 3 people sitting 10 meters away from the door. Lorna's voice got louder every now and then, and her face was the most expressive. Carol's back was to Marcos. He couldn't see her expression, and she didn't seem to be saying anything. Luke was facing the door, but his voice and movements were normal, and he didn't have much of an expression on his face. The conversation ended less than 20 minutes later. Marcos was still observing in secret, when Luke waved at him. He walked over without hesitation. Although he felt a little guilty, for Lorna's sake, he couldn't be a coward. Whatever the case, this person wasn't her father. Even if her father were here, he couldn't be a coward. When Marco reached Lorna, Luke said directly, "Tell me everything about you and Ferdinand. Don't leave anything out." Marcos's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but glance at Lorna. Lorna gritted her teeth. "Why are you looking at me?" Marcos took a deep breath and explained quickly. The situation wasn't complicated. Marcos had worked for a Mexican gang over a year ago to earn money for his seriously ill mother's medical fees, and had come to Santiago before with the gang leader. Of course, selling the goods had nothing to do with him. He had only come as an errand boy and lackey. If anything happened, he would be abandoned as a distraction for the police or the gang's rivals. The gang leader definitely didn't tell him anything valuable. To put it simply, it was for the money. But his mother couldn't be saved. She passed away a year ago. After losing his mother, Marcos had no reason to continue working for that gang. Once you joined a Mexican gang, however, you couldn't quit unless the gang collapsed. At that time, several cartel bigshots had died in Mexico, and the situation was very chaotic. So, he simply came to Chile to avoid the gang and the chaos in Mexico. That should have been the end of it. Marcos used to be a car mechanic, and had worked diligently as one before he grew desperate for money for his mother's treatment. When he came to Santiago on his own, he would at most switch jobs and location. Naturally, he didn't want to join a gang. Unfortunately, he was recognized by Ferdinand's men. Back then, the Mexican gang that Marcos worked for hadn't dealt with Ferdinand, but with a competitor. The situation in Mexico had been chaotic for the past 2 years, and sales had dropped significantly. Many gang leaders lived in seclusion and didn't do large amounts of business. Ferdinand's competitors were making even more money because of a shortage in the market. Naturally, he was anxious. When he heard his subordinates report that they had found a Mexican who had once been a supplier for a competitor, Ferdinand had Torres come over to discuss a cooperation. After his mother's death, a downhearted Marcos had run into Lorna here. He was very satisfied with his current life, and naturally didn't want to ruin it. To avoid trouble, he couldn't put Ferdinand's men in contact with the Mexican gang. Wouldn't that just be advertising that he had escaped to Chile? If the gang found out, it might demand that Ferdinand kill this traitor. Human lives were worthless to the gang. To them, a traitor was someone who had their own mind. Even after Marcos avoided him a few times, Torres refused to give up. 3 months ago, Marcos had to quit his job and hide at home. He had only come out recently after thinking the storm had passed, yet Torres discovered his whereabouts once more. Luke was expressionless, but he paid attention to Marcos's mental fluctuations and confirmed that he wasn't lying. At most, he didn't tell all of what he had experienced in Mexico. But the light red evil assessment in the system was enough to prove that he hadn't committed any major crimes, and instead had made a lot of small mistakes. Considering the situation in Mexico, it could only be said that Marcos was an ordinary person who wasn't very cautious, and didn't deserve to go missing or be crippled. After confirming the situation, Luke waved his hand. "You can go back now." Marcos. Luke said, "Back to the door or down the hill, up to you." Marcos shut up and silently stood near the entrance of the cafe. Luke didn't care what he thought, or even what Lorna thought. Lorna was just a potential investment who was about to have a baby. There was no need to complicate things. Putting his hand in his pants pocket, Luke took out a printed note and a key from his inventory. He put them on the table and pushed them to Lorna. "If you want to be with him, that's up to you. This is a key and password to a private safe in the city. There's some cash in it. Consider it a final gift." Lorna frowned. I don't want it, Luke said indifferently. It's not scary to be poor, the scariest thing is not knowing yourself. Lorna's expression was a little ugly, but she didn't dare argue with him. Luke said, you don't even know that you're pregnant, which is why you dare refuse this money. I see that you really can't live on your own. Do you plan to rob a bank with a big belly later? Lorna was stunned. What? Pregnant? Chapter 1704. Killing two birds with one stone. Magnanimous Luke, what a joke. How could the other party know she was pregnant when she herself didn't? Wait, her period this month. Lorna's expression changed. Luke's lips twitched as he gave a cold and mocking smile. With this money, your kid won't have to worry about money anymore, right? Lorna's heart was in a mess, but she subconsciously shook her head. Luke smiled. Also, I have to remind you that you owe us a lot of money to begin with, and also this life that you have now. Lorna couldn't say anything. This is just a down payment. Luke stood up. If you want to use your power for work, we are the only ones you can work for. As he spoke, he stretched out his head, touched her fair forehead, and used mental hypnosis and pheromone control to send her a phone number. This was a necessary safety measure to ensure that she couldn't mention this to anyone else. Stunned, Lorna watched him disappear, and then felt someone tug her hand. She turned around and saw Carol. What? Carol glanced at the side. Your boyfriend is here. Don't tell him about Mr. Wilson or me. With that, she brushed past Marcos and returned to her room. Outside, the young man and woman were silent for a long while. 2 nights later, Luke appeared at the cafe again. Carol, who had been waiting for him, was only carrying a small suitcase. Luke looked at her and asked, "Are you ready?" Carol nodded. "Yes, Mr. Wilson." Luke nodded and looked at Lorna. "Is there anything else you want to say?" Lorna hesitated before she asked in a low voice, "Can I still keep in touch with Carol?" Luke said, "In half a year or a year, depending on the progress of her training." Lorna was relieved. Luke spoke again. "You and your boyfriend don't have to move. This shop can continue operating." Lorna. Luke gestured for Carol to move, and said casually, "I've dealt with Ferdinand and his men. As long as your boyfriend doesn't mess around any longer, nobody will bother you." With that, he waved his hand and left with Carol. Lorna still wasn't in a good mood a few days after Carol left, but she paid attention to the news in Santiago. In the end, there was no news of Ferdinand. Instead, there was news of a few large-scale gang fights in a certain area. She showed the news to Marcos, who gave the expected answer. "Isn't that Ferdinand's territory?" Lorna was silent. She recalled how Sentinel services had never appeared again. Before, these people would catch up to her and Lorna every now and then. It was also after Wilson appeared that Sentinel services disappeared. Had it been dealt with in the same way? Thinking of that indifferent and cold face, she heaved a sigh. Although that poker face was a little scary, it was surprisingly reassuring when it was on her side. Sitting on the top of the hill, Lorna rubbed her stomach and calmed down. "It seems you'll be able to grow up safely." On the other side, Luke and Selena were sailing north once more. After Luke hypnotized Carol, he threw her into space too. A day later, his level 2 clone in New York took her out. Sneaking her in through his inventory was just that simple. Luke had already sent her to Texas to undergo full military training at Robert's private security company. As for the combat manual, Luke could tailor one for Carol. He had given Alice similar training before. Both of them had self-healing abilities, and their strength and reflexes were better than that of ordinary people. There wasn't much of a difference in their combat techniques. Although Carol didn't have metal bones or claws, Luke just needed to modify some of the manual's content. After training from half a year to a year, Carol would become Catherine's personal bodyguard and be responsible for helping to protect Joseph and little Cindy. Carol had always owed Luke a favor. Letting her do it now could be considered paying him back. She didn't have much to do most of the time, and spent most of it with the 2 kids. Life had been tough for her, and she wouldn't come into casual contact with outsiders, much less leak any secrets. As long as she wasn't stupid, she would make the smart choice between being a test subject or a bodyguard. That way, Luke could equip her with a lot of gear, making her equivalent to a mini Lady Deathstrike. If there really was an emergency, she would be much stronger than ordinary security guards, as a trained superhuman who wasn't afraid of death. Carol actually didn't have many demands in life, and didn't care if she lived in Chile or America. She had wanted to go to Argentina to farm. In Texas, which was vast but sparsely populated, her wish came true. Luke didn't find it an inconvenience to arrange Carol's future for her, and he didn't use his abilities to influence her. After he explained where she would be going, Carol didn't refuse, and was even relieved. Clearly, her relationship with Lorna had been very complicated recently. It seemed that Lorna no longer needed her now that she had a boyfriend. Luke's arrangement gave her a goal to work toward. She just needed to train and then start working. It was good for Carol, who had no ambitions and was even a little afraid of society. While Luke was deep in thought, Selena's voice rang out from the top floor. "Luke, come up and do my back." He did as told. When he went up, Selena was already lying comfortably in a chair with the air of a winner. It was summer in the southern hemisphere, and Santiago had the most comfortable subtropical Mediterranean climate. Most of the country's population lived here. It was a tropical desert climate in the north, and the Atacama Desert in Chile was one of the driest areas in the world. For a woman who wanted tan skin and wasn't afraid of the sun or heat, this couldn't be any better. As Luke rubbed on the oil, she said lazily, "Are we giving up on Lorna just like that?" Luke said, "What else can we do? She lacks the warmth of a family, so the child is very important to her. We can't let her become a vigilante with a kid." Selena naturally understood this, and changed the topic. "What about her boyfriend? You checked out his superpower, right?" Lorna and Carol didn't know, but Selena had seen Luke call Marcos out a few nights ago and beat him up at the bottom of the hill. After that, Luke had given Marcos a "you're useless" look and said provokingly, "How can you protect Lorna like this? You might even be caught and used to threaten her." If Marcos's heart could be seen, there would have been several fresh big holes in it. Luke definitely wasn't taking revenge. Although Marcos had disrupted his plan, Luke really did just want to know what ability he had. Chapter 1705. Slight disappointment and farming base. When it came to superpowers, one couldn't just look at their effects. Emma had always thought that her ability was to control flames, but it was actually temperature control. The system's explanation was still the most reliable. Big Dipper had an aloof persona with Lorna, and it wasn't appropriate for him to take out hard cash or poker cards to bet with Marcos. So, beating him up was the simplest and most effective way. Besides, he didn't hit Marcos in the face. Thinking that, Luke felt that he was still a refined, easygoing and magnanimous person. Selena, however, asked, "Is his ability to turn into a big light bulb?" Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Just treat him like a convection oven." Selena asked, "A what oven?" It seemed she had never heard of this thing. Luke said, "It's similar to a microwave, except that it uses a lamp to cook the food." Selena got it. "So, his ability isn't just to shine, but to barbecue." Luke said, "He absorbs and controls photons. Light and heat are just some of the characteristics." Selena snorted, "But he seems very weak right now." "That's right," Luke naturally agreed. Compared with Lorna and Carol, Marcos's power was definitely a step behind. Carol's self-healing ability was very useful in the beginning, but later, she became overly defensive and didn't do enough damage. Lorna's magnetic control had never been weak. She could already easily use thin and sharp metal objects to kill and obstruct her opponents. If she progressed further, becoming a human electromagnetic cannon would be a piece of cake. If she was smart and loved to learn, there was no end to what she could do with this ability. On the other hand, Marcos could only use his ability now like a flash grenade or a low-output branding iron. The practical effect was minimal. If he progressed further, however, becoming a human laser cannon wasn't impossible. But that was just on paper. Many superpowers were terrifying in the later stages. The real key was how to get to the late stage. Most superhumans weren't good students or weren't talented enough, and didn't get good grades. This limited the possible growth of their superpower. Most superhumans relied on luck to grow. The people who managed to catch them would first make sure that they were under control before studying ways to magnify their abilities. Nobody wanted to create a super powerful enemy for themselves. Luke's mood wasn't affected by what had become a usual regret. Sure enough, he couldn't learn Marcos's ability. But knowing how to manipulate photons wasn't actually anything great. It wasn't like he was a fan of Ultramantiga. Selena also felt slight regret. "It seems we won't be getting any new teammates." Luke chuckled. "Even if Lorna and her partner dared to come, I wouldn't dare use them. They're too young and lack experience, maybe in 8 or 10 years. Like if they broke up or something." Luke secretly added, "After all, people tend to mature more quickly after going through a breakup." Two people and one dog set off again, as relaxed as ever. Apart from daydreaming, Luke also tried cooking some South American dishes. A lot of the food still needed to be adjusted slightly to suit his taste. Selena didn't have high requirements for food. As long as it was good, she would eat it with gusto. However, she wouldn't refuse if it tasted better. As they passed by northern Chile, they basically never went ashore. The northern part of Chile had a tropical desert climate and was mainly populated with mining towns. Many parts of Texas were also desert-like, and the desolate and majestic scenery here was similar. Luke and Selena's main objective on this trip was to relax, harvesting points was secondary. They weren't interested in this sort of scenery, and naturally couldn't be bothered to visit the mining towns. Just like that, the yacht sailed all the way to Lima, the capital of Peru, before two people and one dog disembarked and entered the city. After 5 days in Lima, two people and one dog put on their armor at night and flew northeast over the border into the depths of an uninhabited jungle in the Brazilian state of Acre. After flying for about an hour, they stopped and landed. After they landed in an area hidden by large trees, they entered a deep gorge, and Selena looked around in astonishment. "This is magical." Luke simply nodded in agreement. The best words in English to describe this place were probably things like magical, beautiful, and so on. In Chinese, it could be described as the work of the gods. The gorge was hidden from above by giant trees and vines. Luke and the others had landed on a rocky cliff next to a waterfall. They had to get closer to the edge in order to be able to see that there was a small valley down below which was 5 to 10 meters wide, 100 meters deep and 200 meters long. It was already night, but there were glowing green patches on the otherwise pitch-black walls of the valley. On these glowing green cliff faces, dark red fluorescent lights flickered in the night wind, creating a strange and magical image. These were none other than the 6-petaled blood orchids. The blood orchids' red color was very dark, but they still pulsed in the dark, as if they were breathing. Selena was stunned for a few seconds. After enjoying this beautiful, dark fairy tale-like scene, she murmured, "This is the raw ingredient for life one, the blood orchid." Luke also admired the view. After interrogating Sloane about where the blood orchids were farmed, Luke didn't come here often, he had only been here 2 or 3 times in 2 years. However, the blood orchid had a strange trait. It bloomed once every 6 years, and would quickly wither and decay after a week or so. To make it easier for Sloane, that sly old fox, to control the base, he planted the blood orchids in 3 batches so that there was a harvest once every 2 years. He only needed to do a routine patrol every year and collect the blood orchid extract every other year. This way, it was impossible for the employees at the base to secretly take the blood orchid extract for their own use. There had been over 50 workers here before, who were mainly men and who were mostly a neutral yellow or an evil light red. Naturally, they couldn't all be killed. So, Luke used Sloane's face to keep this place under control for the time being, then secretly got the innocent people out. He left it to Rebecca to send them to other countries in South America, and gave them financial compensation. Luke didn't owe these people anything, but these were the people who had planted so many blood orchids. He was happy to tip them for it. After being hypnotized, the innocent people who were sent away forgot everything. Here, in addition, the base was 300 kilometers away from the nearest residential area. Not only had the cunning Sloane completely cut off contact with the outside world, he had also specially chosen people who weren't very cultured. These people didn't have the ability to escape, and they didn't know the base's location. Just knowing that it was in the Amazon jungle was meaningless. It was too remote. The last dozen or so employees were all bright red, and Luke had left them here as prison camp laborers, but that would stop today. Isolated from human contact, these dozen or so people had developed severe psychological issues. Something might happen if this continued. What Luke was afraid of wasn't that something would happen to them, but that something would happen to the blood orchids, so he was taking this opportunity to clean these people up. Chapter 1706, Jungle Tour. Jungle Treasure Hunt. Admiring this unusual view for a moment, 2 people and 1 dog went to a high rock ledge in the valley, where there were a dozen old shipping containers that had been converted into dorms. After sending the dozen people into his inventory, Luke and Selena finally started to fix up the valley. Sloane didn't care about human lives, what he cared about were the blood orchids. Also, to transport the containers to the valley, he had to use heavy-duty helicopters, which was more troublesome to hide. Thus, the camp workers lived in ordinary conditions, only the special containers for extracting and storing the blood orchid were in good shape. Of course, Luke wasn't interested in these lousy things, nor did he plan to sleep in a second-hand container. He put them all away and built a new fortress-like base out of reinforced blocks that he had already made in his inventory. Half a day later, he and Selena were done assembling and reinforcing the new base. At that moment, he released ordinary robots and remote-controlled androids from his inventory, and an AI program assumed control of the base. This valley was renamed Isis Base, and the AI program was called Isis. Over the past year, Luke had perfected the mental hub technology. Now, as long as he had a drone with a mental transfer function enter the Caribbean Sea, he could control the robots at the Blood Orchid base from most parts of the United States. However, the robots were only used for regular patrols. Luke wasn't interested in keeping a constant eye on the base. The farming and processing of the Blood Orchid would all be done by the ordinary robots under Isis's control. At dawn, Selena yawned and got out of bed. When she washed up, she knocked on the wall. "When's breakfast?" Luke said from below. "I was just waiting for you to wake up." "Gold Nugget has already been eating snacks for half an hour," Selena said. "Dog traitor." Gold Nugget was befuddled. This wasn't a luxury cruise ship, and it couldn't surf the internet here. It had nothing else to do, and could only watch movies on its alien laptop. Wasn't it allowed to have some snacks? Silently cursing Selena, the dog head bit into 2 roast beef dumplings. After breakfast, Luke and Selena set off with Gold Nugget. They had never seen such a primitive tropical jungle before. The two of them wore nanosuits, which kept the most dangerous poisonous insects at bay and also made it easy to trek through the dense jungle. Gold Nugget even opened its visor and used its complete form to jump through the trees and plunder food ingredients. Luke and Selena, on the other hand, took a leisurely stroll and took photos of each other whenever they came upon a strange sight. The more important thing was to find lunch ingredients. As the jungle with the most abundance of species on Earth, there was too much to eat in the Amazon. Even though he had the AI program, Luke wasn't sure if most of the food was edible. Of course, they wouldn't eat the wild animals. They only collected various side dishes and fruits, which was absolutely environmentally friendly. As they collected ingredients, the armor would do a preliminary analysis. If they still came into contact with poison, Gold Nugget would step in and protect Selena through their symbiotic relationship. Luke had toxin resistance plus elementary self-healing. It wouldn't be easy for him to die. After wandering for more than 20 kilometers, it was lunchtime. The dog head was having a lot of fun, and Luke and Selena weren't in a hurry, so they didn't move very fast. They found a river, and Luke took out a small barge. The two of them went on board and prepared to have lunch. Gold Nugget was still running around in the jungle next to the river. In the end, it even flipped down its visor and jumped into the river to play. According to Selena, it was looking for fish to eat. Luke politely declined. Who knew what sort of things there were in the rivers of a tropical jungle? Nobody would dare eat the fish here. The alien dog head might have a liking for this sort of thing, but it definitely wasn't for Earthlings. While Luke was cooking and Selena was waiting to eat, Gold Nugget suddenly sent a message. Hearing Gold Nugget's voice in her earpiece, Selena stood up curiously and walked to the aft deck. "What good stuff." Gold Nugget charged out of the water and jumped onto the deck. It put down the thing that had been tied to its helmet with its tentacles. "Woof." Selena rolled her eyes. "I get it, it's yours." Sunlight shone through the gaps in the trees above the river and onto the sparkling object. Selena scanned it with her armor and confirmed that it was a natural topaz. Topaz wasn't rare in Brazil, which was the largest producer of colored gems in the world. However, this topaz was the size of a baby's head, was more translucent and had fewer impurities, which was rare. She also understood why Gold Nugget had excitedly picked it up. It looked a little like a dog's head, albeit in a more abstract way. Coupled with the bright yellow color, it would be strange if Gold Nugget wasn't tempted. Receiving that assurance, Gold Nugget turned around excitedly and jumped back into the river. It had wanted to catch fish, but had found a treasure. It didn't need to share this with Selena, which instantly made it even more interested. "Selena, D*MN dog. Don't come back for lunch if you dare." Those were harsh words, but she hadn't turned on the comms, and was purely venting. After cursing, she got a large box from Luke and put the topaz inside. She then fixed the box in one corner of the deck and waited to eat. In any case, she wouldn't go into the water. Who cared what the dog had found? Luke spent half an hour making lunch. After Gold Nugget returned, he went with Selena to see the fruits of the dog head's treasure hunt. There were now a lot of items in the box. Running a metal detector over them, Luke clicked his tongue in wonder. This guy is pretty good. He actually got a lot of good stuff. Selena snorted. It's mainly because nobody comes here, right? It has the Hellhound armor to scan the place. Of course it would be fast at finding things. Luke chuckled and didn't disagree. Selena wasn't envious or jealous. If she went down herself, she would also harvest some things. Like she said, all sorts of gemstones had been formed from countless years of accumulated sediment in this untouched primitive jungle river. Of the things that the dog head had found, the most were stones of various sizes, including crystals, tourmaline, emeralds, and so on. Some showed clear traces of having been polished by hand before, and had probably been carried here from elsewhere by a flood. There were a few pieces of ore embedded with natural gold kernels. If they were a little bigger, they would be gold nuggets, just like the dog head. However, the most valuable thing was still the first topaz. The other gemstones weren't worth much. Even if the dog head worked here its entire life, however, the amount it earned wouldn't compare with the dirty money it had gotten just a few days ago. So, it was like the old saying, just treat them as playthings for the dog. As the two rummaged through the dog head's newly discovered treasures, it jumped out of the water again. After activating the armor's water-repelling, disinfecting and odor-removing functions, the armor opened, and Gold Nugget excitedly barked out a question. Luke patted the dog's head with a smile. All right, take them back and sterilize them before you play with them. Extremely pleased, the dog wagged its tail happily. Chapter 1707. Now this is a real jungle treasure hunt for the next few days. Luke and Selena went out to play during the day and returned to Isis base at night. Luke put the blood orchids that had bloomed in the last few days into his inventory. Ever since he took control of this base, Luke had only ever dealt with the blood orchid extract, and had never obtained a live orchid. Now that the blood orchid was finally in bloom, he naturally had to preserve it in his inventory to study later. He rarely used life one to begin with since its effects were still indeterminate. He also had the Light of Life dagger and Light of Life as substitutes for healing. He could wait 2 years for the next batch of blood orchids to bloom before he replenished the extract. What he really needed to think about was the harsh conditions required for the blood orchid to grow. So far, Luke had tried all sorts of methods, including transplanting the soil and imitating climate conditions, but to no avail. The blood orchids could only survive in this strange valley, and couldn't be cultivated in space too. He had even given Claudia 2 blood orchids, but she hadn't been able to keep them alive. Judging from Claudia's mental fluctuations, she hadn't given it her best, and had only gone through the motions. She was slightly surprised by her failure, but also gloated a little. This meant that even if she could cultivate the blood orchid, it definitely wouldn't be easy to do so. Besides, who knew if the blood orchid she cultivated would have the same effect? It was possible that some new lethal variant would be created. For the past few days, Luke had traveled around the area with Selena and the dog head in search of a suitable place to plant the blood orchids. They hadn't found anything so far, and so just played in the jungle for a few more days. But Luke had already made up his mind. They would leave in 10 days at most if they didn't find a suitable new location for the blood orchids. By then, the blood orchids in the valley would basically be at the end of their life cycle. Besides, he was taking Selena on this trip to play, not to be a savage. No matter how fun a jungle adventure was, 10 days was enough. After they left, Isis would continue exploring the area with drones. At most, it was just a slightly slower and slightly more troublesome process. But Isis wasn't human, and wasn't responsible for anything else, so there was no rush. During the week, they expanded their search range to 100 kilometers, but still couldn't find a location where the blood orchids could survive. On the other hand, the dog head's little hoard increased day by day. It could be sold for $200,000 to $300,000 in total. It was really worth nothing. Any one of the gang big shots on Luke's blacklist would earn him hundreds of times more than that. However, the most important thing for a dog was to be happy. Gold Nugget had indeed been very happy recently, so good for it. Today, 2 people and 1 dog went up the river again, and the dog head was still looking for treasure. As it found a rusty knife in the river and proudly showed off the gems embedded in it to Selena, the drone, which was flying at a low altitude of 50 meters, suddenly sent a warning. On the drone screen, smoke was rising from the trees a kilometer away, which meant that there was probably a jungle fire. There were a lot of fires in the Amazon jungle, but most of them were deliberately lit by farmers and loggers. However, this area was deep in no man's land and there weren't any big rivers nearby. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be farmers or poachers who were causing trouble. They had nothing better to do anyway. Luke put the boat away. 2 people and 1 dog flew slowly through the jungle in their suits and approached the fire. Although they moved slowly, it was still much faster than walking. They covered a kilometer in less than 2 minutes. 100 meters away from the fire, however, Luke and Selena paused when they heard faint screams. Looking at each other, they activated the stealth function on their suits and sped up. The dog head was a little slower to react, but it immediately followed suit. A few seconds later, a large tribe appeared in front of them. Looking at the situation, Luke and Selena frowned. A dozen armed men were beating up a group of natives and firing their guns every now and then. A dozen natives had already collapsed inside the small shacks of the tribe. Most of them were covered in blood and didn't move, and only a few who had been shot in the leg screamed and cursed. Selena asked, "Do we take action?" Luke checked the system's good and evil panel, and immediately saw a bunch of new names in Spanish, all of which were so red that they were almost black. Without any hesitation, he took out an MP7 from his inventory and fired. 100 meters away, the heads of the dozen armed men exploded like balloons in a playground. Selena, who hadn't closed her mouth yet, Gold Nugget, who had just run up behind them, cough, cough. "Don't mind them, they're small fry." Luke coughed and floated over. "Let's go and see what we can get this time." He wasn't moving toward the natives' camp, but to 3 small speedboats on the river. This was how the gunmen had come. The things which these brawny men had on them very likely had been looted from this tribe. Luke thought nothing of those. The speedboats definitely belonged to these criminals. They had only just started their operation, and had yet to move the loot to the boats. Compared with searching the criminals one by one, moving the entire boats with just a thought was undoubtedly more convenient, and the 3 of them didn't have to reveal themselves. 10 minutes later, 2 people and 1 dog were sitting on their own barge once more. Gold Nugget was looking at Luke very meaningfully. Luke said, "All right, don't give me that look. We'll consider this a shared mission and split the gains." Delighted, the dog rubbed its head against his calf. Luke said, "Okay, I'm going to chuck them out, and we can take stock." While he knew what was in the 3 speedboats once they entered his inventory, he could still let Selena and Gold Nugget have some fun. He had earned the points too quickly just now, and hadn't given the other party a chance to attack. The main thing was that if Selena had been the one to dispose of those criminals, Luke would have lost 50% of the experience and credit points. Gold Nugget was an alien creature and had always been discriminated against by the system. No matter what, the system didn't count it as a teammate. Luke didn't get any experience or credit points whenever Gold Nugget killed bad guys. That was why he had been so quick to act earlier. Now that they were checking their spoils, he naturally couldn't hog the task for himself. Gold Nugget's eyes glowed when Luke tossed the spoils onto the deck. The small pile of dazzling gold nuggets and sparkling gems was very eye-catching. Selena simply crouched down and picked up a stone with pink tourmaline running through it. She looked at it, and suddenly had a strange expression. "This should be very valuable, right?" Luke didn't think too much of it. He replied casually, "If we purchase these things through proper channels, they would cost about $300,000 to $500,000 in total." Selena chuckled and rubbed the dog's head. "Gold Nugget, we did just this one job, and we earned more than what you collected this entire week. This is the real jungle treasure hunt." The happy dog froze for a moment, before it slowly turned to look at Luke for confirmation. Pondering for a few seconds, Luke said consolingly, "It's fine. You definitely earned more than if you were catching fish." The dog head, not listening. "I don't want to hear that." Chapter 1708. Distribution and traveling the world, but reality was cruel. Luke had already made things worse, but Selena grabbed the dog's head and said, "You don't believe me? If you don't, we'll raid their nest." The dog lowered its head and refused to listen. Selena, however, pinched its ears again. "Are you dumb? It's not like they'll carry their loot around with them. This might just be their harvest for today. The bulk of it must be in their nest." The dog hesitated for a moment, before it finally surrendered to the temptation. Luke had no objections. 2 people and 1 dog immediately set off, and soon found the criminals, nest dozens of kilometers away. With Luke and Gold Nugget around, the criminals couldn't hide their scents. This was definitely their territory. Luke took the lead and killed the remaining 5 criminals. Thankfully, he had told Selena and the dog head to look for the treasure first. Less than 5 minutes later, the dog ran back to the boat with a big box on its back, and barked proudly. Luke smiled. "Let's get out of here first. We'll take stock later." The boat leisurely set off back the way it had come. As it turned out, Selena was right. Relying on its keen sense of smell and its armor, the dog head had taken out a large bag of gold and raw gemstones from the criminals' nest. The total worth was almost $1 million. Gold Nugget forgot how it had only made $200,000 to $300,000 after a tiring week of diving for treasure, and was once more immersed in the wonderful feeling of having made a fortune. However, it preferred shiny things to begin with, and was drawn to gems, gold, cash. The condition, however, was that the things had to be valuable. It wouldn't be fooled by glass baubles. Selena wasn't interested in gold, but in the colored stones, especially in their uncut state. The uncut stones gave her a strange sense of satisfaction, but the condition was that the gems had to be big and beautiful. So, one person and one dog couldn't bother with eating as they sterilized the stones and began to split the loot. Selena's actions were swift. "Yours, mine, yours, mine." Gold Nugget suddenly stretched out a paw to stop her from taking an amethyst. It tilted its head and whined. Selena coughed and said, "You don't have a favorite color, but you know that I like red." Gold Nugget looked suspiciously at the pile of green, blue and yellow in front of it. It then looked at the purple, pink and red colors in front of Selena. Shouldn't dogs be colorblind? Selena mumbled to herself as she quickly moved the paw away to continue distributing the loot. After that, she didn't dare give herself all the good-looking ones so openly. She gave the dog head the gold first, and kept the gems for herself. Luke enjoyed his tea and enjoyed the show of the dog head being tricked. In any case, they weren't going to sell these. They were just toys, and their value wasn't important. After this windfall, Luke's 10-day deadline arrived. 2 people and 1 dog put on their armor and headed north to Colombia at night. After that, they switched to new identities and took Gold Nugget to play all around South America. South America was absolutely a super large game instance for Luke. In the 1980s and 1990s, Colombia produced the world's most famous drug cartels, the Medellin and Cali cartels, and monopolized 80% of the drug market in America at their peak. It wasn't until they pissed off the United States and were beaten up that they gave up that position to Mexico. There was the famous Silver Triangle made up of Peru, Bolivia and Colombia, the Andes in Brazil, and the Amazon jungle. Peru was also the biggest production center. On the other hand, other countries such as Ecuador, Venezuela, Guyana and Suriname were big distributors, and had drug traffickers who transported several tons of illegal drugs every year. Further up were Honduras, Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, Haiti and Jamaica. The countries and territories here were only the size of soybeans on a world map, but were ripe for harvesting experience and credit points. Luke was mainly on holiday, but it wasn't hard to choose a few big shots in major cities to meet their maker. After all, taking appropriate action every now and then was healthy for his growth. After visiting South America, they flew to Africa, crossed the Strait of Gibraltar from Morocco, and visited various European countries. After that, they entered Asia from Turkey, then made their way through Saudi Arabia, Beirut and Israel before entering Russia. It was April by then, and Luke took Selena to see the cherry blossoms in Japan, before they finally entered China. When 2 people and 1 dog arrived in China, sightseeing was secondary. After all, they had seen all kinds of magnificent views in the last 6 months. The only thing they could never get tired of was the pursuit of delicious food. Compared with his previous life, Luke had to conscientiously eat his way through the country this time. He couldn't remember the names of the dishes, but he still had some impression of the restaurants and specialties from food videos he had watched before. The 3 of them ate their way from north to south. Every day, their mouths never stopped moving as they thoroughly satisfied their cravings. Even Selena couldn't help lamenting, "I thought you were absolutely a chef, but now, it seems you're still not good enough." Luke was lost for words. Is that my problem? China had 8 major cuisine types and all sorts of snacks and specialties. Nobody would dare say that they could clear this level. There were no all-rounder chefs in China who could cook any 2 of the major cuisine types to the highest level in the country, and these were already all super big shots in the culinary world. There were just too many types of dishes. It was also for this reason that it took the three gluttons 2 months to eat their way through just half of China's food, and that was after Luke had already simplified things and chosen all-encompassing feasts, which covered all 8 cuisine types. As for the rest, they didn't have time, and could only wait for another opportunity to come again. After all, they couldn't stay in China for years just to eat, and never go back. They had teammates and Luke had his clones. However, their families would check in with them from time to time, and friends would contact them during the festive seasons. Since neither of them were using their real identities at the moment, they naturally couldn't say that they were eating and drinking their way around the world. Robert and Catherine had spent time around America and in Western Europe, and had even encountered a mutant giant octopus on a cruise. Selena's parents had just come back from a 10-day trip to Mexico. If they knew that Luke and Selena had gone off to play with the dog, the two would definitely be taken to task when they went back. Luke and Selena were currently using the excuse that they were surveying the company's future market development with their families, which sounded very professional. This market survey, took the 2 people and 1 dog half a year. By the time they flew back to Los Angeles from Shanghai, it was already the end of June. Chapter 1709, AI. Ultima Selena celebrated her birthday not long after they arrived in China. Luke also celebrated his 22nd birthday in China, and was now an adult by Chinese standards. In terms of appearances, however, Selena looked even younger than when she first became Luke's partner, while Luke still looked like a high school student. Even Dollar had glossy and healthy-looking fur, it didn't look like an old dog at all. When they returned to Los Angeles, they decided to stay in the bungalow. They even had dinner with their ex-neighbors, the Gaffney couple. The Gaffney twin daughters had also gone from primary school to middle school. Both girls' eyes glowed when they saw Luke. They occasionally thought of this former detective neighbor. After all, most detectives were bald middle-aged men with big bellies. Only in the movies could there be someone as young and handsome as Luke. They had once wondered if their memories of Luke and Selena had been exaggerated. But seeing the 2 of them again now, the twins felt that the 2 were even more beautiful than they remembered. In fact, they weren't wrong. Putting aside Luke, who had thoroughly surpassed an ordinary person, even Selena's strength and dexterity were 4 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. While her mental strength was slightly weaker in comparison, it was still twice as strong as that of an ordinary person. And these were just Selena's own physical attributes. If she and Gold Nugget entered the complete symbiotic form, she and Luke would be evenly matched. Coupled with the fact that she had followed him around the world for the past 6 months, and had fought all sorts of fights and eaten all sorts of things, her temperament was clearly different from before. She was more confident and steady, and had a more authoritative bearing. How did a person gain such a bearing? They had far more experience than an ordinary person. Money, power and personal qualities could also contribute to this temperament. Selena didn't lack any of these. The one thing she did lack was broad enough experience, which she had been able to make up for with half a year of travel. Luke took her from the top to the bottom of society. On their trip, they beat up drug dealers and gangsters, and also took care of dirty cops. They made an evil, hypocritical, public figure go missing, and also sent an underworld bigshot to the afterlife. They fought a large armed force, and also wiped out a mob of armed terrorists. When they did that, they didn't ask these people their identities, and only asked how many bad things they had done. In any case, neither of them used their real identities after they left Rio, and they didn't have to worry about being hunted down for revenge. As she followed Luke, Selena didn't just learn how to fight, but also how he typically dealt with things. Of course, she now had a rough idea of how much Luke had been hiding. From South America to Africa, Europe, West Asia, and Russia, Luke could always find readily available manpower and intelligence support. Luke had nothing to hide. He simply told her that he had people on their side in these places. However, he didn't tell her exactly who was in charge in each place, and only told her how to use them. Selena hence gradually turned from a pure operative into a commander. They had something to do in Los Angeles, so they weren't in a hurry to return to New York. During the day, they met up with old colleagues at the police department, like Sonia, her boyfriend, Drive, Scorsese, and Hondo, the SWAT captain. These people were very busy, but also had more freedom. As long as it wasn't an emergency, they could have lunch and chat for an hour or two. But these were the only people worth taking the time out to meet. Most of the time, Luke and Selena were busy, especially at night. Every afternoon, Selena would lie in the big bathtub in the backyard to enjoy something she hadn't experienced in a long time. Everything about their New York nest was good, it was just that it didn't have this sort of big bathtub for sunbathing. On the other hand, she could enjoy this almost every day in July in LA. Apart from being busy in his workshop, Luke would occasionally go offline to let his clones handle more things. Tony had made rapid tech progress in the past 6 months. Luke's progress also skyrocketed. The most important thing was that a new generation of support tools had already appeared. Back then, Luke had bought Tony enough time to pry open a backdoor into the digitalized drive. Zola at the underground base in Camp Lehigh, and Tony had obtained a lot of precious data. Most important was Dr. Zola itself. It had a strange configuration and couldn't be copied or transferred. Basically, it was tied to the equipment in the underground base. In the end, Tony could only completely destroy the base and prevent Zola from falling into Hydra's hands. Zola had mocked Tony's father for the mistakes he made. The tycoon didn't want to end up like him. However, Zola's configuration gave Tony a lot of inspiration, and he developed a program that was more human and intelligent. Of course, Luke also picked up this technology, but their choices were very different when it came to its application. Tony naturally went for higher, faster and stronger, and then used the upgraded Jarvis to help him with his daily work. Luke, on the other hand, threw the new AI into space too and left all the research projects to it. It was a supercomputer that had its own consciousness and which operated autonomously. It had nothing to do with whether or not he trusted Tony. As someone with severe Skynet paranoia, Luke had never let everything of his be controlled by an AI program. The only AI program that had real data on Luke and his friends was Osiris. Most of the time, Osiris worked in space too. When it appeared outside, it was in a sealed lab that wasn't connected to the outside world. Also, all information related to Luke had been erased from Little Snail and Alfred's banks, and they no longer intersected. This was all to ensure that his identity wouldn't be leaked. The new AI was called Ultima. The moment it was assembled, it got to work. With the power from a large third-generation arc reactor and a bunch of maintenance robots, Ultima could work non-stop. Compared with Ultima's AI, which was focused on computational operations from the very beginning, Luke's AI programs in the outside world could only be considered babies. Finally, steady progress started to be made on the large amount of technology that had been sitting in Luke's inventory. Now, he could study some technology without needing to rely on the tycoon. Their research trajectories had always been different. It wasn't like Luke could specify what research direction the tycoon should take. Computational operations couldn't replace everything in a scientific experiment, but it could easily reduce the workload by 50 to 80%. So, Ultima's appearance really solved a big problem for Luke. Chapter 17:10. Team Development and Growth. Once Ultima reached a certain stage, Luke would break down the results and give them to the New Hope Research Institute for verification. There were now more than 200 researchers in the Research Institute. Luke was paying them a high salary so that they could do their best as research assistants and help complete some of the experiments. As for those who weren't content with their lot and wanted to invent their own small things, they were removed regularly. These sort of geniuses, who were ambitious but lacked talent, or who just had no self-awareness, were fired. They could go and fleece some other investors of their money. Luke had worked hard for his money, and it wasn't enough to fill these bottomless pits. If they were genuinely talented and creative, he would set them up with a separate research team. After they produced certain results, Luke would look at the situation and decide to either keep these people or pack them off to other companies. The latter made up the bulk. After all, research was the fastest way to burn money in the world. Plus, it was all legal. No matter how rich he was, there was no way he would spend so much. Tony, the spendthrift, was no exception. Spending hundreds of millions of dollars to shoot a TV show was already astonishing. When it came to research, that amount was nothing more than water. For truly top-notch technology, hundreds of millions or billions of dollars would be thrown in every 8 to 10 years, and most projects might not produce results. Even if there were results, they might not be perfected until much later. It was a good thing that Luke had learned Tony's armor skills. Only a morally upright young man like him would continue to give benefits back to the tycoon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the tycoon to recoup his losses. On the other hand, New Hope Research Institute had been developing steadily in the last 2 years, and was gradually becoming famous. Although most of the research projects came to nothing, the institute wasn't stingy with funding as long as there were some genuine results. The number of money-burning projects increased, but naturally, nobody paid attention to the failures, while the several successful cases earned a lot of money. The more money the institute had, the bigger its reputation. The bigger the reputation, the more attractive the institute was to researchers. Now, New Hope Research Institute was a high-tech R&D company with some reputation in America, and it wasn't as careless at recruiting talents as before. For example, most of Adrian's group had been invited to join as a separate research team. After more than a year, Adrian and the others were no longer interested in being small shareholders in the freight company. In comparison, doing research was more to their liking. The research institute was located right next to Queens, and paid a lot. Their friend, Phineas, had already joined the research institute for a period of time and had exaggerated the conditions there. Why should they hesitate? Adrian's research team could be said to be the second surprise, for Luke the first was naturally bent, the R&D master developer of social death weapons. Every time he saw the results Adrian's team produced, Luke could only sigh. Electric engineers were indeed monsters. These guys actually used some lousy Chidori components to DIY a vulture flight suit. Although it wasn't very sturdy, wasn't very flexible, and wasn't very stable, it was indeed a freaking suit of armor. Just like the whiplash armor which Ivan had created in the beginning, the impoverished appearance of this vulture suit couldn't conceal the brilliance behind its design. That was because defense, agility, and stability could be slowly improved. Only real geniuses could create this main skeleton. If armor development was calculated out of 100, Tony's level was 120, with the extra 20 coming from inspiration, power and money. Ivan was over 80, which was outstanding. Right now, Adrian's team was only in the 60s, just above the pass line. However, ordinary people couldn't compare with Tony at all. All of the researchers in Stark Industries together couldn't substitute for what he alone could do. In a similar way, what Adrian's team could do wasn't something that any one of Stark Industries' research departments could do, since most of the departments didn't even meet the 60 mark. On the other end of the spectrum was Roxxon Corporation, which had developed the technology for the Death Soldiers. Roxxon had wanted to upgrade the Death Soldier to the level of Mark armor, but was unable to. If the company poached Adrian's team, it could rely on the abundant Chidori parts to create a batch of experimental special models. In doing that, perfecting the armor wouldn't be impossible. A suit graded at 60 was indeed poor compared with Tony and Ivan's skills, but would be very useful in an asymmetric battle. But this was a world which looked at qualifications. Adrian and his group of ordinary electrical engineers didn't accomplish anything grand in the past, and they had very ordinary academic qualifications. Big companies wouldn't look at them at all. Now that they were under Luke, nobody could steal this team. Bobby Max, Luke's former PR manager, who had mental communication, came regularly to assess the Research Institute members. Bobby worked at Titanium Phone Company HQ next door. It was easy for him to drop in and carry out a monthly assessment. Of course, he never showed his face at the Research Institute, and was just as sneaky there as he was at the cell phone company. During the assessment, he sat on the other side of the wall. Even the admin staff had no idea that he was there. As they went through a list of questions with the employees, Bobby observed in secret. In fact, Bobby had kicked out at least 100 problematic employees this way. It was because there was this mature system in place that Luke could take it easy for half a year and enjoy his capitalist benefits. As a capitalist, if he could push the basic work off to someone else, he would naturally hand it over to his employees and his AI. He wasn't afraid of anyone trying anything funny with the Research Institute. The Research Institute was a private company that he 100% controlled. Nobody could interfere with its management, so nobody could blatantly try anything. As for trying something in the darker the better. The best would be if a bright red name stepped forward. Disposing of a problem might not be easy, but wasn't it simple to dispose of the person who created the problem? He could also earn experience and credit points in passing. It was perfect. That was probably the case when it came to technology. In terms of putting together a team, the biggest gain in the last 6 months was the addition of a top-tier support-type personnel. This person was none other than Richard Gere, the shadow man who had gone into hiding in Brazil. Luke had been stunned for a moment when he first heard the name. Whatever the case, Richard was indeed a top-tier support genius. He was a 23-year-old white man who looked like a geek. His appearance, manner of speech, and clothes were all ordinary. His only merit was that he was thin, and didn't have to worry about his weight, like most shut-ins. Luke gave the guy half a year off. Then, he dragged Richard out of a VIP room in a 5-star hotel in Rio, and woke him up on a dark and empty beach. Chapter 17:11. Two important partners. Luke and Richard talked sincerely for half an hour. The other party indeed sensed his sincerity and was very happy to work for the Dark Knight. That was right, Richard would only be responsible for the Dark Knight and Black Cat. He would have no contact with anyone else in the Bat Squad. It wasn't that Luke didn't trust his teammates, but that Richard's abilities were too annoying. Luke called it the internet spirit form, but still couldn't learn it. Richard could send part of his consciousness into the internet without obstruction. This ability had many shortcomings, including the fact that it couldn't be transmitted wirelessly or via a high-powered electric line. In addition, it was very hard for it to break into the various security systems of corporate servers. Even a very skilled personal hacker might not necessarily be able to do so. Even if Richard could break in, it would consume a lot of his mental energy, which would slow him down and lower his endurance. But this ability was still very powerful. He couldn't break into corporate security systems head-on, but he could break into most people's personal network security. He couldn't use wireless connections, but he could enter routers and signal towers to intercept data. For Richard, 99.99% of internet devices in the world were wide open for him to come and go as he pleased. If he really wanted to target someone, the worst that could happen was that he would just need to take a small detour. The few people whom he couldn't do anything about at all were tech whizzes like Tony and Luke, who also didn't have to worry about burning money. What this meant was that the secrets of most people in the world weren't secrets to Richard. As long as he had confirmed a target, he would be able to find some information on them. The worst at most was that the time and effort he spent on it might not necessarily be worth it. So, this ability could easily arouse suspicion and lead to disaster. When Richard had been under Amanda's control, she kept his identity and ability a secret. He had been a personal tool. If disaster struck and she couldn't keep him under control, the first thing she would do was kill him. Luke had used this to recruit Richard. The Dark Knight title just made Richard less resistant to negotiations. What really moved him were the work requirements and treatment. Once he started working for Luke, he would still be in charge of gathering intelligence, and just needed to abide by safety rules. He had to take 10 commissions every year, no questions asked. Any more than that was up to him. Whatever job he completed, he would be rewarded for it. If he didn't complete it, he would get nothing. In return, the Dark Knight would give Richard a certain level of protection and could selectively accept commissions from him. After the Dark Knight completed a commission, Richard had to pay him. Richard was already very satisfied with this bare minimum. Ever since Amanda caught Richard when he was 17, she treated him purely as a tool. He could get good food and drink, but not freedom, nor could he reject her orders. When she wanted information, he had to follow her orders. If he didn't complete them or do them well, a lot of pain would be waiting for him. Richard had cursed that Amanda was an animal because she was black-hearted and even more inhumane than one. On top of that, she had been like an animal tamer, who treated him like a chimpanzee. Although she gave him food and water, she kept him in a cage and beat him if he resisted. The Dark Knight, on the other hand, had a much higher moral bottom line. The terms of their deal were the same. In essence, they were equals. As for the Dark Knight's threat that he would be keeping an eye on Richard and that he couldn't do anything bad, Richard wasn't angry. The Dark Knight was a super cosplayer who had inherited Batman's convictions. If he talked law and equality with the bad guys, that would be a betrayal of Batman's convictions. Richard could only be glad that everything he had done in the past was basically Amanda's fault, and that his abilities were still useful to the Dark Knight. Otherwise, if the Dark Knight blamed all that on him, he could suffer anything from broken limbs to becoming a paraplegic. As a partner and not a prisoner, Richard wasn't stopped from moving to live in Silicon Valley, California. Luke had come to Los Angeles to drop in on him and use his powerful mental hypnosis to ensure that Richard didn't run off. This guy had swiped a lot of money from Amanda's stash, but it wasn't clean, and he didn't dare use it carelessly. Now that Richard had the Dark Knight backing him, Luke had him open an internet technology company, and then laundered Richard's millions back to him in funding. Luke didn't even charge him a processing fee. Luke had shown his sincerity, and Richard needed to prove his worth as a partner to avoid being underestimated. He had helped Luke complete many non-mandatory investigations in the last few months, and had earned hundreds of credit points. If this went on, he could use his identity as the boss of an online company to live a lavish life. After meeting the guy, Luke was certain that his mood was stable. However, if Richard dared to cross the line, Luke didn't mind using drugs, hypnosis and illusion on him. After inspecting Richard, Luke looked for Hank Pym, that stubborn old man. He was still in the guise of the big shot who sold everything but drive. Pym still had no intention of selling the technology, nor did he care much for what Luke was offering. The old man was just as fixated on his Pym particle research as Tony was on his Iron Man suit. Price wasn't the most important thing. Thankfully, Pym was much less arrogant than last time when he saw the technology which the big shot took out. This proved that the big shot didn't just have money or power, but also technology. The only thing Pym really respected was technology. He hated capitalists the most. The big shot wanted to buy the Pym particle from Dr. Pym. Dr. Pym didn't want to agree at first, but Luke mentioned that Darren, the CEO of Pym Technologies, was selling the Pym particle at a high price. With that huge amount of funding, Pym Technologies would be able to speed up the development of the Pym particle. Dr. Pym's face immediately darkened. He knew that Luke wasn't threatening him, but was stating a fact, the student who had betrayed Pym was using his results to earn money to build up his own power. If Dr. Pym wasn't selling, all the benefits would go to Darren. It was clear who would suffer. Luke also said that he could provide funds, raw materials, equipment, and intelligence in exchange. After mulling over it for a few months, Pym finally agreed to provide the Pym particle, but not in excess. The old man wasn't stupid. During this period, he discovered that the sales of Darren's Pym particle were actually very low, and it wouldn't have any market value for the next few years at least. Thus, he only provided half of what Darren had, and at an even higher price. Chapter 17:12. Strong backing and a new organization Luke gladly accepted. He wasn't short of money, materials, and equipment, and the Pym particle would absolutely be able to sell on the market, so it wasn't strange for it to be a little more expensive. Besides, he naturally had a reason to be so courteous. He would learn the manufacturing technology for the Pym particle sooner or later. The finished product would do for now. If there was a chance of turning Pym, this cantankerous old man, into a teammate, then the results of subsequent research on the Pym particle would be a sure thing. It had to be pointed out that Darren had been Pym's best student. In the end, this pet student obtained Pym's research data, but after 3 years of toil, he still couldn't even manufacture the Pym particle on a large scale. As for the practical use of the Pym particle, there was even less progress. This once again proved that not just anyone could play around with top tech. Dr. Pym had also worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. 20 years ago, and their glorious achievements were on record in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret files. The most unbelievable incident was in 1987, when he and his wife intercepted a foreign ballistic missile headed for the United States. Looking at the information, Luke finally understood why the old man was a dark green philanthropist in the system. That time, Dr. and Mrs. Pym saved tens of thousands of people. As for espionage work, they relied mainly on secret infiltration. Not every spy was 007. It was very rare for them to go on a killing spree at an enemy base. The main point was that in order to carry out missions, Pym and his wife shrunk to the size of ants. Dr. Pym had the codename Ant-Man in S.H.I.E.L.D., and his wife, Janet, was the Wasp, who could also fly. The foundation for these achievements was the Pym particle and the suits which Dr. Pym developed. Pym's student, Darren, wanted not only the Pym particle, but also the method to make this special suit. That was why the master and student had fallen out. Back then, S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted Pym to hand over the technology, but the latter refused. At that time, Tony's father hadn't died and had a position in S.H.I.E.L.D., but the hot-tempered Pym called Stark a thief. That was right, Pym was a super scientist who had dared to argue with Howard Stark, and was now a super stubborn old man. Luke didn't think that there were many people in the world who had more reputation than Howard Stark. It had to be pointed out that results were also important for scientists. Why did most people take Tony's fat cat behavior for granted? Because his father, Howard was the first generation Stark fat cat. It could only be said that Tony was indeed Howard's son. The father and son were really similar. By the same logic, however famous Tony was now was pretty much how famous Howard had been back then. Howard didn't say anything when Dr. Pym dared to point at him and call him a thief. That was because he had indeed tried to reproduce the Pym particle in private. Why? Because he couldn't create it himself. Dr. Pym was definitely the inventor of the Pym particle. Luke didn't mind being polite to a top scientist. Was dignity important? Not at all. He had always had a good attitude toward good people who could provide him with skills and abilities, otherwise, he would really feel apologetic about using their skills later. If he didn't strongly back drive Pym, how would the old man be able to force Darren into a corner? Whether or not Darren was protected by the system was another matter. Luke was very sure that Darren, who was the spokesperson for a capital group, wasn't someone who abided by the law all the time. Giving drive Pym a little help now might force Darren's hand sooner. Luke liked helping people out the most. After making that first deal with Dr. Pym, the stubborn old man's initially hostile attitude turned neutral. Luke surmised that the old man must have thought that he was like Howard, who had coveted drive Pym's skills. Although this was the truth, at the very least, Luke wasn't coercing him, and he was willing to supply drive Pym with what he needed. It wasn't like they were enemies. If Dr. Pym hated every single person who had ever asked him if he was selling the Pym particle technology, he would already have enemies everywhere. After sorting out the deal with Dr. Pym, Luke and Selena didn't waste any more time and flew back to New York. 2 people and 1 dog returned to their old nest in Clinton. Little Snail was like a housekeeper and had the cleaning robots clean and air the place every day. Selena couldn't wait. Let's go see the little turtles tonight. Luke naturally had no objections. The team members had kept in contact for the last 6 months, but Selena hadn't fed her 4 turtles in a long while. She missed them. Luke just said, "I'll let everyone know to go to the Bat Cave if they can. It just so happens that the preparations for that matter are almost complete, it's time to put it on the agenda." Selena blinked and got a strange expression on her face. "Whatever you say." The smart kitchenware, which had been out of action for a long time, was fired up again to produce a huge pile of cheese pizzas, most of which were blue cheese. That night, Luke and Selena went to the Bat Cave warehouse in New Jersey. By the time they arrived, everyone was already sitting in the communal lounge. Pizzas in hand, Selena went to play with her little pets. Luke greeted everyone and had Mindy bring out drinks. 10 minutes later, everybody sat down. Damon couldn't help but ask curiously, "Bruce, you said that we're setting up a new organization?" Luke put down his coffee and nodded. "That's right, only then can we better recruit peripheral members." Except for the rookie miners, everybody else was intrigued. They caught the keywords, peripheral members. Pausing for a moment to give everyone some time to think, Luke then explained, "The Bat Squad still exists, and will be the core of this new organization. The rules are no different from before. However, we're just individuals. Even if we're strong and working together, we're still individuals." The veterans immediately understood. It was like starting a company, the kind which only had 2 or 3 people and relied on manual labor. It was completely different from a company with hundreds of people. Even if the 2 or 3 individuals were more outstanding than the hundreds of people combined, there was only so much they could do. Sure enough, Luke continued, "We've reached our current limit in terms of individual combat ability. Without external support, we'll have to deal with a lot of things ourselves, which will waste everybody's time. So, we need some support to help us deal with professional matters that don't require combat ability." Everybody nodded in agreement, even the 5 miners. It wasn't a problem for them to take action and fight evil. However, gathering intelligence, cleaning up the aftermath, handling equipment and supplies, dealing with government forces and so on were a headache. Even veterans like Frank and Damon didn't really want to do all that, but they had to. Chapter 17:13. A final decision in a large jurisdiction. The most important rule for the Bat Squad was confidentiality. That was because it ensured the safety of all team members. Even if one person didn't care, they had to consider the consequences of getting their teammates exposed because of their carelessness. So, nobody had any objections. Frank and Damon had also made a lot of changes to the safety rules to ensure that they were more suitable for the Bat Squad. Now that Luke said that he would leave some things to peripheral members, nobody minded. Seeing that, Luke didn't go into detail about the structure of the external organization. He would have a small meeting with Frank and Damon later. But there was another important thing that everyone needed to have a say in. He coughed and said, I will distribute information on the external organization later. For now, we need to give it a name. If you have any suggestions, let's hear them. Before the veterans said anything, the 5 kids started to chatter excitedly. Names like Shadow Demon King, 12 Warriors, Hall of the Gods, Wind of Destruction and so on popped up one after another. The veterans were very calm. They drank their respective tea, beer, coffee, and coke, and let the kids ramble on for a while. 5 minutes later, Luke coughed and said, Okay, everybody else, what do you think? The veterans basically didn't say anything. They didn't care about the name, as long as it wasn't especially random. Only Ivan, who was lying on the couch, said lazily, How about we call it Thieves of the Law? Everybody rolled their eyes. Although the people here weren't exactly law-abiding, they were still vigilantes who fought for the people. How were they thieves? Mikey couldn't help but say, We can be considered friends of justice, right? Mindy immediately jumped out. That's right, everybody calls Batman the envoy of justice or the messenger of justice. Why don't we call ourselves the Justice League? Everybody's hearts jumped when they heard the name. Justice meant both fairness and punishment. What they were doing now matched that description. Also, it wasn't a secret that there were Avengers on Tony's side. Both sides had their own distinctive traits. For a moment, the veterans looked at each other and nodded slightly to acknowledge the name. Luke didn't care. Actually, even if it was something similar to the Avengers like the Punishers or something, he had no objections. After all, putting people on trial or punishing them fit his definition of this organization. Otherwise, there was Avengers of Justice, which sounded like a fancy-ass organization with the moral high ground. Then, it's settled. The Justice League. He looked around. Everybody nodded in unison. All right, that's the official name. Luke was satisfied. In the future, however, probies still undergoing training can't join the Justice League right away. I'll give them another name first. Pacific Detective Department, or PDD for short. Everybody had no objections. Any organization would have probationary employees. Calling them interns or Pacific detectives was just a gimmick. It didn't matter at all. Mindy was curious. Why? Luke said, because the Pacific Ocean is the largest ocean, and it's bigger than all the land masses on Earth combined. Mindy still didn't quite understand. But that's the ocean, right? Luke shook his head with a smile. We're using this name because we definitely have a larger jurisdiction than all the police departments in the world combined. Everybody. After the meeting, everybody dispersed. Ivan left, and Angel went off to train on her own. Splinter continued drinking his tea as the 5 kids chatted with Selena. This master had nothing to attend to, and didn't want to discuss administrative matters with Luke and the others. It was better for him to act like a recluse and drink his tea. Alice didn't come at all. She basically never participated in team meetings. She just took part in team operations when Luke needed her to. She didn't care who the target was or why. Lastly, Luke officially expelled Wade from the core team and demoted him to a PDD probie. The reason was simple. What did someone who usually didn't do anything, didn't participate in training or operations, and only cared about money, have to do with justice? The Justice League still cared about its reputation. It didn't have the courage to take the blame for this cheap person. This guy had only just wanted to be a mercenary to begin with. Throwing him into the PDD to help be a scapegoat wasn't a bad idea. Luke dragged Frank and Damon to a separate workroom. He forwarded the information to them and turned on the virtual screen as he explained the structure and progress of the new organization in detail. The truth was that after traveling around the world for half a year, he had pretty much set up feelers at the lowest level of the new organization. What was lacking now were mid and low-level leaders. Anyone with some common sense would know that mid and low-level leaders were very important. They had to understand the instructions from the higher-ups as well as ensure that their subordinates could act on them. S.H.I.E.L.D. had so much power before because it had a large number of level 3 to level 6 agents who could manage the operations of this huge organization of hundreds of thousands of people. Luke didn't plan to use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approach, which had many loopholes. However, he needed between 50 to 100 people at this level in order to get the entire system up and running. But that would be at their peak. For now, they just needed to slowly take in people. 10 or so would be enough to start with. Damon and Frank each had a list of names which they could choose from. After playing on both sides of the law for so many years, Damon had dozens of friends who could gather intelligence and clean up loose ends. Frank had a lot of old battle comrades who could be used as a security force in general situations. Regardless of both their opinions, it would be Luke who would use his mental abilities to screen these people and decide whether or not they were trustworthy. Only after being verified after multiple screenings would they become official employees of the Justice League. If they didn't pass the screening, they would continue to be probies without any insider information. So, the PDD was necessary for people like these. Now that the setup of the new organization was on schedule, everyone would be busy for a while. Knowing the ins and outs was a matter of skill. The others just needed to know where they fit into things, and ensure that there were no mistakes. As the commander, however, Frank had to participate in the setup of the organization so that he had a comprehensive understanding of its situation. The requirements for Damon were slightly lower, but he still had to participate as much as possible. After all, these two were the veterans with experience in the core team. Otherwise, if Luke had to keep using triple mode operation to help out in emergency situations, this Justice League would have been set up for nothing. Chapter 17:14. Untitled. Luke found Tony the next day and informed him of the establishment of the PDD. This was to prevent the Avengers and the Justice League from clashing in the future. Given Luke and Tony's relationship, it would only be a matter of minutes to check a person's identity. It was basically impossible for anyone to pretend to be from either side. The Tycoon wasn't unhappy about that. In fact, Tony was now the leader of the Avengers. Maria Hill worked at Stark Industries, but what she handled had nothing to do with Stark Industries. Natasha had ostensibly disappeared, but was still in regular contact with Tony in secret. Even Phil's new shield had a lot of underground dealings with Tony. The new shield wasn't too big, but there were still more than 200 people. It was impossible for it to completely conceal all of its operations. Modern society was highly industrialized. A small organization might be able to rely on inventory to last a few months or a year. With more people, things always wouldn't be enough. It was normal to buy whatever was lacking. SHIELD had already become a public enemy. Without official channels, whatever supplies that the new SHIELD needed basically had to come from the Big Shot and Tony. Tony was already one step ahead of Luke in setting up an external organization for dealing with superpowers. After all, Batman was the leader of the Bat Squad. It was just that Tony frowned when he heard the names, Justice League, and PDD. He looked at Luke suspiciously. Do you want to be a judge? Or a police officer? Or even a prosecutor? Luke sipped his coffee leisurely. It's just a name. In the past, I also just pronounced a culprit guilty, and immediately carried out the sentence. Is there a difference? Tony was lost for words. Batman didn't need to share judicial authority with anyone, unlike America's separation of powers into three. Also, if we run into superhumans or aliens again, we need a name, right? You have the Avengers. Should I keep calling the team the Bat Squad? Luke added. Tony was once again unable to respond. He understood what Luke was saying. In the end, the Bat Squad or the Special Force Team was just an ordinary codename. The other members wouldn't say anything, but this sort of name, which made one person the focus, wasn't suitable for a formal organization. It was especially unsuitable for superheroes. Superheroes weren't ordinary people. Putting aside their abilities, few of them had good tempers. If Tony dared to turn the Avengers into the Iron Man squad, Steve would be the first to refuse. How could Captain America work for Iron Man? Although Natasha and Hawkeye wouldn't say anything, they definitely wouldn't be happy. 4. He was the crown prince of a godly realm who was lending a hand only because he wanted to. How the hell could someone like that be Iron Man's subordinate? After that, Luke gave Tony 6 PIM particles. Tony looked at the dark red tubes in interest. What's the good stuff? It definitely wasn't Life 1. Although it was also red, it was clearly a different shade. Luke had barely said that it was a PIM particle, when Tony suddenly raised his hand to stop him. I know it. How did you get it? Luke said. The Big Shot found Drive. PIM and bought it at a premium. Tony didn't care about the premium or whatever. He was well versed in the ins and outs of the PIM particle, including how his father had tried to reproduce it. In fact, when PIM Technologies had been looking for funding, the Tycoon had also wanted a share. If there was one thing Darren inherited from his teacher, however, it was his vigilance against Stark, and he firmly rejected Tony's offer. Darren's supporters also worked together to prevent Stark from becoming a shareholder. Titanium Phone Company also only obtained a supply contract. It was at most only able to obtain a small quota which it could give to Stark Industries to research. In any case, PIM Technologies would never cooperate directly with Thief Stark. But Tony was proud and arrogant, and was able to obtain a tube through private channels. After studying it, he knew that it was useless, so he gave up. There wasn't enough to be able to come up with the theory and technology. Tony's eyes glowed. A steady supply. Luke shook his head. That would be difficult. So, use it sparingly. Don't use it all for experiments. It's good enough to use it to solve the energy problem with the nanosuit. Pondering for a moment, Tony nodded in agreement. Why give this to Tony? Putting the matter of the Ant-Man suit aside, this thing would be able to resolve the energy system issue with the nanosuit. After all, it took a special suit to shrink a person to the size of an ant, but it didn't take any special method to shrink a reactor to the size of an ant. How powerful was a third-generation arc reactor? Disregarding how the components could become outdated, Tony could probably use it until he was 70 to 100 years old. Besides, there was no need to make the nanosuit's reactor that small. It was more than economical enough when it was 10 times bigger than an ant. So, as long as Tony kept some of the PIM particles to shrink the reactor, the energy problem with the nanosuit could be crossed off his list of research items. After that, Luke got up and said goodbye. His clone would look for Tony once or twice a month. There weren't many things to do, and there was no need for him to waste his precious research time. In the next few days, Luke's detective agency, which he didn't even advertise, was as idle as ever. Selena and Luke went to visit their own friends. Luke met with Jenny and Elena separately to talk business and do art. Selena, on the other hand, had to return to Texas after playing with her friends for 2 days. That was because Mario and Sandra, whose lives had become a lot easier, were expecting another child. Selena's newest little brother or sister was about to be born. She had to go back and visit her family. There was no need for Luke to go. His clone had secretly checked the situation at home every now and then over the last 6 months, so he wasn't worried. Just nice. Sky's seclusion had been a success. Luke had to congratulate her and bear witness as she came out of seclusion. Actually, he brought lunch with him, and they chatted as they ate. Sky had succeeded because of her own efforts and also thanks to Luke. Her vibration ability was more than twice as strong as before, but her control was several times better. The shock absorbers on her hands had undergone 5 major modifications and 37 small tweaks. With her control and the shock absorbers, she finally didn't have to worry about her hands turning to dust. The shock absorbers had also changed from their earliest big and black appearance to a sleek and inconspicuous pair of thin gloves that could even change to skin color. Now, nobody would wonder why she was wearing 2 metal cannons on her hands. Also, Luke wanted to recruit her for the PDD. If things all went as planned, she would become a member of the Justice League in a few years, and a mid-level supervisor. Chapter 17:15. Satellite Launch. And the female CEO's little ruse. Not only did Sky have superpowers, she also had the potential to become a top network specialist. She could fight and offer support. More importantly, she was a 20-year-old girl. It was very easy for a woman to keep a secret, and there was plenty of room for her to grow. Luke had already been training her for the past 2 years. Speaking of which, Sky could be considered the student whom he had put the most effort in. Mindy was good, but she didn't have superpowers. Carol was good as a personal bodyguard, but didn't have enough smarts. The twins were already making him money, but was he someone who lacked money? Lorna had given him even less. Now that she was pregnant, she was out of the game. As for Stacy, Luke couldn't dwell on her without feeling stifled. After all these considerations, Sky was the only one who had the right mindset, and who could think and fight. Sure enough, teaching wasn't an easy profession. A certain half-baked teacher sighed. A few days later, just after Independence Day, Jenny called. "You're not coming to Houston with me tomorrow." Luke was stunned for a moment. "Why are we going to Houston?" After a brief silence, Jenny said, "Did you forget about our joint satellite launch with Stark Industries?" Luke slapped his forehead. Although this was extremely important for the company and the Justice League, he really hadn't paid much attention to it. As someone who dealt in telecommunications and the internet, it would be embarrassing if he didn't have 8 or 10 satellites to his name. Naturally, Luke was the one who had pulled some strings to set up the joint launch with Stark Industries. For Pepper, This was an ordinary business proposition which her friend Jenny had put forward. It could make money and also deepen their partnership. For Tony, this was an information platform which the Big Shot and Batman had hinted would be used by the Justice League. So, even when the tycoon discovered that there was something fishy about the so-called satellites, he didn't say anything. As for how Jenny was involved with the Big Shot who sold everything, that wasn't worth investigating. The CEO, board members, and shareholders of companies who had a connection to the Big Shot now numbered in the thousands. During this period, there were also plenty of greedy guys who wanted to swallow up the Big Shot and his benefits. But these, brave souls, would very quickly meet with unexpected disasters. At best, they would be sent to the hospital after a car accident. At worst, they would die after their plane crashed. It was no longer a secret among the upper class. Rumors also spread that this Big Shot might be a demon. There were even people who insisted that the Big Shot was Demon Lord Mephisto. Those who suffered unexpected disasters had definitely sold their souls to him. However, the higher-ups all knew, the demon, whom these people sold their souls to did exist, but it definitely wasn't Mephisto, it was money. Someone incompetent who still wanted to play dirty should be smashed to pieces. Thus, with someone in the know like Tony keeping silent, the Big Shot finally released his satellites. The biggest benefit of riding on Stark Industries' coattails was that it was confidential and convenient. With the arc reactor solving most of the energy problems, plus the satellites, which the tycoon had created, the satellites which Stark Industries sent into the sky were so cheap that it could make a person weep. Even though Luke's special communications satellite weighed 5 tons, Tony, conveniently, helped launch 20 of them, while everything else that was launched was his. Luke had fiddled a lot with the satellites. The tycoon didn't have to do anything. He simply launched low-altitude flyers made from Chitauri technology. However, the flyers didn't have a weapons system, and looked like satellites. Pondering for a moment, Luke gave a neutral answer. I can go with you, but I won't attend the launch ceremony. If he went, he would have to sit for a few hours during the ceremony and make nice with a whole bunch of people. He had no interest in being gawked at. A lot of people coveted CEO Jenny's company and technology. Forget trying to hook up with her. It wasn't just hearsay that this overbearing female CEO had a mysterious boyfriend. She had publicly acknowledged it through private channels, and had expressed that she didn't mind teaching whoever tried to harass her a lesson. Thus, basically no big men dared to flirt with her, but it also made other people curious about this mysterious boyfriend. Jenny was satisfied with this reply from a certain mysterious boyfriend. She knew very well that Luke didn't like to appear in public, but she at least got something out of it. Luke had run off for half a year, claiming that he was making arrangements for the company to go global or whatever. She could accept that nonsense. But now that he had returned, she naturally had to be compensated. Thankfully, Luke had always been very self-aware. He had clearly been spending more time with her recently, and had even gone on the plane with her twice for official business. This was just his 3rd time going out with her, so they flew to Houston together and rested for a night. The next day, Jenny went to the launch ceremony. When she returned in the afternoon, she washed up and looked like she was going out. Luke found that odd. You still have something on tonight. A year ago, he had offhandedly said that she would age quickly if she stayed up late to work, so the female CEO made fewer arrangements at night and tried to rest on time. Even when they talked business, it was at most until 2 in the morning. Jenny glanced at him through the mirror. Yes, I'm meeting Catherine to look at little Cindy. She's almost 2, and I've only seen her once. Luke was stunned. When did you meet Cindy? Jenny said, a few days before she turned 1. Luke got it. Jenny was his loyal partner. Unless something happened, Little Snail wouldn't specially notify him of her meeting with Catherine. He asked casually, are we taking a plane to Shackelford later? Jenny chuckled. Joseph wanted to watch the launch, so I helped Catherine find a place. They'll only be going back tomorrow. Luke was enlightened. I see. No wonder she had bothered to make the time to attend the launch ceremony, it was for this. It went without saying that the feeling of being taken to a family gathering by a domineering female CEO was a little special. But he didn't mind Jenny's little ruse. He had planned to make a trip back home anyway, and had saved himself a few hundred kilometers of travel. A day later, Luke and Jenny returned to New York. Since the female CEO had been a little lively recently, Luke felt that he had to help her use up some of her energy. Thus, the female CEO slept soundly the first morning after returning to New York. It wasn't until she was woken up by the alarm at 11 that she sat up in a daze. She stared blankly at the time on her alarm clock for a moment, before she suddenly screamed. "Ah, that ass, I still have lunch with Pepper today." Chapter 17:16. Hidden danger for the tycoon, and ransacked 40 minutes later, Luke drove Jenny's car out of the phone company's parking lot. As she touched up her makeup, Jenny asked anxiously, "Are you sure you can get to Stark Tower before noon?" Luke stepped on the gas. "Trust me, I'm a pro driver." Jenny rolled her eyes. Was being a pro driver something for a billionaire to be proud of? Which driver who worked for a rich person wasn't a professional? If Luke hadn't said that he would get her there in time, Jenny wouldn't have let him drive. At 11:58 a.m., Jenny opened the car door with a pale face. "Don't wait for me today. Go play on your own." "Ugh," Luke chuckled. "No problem, Miss CEO." Jenny rolled her eyes at him and closed the door. At that moment, a car stopped behind Luke, and Pepper got out of the backseat. Watching the two women exchange greetings, Luke smiled and slowly drove away. His gaze subconsciously lingered on the rearview mirror, and he couldn't help but compare the interactions between the two women with his meetings with Tony. He had to admit that the tycoon was a little arrogant, rude and cutting, but he was much better at talking up his business than the two women. Suddenly, he saw a white man in his 40s get out of the car at the restaurant entrance. After the man threw the Lamborghini key to the doorman, he actually hit on Pepper. Although his behavior was still within normal range, Luke could see through him. There was something too forward about his behavior which made Pepper a little uncomfortable. Should he tell Tony about this? However, it was easy to destroy a friendship over something like this. He stopped the car and continued observing the entrance. Thankfully, Jenny stepped back when the man greeted Pepper. This overbearing female CEO had been traumatized after she was kidnapped by those drug dealers back then, and was very resistant to strangers getting too close. Pepper felt a little awkward, but she still forced a smile, said a couple of things, and then quickly left with Jenny. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and then also went into the restaurant. Thinking quickly, Luke turned the wheel and drove the car into a parking lot not far away. A moment later, an ordinary-looking young man walked into the restaurant. Naturally, it was Luke in disguise. For the tycoon's sake, he felt that he should help Tony eliminate this hidden danger. Ahem. So, he really wasn't here to watch the show. Safety first. There might really be something wrong with that flashy middle-aged man. Sitting in a corner of the restaurant, Luke ordered a bunch of dishes and played on his phone. In fact, he was operating a drone to look for traces of the middle-aged man. He soon discovered that the guy wasn't eating with Pepper and Jenny, but with another woman. Little Snail was already projecting the man's information onto Luke's lenses. The man's name was Aldrich Killian. He had a PhD in biology and had opened a biotech company called Advanced Idea Mechanics (AIM), but that was all. Luke looked up research papers and tech news, and confirmed that there really wasn't anything special about AIM. However, the woman who was having dinner with Killian also had a PhD in biology and was quite famous in the academic world. This was very normal. Luke had often had meals with his colleagues when he was a detective. It wasn't unusual for two doctorate holders to have a meal together. Secondly, Luke wasn't surprised that Killian's name was bright red. That was inevitable for any scientist who did illegal research. Let alone an unknown biotech company like AIM, even some famous pharmaceutical companies in America were bright red. These doctors and researchers deliberately ignored the risks and sold painkillers and prescription drugs on the market. In the system, they were equivalent to big drug dealers. As for the Food and Drug Administration officials who gave these drugs the green light, they would naturally take up positions at these companies after they retired and earn handsome salaries. So, the system wouldn't judge them innocent just because it was legal in America. After all, America was a peaceful, lawful country. The pharmaceutical giants here were no less influential than arms or financial bigshots. If Luke specially went looking, he could indeed make a few people disappear or go missing, but it was unrealistic to charge in and kill all of them. That was the smart thing about capital groups. They could use the law to legally sell illegal drugs, yet be known as famed philanthropists. In comparison, the Colombian and Mexican drug dealers weren't even fit to carry their shoes. That being said, Luke waited for Jenny and Pepper to finish lunch and confirmed that they were fine before he left. In any case, it wasn't a waste of time since it gave him a chance to try a few of the dishes in this restaurant. Also, this Killian person seemed a little interesting. Luke wasn't interested in investigating further. The names on his blacklist would keep him busy for another 8 to 10 years. So, he sent Killian's information to Tony. The tycoon was the victim here. Luke was a tactful person, and naturally wouldn't meddle in other people's business. While Luke was on a leisurely vacation, the door of a cell biology lab at Reborn University in New York was suddenly pushed open. Soldiers rushed in and quickly occupied the lab. The captain walked over to the middle-aged man who was staring at them in surprise. "Dr. Samuel Stearns, right?" The middle-aged man nodded blankly. The captain sneered and waved his hand. "Find the relevant items and pack them up." Hearing that, Dr. Stearns immediately stood up. "What are you doing? This is my lab." The captain pushed him back down. "No, drive, Stearns. It belongs to us now." Thus, the soldiers started moving things out of the lab. The most important things were the test data and reports, and the test tubes of blood. In less than 10 minutes, the lab was ransacked. The captain gestured at the last 2 soldiers. "Go back, I'll move the rest." The 2 soldiers left without saying anything. As their footsteps faded, only the captain and Dr. Stearns were left in the lab. It was quiet once more. Chapter 17:17. Experiment in an unexpected battle. Breathing heavily, drive. Stearns glared at the captain who had looted his lab. The captain walked over and opened the remaining 2 boxes on the table. He took out Drive, Stearns' laptop from one of them and put it back on the table. He then took out a blood sample from another box and read the label. Mr. Green, 14.56% strength. He then looked at Drive. Stearns, you've been studying Bruce Banner. This is his blood sample. Am I right, Doctor? Stearns couldn't hide his excitement. Of course, he's a miracle. However, his expression fell after that. It's a pity that we haven't been in contact much recently, so my research has slowed down. The captain grinned. But you did find something, didn't you? Doctor. Stearns looked at him angrily and roared, you just stole everything I have. The captain snorted and gestured at the laptop and the blood sample. I saved you some, Doctor. Stearns sneered. That's all you can do. The captain walked over to him and looked down at him. I want Bruce's power. Doctor. Stearns' eyes widened. You, the captain interrupted him. I know that you've already found something. Prove it to me now. Otherwise, the Department of Defense and the military will take over your research. In the future, someone else will be in charge of your projects, and you can only listen to them and be just an ordinary researcher. Doctor. Stearns frowned. He knew that the man was telling the truth. The project to create Bruce belonged to the military. Why would they give it to an outsider like him? It was fine if this captain wanted to be a test subject. There was a much higher chance of success with a strong and willing soldier than a regular person. It went from 1 in a million to 1 in 1,000. What is your physical condition like? Doctor. Stearns immediately got to work. The captain smiled. I was injected before with an experimental serum from a biological enhancement program. It was the side project that created Bruce. Doctor. Stearns' eyes lit up as he observed the captain carefully. Then let me tell you first. There's no way for me to confirm the outcome of the experiment. You might die right away. The captain grabbed him. If you don't do it, I'll kill you. A bright smile appeared on Dr. Stearns' face. I'm a scientist. Explaining the consequences to you before an experiment is just part of the procedure. The captain chuckled and put him down. Got it, let's get started. Dr. Stearns turned on the power of the test table. Lie down. If you're lucky, we'll see results in an hour. Half an hour later, there was a loud bang as a huge greenish-yellow monster broke out of the lab and charged out of Reborn University and onto the road. A van was smashed in half, and 4 or 5 people were sent flying. The greenish-yellow monster paused, then pulled a human-shaped meat patty off of his chest and looked at it in surprise. Just as he was about to throw the meat patty away, it sparked with fiery light which swiftly increased as it started burning at an astonishing temperature. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The greenish-yellow monster was blown back 10 meters, and fell flat on his face on the street. There were cries for help all around him. Within a range of 20 meters around the meat patties was wreckage, including several twisted cars and all sorts of junk. Worst of all, most of the wreckage was burning. The greenish-yellow monster propped himself up and shook his head. He roared angrily and turned to look at the location of the explosion. Of course, there was nothing there. The meat patty had exploded and turned to dust. There was nothing left of it. However, several people jumped out of the damaged van. Their bodies glowed with a fiery light, just like the meat patty. But they didn't explode. Instead, their twisted and broken limbs quickly recovered, and they were whole again. The greenish-yellow monster widened his eyes. He wasn't stupid. It was clear that the meat patty which had exploded had been one of them. Uncontrollable fury rose in his heart, and the urge to destroy everything made the last bit of his rationality disappear. With a roar, he charged at the fiery figures. The other party clearly saw him too. Two of them couldn't help but curse. What kind of monster is that? He was the one who attacked us. With that, they started to clash without hesitation. This greenish-yellow guy might be a monster, but were they ordinary people? They were battlefield veterans and, now that they had the ability to heal their broken limbs, it wasn't a problem to kill this monster. Unfortunately, they didn't understand that this greenish-yellow monster was also a veteran, and even a top special force soldier. Whether it was superpowers or combat experience, the other party was better than they were. Thankfully, the fiery figures weren't stupid. Given their advantage in numbers, they scattered almost at the same time and attacked the greenish-yellow monster from all directions. Luke, who was talking business with the overbearing female CEO at the window, was suddenly stumped. He didn't ditch Jenny, however, and just focused on his clone. Looking at the two parties fighting on the surveillance feed, the level 2 clone went to the sea passage in a flash. The dark knight armor appeared and quickly covered his body. 10 seconds later, he was fully covered, and the ground suddenly opened up under his feet. Luke turned a corner in the passage and, a moment later, appeared at the bottom of the ocean 100 meters away before he headed for Manhattan Island. Even if he were moving slowly, it would still take him less than 3 minutes to cover a distance of less than 20 kilometers. By the time he arrived, the two parties were already fighting on Park Avenue. The greenish-yellow monster was super strong and had the absolute advantage. After two of the fiery figures were blown up, they immediately switched tactics and used their advantage in numbers to waylay the enemy. If they were careful, it wouldn't be easy for the greenish-yellow monster to take them down. The battle was at an impasse, and more passers-by were being pulled into it. Both parties were fighting heatedly. 300 meters to the right was Central Park, where there weren't a lot of people, but they were fighting on busy Park Avenue. The fiery men, in particular, were no different from ordinary people in size and appearance, except that the wounds on their bodies and faces flickered a faint fiery red when they healed. Thus, the ordinary people around them became their best cover. Chapter 17:18. Disrupting things and splitting the job. No matter how strong the greenish-yellow monster was, he didn't have group attack skills and couldn't kill the passers-by who were running in all directions all at once. Just one look away, and he lost sight of the fiery men among the countless moving figures, and these people would ambush him from within the crowd. But his skin was too thick. If it wasn't for the special abilities of these fiery men, he wouldn't even feel pain. The two parties fought on Park Avenue. Cars were turned over and passers-by screamed. Luke, who had rushed over, cursed his cheap mouth. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let Tony know about what happened in the afternoon. This place was only 5 kilometers away from Stark Tower. For Tony, it was just a matter of stepping on the gas. In the end, after telling Tony about Killian, it seemed the Tycoon and Pepper had a row. As expected, the jealous Tycoon quickly admitted defeat. In order to appease an angry Pepper, he simply took her back to the Malibu villa in Los Angeles for a vacation. New York had the Bat Squad, which would naturally step in if there was an emergency. Tony now knew about the battle on Park Avenue. Jarvis, who controlled Stark Tower, had been monitoring the center of Manhattan and had long noticed the incident. This was proven by the warning it sent out at almost the same time as Alfred sent the information to the clone. A slightly embarrassed Luke didn't waste any time. As soon as he arrived, he swooped down and kicked at a fiery figure. When his right foot hit the ground, he abruptly shifted to the side to dodge the incoming monster. His left leg came down and nimbly hooked around the monster's ankle to shift the latter's center of gravity. Caught off guard, the big monster immediately fell flat on his face, leaving a shallow 5-meter-long trench in the ground. Luke lunged forward and tied a few rope darts to the spikes on the monster's back. Then, he grabbed the spikes and fully activated the thrusters on his back. Boom! The greenish-yellow monster was lifted up as Luke flew northeast in a huge arc. Everything happened in less than 5 seconds, and all that remained were angry roars that could be heard in the air above Park Avenue. "Put me down, UD*MN, the fiery figures looked at each other in bewilderment. For one moment, they didn't know how to react. They weren't blind, and had extraordinary senses. They weren't boors, either. There was no future for people who didn't use their phones to read the headlines online. Who else could that person be, but the Dark Knight? Although this successor of Batman's wasn't as dazzling, he had saved tens of thousands of people in Grand Rapids. Coupled with his occasional crackdown on violent crime in New York, the New Yorkers' recognition of this heir was increasing day by day, and even online criticism of him had dropped. The Dark Knight might not be as good as Batman, but beating their group up probably wouldn't be too hard for him. Moreover, now that the Dark Knight had appeared, would the Bat Squad be close behind? They were existences who had dared to clash with tens of thousands of Chitauri soldiers. The fiery men looked at each other for a few seconds, before one of them said, "Retreat." The five of them ran east and jumped into the ocean in less than a minute. Frank, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. They jumped into the ocean. They're very cautious. On the other side, Luke replied, "Good enough, as long as they're not fighting in the city. Follow them first. It's best to find out where they came from." Got it. Frank knew what Luke meant. Have Blackpink Bears investigate where this big monster came from, Luke instructed. Frank, copy that. This was how the Bat Squad had always worked. Instead of fighting both sides in the city, it was better to split them up first and minimize casualties. Luke was more interested in the big monster, so he took the lead in getting rid of this guy. Frank secretly locked onto the fiery men and would find an opportunity to take them down in one go. Few people could fight that greenish-yellow monster for a while without falling to a disadvantage. Frank also wanted to know where these weirdos had come from. After handing the task of following the fiery man to Frank, Luke immediately collected his thoughts and studied the greenish-yellow monster in front of him. Just now, he had forcibly lifted the other party into the air and sped toward Pelham Bay Park 10 kilometers away. Not only was the park next to the sea, there was also a huge golf course next door. It was the only place in New York that could be wrecked so late at night. If all else failed, Luke could transport the monster to Connecticut via the ocean. It wouldn't make a difference if the guy smashed up the remote hills over there. The monster in front of him was still human. However, he had bulging muscles and uneven scales over his skin. Hideous bone spurs protruded from his back and body. What was more disgusting was his greenish-yellow color. He looked like a pile of sh*t with rotten vegetable leaves mixed into it. At the very least, the Hulk just looked like a muscular green frog. Coupled with Dr. Banner's honest face, he could just barely be considered a little cute when he wasn't punching people. The big greenish-yellow monster in front of Luke, on the other hand, looked like a supervillain. No matter how you looked at him, he was like a mutated toad covered in pustules. Logically speaking, hideous villains like these wouldn't survive the first movie. Luke was just telling the truth. Think about how that Asgardian little prince came running to Earth and did so many bad things, and even stabbed his brother in the kidney. If Luke and Selena hadn't given Loki a special smackdown combo, the guy would have only suffered flesh wounds at most. Asgard would also pamper this little prince since Freya doted on him. If Loki had looked like this sh*t, Freya might have put righteousness before family. When Loki was a baby, Asgard couldn't afford to have such an ugly member of the royal family. Luke had moved the greenish-yellow monster by air. After enjoying the night wind for a while, the monster calmed down. He was also very familiar with Luke's black armor. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Dark Knight." Luke raised an eyebrow, and his blue and white lenses flashed. "Say your name, or you won't get a chance later." The greenish-yellow monster's eyes flickered, and the madness in his heart increased to drown out his rationality. "Then remember this, my name is Emil Blonsky. I'll kill you, and then the Hulk. I'm the strongest fighter." At that point, he couldn't hold back anymore. Pushing off of his feet, he charged at Luke. Chapter 17:19. Experimental subject and tests. Luke charged forward as well. In the face of the incoming fist, he turned around and used his cape. His cape unfurled to cover his back. Blonsky simply punched the cape, not caring about this little ploy at all. In front of absolute strength, all tricks were useless. Blonsky felt the cloak give way, before his fist smashed into the mud. A black leg flashed through his blind spot and hit him hard in the face. That ugly toad-like face instantly twisted, and saliva splattered in the air. Blonsky was kicked in the neck and sent flying 7 to 8 meters. He rolled a few times before he stopped. Luke had used 50% of his strength in this kick, for fear of killing Blonsky. In the end, Blonsky took advantage of the momentum and rolled to his feet. He looked at where Luke had been, only to see that the spot was empty. But with his enhanced physique, not only was he resistant to attacks, his reactions weren't slow either. He immediately raised his head. An oval shadow streaked through the night sky with flames trailing behind it, and it combined with Luke 100 meters up in the air. The dark knight armor immediately expanded. This was the defense gear which Luke had thrown out earlier. It hadn't been easy for it to latch onto him when he was flying fast earlier, but now, he could take it slow. Blonsky roared and took 2 steps forward. He suddenly exerted his strength and charged upward at Luke. Childish, Luke snorted. He had long been prepared for this simple and crude strategy. He simply increased the power of the thrusters and moved a few meters to the side. No matter how hard Blonsky swung his arms, he was always half a meter away from Luke. Showing no intention to attack, Luke watched as the enemy continued jumping at him. He had brought Blonsky to this empty park to carry out a few minor tests. It was a good opportunity to test a strategy Luke had long had in the works on this brute who looked a little like the Hulk. Unfortunately for Luke, Banner was a good guy who was very resistant to turning into the Hulk. Luke couldn't drag him out and beat him up just because he wanted to run some tests. The Warlock in Grand Rapids could be considered of a similar type, but he could recover from his injuries by eating people and also had help from the Enchantress, so he wasn't suitable as a test tool. So, Luke couldn't pass up on this Blonsky who didn't have any help or magic abilities. Blonsky roared angrily as he saw Luke getting further and further away below him. A thought flashed through his mind. FCK, he was jumping too hard. The lenses on the Dark Knight's helmet flashed blue and white, as if full of ridicule. But there was nothing Blonsky could do in midair. After he jumped, his body could only honestly yield to Newton's 3 laws. So, after he reached the peak of his jump hundreds of meters in the air, he fell again with bared fangs and claws, and crashed into the mud in the park. In the 10 seconds that it took for Blonsky to go up and down, Luke had only drifted away a few meters, and he watched Blonsky's performance as the defense gear successfully latched onto him. By the time Blonsky emerged from the mud pit, Luke had landed 10 meters in front of him. He crooked a finger at him. "Come at me." Blonsky, who was covered in mud, immediately responded to the taunt. He roared and charged forward, and punched out. Luke didn't dodge, but punched back. Boom! 2 equally huge fists collided, and a huge shock wave exploded at the collision. Both of them retreated. Blonsky screamed as one of his arms was twisted slightly. Looking at the damage notification of 23% on the screen, Luke was both surprised and relieved. This guy probably wasn't as strong as the Hulk, but he wasn't that much weaker. This was gear which Luke had specially designed to take a beating and hence was the sturdiest, yet it had lost almost a quarter of its durability after one punch. This sort of monstrous player was indeed terrifying. As Luke was pushed back, he left a series of huge holes in the ground to offset the impact. He then lunged forward again. Blonsky, who was still roaring, reacted quickly and immediately swung his other fist. Boom! With a bang, the 2 huge figures broke apart once more. This time, Luke was sent flying, while Blonsky rolled over the ground. When Blonsky got up, his hands were limp in front of him, and there was fear in his eyes. He wasn't the Hulk, and didn't have the ability to get stronger the angrier he got. He still retained a lot of his rationality. Although violent emotions assailed him, he could still see the basic situation clearly. The Dark Knight was wearing metal armor. If it was broken, the Dark Knight could just change into another set. Blonsky, on the other hand, was made of flesh which couldn't be casually replaced once broken. Luke didn't give him time to hesitate. He released the thrusters and charged forward again. Even though his hands hurt, Blonsky had no choice but to grit his teeth and cover his chest. Boom! Luke punched his arms, the sound of bones breaking drowned out by the collision. Blonsky rolled away and fell into a sand pit. The 2 of them had already reached the golf course next to the park. Standing on a slope, Luke stretched out his arm, which was already a little stiff, and crooked one finger. "Come at me." This time, Blonsky hesitated as he staggered to his feet. He had just said that tricks were meaningless in front of absolute strength. Now that he had lost in terms of absolute strength, should he run? Looking at the 32% damage to his left arm and the 45% damage to his right arm, Luke felt that he could switch to other tests. Just beating up the other party like this was a bit of a waste. Although Blonsky looked a little wretched at the moment, only his hands were seriously injured, and he was showing signs of recovering. Even if it wasn't at the speed of intermediate self-healing, it probably wasn't much worse. No wonder Blonsky was arrogant enough to go after the Hulk. While Luke struck a pose, he observed the test subject. The hesitation that had just flashed through Blonsky's mind was once again drowned out by his fury at this taunt. Die! He exploded out of the sand pit, kicking up sand which covered Luke. Luke raised his hand so that it brushed over Blonsky's arm, the metal screeching over the scales. Blonsky's fist couldn't help but veer off course. Boom! Another huge pit was created in the grass. Luke clasped his fists together, raised them, then brought them down hard on Blonsky's head. Bang! Blonsky's head was smashed into the ground. Chapter 17:20. Specialist Luke's test report. Luke's expression changed and he drew back several meters. Blonsky's arm swept through where he had just been standing. Then, Blonsky pulled his head out of the ground, a fierce look in his eyes. Luke made a note: highly resistant to attacks. Ordinary armor very non-lethal against him. Blonsky roared. Ignoring the pain in his head, he ran over. He left less openings this way, but he looked more like a mutant toad jumping around on the ground. Luke raised his hand and activated a restraining device. The black cylinder which shot out turned into a net and covered Blonsky, who impatiently tore it apart. Looking at the metal net that hadn't lasted more than a second, Luke made a note that a regular restraining device was useless, and then threw out a cylinder with his other hand. Blonsky had just torn away the net covering his face, when another black cylinder exploded in front of him. A black liquid stuck to his ugly face like glue, blocking his vision, breathing and sense of smell. Ah, huh, Blonsky wiped his face with his hand and finally got rid of some of the black liquid. A third black cylinder followed closely behind and exploded in his mouth. He subconsciously swallowed, and a strange liquid entered his stomach. Blonsky's eyes turned red. You despicable B*****. Luke, on the other hand, continued making notes. The face-hugging device had a certain restraining effect. He would have to invest more in it. Blonsky charged at him, and Luke spun around like a bullfighter before kicking him in the groin. He didn't forget to add another note: easily loses control of his emotions. Movements easily diverted. This time, Blonsky only rolled twice before he got up. He was about to go crazy with anger. Luke had no end of equipment, but there was nothing but grass and sand on the golf course. Blonsky couldn't grab anything for a long-ranged attack. His remaining rationality was warning him that this wasn't the right battlefield for him. Glaring at Luke hatefully, he turned around and ran west. He was an elite special force soldier who had participated in civil wars. In street battles, he had to take the fight back to the city so that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Also, the Dark Knight would be worried about the safety of ordinary people in the city, and wouldn't be able to do his best. Blonsky, on the other hand, had no such concerns. He could even find a lot of suitable junk to throw. But he had only run 10 meters, when he felt dizzy. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Luke, who had followed him, noted again: extremely resistant. Super tranquilizers are effective to some extent. However, this super tranquilizer, which could take down an elephant in a few seconds, only caused Blonsky to stagger a few steps before he straightened again. Seeing that the man was about to run west, Luke noted that he could still think logically to some extent. At the same time, he flashed to Blonsky's side and smashed a few black cylinders on the guy's limbs. The cylinders exploded, and white smoke poured out, adding a white hue to Blonsky's sh*T-like body. Blonsky looked at his hands and feet in shock. D***MN liquid nitrogen. However, he only paused for a moment before he sped up again. Luke frowned and made another note: low temperatures don't have an obvious effect. After that, he quickly approached Blonsky. This guy would charge out of the golf course in a few seconds. Luke couldn't let him run out like this. Blonsky gave him a "don't touch me" expression and swatted Luke. Perhaps he was fueled by anger, but this attack was much faster than before. Luke only had time to raise his hands to block before he was sent flying. In the air, he immediately adjusted his thrusters and body posture to quickly press down on the ground before he pushed off again and sped past Blonsky. Luke swung his arms, and a large number of bad darts enveloped the space in front of him. Blonsky was confident in his physique. Darts were nothing. Then, a series of bad darts hit his arms and torso. He felt a strange numbness wherever the bad darts hit him, as if he had been stung by hornets. Blonsky couldn't help but curse. "You son of a b***tch, I'm going to." Luke was unmoved. He simply added another note to his record: paralytic toxin has practically no effect on him. He was used to people cursing him, and he still had to carry out a few more tests tonight. Thinking that, he raised his hand and threw out rope darts one after another. Blonsky's heart crumbled at that moment. How many D***MN things did this guy have on him? He finally understood why Batman and the Dark Knight were so intimidating when they didn't use guns. Their strange equipment was much more terrifying than guns. Most people who encountered them didn't suffer, but died right away. More annoying was how there were too many rope darts in front of him. Even though Blonsky didn't want to touch them, there was no gap in the network of rope darts for him to escape through, and he crashed into them. The rope darts immediately crackled with blue and white arcs of electricity, the sound echoing throughout the golf course. Blonsky screamed. However, he was determined to press forward in one last burst and charge onto the street. He just needed to catch a few hostages later. He didn't believe that the Dark Knight would dare use these things on him then. This electric shock alone would have burnt an ordinary person to a crisp in a few seconds. Luke sighed. Fine, this guy was highly resistant to everything. He had used mental hypnosis and illusion at the beginning, but apart from getting even angrier, the other party didn't fall under his mental control at all. The subsequent tranquilizer, paralytic toxin, low temperatures and electric shocks had very poor effects. It seemed that he needed to carry out more tests. He raised his hands, and the electricity suddenly stopped. It was inevitable that Blonsky would be careless in this situation, and he didn't notice the two black lumps stuck to his heels. This was the original form of the new generation of nanosuit boots. Alfred immediately activated the combat boots. Luke suddenly sped up and slammed into Blonsky from the side. Blonsky still lashed out with one huge palm, which even created a sonic boom in the air. Luke increased the power of his thrusters and pulled on a rope dart to swing around Blonsky's back and successfully avoid the attack. Blonsky didn't bother with Luke, because he was finally on the street. Looking at the cars on both sides, Blonsky finally couldn't help but give a hideous smile. Finally, it was his turn to counterattack. Chapter 1721, Ruthless Successor Planning a Counterattack. Blonsky reached out to grab an approaching car. He was strong enough to tear the car apart and throw out the pieces. Even if they couldn't kill the Dark Knight, they could send him flying, and Blonsky wouldn't be completely helpless. Only then would the playing field be level. The next moment, there was a sudden rumble under his feet, and he was lifted up by a strong force, his outstretched palm just missing the approaching car. Blonsky's eyes widened. He tried to grab the weapon that was within reach, only to be disappointed. The nanosuit under his feet, which had completely transformed, burst with intense flames, and he was sent flying back onto the golf course. The owner of the car who had escaped the disaster was still in a panic. He had just hit the brake, when he heard a furious roar in the night sky. No, Blonsky, who was flying again, was furious. Luke had moved him by air at the very beginning. After experiencing the effects of Luke's strange equipment, he was a little scared. If he was in the air again, he would be a sitting duck. The Dark Knight would have enough time to throw that disgusting equipment in his face. Thus, running while sticking close to the ground was the best option. But why was he flying again? Blonsky roared and reached for the culprit under his feet. He didn't feel anything unusual, it was as if there was nothing there. He tried to twist his head and look at his heels. Finally, he saw his own black feet and the flames that spurted out from under them. It was this thing that had sent him flying. Blonsky's eyes flashed fiercely as he tore at the black footplates. There was an unpleasant hiss as he tore open a few large wounds on his feet, from which greenish-yellow fluid flowed. Nevertheless, the nano device that had fused with his skin was also destroyed, and the thrusters went out. As he had hoped, Blonsky fell to the ground and smashed out another crater in the golf course. He struggled to climb out of the crater, only to see the black armor descend from the sky again. It stopped not far away and crooked a finger at him. "Come at me, Blonsky." For the next 10 minutes or so, the golf course echoed with wails and howls. "Boss, don't touch me. I'm leaving. Get lost, get lost." More than 10 helicopters, dozens of TV vans, and hundreds of reporters arrived one after another and aimed their long focal lenses at the golf course to watch. Blonsky had lost his ferocity. Struggling to crawl over the grass, he looked up to see freedom within reach, and tears flashed in his eyes. The demonic black armor appeared behind him again and grabbed his foot to drag him back. No, the time we have for experiments today is too tight. Sorry, Blonsky. Blonsky clawed at the ground. No, I don't want to. Yes, you do. A thorough examination is good for your body and mind, said Luke as he dragged him back to the golf course and pressed him to the ground. Then, Luke raised his metal foot and stomped on the back of the man's head. Dong 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 dong. It sounded like the muffled booms of a pile driver, and the ground within 100 meters shook. The huge wounds on Blonsky's hands and feet had yet to recover much, and he gradually lost the strength to struggle. He wasn't the Hulk, nor did he have infinite physical protection. Even he couldn't endure the back of his head being stomped on 5 to 6 times a second. The hundreds of cameras around them silently witnessed this rare, savage, act of the Dark Knights. No one said a word. Nobody stopped Luke, even though the Dark Knight was a successor, who had inherited the no-killing principle. That was because Batman had long said a precedent anomalies weren't human. Not to mention, the battle between Blonsky and the fiery men on Park Avenue had killed more than 50 people and injured more than 300 of them. Only a lunatic would sympathize with such a monster. Sensing that Blonsky was losing consciousness, Luke jumped up and stomped down with both feet one last time before he finally stopped. Gaze sweeping over the nearby cameras, he sighed. He couldn't reveal Space 2 here. These hundreds of professional bystanders would let the whole world know about it. Grabbing Blonsky, Luke went to the beach. In order to ensure that Blonsky couldn't recover before he entered the ocean, Luke had to continue hitting him so that he didn't come out of his concussed state. Thus, in front of the reporters and countless viewers in front of their TVs, the Dark Knight wrapped one hand around the greenish-yellow monster's neck and continued punching it in the face with the other. In this way, one person and one monster climbed a slope, crossed the sand, and disappeared into the ocean on the east side of the golf course. Countless people heaved long sighs of relief. After a brief silence, they finally cheered. The people watching TV had already learned about the casualties caused by the monster. The Dark Knight had been a little more ruthless this time, but just like how Batman had killed hundreds of thousands of Chitauri on his own, this was clear proof that these two heroes were protectors of mankind. A murderous monster should just die. However, there was still a small group of viewers who were shocked. The most frightened ones were the New York gangs and the professionals who committed all kinds of violent crimes. Conversely, the small hooligans weren't that scared. They knew that compared with how strict Batman was, the current successor didn't really care about small fry like them. It had been a long time since New York's orthopedics departments had seen hoodlums with broken fingers. The Dark Knight's baseline was broken limbs. Those who were taught a lesson were severely injured at the very least. Conversely, the hooligans who relied on stealing or peddling weed were at low risk. Over the past year, most of the hooligans in New York had gradually become casual or even hardcore fans of the Dark Knight. Using physical shock therapy, Luke brought Blonsky into the ocean and immediately put him in Space 2. It wasn't as easy for him to deal with this guy as the reporters and audience thought. In fact, in addition to certain taboo and inconvenient lethal weapons, Luke had even used credit-enhanced telekinesis and annihilation. Blonsky's head hurt, but so did Luke's. However, Blonsky's pain was physical, while Luke's was caused by repeated bursts of mental energy. Even then, the annihilation energy at full force couldn't completely split Blonsky open. Chapter 1722, The Successor is now popular, and the inside story. Blonsky's ugly body contained an energy that could neutralize the annihilation energy. The quality of the annihilation energy was high, but Blonsky had more quantity. To cut a log 1 meter in diameter with a knife that was 1 centimeter long required numerous successive cuts in exchange for continuous damage. Blonsky's body wasn't made of wood, and he had a strong self-healing ability. Even if this resilience couldn't swiftly offset the damage from the annihilation energy, it was still a tug-of-war between the two energies. While the Dark Knight was fighting Blonsky and drawing most people's attention, Damon and Mindy found the Reborn University lab where Blonsky had first appeared. There, they found the unconscious drive, Samuel Stearns and the leftover blood serum from Dr. Bruce Banner. After asking Luke, they immediately took the scientist away from the scene, along with the laptop and the remaining tubes of blood. That was how Luke knew that Blonsky's origins weren't simple. He simply stuffed him into his inventory and made him disappear. He could still deal with Blonsky one-on-one, but this guy could definitely meet several of the other support-type members of the Bat Squad head-on. If Blonsky's situation could be replicated, the person behind the scenes only needed to control 3 to 5 monsters to become an overlord at the very least. He would be on par with the Avengers and the Justice League. Of course, Luke wouldn't leave the half-finished product that was Blonsky to this ambitious person. It might boost their research progress. If research really were to be carried out, he would be the one to do it. At the very least, Luke could guarantee that he wouldn't kill innocent people, nor would he carry out reckless experiments and cause the same sort of tragedy that had happened on Park Avenue tonight. After pulling a feint in the ocean, Luke immediately turned invisible and returned to New York. Passing through Manhattan, he landed on Ellis Island next to the Statue of Liberty and collected the unconscious drive. Samuel Stearns from Damon and Mindy. This guy was also a sensitive figure, and Luke wouldn't take him to the Batcave. After Damon and Mindy left, Luke immediately put drive. Stearns in space too, right next to Blonsky. His clone then went back to the seaside villa. In the CEO's office in Nassau County, the CEO had just gotten to the best part of talking business, and had no idea what was going on in Manhattan. Less than an hour after Luke caught Blonsky, Tony sent him a message telling him that the Department of Defense and the military wanted the Dark Knight to hand Blonsky over. Naturally, Luke refused. After a brief silence, Tony said, "Blonsky works for Thaddeus Ross. This General Ross is a military guy from the Department of Defense." Dr. Banner participated in the research project he was in charge of, and became the Hulk after an accident. Luke rolled his eyes. "So, are you warning me not to hand him over, or there might be a few more crazy Hulks slaughtering people in the city?" Tony said, "Also, you guys will have to stay low-key for now. That old man Ross is very sly. Can he be worse than me?" Luke chuckled inwardly, but he knew that the tycoon was just alerting him to the fact. "Got it, we'll take a break for the time being. That's it, then, bye." Tony just gave Luke the information on the other party. Whether or not the DoD could get Blonsky back was none of his business. It would be best if they didn't. If someone wanted to pester the Bat Squad through him, now that would be a problem. The sun rose as usual the next day. After more than a year of peace, another extraordinary incident happened in New York, and it naturally made headlines the next day. Although it was cruel to say, the number of casualties from the tragedy on Park Avenue last night could only be an addendum. When the Chidori invaded, more than 10,000 people had died in New York. More than 1,000 people had died in the attack by the original experimentals. Even elsewhere, thousands of people had died in Grand Rapids during the incident with the Enchantress. Nobody could ask the people of New York, who had experienced many major events, to pay too much attention to tens of dead and a few hundred casualties. Besides, the Stark Foundation and Batman's Rescue Foundation would fork out money to help the families of the dead and injured. Those who were willing to express their goodwill could donate to the Stark Foundation, or they could buy authorized superhero products. There were many ways to help out. Anybody who wanted to preach morality should first take out a donation certificate or a receipt of purchase from one of these foundations as proof of their virtue. There was no need to talk about other foundations. Everybody knew that these two foundations were the organizations that specialized in helping victims of extraordinary events. Many other charity foundations were for the rich to move their assets and avoid taxes. Batman and Iron Man, of course this wasn't an issue for them. Batman didn't pay taxes, so why would he need to avoid them? Iron Man didn't care about money at all. The people of America were very tough nowadays. Compared with mourning the dead, most people learn to adjust their emotions quickly and pay more attention to the bright side, like F2F, news headlines, videos of the Dark Knight in their group chats, articles, reports and so on. The most popular video was of the Dark Knight knocking out the monster and dragging it away. Only then did everybody realize that this successor was no weaker than his predecessor. What everybody thought was weak about him mainly had to do with his aura, not his combat ability. After all, no matter how strong an individual was, it was hard to compare with a helicarrier with tens of thousands of cannons firing at the same time. The Dark Knight was weak, in the sense that he had never stood in the spotlight. This time, the 2.67-meter tall Blonsky was the best prop. In the video of the finale, the Dark Knight held the unconscious Blonsky under one arm and punched him in the face as he walked. It was absolutely brutal. The successor finally established his cold and ruthless, yet unperturbed and unhurried style. The Dark Knight, whose presence had been growing steadily, finally exploded in popularity, and the number of casual and hardcore fans skyrocketed. Previously, 100 to 200 points of faith value would trickle in every day. By the time Luke had breakfast the next day, his faith value had skyrocketed to more than 5,000. For Luke, this was a great gain. On the other hand, stopping Blonsky and the fiery men from fighting on Park Avenue only gave him several thousand experience and credit points. For one thing, Blonsky had become a super test subject in Space 2, and wouldn't die for the time being. For another, a big fish hadn't appeared among the fiery men yet, so Luke hadn't cleaned up the small fry yet. He wasn't in a hurry to reel in the net. Speaking of which, most of the victims from the tragedy on Park Avenue last night could be blamed on the fiery men. Although Blonsky had lost control of his emotions, he just wanted to leave New York and hadn't been hellbent on massacring ordinary people. It was the appearance of the fiery men that had turned Park Avenue into a battlefield. They had also used ordinary people to distract Blonsky, which had resulted in hundreds of casualties. They were clearly supervillains, so Luke naturally had his eye on them. After all, Blonsky had disappeared from the face of the earth, so Luke had to be fair when it came to the fiery men. Chapter 1723, The CEO's New Bodyguard, and Happy is no longer happy. When Luke had breakfast with Jenny and watched the news at noon, Jenny sighed. "We have to make another donation." Puzzled, Luke raised his head, a big sandwich in his mouth. "What's wrong? The world is getting more and more chaotic." Jenny was a little worried. "It's a good thing I listened to you and set up our headquarters here. The company basically isn't in any danger." Luke activated mental communication and discovered that it wasn't that the CEO was reluctant to donate, but that she had something more important on her mind. "Are you worried about your safety?" Jenny nodded. "I spend a lot of time in New York for work. If I run into something like what happened on Park Avenue..." Luke hummed and fell silent. Jenny wasn't short of money. Her bodyguards were actually very strong, but they really didn't have the ability to deal with someone like Blonsky. If something like last night happened to Jenny, and the bodyguards were even just a little afraid of sacrificing themselves to distract Blonsky, or if Jenny's car blew up, that would indeed be dangerous. But that couldn't happen. Blonsky could be considered a half-Hulk, and the only one. The chances of Jenny encountering such a super powerhouse were very low. Besides, Luke wasn't a stingy person. He had already given her a nanosuit. In the end, Jenny's worries stemmed from her own nature. When it came down to it, she dealt in business and tech. She wasn't an arms dealer like Tony, and she really wasn't good at fighting, nor was she interested. In the face of an emergency, she might be flustered even if she was wearing the nanosuit. Thinking for a moment, Luke said, "Give me 2 days. I'll see if I can contact the right person." Jenny asked, "Who?" Luke thought for a moment, then revealed some information. "She's a very good fighter, but she doesn't have a good temper. She might not be willing to be a bodyguard." Jenny was surprised. "Not even for money." "She doesn't like money." Luke scratched his head. That was because he had already given Angel several million. Jenny looked at his expression and found it strange, but didn't ask any more questions. If he could get someone, she had 10,000 ways to get information. If he couldn't, it was useless for her to ask. Also, a woman who could make Luke say that she was good at fighting definitely wouldn't be an ordinary person. 2 days later, Luke drove to the phone company's headquarters. He wasn't discomfited by Angel's burning gaze from the passenger seat. After all, he had seen many fiercer stares from her. When the car entered the underground parking lot, Angel said, "You look familiar." Luke's expression didn't change as he turned around and smiled brilliantly. "Like a certain handsome celebrity, right? Many girls have said that." Angel, who was staring at him, really felt like she had been blinded. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes, and the faint sense of familiarity disappeared. After interrupting Angel's sixth sense, Luke drove the car into a separate parking area and took her to the elevator. He wasn't too afraid that she would notice anything. At most, he would modify her memories a little and make her forget the sense of familiarity. In fact, he had already done so. Safety first, after all. After they entered the office on the top floor, Jenny, who had been informed beforehand, stood up in plain clothes and welcomed the new bodyguard. "Hello, please come in." As she spoke, the CEO couldn't help but glance at Angel's well-developed chest, and she couldn't help but want to hunch her back. This comparison hurt her pride too much. Luke didn't get involved in what happened next. He had already worked very hard to convince Angel to be Jenny's bodyguard. When Angel used to be a prisoner, Luke could just give her orders. Now that she was a teammate in the system, it wasn't good for him to do that. Moreover, if he used his ability to force her to do something against her will, that would shorten the duration of the influence. Thankfully, Angel was fine with it to begin with, and Luke was just barely able to convince her with the excuse that it would be a breath of fresh air for her. She didn't have to follow Jenny all the time. She mainly just needed to provide security when the CEO was operating in New York. Of course, if she was willing, she could live on the floor below the office and go in and out with Jenny. Angel simply nodded, but didn't agree nor disagree. In the next few days, they would have to see if Jenny and Angel liked each other. Personal security was a two-way street. For both parties, it wasn't about the money. What Jenny cared about was safety and compatibility. Angel, on the other hand, had accepted a commission from V, and had come to observe her future employer. So, Luke couldn't guarantee that this would work out. Since the female CEO and the female bodyguard were getting to know each other better, Luke didn't butt in. After being away for half a year, the female artist at Polland Academy still needed to be appeased. But 3 days later, Luke received unexpected news. Happy had just been severely injured in an explosion, and wasn't happy anymore. It had happened in New York, while Tony had been hiding out in Malibu from the Department of Defense for the past 2 days, so this wasn't an attack on Tony. Happy's injuries were severe, and a surgery plan hadn't been worked out yet. Moreover, it couldn't be guaranteed that surgery would be safe for him. Tony issued a commission right away for the big shot who sold everything to save Happy. Luke immediately agreed, and his level 2 clone turned into the big shot and set off. 10 minutes later, the big shot entered Happy's ward. The nurse in the ward suddenly had the vague notion that she should check the medical records, and she couldn't help but get up and leave. Luke activated the interference program and cut surveillance before he activated Light of Life. He pressed his glowing right hand to Happy's body and then his head. This unlucky guy had internal bleeding in his chest and abdomen, and there was also a blood clot in his head. Light of Life would stop the bleeding first and ensure that his life wasn't in danger. He would still have to rely on his own body to slowly expel the blood clot. Now that Happy's life was no longer in danger, Luke naturally didn't linger in the ward. He sent a message to Tony and left. Tony immediately heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the big shot via the credit point system. With credit points, it was a business transaction. He didn't have to care about his pride when he looked for the big shot to take action. After Luke left, he started investigating the explosion. The explosion happened half an hour ago outside a diner in Brooklyn. Nobody had died, and 23 people were injured. NYPD suspected that it was a terrorist attack. But why did the terrorist attack take place outside the diner rather than inside? That was a problem. On top of that, there were very few surveillance cameras around the diner, while the ones inside had been destroyed in the explosion. Luke narrowed his eyes. This is a little coincidental. Even as Luke thought that, Alfred sent a notification. Master, there is information related to the explosion. The virtual screen opened to reveal a colorful image with 10 small circles arranged to form one large circle. In the middle of the circle were 2 crossed scimitars, and in each circle was a twisted symbol. Luke raised an eyebrow. The 10 Rings, Chapter 1724, Declaring War, and Long Lost Son. The image of the circular symbol switched to that of an old Eurasian-looking man. He said, "Some people say I am a terrorist, but I consider myself a teacher." As the old man rambled on, it was clear that he was from Central Asia. Several civilians who were pressed to the ground were held at gunpoint by terrorists whose faces were covered, as if they were about to be executed. Then, gunshots rang out, and the civilians collapsed. The old man rambled on for a few minutes before he finally said, "I, the Mandarin, declare that the explosion was my doing." Luke had a strange expression on his face. Are you kidding me? Of the people Tony hated the most in his life, terrorists were definitely one of them, especially the 10 Rings in Central Asia. The most humiliating thing that ever happened to Tony was when he was caught by the 10 Rings and imprisoned in a cave to be a blacksmith for more than a month. Not only did he eat pig swill, he also couldn't take a bath. Now that Happy had been severely injured by the explosion and had almost died, it was interesting that the 10 Rings had jumped out to claim responsibility. Based on Luke's years of working cases, for people to jump out and confess, there really were people like these, and terrorists were even more prone to taking responsibility. But this was too much of a coincidence. Tony had been so busy working on tech at home for the past year to go to Central Asia to attack the Ten Rings. Now, the Ten Rings had stepped forward, looking like they were ready to fight Tony. Something didn't feel right. Half an hour later, something even more bizarre happened. A paparazzo found an opportunity to interview Tony, and asked him what he thought about the Ten Rings severely injuring Happy, his head of security. Tony immediately exploded and declared war on the Ten Rings, and announced his address in front of the camera. In the end, the tycoon grabbed the paparazzo's phone and said, "I'll get you a new one," before he smashed it against the wall. Luke chuckled. The tycoon was indeed a professional at dealing with paparazzi. Propping himself up on a bar stool, he took a sip of his coffee. Thinking for a moment, he sent a message to Tony, "Do you need backup?" On the other side, Tony was sulking when he received the notification from Jarvis. "Mr. Bruce sent, congratulations." Tony was stunned. "Congratulations," Jarvis said, the subject heading of Mr. Bruce's message is, "Congratulations." Tony, "What did he say?" Jarvis said, "He's asking if you need backup." Tony snorted, "No, I can beat the sh*t out of the Mandarin on my own." Jarvis said, "Should I use your exact words, sir?" Tony, "Just say no." There was no need to brag via text messages. It only felt good to brag in front of the person himself. The tycoon disdained people who hid behind the keyboard. Like that Mandarin guy, who only dared to talk big. Tony swore that he would really beat the crap out of him. Too lazy to play along, Luke simply sent him information on the scene at the diner. "Take a look." Something isn't right. Tony's anger subsided when he received the information. He knew that Batman's biggest trait was that he was very paranoid, and his best ability was to dig up dirt. Otherwise, why would this guy set up a sock puppet organization under the name Pacific Detective Department? If Batman said that something was wrong, then something was definitely wrong. Thinking that, he looked at the data and started to model the scene of the explosion. He worked for half a day. Tony found something suspicious. A temperature of 3000 degrees Celsius in the center of the explosion site. That doesn't make sense. Generally, bombs relied on shock waves to be lethal. Most of the time, 3000 degrees was just the temperature of the initial reaction. After the combustion, the temperature wouldn't exceed 1000 degrees. The incident at the diner clearly hadn't been caused by a chemical reaction. He frowned. "Jarvis, check if there have been other similar explosions." "Yes, sir," said Jarvis. However, 2 visitors are waiting at the front entrance. Speechless for a moment, Tony said, "Are you serious? I'm waiting for that Mandarin to drop by, and you drop people off at the front door." Jarvis said, "Sir, you announced the address to the world this morning. There's not much I can do." Tony sighed and looked at the entrance. He suddenly felt worried. "Wait, why is it a woman and a kid?" Jarvis, "That's why I informed you." Tony said, "Don't tell me that the Stark family suddenly has a 6 or 7-year-old heir." There was helplessness in Jarvis's gentle voice. "I don't know. That's why I informed you." Tony had never been a coward, but he was no longer the playboy he used to be, and he and Pepper had been having a tiff recently. Tony had already bent over backward to curry favor with her. More importantly, the woman in the car outside suited his taste. Although he didn't remember her, she looked familiar. Something poked at his memory, as if to say, "That's right, you did do something." Apprehensive, Tony let the woman in. It was impossible for this to be an attack. The woman and the boy, as well as the car they were in, had been scanned. There were no dangerous items. The woman entered the front hall and came face to face with Tony, who called out, "Drive." "Maya Hansen, right, why are you looking for me?" The beautiful doctor said, "I knew it. You don't remember." Tony, F***, I'm dead. A few minutes later, a certain tycoon looked relieved. That was because Drive, Hansen had just said that the boy wasn't his son, and she wasn't here to ask him for child support. "I'm here to tell you not to start a war with the Mandarin. You'll be in grave danger," she said. Tony didn't object, but immediately got it. "What else do you know?" She sounded like someone who knew something. "Doctor." Hansen hesitated and didn't answer the question directly. "Your opponent isn't just the Mandarin, huh?" She suddenly looked behind Tony in surprise at the French windows that faced the ocean. Jarvis said, "Missile attack, sir." Tony, WTF. He was in the hall with Dr. Hansen, and the suit was below him in his lab. It was too late. Tony could only press the reactor in his chest. "Activate." Silver-gray nanotechnology surged out of the reactor and quickly spread to cover his upper body. Boom! There was a violent explosion on the other side of the villa, and the shock wave quickly hit Tony, who had turned around and covered drive. Hansen. Chapter 1725. Swift smackdown, and the tycoon collapses again instantly. Tony's chest felt tight, like he was suffocating, and he flew out with Dr. Hansen. On the beach outside, 4 portable missile launchers on 2 yachts continued firing small missiles at the seaside villa. Each yacht had 2 quad launchers on each end. 1 person steered each yacht, while 2 others took turns firing, as if they wanted to level the villa. In fact, that was indeed their plan. To ambush Tony, the 2 boats had approached at a normal speed, and the people on them wore ordinary t-shirts and jeans. The launchers were covered with something that looked like blankets. In any case, the portable quad launchers weren't big, and were similar to oversized suitcases. Reconnaissance was left to a helicopter in the distance. It didn't have any weapons on it, nor did it approach. It was just an eye for the 2 yachts below. That way, Jarvis wouldn't notice anything unusual about them. After all, a lot of yachts passed through every day. Many people even sailed through just to admire the villa's cool appearance. Tony's seaside villa wasn't completely defenseless, but he hadn't expected to be bombarded by dozens of missiles. The villa wouldn't look as good if Tony turned it into a military fortress and equipped it with a missile defense system. In the event of an actual missile attack, the best choice would be to put on the armor and kill the enemy, rather than protect the villa. A big reason why the tycoon was in such a miserable state right now was his own doing. For example, if someone had a vendetta against Batman, they would have to find the Batcave first. Tony, who had revealed his address himself, had been asking for it. The other party didn't stop attacking. Small missiles shot out over the surface of the ocean from 100 meters away and hit the villa one after another, as if they were doing a massive demolition. In the villa, Tony curled into a ball over drive. Hansen, and did his best not to let the back of his head be hit. Thanks to the shock wave, countless junk hit the back of the nanosuit. After Tony and Dr. Hansen were sent flying by a concrete block weighing hundreds of kilograms, he finally couldn't help but cough up blood, and half of the female scientist's face immediately turned red. Tony cursed inwardly. This nanosuit was just an experimental suit, and couldn't compare with the Mark armor in terms of defensive capabilities. What depressed him was that there were dozens of Mark suits in the underground lab, and any one of them could turn the tables in this situation. Unfortunately, most of these were experimental suits that either didn't have remote control functions or weren't powered up. Only the brand new Mark 42, the Prodigal Son, had remote control, armor separation and movement, and automatic assembly functions. However, the unassembled parts didn't have enough power to quickly break through the collapsed villa. Tony was quite regretful. He had been studying the PIM particle for days, and the one thing he hadn't done was to install a mini reactor in the Prodigal Son first because the technology was still so imperfect. Otherwise, Jarvis could have gotten one of the suit's fists to launch a missile and blow up the 2 yachts on the ocean. Tony, who had been severely injured, gradually lost consciousness. He could only do his best to take drive. Hansen around a pillar in one corner of the front hall before he passed out. Pressed under Tony, drive. Hansen patted his back in panic. Tony, don't. At that moment, a missile shot into the wrecked hall. The shock wave knocked down a large part of the wall, and the pillars in the hall collapsed. Dr. Hansen could only watch the pillars fall with wide eyes and scream, "Ah!" Jarvis's voice resounded in the ruined basement. "Sir, how are you?" No response. "Life signs are very unstable. Danger level, very high. Activating the emergency program and sending Mr. Bruce a request for help." In fact, Luke already knew that Tony was taking a beating. That was because the helicopter had recorded the destruction of the seaside villa and sent the footage to the TV stations. Luke gave Tony the highest priority, so Alfred had immediately let Luke know. While Jarvis was explaining events in Tony's currently precarious condition, a transmitter drone had already taken off from Kansas to quickly set up a mental communication line between the east and west coasts of America. Then, less than 30 kilometers away from Malibu, a secret warehouse opened up, and 2 lifelike androids got into a sports car and headed west. Less than 10 minutes later, the black sports car drifted through the gate of the seaside villa. The screech of tires made the 6 masked attackers, who were searching the wreckage, turn in the direction of the hallway. Before the black sports car even came to a stop, a figure jumped out of the sunroof with a .50 caliber machine gun in each hand. There was the dull rattle of gunfire, and 2 masked attackers who were closer to the door were torn in 2. The remaining 4 attackers were shocked. Before they could react, another person jumped out of the driver's seat. He was also holding heavy machine guns, and 2 more people were shot down. The last 2 people in the ruins of the villa looked at each other. One of them gestured, and the 2 of them took a running leap and jumped off the cliff into the ocean. At the same time, Luke, who was operating one of the androids via mental control along with his clone, realized that the guys who had been torn in half at the beginning were recovering quickly. Their upper torsos turned red like magma, and fire grew out of their cut waists. 5 seconds later, their pelvises were visible. Were these the fiery men? Luke raised an eyebrow, and the androids split up. One guarded the 2 attackers, and the other looked through the ruins for the other 2 crippled attackers. 5 seconds later, Luke looked at the 2 guys who had recovered down to their calves. Test of recovery speed, complete. Next was a test of violent disassembly. Curling his lip, Luke pulled the trigger again. Thump 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 thump. The 2 attackers who were trying to crawl away to give their legs time to recover were blown up by a string of bullets. This time, Luke didn't spare them at all, and they were turned into scattered pieces. The fiery fragments seemed to sense the danger of complete extinction. They quickly lit up and tried to recover. But it was all for nothing. Less than 2 seconds later, they hit a certain limit after being unable to recover completely. Blinding white light exploded, and they disappeared in a cloud of dust. Several seconds later, the android at the back of the villa blew up the other 2 injured attackers. Seeing that the last 2 had already fled hundreds of meters on a yacht, Luke snorted and stopped chasing them. Chapter 17:26. Rescue, Interrogation, and I'll give it a go. Now that these fiery men had shown up, it wouldn't be hard to track them. For now, Luke had to dig a certain suicidal specialist out from under the wreckage. The 2 androids dropped the heavy machine guns and took out 2 mechanical gloves from the backseat of the sports car. The mechanical gloves quickly turned into huge palms that could move things. The 2 androids worked together to quickly clean up the rubble near the entrance. According to Jarvis, the signal from Tony indicated that he was here. The guy's injuries weren't light. He wouldn't die for now, but they also couldn't waste time. After Jarvis tipped him off, Luke used the androids that he had stored in Los Angeles. What was left of Jarvis's surveillance showed that the attackers hadn't left, but had instead gone ashore and entered the ruins of the villa to search for Tony's body. If Luke hadn't hurried, Tony might have been dragged out like a dead dog. Given the tycoon's pride, this would definitely leave him with permanent psychological trauma. There was no need for that. An arrogant Tony was quite fun. The 2 androids and the changeable mechanical gloves were much more useful than an excavator. In less than 2 minutes, Tony was dug out. In the end, Tony was an extraordinarily lucky guy, and had deliberately chosen the safest corner to hide in. The collapsed pillars and other building debris formed a triangular support which prevented him and Dr. Hansen from sustaining more injuries, and prevented the attackers from digging him out. Scanning their injuries, Luke quickly took a photo as a souvenir before he separated the couple. Tony was unconscious, but Hansen was still conscious. She wanted to say something, but was hit with a paralysis bullet and carried out. One of the androids got Tony into the sports car, and the other drove Hansen's car and quickly left with her and her son. The video of the attack on Tony had already been played on TV. A large number of helicopters and cars were rushing over from Los Angeles to grab the headlines. Luke didn't want the paparazzi to film the androids from every angle. Besides, Tony looked like he was on the verge of death. Who knew how much noise that would cause if he was caught on camera? It was best to just slip away. Half an hour later, Tony woke up in the safe house. Looking at the android that was treating his chest with a light dagger, Luke was relieved. Bruce. Luke nodded. You can be discharged in half an hour at most. Tony rolled his eyes. You're not wearing a nurse's uniform. Luke let it go. After all, he was dealing with a friend who had just been delivered an epic smackdown. The clues you found are interesting. 3 confirmed explosions happened in the last 2 years. The victims were soldiers who retired due to medical disabilities. Also, after they retired, they were hired elsewhere. Tony's face darkened. The companies that hired them were all shell companies. Apart from some fake registration information, there's nothing to them at all. Luke smiled. There's another piece of good news. Want to hear it? Tony said. Just say it. Luke had the android project an image. This Mandarin has a side gig. Looking at the old man who was wearing sunglasses and strutting around as the leader of the terrorists, Tony gritted his teeth. I'll catch him and beat the sh*t out of him. Luke chuckled and projected another image. Chairman Stark beating up a part-time actor. That would definitely make the headlines. Tony's eyes widened as he stared at the figure in the new image. He realized that apart from looking more than 10 years younger, this person basically looked the same as the Mandarin. He couldn't help but read out the information on the screen. Trevor Slattery, British, likes to act. Luke nodded and said, so, the fact that he's the Mandarin is most likely a lie. Also, the real point is this. A third image was projected, showing a man and a woman walking out of a restaurant. Tony recognized the woman since he had seen her before the attack. Maya Hansen. Then, he looked at the man next to her and asked in a bewildered tone, Aldrich Killian. He also found the man familiar. 2 days earlier, he had quarreled with Pepper because of this guy. Recalling Drive, Hansen's warning before the attack, Tony sat up. Where's Maya Hansen? Luke reacted quickly and followed Tony as the latter sat up, still using the light dagger. She's in a car nearby. I was waiting for you to wake up before questioning her. 2 minutes later, Tony was leaning against the couch with the light dagger strapped to his chest to preserve some of the treatment effect. Looking at Drive, Hansen, who was frozen and had her eyes closed, Tony asked suspiciously, dead? Luke took out a syringe and gave Drive, Hansen a neutralizer. It's just a little paralytic toxin. She'll come out of it soon. 10 minutes later, Drive, Hansen was feeling conflicted. She didn't tell them anything, and they didn't get any leads on Killian. Luke propped Tony up and walked into the kitchen. He handed him a syringe and said in a low voice, this is an inducer. Give her one so that we don't waste time. Tony was stunned. So ruthless. Wait, why me? Can't you do it? It was because Drive, Hansen was a neutral yellow in the system. Luke snorted. What? Should we threaten her with her son? Tony immediately rejected the idea. No, if it isn't for the fact that this is an android, I wouldn't need you to do something so tasteless. Luke muttered inwardly. This is why I like bad guys the most. Luke sighed inwardly, but didn't force the tycoon to take action. Luke decisively tossed the responsibility to him. She's already hesitating. As long as you have something to break through her psychological barrier, she'll tell you everything. Since you're against giving her the inducer, do your best to convince her to talk as soon as possible. An hour ago, Killian received a call. What? Someone caught up. You didn't find Tony Stark's body. Maya was there, too. Pondering for a moment, he then ordered, then don't bother. Head straight back to New York. After hanging up, he dialed another number. Send a team to catch Pepper Potts. The less noise you make, the better. It's best if nobody knows about it. After giving the order, he tapped his forehead with his phone and murmured, Tony Stark, if you're not dead yet, let's keep playing. I'll make you experience everything you did to me. As he spoke, he walked to the basement. Is it not done yet? I need this Iron Patriot to move someone. In the basement, a blue and red suit of armor stood motionless as 2 criminals used chainsaws on the joints, sending sparks flying. Someone came up and replied, Boss, there's still someone inside. Killian raised an eyebrow and smiled. Let me try. Saying that, he pressed his hand to the Iron Patriot's lower abdomen. Chapter 1727. Emotionless, not doing it, and abduction. Killian's hand was fiery red at first, before it turned a bright orange. The heat was quickly transmitted from his hand to the armor. Inside the armor, an emotionless Colonel Rhodes instantly felt his lower abdomen burn, and an irrepressible thought popped into his head. No, do not open, he mumbled through gritted teeth. However, beads of sweat gradually appeared on his face, and he was filled with helplessness. The armor had a self-defense function. If some systems were severely damaged, it would automatically open to prevent the wearer from suffocating to death. Killian long knew about this function since it was AIM who provided maintenance for this armor. Colonel Rhodes really wanted to curse some people in the Department of Defense. Damn it, could these villains not touch his precious armor every time? Where was the law? But endurance was useless. Less than a minute later, Colonel Rhodes, who felt his crotch burning, was thrown out of the armor. In a last-ditch attempt, Colonel Rhodes jumped out and kicked away the criminal in front of him. On the side, Killian, who had already seen it coming, opened his mouth, and fire shot out to burn a table in front of Rhodes to ash. Unmoved, Colonel Rhodes decisively raised one hand and frantically tugged at his pants with the other to let his crotch cool down. At the same time, he smiled awkwardly. Wow, you can breathe fire. Awesome. With a disdainful smile, Killian gestured at his subordinates. Lock him up first. Colonel Rhodes, whose bird had almost been roasted, had no choice but to let himself be taken away. Only then did Killian clap his hands. Okay, the master is here. It's time for him to finish his last act. He then walked toward the hall. A dozen people followed him into the hall, dragging a middle-aged man in with them. An old man walked in and sat down. It was none other than Trevor Slattery, the acting enthusiast whom Luke had investigated. The guy glanced at Killian before he continued sitting in a daze. Killian frowned. Is he high? One of his men stepped forward and said in a low voice, No, the master was up all night playing gunfights with 2 girls, and also drank several cans of beer. Speechless for a moment, Killian waved his hand. Let's begin. With that, Trevor's expression changed. At that moment, his eyes were deep and his face solemn. He pursed his lips and sat straight in his chair as he stepped on the middle-aged man who had been dragged in. After they got into position, the camera opposite them started recording. Trevor said in a low and magnetic voice, Do you know about fortune cookies? They're not Chinese. They were created by the Americans based on a Japanese recipe, and they taste terrible. They are complete lies. Now, I'm going to tell you another American lie. At the same time, the new tenant of the White House, Ellis, was also looking at the screen. Do you see this? Thomas Richards, accountant for Roxxon Corporation. Trevor pointed his gun at the middle-aged man. Mr. President, if you call the phone I am holding in 30 seconds, he can live. Not long after, a gunshot rang out, and Trevor continued. You've made your choice, Mr. President. This is the last lesson. You'll lose a lot of things. America will lose a lot of things. Even your lackey Iron Man won't be able to salvage everything. We'll meet again soon. The image disappeared, and Ellis put down his phone with a heavy expression. Of course, that was just for show. The United States never negotiated with terrorists, which was the same for all major countries in the world, since this would only lead to more kidnappings. Even if the person being held hostage was an accountant from Roxxon Corporation who was part of the upper class, it was useless. The truth was that except for the several hundred super bigshots who controlled the lifeline of American society, the outcome would be the same even if this person was a military general or a state counselor. The country just needed to act like they would save the person. Whether or not the hostage lived wasn't important. Anyone who was involved in something like this had better pray that they ran into a superhero who saved people for fun, or they would have to rely on luck to survive. Luke and Tony had also watched the live broadcast, which was why Luke had urged Tony to give Drive Hansen an inducer. It was a pity that the tycoon was too principled and wouldn't do it. At the same time, far away in New York, after Pepper confirmed that Tony was unharmed, she immediately helped him deal with questions. Whether Tony was seriously injured or dead, this was a huge shock for Stark Industries. She had to placate their partners so that they wouldn't kick a man when he was down. For a moment, Pepper had no choice but to run around New York. It just so happened that the Soderberghs were having a private charity function tonight, and a large number of celebrities and bigshots were gathered there, so Pepper dropped by. She had already gotten her assistant to make the donation. All she needed to do was make the rounds before the function started. So, Pepper arrived early. While she was talking to her partners, a small team snuck onto the second floor from a side door and entered an empty room on the first floor. After changing into their waiter outfits, the 8 of them filed out and quickly entered the function hall with drinks and food. A few minutes later, a short-haired woman listened to the information she had just gotten through her earpiece. She quickly stepped forward and whispered to Pepper, who had just finished speaking, Director Michael from Carson Della Corporation is waiting for you in reception room 2, Miss Potts. Pepper nodded and looked at the door of reception room 2. Director Michael was waiting for her at the door with a fake smile on his face. However, most capitalists didn't smile for real to begin with, so Pepper didn't dwell on it. She walked over with the 2 bodyguards. When she and the 2 bodyguards entered the room and the door closed behind them, something happened. 2 waiters who had followed them in from outside grabbed the bodyguards by the necks and broke them, instantly killing them. Pepper said, One of the waiters covered her mouth, and the other took out restraining belts to tie her hands and feet. Michael was also tied up. Pepper immediately understood. No wonder this person's smile when he waited at the door had been so fake. He had been held hostage to trick her. Then, the team quickly picked Pepper up and opened a side door. Together, they burned through the wall and slipped out. Pepper could only cry out in protest behind her gag and watch helplessly as two assailants picked her up and she was smuggled out of the charity function. Chapter 1728. Angel takes action. A moment ago, a car drove to the charity function. In the car, Jenny looked helplessly at Angel, who was sitting opposite her. "Gabby, you're too conspicuous in this outfit." Angel looked at her loose sweatpants and long-sleeved t-shirt, then at Jenny. "Should I take them off?" Jenny said, "Forget it. Your skin-tight suit underneath is even more eye-catching. I'll pick out a few outfits for you when we have time. Consider them for work." Angel said, "Okay." She then looked out the window at the people they drove past. It was almost 6 in the evening, and the streets were bustling with people. Before Luke caught her, she hadn't been in the right frame of mind to enjoy everything. As a bystander, she liked to observe people and how they lived ordinary lives in this big city. Although not everyone was happy, they were free to walk under the sky. Soon, the car reached the building where the charity function was being held, and Jenny walked in with Angel and 2 bodyguards. When they entered the hall, they saw Pepper walk toward reception room 2. Jenny smiled. "Pepper's here too. Let's go say hi to her first." The 4 of them walked over. Pepper was a little faster, and Jenny was 10 meters away when Pepper entered the room. Jenny stopped and said, "Fine, it seems she's meeting someone else first." Hearing that, Angel looked around, and just happened to see 2 waiters follow Pepper in and close the door. Angel didn't think much of it at first, but a bodyguard behind her murmured, "The servers here are really considerate." Angel's heart jumped when she heard that. She looked at the other reception rooms, only to see that there were no waiters. Then, 2 more waiters walked into the reception room. Angel vaguely understood from their vigilant gazes before they entered that something wasn't right. It wasn't that Angel was slow, but that there were a lot of people here, and they were all big shots. Thus, security was tighter. She hadn't expected anyone to sneak in and brazenly abduct Pepper. Thinking quickly, she pulled Jenny 2 steps back to the bodyguards behind them and said in a low voice, "Something's wrong with the waiters in the reception room." Stunned for a moment, Jenny then got it. At that moment, Angel was already pulling her toward the door. After a brief hesitation, Jenny asked, "Can you save her?" Angel frowned. "My job is to protect you." Jenny immediately said, "They can take me out. Those people probably won't come looking for me, right? Have them bring the car over immediately." She was speaking to the bodyguards behind her. Angel moved quickly, practically supporting Jenny as she moved. V had entrusted her with the commission to protect Jenny, and she didn't want any problems. However, if she could get Jenny out of the hall and into the car, Jenny indeed wouldn't be in too much danger. More importantly, Iron Man was an external member of the Bat Squad, and Angel naturally knew that Pepper was Iron Man's minder. Like Jenny, Pepper was an ally they had to do their best to protect. Besides, those people were clearly after Pepper. If Jenny left the venue and was protected by the bodyguards, she would be in far less danger than Pepper, who had already entered the reception room. At that moment, the 4 of them reached the entrance of the hall. Angel let go of Jenny's arm and gestured at the 2 bodyguards. "Everybody, stay alert and leave this place immediately. Take Miss Jenny and wait for me 2 blocks away." Jenny only had time to say, "Be careful," before she was escorted out by the 2 bodyguards. Her car pulled up. The 2 bodyguards had already passed on Angel's order. The 3-car convoy started moving, with 1 car leading the way and another following from behind to protect Jenny's car in the middle. The team leader in the passenger seat immediately started making arrangements. "Unlock the equipment. Drones, take off. Pay attention to suspicious cars around you, and then people." After he gave the order, Jenny said, "Have 1 drone follow Gabby." Yes, that was what the team leader had planned to do. In any case, his patron had a lot of equipment. Each car in the convoy carried 10 drones, which they could never finish using. After Angel got out, she swiftly went back. She was quite fast, but her movements were as natural as possible. Most people would just think that she was walking a little too fast. Naturally, she didn't want to arouse the suspicions of possible accomplices of the people who were abducting Pepper. At the same time, she contacted the Dark Knight. "Pepper's been caught. I'm on my way to save her." Luke was stunned. "Where?" Angel shared her location with Luke. He immediately asked, "How's Pepper?" Is her life in danger? Angel said, I'm not sure. Thinking for a moment, Luke ordered decisively, you can go all out. Don't be careless. Angel, copy that, I'm going in. With that, she pressed hard on the large door of reception room 2. The door lock broke to reveal a crack. As the door opened, Angel smelled something burning, and saw that a hole big enough for 2 people to pass through had been burnt into the wall. Pushing off of her toes, Angel dashed in. She glanced at a middle-aged man who was tied up on the side, and kicked him behind the couch to prevent him from seeing too much. Then, Angel's nanosuit began to cover her body. She didn't stop moving as she controlled her strength and ran soundlessly to the hole. Compared with the nanosuit's suspension function, she preferred to use her physical strength, which was 100% under her control. This was also the attack method she was most confident in. The next moment, she stuck her head out of the broken wall and looked in the direction of the sound of footsteps. She saw 8 criminals dressed as waiters along with Pepper, who was being carried at the very front. Quickly planning her attack, Angel gently moved to the side so that her feet were in the most suitable stance for exerting strength, and she bent down. At that moment, she was like a tiger on a hunt, and she flexed her muscles. The last criminal seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around. Swoosh! Angel's body turned into a blurry shadow and instantly hit the man. The enormous force sent the criminal crashing heavily into the wall. Chapter 1729. Fly the co-op, and give me the needle. The first criminal was smashed into the wall. 3 bangs followed after that. Relying on her control of her physical strength, Angel controlled the timing and angle of each hit. She made sure that none of the 4 criminals in her path were sent flying forward, but were knocked to the sides instead. 2 of them hit the wall on the right, creating 2 huge holes in it. The other 2 flew 7 to 8 meters to the left and crashed into a small mart. Boom! With a loud bang, Angel stomped on the ground with her left foot. She raised her arms high and suddenly swung them, her palms drawing short, quick arcs in the air as they slashed down like axe blades. Before the 2 criminals holding Pepper could react, their arms were cut off. Angel stepped forward with her left foot and wrapped her arms around Pepper, before she pushed off of her foot. Boom! The ground split open, and the 2 women jumped up to the 3rd floor. Activating the nanosuit's suction function, Angel jumped up the wall. In 2 or 3 seconds, she reached the top of the 12-story building and disappeared. On the ground, the 4 criminals who hadn't been sent flying looked up at the empty side of the building in a daze. WTF, someone mumbled. They didn't even get a clear look at Angel. All they saw was a shadow flash past before it leapt twice up the wall of the building. Then, the bird they had been holding, flew the co-op. The captain, who had a broken arm, reacted quickly. After Angel disappeared, he suddenly looked at his 2 companions who had been smashed into the wall. Both of them glowed red and quickly turned orange. The captain shouted, "Duck!" Boom! Boom! There were 2 explosions, and the 2 men self-destructed. The 2 people who had crashed into the mart walked out with ugly expressions. One had a mess of red and green sauce on his face, and milk dripped off the other. It was clear which aisles they had crashed into in the mart. A red light lit up, and suffocating smoke and the smell of burning flesh came from them. The others subconsciously moved several meters away. Finally, someone asked, "What now?" The captain gritted his teeth. "Retreat, of course. Should we stay here and wait for the army to come down on our heads?" They had attacked Pepper, which was definitely bad. As long as Stark Industries was willing to pay, it could mobilize hundreds of security companies to besiege them. Would Tony be stingy with the money? Of course not. Worst of all, this was New York. Everybody was well aware that Iron Man and the Bat Squad were in cahoots. No matter how ambitious they were, they didn't dare say that they could fight the Bat Squad head-on. So, they slipped away. 200 meters away, Jenny's mouth was wide open in the car. After a long pause, she said dryly, "That was awesome." She had already guessed it, which was why she didn't share the feed from the drone that had flown over to Angel's side with the team leader, so she didn't have to worry about keeping it a secret. But Angel's combat ability was beyond Jenny's expectations. If she ever ran into an assailant like that, she shook her head, but then nodded. Her bodyguards wouldn't have been able to stop someone like that before, but Angel could now. Unfortunately, Angel didn't want money. Except for providing her with everyday conveniences, Jenny didn't have anything else to rope her in. According to Angel, someone else had already paid her to protect Jenny, and it wasn't with money. On second thought, however, Jenny couldn't help but be amused. Shouldn't she be more at ease since Luke was footing the bill? All the work she did for him wasn't in vain. In the stairwell on the roof, Angel saw herself from the drone feed projected onto her lenses. She rolled her eyes and called back. Did anyone else see me? Jenny, who picked up the phone, naturally understood what she meant. Just me. Angel nodded. This employer was quite reliable. She didn't let a lot of people know about this. At that moment, the Dark Knight sent a message. Temporary commission from Iron Man to protect Pepper until tomorrow morning. Angel frowned. I'm still on a job. The Dark Knight said, don't worry. Someone else has taken over. After a brief hesitation, Angel said, you're not the client. Luke couldn't help but laugh. Fine, he'll let you know. A moment later, Angel looked at the request from V and sighed. Fine, just for half a day. Pepper, who was standing on the side, watched her talk for a long time. Finally, when Angel was free, Pepper asked tentatively, you are? Angel flipped up the visor and gestured to the elevator, before she said, temporary bodyguard. It's a commission from your boyfriend. If you have a problem with it, you can ask him. Pepper couldn't help but size up Angel, who was one step in front of her. You're from the Bat Squad. Angel walked to the elevator and gestured for her to enter. She then pressed the button for the first floor. Would you believe me if I told you? Ask your boyfriend. Pepper's mouth dropped open, and she was lost for words. Angel might have saved her just now, but if she expected Pepper to just believe this rescuer who appeared out of nowhere, she was really treating the CEO of Stark Industries like an idiot. 2 blocks away, Jenny was relieved when she saw the message from Luke. Recall the drones and send me back to HQ. The 3 cars quickly started up and headed east. Luke followed them stealthily from above. Given the current situation, the simplest was for him to follow CEO Jenny. He hadn't lied to Angel. He said that V would personally take action, so he would protect Jenny 24/7. In Los Angeles, Tony was also shocked to hear that Pepper had almost been kidnapped. When he heard that someone from the Bat Squad was protecting Pepper, he relaxed. But this also enraged Tony. He walked over to the android and stretched out his hand. Where's the needle? Give it to me. The android remained in place and just said in a cold electronic voice, standby mode. Tony. Motherf *CKER. Thankfully, Luke quickly sent the tycoon a message. Wait another 10 minutes. Tony's belly was full of fire, but he endured it. Luke had asked him to give drive. Hansen the inducer earlier, but he had refused. Now that Pepper had been rescued, there was no reason to vent his anger. Besides, he knew a certain person wouldn't think much of it if he flared up. Compared with that shady guy, Tony felt that he was too impulsive himself. In the end, Luke didn't make the tycoon wait 10 minutes. 8 minutes later, the level 1 clone, which had been grinding points in Mexico, arrived. He activated pheromone control and had Tony ask the questions. Dr. Hansen's shaky defenses crumbled, and she spilled everything she knew. Chapter 1730. It's all the tycoon's fault. Listening to Dr. Hansen, both Luke and Tony got strange expressions on their faces. By the time she was done, Luke had already been staring at the tycoon with a complicated expression for a long while. He finally said, this is why you need to be a decent person. Tony's expression changed, and he cursed several seconds later. F***CKU. As for who the you referred to, that was a matter of opinion. What made them react this way was Dr. Hansen's explanation of Killian's love-hate relationship with Tony. It was 1999 in Bern, Switzerland, on Christmas Eve. Tony slept with Dr. Hansen, and also took a look at her research project, Project Extremis. Using dendritic cells to recode the human body could allow a person to regrow missing parts, like a plant. After sleeping with Dr. Hansen, Tony casually wrote down an equation after a flash of inspiration, solved a key problem with Project Extremis, and left. This was nothing more than a hookup more than 10 years ago, when he had still been fooling around. Thus, Tony completely forgot that he had maliciously stood someone up before he returned to his room with Dr. Hansen. It was none other than Killian. Killian spent the night in the cold wind on the rooftop waiting for his idol, Tony Stark, before he fell into deep despair. But he then inadvertently found out about Dr. Hansen's Project Extremis, struck a deal with her, and then looked for investments for the project. Killian succeeded, which was why he now had AIM. But in a sense, it wasn't a complete success. Project Extremis still wasn't perfect, and Dr. Hansen couldn't resolve the problem with the virus. A person injected with the Extremis virus might inexplicably lose control and regenerate swiftly until they exploded. This was the truth behind the explosions which Tony had investigated. They hadn't died from anything else, they were living bombs that could explode at any time. Dr. Hansen had gone to Tony because she wanted Tony to help fix the flaws in the virus. But unlike a researcher like her, Killian's feelings about the tycoon were engraved into his bones, and he simply played it tough. He wanted to use Pepper to force Tony to perfect the virus. Even if his plan failed, he would kill Tony. According to Dr. Hansen, those who exploded easily were just at the first stage, and couldn't be considered a success. At the second stage, the explosions basically didn't happen, and could be considered a success. Killian, on the other hand, was at the third stage. Not only did he not self-destruct, he also had perfect control over the virus. For Killian, who had been lame back then, this was already a perfect outcome. Furthermore, after the SHIELD incident in DC, it seemed he had found a bigger patron, and AIM got plenty of funding and manpower. With all this support, drive, Hansen created a suppressant which could suppress the explosive element of the virus to a certain extent. Thus, whether or not Killian could get a solution out of the tycoon, he still wouldn't let him live. In any case, there were so many people with disabilities in the world, there were enough potential targets to choose from. At most, they could use human lives to increase the chances of success. That was the difference between R&D scientists and capitalists. Dr. Hansen was pursuing a perfect product that would go down in history. Killian, on the other hand, only needed a product that suited his needs. If there were flaws, it would conversely make it easier for him to control his subordinates. As long as people who had been injected with the Extremis virus couldn't be sure if they would explode or not, Killian, who had the suppressant, could control them. Thus, this was all completely Tony's fault. Without the key equation he had left behind, drive, Hansen wouldn't have been able to create an experimental Extremis virus in such a short period of time. If he hadn't stood Killian up, the man might not have run into drive Hansen. Even if they had met, Killian might not necessarily have waited for the virus to be completed. As for Killian finding fault with Tony, there was nothing to say about that. Based on Dr. Hansen's description of Killian's personality, he would have still dealt with Tony even if Tony had paid attention to him back then. Capitalists weren't about feelings, but interests. They could turn against each other over power and money, let alone a good project like Project Extremis. After figuring out what was going on, Luke had Tony leave before he put the two androids that were in the kitchen back into Space 1. Then, he sedated Drive Hansen and put her in Space 2. This was to protect her. Who knew if Killian would silence her? He wasn't a science nerd like Dr. Hansen, and wasn't that naive. Given the technology that Killian currently had, Drive Hansen was the biggest weakness in Project Extremis. If she kept her head down, she could continue being a researcher. But if she jumped ship, she would be able to create a second AIM in a matter of minutes, and her suppressant would pose a huge danger to Killian. Not to mention, she had come to let Tony know what was going on. If Killian really caught her, she would either be locked up as a research slave for the rest of her life, or shot dead to avoid future trouble. After settling Drive Hansen down, Luke drove Tony back to the seaside villa. Stark Industries' engineering team had already dug out the basement. Tony had to find his armor and take Luke to Killian. 10 minutes later, a sports car drove to a small farm on the outskirts of Los Angeles. Opening the door of an old warehouse on the farm, Tony looked inside and couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you kidding me?" That was because there was actually a fighter plane parked in this very old farm warehouse. Tony could tell at a glance that it was a Quinjet. However, from its various components, the fighter plane wasn't brand new, but was a modified second-hand model. Tony got out and walked into the warehouse. "You left it here." Luke drove the sports car into the warehouse and parked on the side. "Why not? In any case, it's a second-hand product from Nick Fury's clearance sale. Do I need to hire dozens of service technicians for it?" Tony was lost for words. Of course he wouldn't, since he looked down on second-hand products like these. Of course, Luke wouldn't tell him that he had thrown the plane into this safe house in passing. It had been in his inventory all this time, and he hadn't needed to think about daily maintenance. They got into the fighter plane, and Luke activated the stealth function and left the warehouse in hover mode. The massive wind pressure was too much for the old warehouse. As soon as the fighter plane took off, it collapsed. Tony, let me guess. The big shot helped you dump it here, right? Luke chuckled. Hee hee. Amidst Luke's warm laughter, the Quinjet quickly took off, switched to cruise mode, and flew toward Miami, Florida. Miami in July would suit Selena to a T. The sun was bright and the temperature often reached 25 to 32 degrees Celsius, which made anyone who came here feel extremely warm. Tony looked away from the sleek girls on the beach and was a little curious. Do you usually carry out missions like this? Luke calmly sailed the yacht in the direction of their target. Otherwise, if I flew around in armor like you every day, I would be annoyed to death. Tony was lost for words. For someone who would rather fly a Quinjet over than use a suit for the sake of secrecy, there was really nothing to say. This paranoia was truly a hopeless case. Chapter 1731. Interrogation. An abandoned chatterbox. 5 minutes after Luke and Tony arrived at a seaside villa, the drones started their secret reconnaissance. They couldn't help but look at each other. Tony frowned. Is this a trap? Luke wasn't sure either, since there were too few people here. There were 2 guards in front and behind the villa. They were both sloppy and clearly slacking off. In the villa, Trevor, who was acting as the Mandarin, was watching a game of table tennis in front of him. Pondering for a moment, Luke said truthfully, if this is a trap, is there a need to make those 2 girls play table tennis? Tony hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. I wouldn't, at least. Beach volleyball makes more sense in Miami. Then let's go in without alerting Killian, said Luke. Tony was stunned. Without alerting anyone, Luke said, give the Trevor fellow an inducer. He definitely knows something. Just knock the 2 girls out. It doesn't matter if ordinary people are knocked out for half an hour. The guards at the front and back won't hear anything out of the ordinary. In short, the arrangements had all been made for the person to be interrogated, the passerby, girls, and the idle guards. Tony, fine, you're indeed a professional. They quietly entered the house. Luke went to the basement after saying that someone might be locked up there, but Sharp Nose had actually detected Colonel Rhodes. Tony took the paralysis gun and dart from Luke and followed the plan. A minute later, he asked a dazed Trevor, where did Killian go? Trevor said, I'm not sure. Tony, then where might he be? Trevor said, they've been talking a lot about a boat in the last few days. Tony perked up. Where's the boat? Trevor said, I don't know. Tony. At that moment, Luke returned with Colonel Rhodes. The colonel immediately interjected, why did Killian ask you to pretend to be the Mandarin? Trevor said, to kill Tony Stark and make big news. Tony curled his lip, completely unsurprised. Rhodes hurriedly asked, what big news? Trevor said, I don't know. Tony really wanted to punch this guy. Rhodey, why are you here? Luke simply raised his hand and gestured for them to keep their voices down. He asked Trevor, what boat is Killian using? A yacht, a freighter, a Roro, an oil tanker. This time, Trevor hesitated before he replied, I think it's an oil tanker. Luke asked, do you think it's far from here? Trevor said, it shouldn't be far. Luke asked, why? Trevor said, they always take a yacht. They don't need to fill up when they come back. Tony was surprised. How do you know that? Trevor said, that yacht was meant for me, but they take it out for fun themselves. At that point, Trevor didn't know any more. After confirming things again, Tony straightened up. Kill this guy. Luke found that odd. Why? He's just an actor. He planned the terrorist operation with Killian and killed the accountant. Terrorists who can act should die. Tony had a lot of reasons. But Luke could only chuckle. A certain tycoon's mental fluctuations weren't that simple. That was at least only part of the reason. Or maybe he felt that he had been tricked by Trevor's performance, or maybe he was angry because he hadn't caught Killian. But in the system, Trevor was just a light red bad guy, which meant that he had never killed anyone, or that the accountant he had killed was a bright red. Hey, shouldn't you help me find Iron Patriot first? Rhodes couldn't help but remind him. Tony glared at the chatterbox and threw him a phone. Don't you know how to ask the Department of Defense yourself? You're only now just giving me your phone. Rhodes cursed and made a call in a low voice. Not wanting to dwell on the problem that was Trevor, Luke asked the old man directly, have you killed anyone? Trevor said, no. Tony glanced at Luke. Has the inducer worn off? Luke was too lazy to call him out. Trevor hadn't just been drugged with an inducer, he had also been given a combo of mental hypnosis and illusion, so he couldn't lie. So, Luke asked again, did you kill the accountant? Trevor said. No, he's on Killian's side. He changed his appearance and left after filming. After all that, the last performance had been all fake. Luke and Tony traded dismayed looks. Tony projected a virtual map and drew a range of 50 kilometers on it. This was the approximate range which Killian's boat was in. Jarvis then marked out the ports and oil tankers in this range. But Miami was a big port to begin with, so there were still dozens of targets. Tony crossed his arms and propped his chin up on one hand as he looked at the map thoughtfully. An oil tanker isn't something a regular company can play with. Wait, that accountant, Luke understood. Someone at Roxxon is in cahoots with Killian. Roxxon Oil Company, Limited had been the #1 oil company in America for a long time. Now, it had become a super capitalist corporation. Tony nodded. Jarvis, narrow it down to Roxxon Oil's oil tankers. On the virtual screen, the dozens of dots quickly decreased. Soon, there were only 3 targets left. Rhodes suddenly interjected, I have something to say. Both Luke and Tony looked at him. Rhodes said, supposedly, Iron Patriot is on Air Force One, and Mr. Ellis is also on it. Should we rescue him first? Luke and Tony looked at each other. Luke nodded. Okay, I'll check the 2 targets in the south. You check the one in the north. Remember to work quietly and don't fly around. Like I need you to tell me that. Tony snorted, turned on the stealth system, and quietly floated out the window. Rhodes, wait, you're not going to care about my Patriot. Luke gave Trevor and his 2 hot girls a neutralizer each before he grabbed Rhodes and walked to the window. Tony said that he prefers War Machine. Rhodes said, fine, I like that name more, but, are we really not going to care about Mr. Ellis? Luke asked, what does that have to do with us? Rhodes was lost for words. One of them was a super capitalist, and the other was a superhero who had no real identity at all. Did a change in presidents make any difference to them? Colonel Rhodes had nothing else to say, and he was sent to Luke and Tony's yacht several hundred meters away. Sensing that something was wrong, he couldn't help but ask, why did you bring me here? Luke was surprised. You have a boat and a phone. Go back to the city and get someone to pick you up. Rhodes widened his eyes. Wait, don't I need to take part? Luke chuckled and flew off with a whoosh. Rhodes finally couldn't take it anymore and made the universal gesture in the air. You 2 sons of B*TCHES. Chapter 1732. The chief has been taken, and a righteous trial. At 8:30, Miami left the sun's embrace. The last bit of red light struggled for less than a minute before it completely disappeared. The entire city was lit up at night. Countless people were still partying on the beach, on the roofs, and on boats. Luke, who was flying quietly in the air, sighed when he saw this. What a huge field ripe for harvesting. It seemed that his level 1 clone would be playing here for a while after this. Collecting his thoughts, Luke scanned the first target at the port. There weren't even any regular people, let alone soldiers with higher body temperatures. Luke left 2 drones behind as a precautionary measure before he flew to the second target. Before he arrived, Tony sent a message. Not on my end, Luke said, then it can only be the southernmost target. Tony said, I'm on my way. 5 minutes later, Luke and Tony both heaved sighs of relief as they looked at the oil tanker in the southeastern port of Florida. Tony murmured, gotcha. On the oil tanker, 4 or 5 soldiers with clearly higher body temperatures could be seen. At that moment, there was a streak of flames from the north, and something landed on the deck. It was none other than Iron Patriot. A moment later, Killian appeared and opened the armor remotely. An extremist soldier grabbed the person who was inside and pulled him out. Seeing the man's face, Luke couldn't help but smack his lips. He then looked at Tony. This armor, it's no longer clean, right? Tony's face immediately darkened, because the person who came out was the new chief in the White House, Ellis. Killian's men had definitely captured Mr. Ellis on the plane. At that moment, Tony received a call. What's up? Rhodes said. Tony, bad news. One of Killian's men suited up in Patriot and pretended to be me to capture Mr. Ellis. Tony. Got it, Rhodes said. Right, can you hack into War Machine's system and get it back? Tony thought for a moment. Hacking went out of fashion 10 years ago. I need its connection to a satellite. It might be possible to enter the system through the back. Right, the account is still War Machine 68, right? What's the password? After a brief silence, Rhodes said, War Machine rocks, with an X, all capital letters. Tony said, ha, That sounds much better than patriot or whatever. Rhodes was disgruntled. Luke waited for Tony to hang up before he asked, "What's wrong?" Tony said, "Rhodes told me that Killian's men took Ellis away in Iron Patriot." Luke turned around and looked at the chief of the White House, who was being pulled along by Killian. And Tony hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything about Rhodes's request. It was one thing for him to mock Rhodes, but it wasn't appropriate to joke about Rhodes asking him for help. "I'll see if I can gain control of War Machine," Luke hummed in response. If Tony could control it, that would be another backup plan. If that didn't help, Luke could send it flying later. It would be troublesome to destroy it. It wasn't a matter of a waste of capital. The important thing was that Colonel Rhodes already knew that someone had absconded with his wife. If his wife turned up dead, the colonel would probably get PTSD on the spot. Thus, the two of them observed from a distance, and had no intention of saving Mr. Ellis. A large number of mini-drones snuck into the dock in the oil tanker from both sides, and started operating. On the oil tanker, Killian looked at Mr. Ellis with a smile. "Do you know where we are?" After a brief hesitation, Ellis ventured, "Miami." Killian patted his shoulder with a smile. "You're very funny, Ellis. But I'm talking about this boat, the Norco. Do you remember?" There was a flash of memory in Ellis's eyes, and his expression changed slightly. "Yes. 2 years ago, it leaked 1 million gallons of crude oil into a bay in northwest Florida," said Killian unhurriedly, like a teacher explaining something patiently. "Until now, nobody paid the price for it, all because of you." He stopped. "You helped those people escape responsibility. That's why you're able to sit in the White House." Ellis's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. The person in front of him was a terrorist, not an ignorant citizen in front of a TV. Looking at the man's face, Killian smiled even wider. "Haha, don't worry, I just need a reason to kill you." In fact, Killian knew which faction in Roxxon Corporation Ellis had helped clean up the mess, since Killian was in the opposite faction. Thus, this was a Roxxon internal conflict disguised as terrorism. Killian was just the enforcer who would also take care of his personal grudge in passing and kill Iron Man. While Killian hadn't succeeded in killing Iron Man, he still had to follow the plan and get rid of Ellis. After all, as long as this boss wasn't dead, the man who was Killian's patron was just decode and basically had no power. In the event of Ellis's unexpected death, this patron would become the fallback guy who would temporarily exercise the president's power until a new president was selected. Ellis had only been in office for half a year. If the fallback guy was capable, he might be able to stand for election 4 years later. Even if he wasn't as capable, Killian and the people behind him would still benefit greatly in the year or two that the fallback guy had the job. There was no need for this inevitably temporary power to exceed its expiry date. There was no need to be too shameless. Finish what you set out to do and leave, that was standard procedure. Putting everything else aside, Ellis's death and a seemingly incompetent fallback guy stepping forward would be enough to scare the world, and Killian would be able to make a killing in the financial market. If there was another financial crisis, he would definitely become rich overnight. Pleased, Killian raised his hand and said, "Come, string up our soul of America." While Ellis was still in a daze, he was taken away by 2 soldiers. A moment later, the man was tied to a cross above the deck. A few extremist soldiers used forklifts to pile up barrels of oil under his feet. Tony paused. War Machine's communication system was completely destroyed, and the control system was rebooted. Are we really going to wait for Ellis to be roasted before we take action? If that was the case, it would be best for them to pretend that they had never been here. Otherwise, they would definitely have had a hand in conspiring to kill the chief of the White House. Luke said, "Okay, the drones are done with reconnaissance. Our teammates are here, let's get to work." As soon as Luke said that, Tony received an invitation to join the team. Chapter 1733, You, Guilty. The start of a battle royal. After Tony accepted the invitation, there were a series of beeps on the team's internal comms as they came online. "Tony, are you showing off?" "You're showing off, right? The Avengers weren't that obedient. They were always busy with their own things. Unless it was a major incident, it was very hard to gather everyone together. Even if the Bat Squad was currently using remote-controlled androids, this was too much of a cheat." A2v1 instantly turned into a group battle. Looking at the plasma cannon on his left arm, Tony immediately declared, "Killian is mine. Don't fight me for him. Everybody." A moment later, Donnie finally replied, "No problem, Uncle Tony." Donnie is a good kid. Tony was relieved. He hadn't wasted his efforts in occasionally answering this little turtle's questions and giving him raw materials. Electric cable Ivan, sorry, first come, first served. Tony narrowed his eyes. Of course the tycoon knew who this guy was. So, if this guy dared approach Killian later, and his hand slipped a little. Okay, that didn't seem good. Dark Knight, enough. Killian sent people to snatch Pepper earlier. Everybody, deal with the others. Ivan fell silent at Luke's words. Undercutting someone else would indeed ruin the harmonious atmosphere in the team. Ivan didn't care about Tony, but he wouldn't feel comfortable about a bad team atmosphere. Tony was even more depressed when he saw this. F***ck, they were too obedient. For example, although Hill had joined Stark Industries, she spent more time helping Steve and Natasha with Avenger-related matters, and didn't care about her actual, boss's, business at all. Frank finally said, "Mission objectives confirmed. First, save Ellis so that we're not held accountable. Second, kill Killian. Iron Man will take the lead in the attack. Everybody else, block as necessary. Any questions? Pink Bear, Mindy, who's going to save Ellis? Hammersmith, Frank, since you asked, it'll be you." Mindy immediately scowled. Why did she ask? Who had the time to save a rotten old man? He looked like a movie politician bad guy. But this was a team rule. Mindy could talk to Frank in private later and ask him to make adjustments for the next assignment, but she absolutely couldn't negotiate conditions now. If anyone could question the commander's orders in battle, the team would be finished sooner or later. Frank, be careful. The targets have been transformed by the extremist virus. Their bodies can emit high temperatures, enough to destroy the armor and the robot. They also have quick regenerative abilities, but can be killed directly. Is that clear? Everybody said, copy. Frank, okay, Knight and Iron Man will distract them. The rest of you lock onto your targets and wait to move. Hearing that, Luke and Tony cancelled their stealth mode, approached the oil tanker unhurriedly, and landed on the prow with heavy thuds. Their appearance caused a stir among the extremist soldiers. Iron Man's appearance was unsurprising since they were doing all this because of him. However, footage of the Dark Knight beating up that big monster, Blonsky, had been playing on TV for days. It was their comrades who had fought Blonsky earlier that night. Blonsky, who couldn't be defeated even by 10 extremist soldiers, was finally pressed to the ground and beaten up by the Dark Knight. The difference in combat ability was obvious. Thankfully, their boss, Killian, was here, and they had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't panic. Killian gave Iron Man a profound look and then smiled. "Dark Knight, you're really here." Luke's eyes flashed as he slowly raised his index finger. "You, guilty." Killian, the extremist soldiers, this action and line were too familiar to them. Or rather, there weren't many people in America who weren't familiar with them. This was Batman's exclusive trial procedure. What followed after these words were either injuries or a maiming. In the end, Killian was a big boss, and his expression didn't change much. Could someone like him expect Batman's people to show mercy? Besides, was he afraid of being crippled? Were the soldiers afraid of being crippled? They were the people who were the least afraid of this sentence in this world. He raised his hands and applauded like a gentleman. That was a great performance. Was it for Mr. Ellis? Tony sneered. Mr. Ellis who? Stumped, Killian pointed upward. That Mr. Ellis, of course. In the end, Tony crossed his arms and tilted his head, as if he were enjoying a show. Several of the extremist soldiers suddenly exclaimed, "Where is he? Why is he gone?" Stunned, Killian turned around. Ellis had disappeared, leaving behind only a wooden cross hanging in the air. WTF, Killian mumbled, before he reacted and spat out a huge fireball. The wooden cross instantly turned to dust, but there was no sign of Ellis. Killian immediately looked at the sky not far from the wooden cross. With his keen sight, he noticed a ball of air that was unusually distorted in the light of the flames. "Dwang, kill them!" he roared. Taking a running leap, he shot up like a cannonball toward the distorted space. At that order, a battle royal immediately broke out. Tony, who had been prepared, pointed the muzzle of his plasma cannon in Killian's direction. The moment Killian jumped, Tony fired. When Killian sensed the white light behind him, a strong sense of danger flashed in his heart, and he subconsciously dodged. A plasma trail brushed past him and vaporized one of his arms. Alarmed, Killian turned and fell onto the deck, sending a pile of oil barrels flying. At the same time, everybody in the bat squad attacked in unison, and 15 extremist soldiers were instantly killed. A certain tentacle monster took the lead by relying on his 5 whips. The strongest whip cut off the heads of 3 soldiers who were standing close to him. But an opportunity arrived for the soldiers. Killian hit a bunch of oil barrels as he fell, instantly setting them on fire with his super hot body temperature. With a loud bang, the oil barrels were sent flying. The soldiers subconsciously entered a state of high temperature regeneration. The fire burned off their clothes, and they turned a bright orange-yellow. The flames from the explosion also rendered the armor's stealth system temporarily useless, and parts of the androids became visible. A few soldiers with quick reflexes immediately lunged forward and grabbed the androids close to them. Their hot bodies instantly melted the androids. The little turtles went offline, Damon went offline, Alice went offline, and Splinter lost both arms. Only Luke, Tony, Ivan and Frank weren't affected because of the distance. Chapter 1734. A desperate fight in Super Boss. The moment the battle began, it entered an intense state of mutual destruction. Tony, however, was unmoved. In any case, the Bat Squad had only lost androids while the real team members didn't even have a scratch on them. Staring at where Killian had landed, Tony fired again. Boom! A few more oil barrels exploded, kicking up a second fire. As soon as the explosion happened, Luke suddenly kicked Tony away and used the momentum to retreat. Boom! The deck exploded, and Killian broke out from where Tony had been. Because of Luke's response, Killian's sneak attack from below failed. But he wasn't discouraged at all. He turned around and chased after Tony. Bang! Z! 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 Tony fired another plasma ball at Killian. The orange light on Killian's body turned bright white, and he raised his hand to shoot out white flames. Poochie! The white flames and the plasma ball were both destroyed. Killian had already reached Tony by then, and he slashed down with a mocking expression. A glowing white whip spun round from the side, and Tony was suddenly lifted up to avoid Killian's attack. Killian's palm collided with the whip, and he jerked as he was paralyzed by the whip's electric current. Ivan, however, cursed and retreated. The white light on the whip faded, but Killian had already cut off part of it. Bang! Z! 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 Tony didn't panic at being pushed away by Ivan's electromagnetic repulsion. He seized the opportunity to fire again. Given the electric shock from the whip, Killian slowed down slightly, and the plasma ball brushed past him and hit his thigh. His legs were immediately cut off, and he fell onto the deck. Tony exulted and launched another plasma ball. At the same time, fire burst out behind Killian, and he flew in an arc in the air at the tycoon, who was trying to take him down. Not good. He had been careless. Tony's expression changed as he tried to adjust his stance and dodge. However, the burning white figure was already in front of him. Bang! Thud! Boom! 3 different sounds rang out one after another. Luke's voice rang out not far below Tony as he drew his hand back and examined it carefully. He had been the one to smack Killian on the back of the head. Using a Chi layer over his hand and his extreme speed, he successfully sent Killian flying, and even had the time to check the damage to his glove. Extremis was truly terrifyingly lethal. It was a good thing that only he and the tycoon had come in person this time, or it would be hard to say how many people would be injured. As Luke was thinking that, Killian charged out of the ship's hold once more. Not only had his legs regenerated, they also burst with flames as he charged at Luke. Luke narrowed his eyes. Not only did the virus have swift regenerative properties, it could also be used as a propulsion system. As expected of someone who had achieved the 3rd stage of Project Extremis. Tony, who had been ready and waiting on the side, immediately fired again. This time, Killian didn't dodge. He raised his arms, and a huge white light beam swept out to tear through the plasma ball and sweep out at Luke. Tony couldn't help but cry out, "Watch out!" Luke, however, simply said, "A child's trick." The moment the word, "child," left his mouth, he suddenly lunged forward and slapped down on the back of Killian's head, causing the man to flip 180 degrees. The sound of fists and feet hitting flesh rang out. Countless punches and kicks left huge holes in Killian's back. Killian, however, didn't wait to be killed. He continued to shoot white light from his hands, but it missed Luke by just a hair's breadth each time. Compared with Luke's speed in the air, this guy was as clumsy as a pig struggling to fly. Just like that, the two of them crashed onto the deck. 5 seconds later, Luke flew out with a swoosh and warned, "Retreat." The oil below is going to blow. Boom. A series of explosions rang out from inside the ship. Huge flames broke through the deck and razed parts of the hull. Splinter's crippled robot couldn't escape in time and was overwhelmed by the flames. It quickly shorted out and went offline. Frank and Ivan were far away, and were quicker to retreat. Tony had already flown into the sky, and Mindy had run off a few kilometers with Ellis, and wasn't affected. A bright white figure charged out from under the deck. As if drawn out by a magnet, a huge fire cloud charged into the air. Luke, whose cape was ragged and whose armor had melted and warped in many places, was the target of this monstrous blaze. Luke, however, smiled with bright eyes. You can do that. He hadn't expected Killian to be this good. But so what? In any case, this was just a level 1 clone. He would probably be able to recoup his losses after killing Killian and his subordinates. It wasn't easy to find an opponent who could fight a good battle. Well, Blonsky didn't count. His weaknesses were too obvious. Killian, on the other hand, was an elemental boss who could fly. Perhaps the only thing weak about him was his defensive capability, but he could regenerate quickly. If this were a big city like New York, Luke wouldn't dare fight Killian. However, this was an empty dock, and Killian had sent the dock patrol away before doing anything. It was the perfect battlefield. Excited, Luke turned around in the air and swooped down at Killian. Turning Annihilation into a blade buffed with credit-enhanced telekinesis, he had nothing to fear. In the eyes of his scattered team members, he was like a small shooting star that glowed with a faint golden light as he shot down at an enormous fire dragon. In the blink of an eye, the golden meteor disappeared inside the fire dragon, as if it had been completely swallowed up. Killian was feeling differently inside the fire dragon. As he charged forward, he saw the orange fire in front of him suddenly split open. Then, the white flames he spat out were quickly cut apart by an invisible blade. No matter how fast he spat out the white flames, he couldn't beat back this brute force. Like wood cut in half by an axe, the white flames were cut and broken up. The golden light grew bigger and bigger until it filled his entire vision in less than a second. Terrified, Killian roared and dodged to the side. At the same time, his arms flashed with white light and exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 1735. Exploding Killian. This time, Killian blew up his own arms, the glare and shock wave finally interfering with Luke. The Annihilation blade completely disappeared, and the credit-enhanced telekinesis melted like ice cream under the hot sun. Luke was only protected by Kai. At that moment, Luke's sense of smell and telekinesis were useless inside this super hot shock wave, and he couldn't lock onto Killian's location. Relying purely on his intuition as a combat expert, Luke swept his right foot out. The tip of his foot glowed an incandescent lightbulb yellow. Although it couldn't be seen amidst the intense white fire, this was the genuine secret Kunlun technique Iron Fist. Even though it was on his foot, it was still an Iron Fist. The Iron Fist had a strange, breakthrough, characteristic which nullified the intense shock wave in front of Luke's foot as he kicked out at Killian's chest. There was a flash, and the two people who couldn't see each other paused at the same time before they were swept up in a super hot explosion. Luke was sent flying 100 meters through the air before he stopped. He then spun around and pulled his right foot back. The lenses on his mask had been destroyed by the super hot explosion. He could only look down at his entire body. The helmet was at least 60% damaged, while the armor on his 4 limbs had taken the brunt of the attack and was more than 70% damaged. The armor which protected his vitals was still more than half intact. The nanosuit that he was wearing underneath could be used to patch up the missing nanomaterial on his chest and back. His nanomask was still functioning as normal. Be on guard, Killian probably isn't dead yet. As he spoke, he tilted his head to look at Tony, who was flying up swiftly. Only then did Luke relax and look back down at the ground. During that exchange just now, he had sensed something strange. His kick had definitely made contact with Killian. Sensing the burning pain in his foot, Luke acknowledged Killian's strength. Few people could reduce him to this sort of wretched situation in a 1v1. However, his kick had been too powerful, and it seemed he had cut Killian in half. Amidst loud bangs, the oil barrels were sent flying in all directions and exploded inside the oil tanker. At that moment, it wasn't just Luke and the others who retreated hundreds of meters, even the extremist soldiers who weren't afraid of high temperatures fled in all directions. They weren't Killian, and the extremist virus wasn't stable yet. If they regenerated too quickly, they might explode. Ivan and Frank didn't hesitate. Relying on the long-ranged advantage which their weapons had, they kept killing these small fry. Ivan killed the soldiers in one blow with his plasma whips, while Frank blew up the soldiers' heads with tungsten armor-piercing bullets. It was less efficient, but not any slower. Suddenly, a bright white figure exploded out of the burning ground. Sensing the hazy light trail left in the white figure's wake, Luke subconsciously turned his body. Then, there was an acute pain in his right arm, half of it was gone. The broken armor was still glowing with a bright red light after it was melted off by the high temperature. Luke didn't care about the minor injury. He simply turned his head to look at Killian, who was like a shooting star, and muttered to himself, "How can this guy be so strong? This doesn't make sense." Even if the level 1 clone had weaker attributes, it was still stronger than most people in the Bat Squad. If the clone was damaged to this extent even in the armor, it would be an instant kill for the other team members. Thinking that, Luke landed on the ground. He didn't have much control over his movements when he was in the air. As long as his feet were on the ground, he was confident he could completely dodge the attack. Now, it was up to Killian to make a decision. Sure enough, Killian immediately stopped after flying several hundred meters, and he turned to look at Luke again. Clearly, Killian had already sensed how dangerous Luke was. In fact, the kick had destroyed half his chest, and it wasn't a matter of breaking bones. If that leg had been aimed at his head, Killian couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't have grown a new head. Just as Killian decided to kill Luke first, a series of blazing dots in the sky behind him grew bigger and swiftly swarmed him. Killian heard a faint sound and subconsciously turned around. He couldn't help but curse and abruptly descend. They were all small missiles, and there were more than 50 of them. He wasn't afraid of high temperatures, but shock waves were another matter. He might not die from the missiles, but it certainly wouldn't feel good. Boom, 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 boom. The missiles behind Killian exploded one after another, pushing him toward the ground even faster. Boom. Killian was blasted into the ground once more. Luke raised his head and looked at the sky helplessly. "Be careful. Your external armor might not be able to block a full frontal attack." In the air, Tony, who had just flown into the sky after summoning the Hulkbuster armor, said confidently, "Don't worry, I won't. Give him another chance." As he spoke, the shoulders on the enormous suit opened up. Swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of small missiles were fired at the spot where Killian had landed. Intense fire and explosions wreaked havoc around the dock, making it impossible to see what was going on. Luke sighed. This guy clearly wanted to get revenge. What could Luke do? Of course, he could only entertain him. In any case, he could afford it. He flew up to Tony again. Boom. Tony's unrestrained gunfire caused another explosion. Boom. Amidst the black smoke and fire, Killian's figure appeared again. He was as fast as a cannonball. This time, his target was Tony. "Luke, I knew it, you're just going to get beaten up." Silently cursing in his heart, he got in between Tony and Killian without hesitation. Gathering some of the annihilation energy and Kai in his left arm, which had just recovered, he charged at Killian. Boom. Luke's left arm and the armor quickly turned red. Killian's arms exploded, and he paused for a moment. "Bruce." Tony gritted his teeth and raised his left hand. The next moment, Luke turned around and kicked Killian between the legs, creating a huge hole in his lower abdomen. Killian, however, grinned hideously and stretched out his regenerating hands to grab Luke. Die. There was a dull thud, and Killian suddenly felt his vision go dark. The Hulkbuster's left hand had shot out to grab him, then launched him to the ground. Killian subconsciously unleashed his hot white flames to destroy the huge palm that was restraining him. Only then did he realize that the palm was thick and big, and looked like a giant pincer. For the time being, his intense white fire couldn't destroy it. Chapter 1736. Killing Killian, and new 2-star teammate. There were thrusters on the back of the huge pincer. In less than 3 seconds, it smashed into the ground with Killian. With a roar, the white flames on Killian's body expanded. The giant pincer finally couldn't withstand the high temperature anymore and started to warp. Struggling free, Killian laughed wildly. "Tony Stark, is that all you can do?" The huge Hulkbuster followed closely behind and raised its right arm. A huge launcher popped out of the side of the right arm, and 2 red dots inside lit up as they pointed at Killian, who was about to completely escape. 2 thin beams of red light shot out and cut through Killian's body at an extremely fast speed. Less than a second later, white smoke rose from the Hulkbuster's launcher along with a strong smell of burning flesh. Killian, who was laughing as he struggled, paused. Killian gaped. "No, that's impossible. I'm immortal." The next moment, a twisted hole appeared in his head, and white flames spurted out. As white flames exploded from the wounds all over his body, Killian sensed the danger of death. Before he lost consciousness, he only had one thought: I have to recover, I must recover. The extremis virus in his body had completely broken free of its restraints, and was stimulated to an unimaginable degree. Killian grew brighter and brighter, and his wounds were enveloped in white flames. "Step back." Luke's warning rang out in Tony's earpiece. The tycoon subconsciously did as he was told and flew into the sky with a swoosh. In passing, he summoned more equipment on the other hand. With a crack, the equipment turned into a huge cannon that pointed at Killian, who was wrapped in white flames. Amidst the white flames, Killian came back to his senses. Looking at Luke and Tony in the sky, he laughed. "See that? I am destiny. I am immortal." Both smug and furious, he slowly took 2 steps forward and bent his knees, ready to launch himself into the sky to fight his 2 enemies again. At that moment, he staggered. The light that he was bathed in spluttered. Then, his body quickly changed color, from white to yellow and then red, until it turned a grayish-black tinge dark red, like embers that were about to die out. Looking at the data projected on the virtual screen, Tony mumbled, "This energy level decline, is he going to die?" A few seconds later, Killian, who was on the ground, had practically turned into coal. The last bit of light still flickered in his eyes, which were full of fear, anger and confusion. He tried to move, and his charred figure cracked. The cracks quickly spread from inside his body to the surface, destroying the stability of his human form as he completely collapsed, like a stone statue that had been smashed apart. There was still some dark red color in the fragments, but it flickered for a few seconds before it was extinguished. Tony was surprised. He's really dead. Although he had taken out a laser cutter just now to kill Killian in one go, why did it feel like Killian had spontaneously combusted himself? Luke, however, nodded in confirmation. He's indeed dead. That was because the system notification confirmed that the mission to kill Killian had been completed. Tony's contribution rate was 40%, Luke's was 50%, and everybody else contributed 10% in total. The tycoon's laser slash might not have killed Killian outright, but it pushed him over the line. Tony was relieved, but then came back to himself and stared at Luke's body with an ugly expression. At that moment, all of the Dark Knight armor was in tatters, with more than 80% of it damaged. More importantly, Luke's right forearm, left arm and right foot were gone. He had used his left arm and right foot to save Tony and block Killian's last attack. Tony flew over and grabbed his right arm. Luke got goosebumps all over his body. He pushed the guy away and said, "Hey, I'm fine, okay." "Tony, this is fine to you." Looking at a certain tycoon who had been upgraded to a 2-star teammate in the system, Luke coughed and said, "Don't forget, there's life 1 in the light dagger. Regenerating broken limbs is only a matter of time." Tony was suspicious. "Really? Get lost." Luke said, "If you're free, go and kill all those extremist soldiers. I don't want another Killian to appear." Tony's mouth moved, but he held back since Luke would be indisposed for many days. Luke told the team that he was going to leave to recuperate. Then, he activated what was left of his propulsion system and flew east over the ocean. At the same time, the Bat Squad members who had been disconnected came back online in backup robots to eliminate the remaining soldiers. Nobody dared to be careless. It would be best if another Killian didn't appear in this world. Killian had been besieged and died. As long as these people weren't stupid, they wouldn't jump out so foolishly like this. The most troublesome thing was a hidden danger like this. Furthermore, Luke had lost an arm and a foot over Killian. This was a very high cost. When he faced the Chitauri army in the Battle of New York as Batman, his situation hadn't been this wretched. Of course, this was a deliberate misunderstanding which Luke had created. This time, his clone was only crippled for a period of time. Back then in New York, his entire clone had been destroyed, which had been an even greater loss. On the other side, Ellis looked at the pink bear suit hovering above him. He was too far away from the dock to hear anything, and he couldn't help but call out lightly, "That little girl." Mindy lowered her head and descended with a whoosh. "Who are you calling a girl?" Ellis choked, but the wily old politician immediately changed his tune. "Ah, Miss Pink Bear, how's it going over there?" Mindy said, "It's almost done. I'll have someone pick you up later. It seems That war machine is also nearby and hasn't left yet. Ellis's heart jumped. Hadn't he been screwed over by war machine today? Although, technically speaking, that wasn't Rhodes's fault. Suppressing his uneasiness, Ellis asked with a smile, "How about, Killian?" Mindy looked at him strangely and replied, "Iron Man blew him up." Ellis was relieved. There was no need to worry about the authorities and corporations disclosing the Norca oil tanker leak. Whoever brought it up would be attacked by Roxxon Corporation and a bunch of others with vested interests. That was how the game worked in their circle. Only someone like Killian, who had been about to spread the matter under the guise of a terrorist, didn't have such concerns. If Killian escaped and spread rumors, it would be a huge hidden danger blocking Ellis's path toward being re-elected. If Ellis wasn't re-elected, he and his backers would lose at least half of their benefits, which would be a huge loss. Chapter 1737. Truly a smart kid. Hearing the good news, Ellis relaxed and smiled more sincerely. He subconsciously waved his hand. "Ah, Miss Pink Bear, can you give my daughter your autograph? She's a loyal fan." Mindy's eyes flashed, and she smiled. "What's your daughter's name?" Ellis said. "Belle Ellis." Mindy nodded and smiled. "No problem, I'll specially sign a copy for her. You can buy it for her from the Rescue Foundation." As she spoke, she patted Ellis's shoulder. "It's a deal. I'll wait for you to buy your daughter a Pink Lady autograph for charity." Ellis opened his mouth, but the cunning man didn't know what to say. Wait, had he been tricked by a little girl? On the other side, a small conflict broke out among the team members who had finished cleaning up the battlefield. When it came down to it, Ivan didn't get along with Tony. It was only when he finished cleaning up the extremist soldiers that he saw Dark Knight's notification about leaving beforehand. A little annoyed, he couldn't help acting out. Sigh, some people just don't know their place. They can't do it, and have to force the issue. Tony was already unhappy, and immediately exploded when he heard that. "If you're so great, why didn't you do it?" Ivan smiled wickedly. "That's right, I'm not. So, I stayed away. What's wrong with not causing Knight trouble?" Tony really couldn't do anything in the face of this sort of shameless behavior. More importantly, this was indeed the first serious injury on Batman's record. Frank finally said, "I was the one who came up with the plan for the operation. Do you need me to review it for you now, Electric Cable?" After a brief silence, Ivan said, "Sorry, that's not what I meant." There was indeed nothing to say about how Frank did things. Ivan didn't want to cross swords with the commander who stood above everything. "Frank, withdraw after you're done. If you want to hang around and be held accountable, that's fine with me." Pink Bear, dump Ellis with Rhodes. Mindy said, "Copy that." After a pause, she added, "Uncle Electric Cable has been under a lot of pressure recently. Why don't we let him save the hostage next time? It just so happens that his armor is very suitable for saving people." Everybody. "Ivan, you truly are a smart kid." With Frank and Mindy's intervention, the tycoon and a certain Russian finally turned obedient. Everybody packed up and quickly left the scene. Luke flew some distance away. After making sure that he was out of Tony's surveillance range, he took out optical camouflage from his inventory to conceal himself. Taking off the heavily damaged knight armor and nanosuit, he took out a new nanosuit. Activating his super disguise, he turned into the big shot who sold everything. He then used temporary nano components for his missing limbs before he returned to the dock. The team members had all left. Luke put the drones away first. He then put away the androids that had yet to be activated. Finally, he put the bodies of the soldiers with the extremist virus, including Killian's, in his inventory for later research. After that, he sent a message to Tony's number. "If you've seen enough, go and deal with the government." After he sent the message, several drones rose up and quickly left. Luke shook his head. "Are you a kid? Do you have to play like this every time?" After deriding a certain immature tycoon, he strode into the water and disappeared. The next day, it was quiet in the news. It wasn't a small thing for an oil tanker to blow up, but it wasn't a big deal either. There was no news at all about Ellis, the chief of the White House, being kidnapped and almost sent to the afterlife. Similarly, the attack on Air Force One became a highly classified incident. Tony was the cause of everything, so naturally, he was the busiest person. The Bat Squad just helped him put out the fire, and even Pepper had been rescued by Angel. Naturally, this guy had to pay a high enough price for such a perfect happy ending. He had to explain things in detail to Pepper and do his best to placate her. He had to give everybody in the Bat Squad credit points. He needed to sort everything out with the government. Even the chatterbox, Colonel Rhodes, had to be appeased. The battle on the oil tanker last night had been too sudden and violent, and Colonel Rhodes's baby had been caught up in it. Splinter, this good guy, had kicked it onto the dock, so the Iron Patriot armor fortunately wasn't burnt on the spot. But it was still smoking and charred when it was pulled out of the rubble. It could be called Beggar Patriot. Colonel Rhodes, on the other hand, no longer trusted the Department of Defense and the *TTY higher-ups in the military. Even though it might take more time, he insisted on leaving the repairs to Tony. Otherwise, what if someone hacked into the Patriot armor again? Luke wasn't busy at all. After using his night identity to send Frank a message the next morning to say that the treatment was over and that everything was fine, Luke stopped bothering with the team. In fact, his level 1 clone had already returned to the seaside villa in Nassau County, and was being examined by the level 2 clone in the basement. These severe injuries were a good opportunity for Luke to test his physique and abilities. Using his main body as a test subject was very risky. Luke, who prioritized safety above all else, switched to using his clone as a test subject. Every movement the clone made consumed credit points, and regenerating a limb required a lot of credit points. Actually, summoning another level 1 clone would be more economical, but he had a lot of credit points now. It wasn't a waste to spend credit points on experiments. In any case, Luke had obtained a total of 40,000 experience and credit points for killing Killian and all his soldiers. So, Luke's experiments might not be a net loss. The real reward for killing Killian was the super boss's unique ability Intermediate Extremis Self-Healing. Most of the soldiers had Elementary Extremis Healing. Both elementary and intermediate abilities could be partially learned, and the prerequisites were the same. The first choice was 80 strength and 200,000 credit points. The second choice was to inject himself with the Extremis virus. Clearly, this ability was brought about by the virus. If Luke wanted to copy part of its effect, his strength had to reach 80, which had nothing to do with whether or not the ability was elementary or intermediate. Naturally, Luke chose the first option. The virus had many hidden dangers, and the soldiers accepted it only because they had disabilities to begin with. Luke had elementary self-healing and elementary limb regeneration, and support items like Life 1 and the Light Dagger. He wasn't in desperate need of the ability. On top of that, during his world tour, he and the 2 clones had earned credit points everywhere. At that moment, the system showed that the host's level was 25. Host's experience: 7,445,000 10 millionths credit, 1,641,000. His dexterity was only 2 points away from the 60 threshold. He only needed to reach level 29 to obtain 80 strength, which would meet the prerequisites for intermediate self-healing, extremis self-healing and Iron Hide. Chapter 1738. New Director and Secretary General. It would take Luke 3 to 5 years to reach level 28. But if something big happened during this period, he might be able to level up half a level. The Tycoon was almost 40 years old, and didn't have a system or superpowers, and had only started developing for 2 years. Luke, who was only 22, had even less reason to be anxious about his development. The second important gain was Dr. Maya Hansen. Generally speaking, Luke wouldn't use his ability to control neutral targets too much unless it was a special situation. But as the person who created the super boss Killian, Drive, Hansen met all the conditions for Luke to use his ability. Anyone with a little bit of ambition wouldn't let go of Dr. Hansen's virus technology. On the other hand, Luke wouldn't use the Extremis virus on his own people. The fact that the soldiers could self-destruct and the boss, Killian, had spontaneously combusted and turned into charcoal, suggested that there was definitely something wrong with this thing. Luke's gut feeling was that it was as if Killian had been sucked dry of everything in the end, which turned him into charcoal. That was why he wasn't at a disadvantage when he fought in a 1v2 for a short period of time. But as the saying went, there was no such thing as a free lunch. The Hulk had terrifying combat ability, but there were also all sorts of side effects that were hard to deal with. The Extremis virus could make you breathe fire and fly, and you could even regenerate after being cut into pieces, but there was naturally a huge price to pay to obtain these superpowers. However, for people who didn't have superpowers or Life 1, using the virus to save themselves in a critical moment would be worth it. With the help of a suppressant, the chance of self-destructing wasn't high, and you would gain a superpower, which was much better than dying outright. Another thing was that what this technology lacked in quality, it made up for in quantity. The Bat Squad had an easy time dealing with the extremist soldiers because they relied on money and technology to crush them. They were simply bullying the other party for not having money or equipment. If Project Extremis had a dozen guys like Tony, however, and could produce 10 or so people like Killian, this team would be no less intimidating than the Bat Squad. So, after taking everything into consideration, Luke had to use pheromone control, hypnosis and illusion to ensure that Dr. Hansen didn't work for anyone else and didn't leak anything about the Extremis virus technology. This was the best outcome. At the very least, it would guarantee that the technology was secure, and Dr. Hansen would live a basically normal life. If it were anyone else, they would be spending their entire lives under constant surveillance and complete isolation. In fact, that was pretty much Killian's attitude toward Drive. Hansen. When she came out to look for Tony this time, she had subconsciously thought about switching bosses. Killian's men had been a little nervous this time, and had been looking forward to getting revenge and seizing power. Thus, they had carelessly eased up on surveillance, and Dr. Hansen, who had been focused on research all this time, found an opportunity to escape. Thus, Drive. Hansen was a hot potato. The technology she was researching was too sensitive, and so was her identity. She could only enjoy the privilege of setting up a solo research institute. Luke wouldn't let her contact the Bat Squad. He would just let her be a quiet, single mother who did research. 2 days later, Selena returned to New York with Gold Nugget. Luke had already shown her his intact body in a video call, but she had still been worried when the team members talked about how Knight had been crippled. She couldn't help but rush back. After confirming with her own eyes that it wasn't Luke who was missing arms or legs, she was relieved. She couldn't help but complain, "Why didn't you call me if there was an operation? Florida isn't far from Texas." Luke was amused. Killian can breathe fire. He can even instantly melt through armor. It would be dangerous if you went. Selena was unable to respond. On the side, the dog head trembled and mumbled to itself, "Sister, don't take me with you if you want to court death. I am especially weak against very hot fires." Luke immediately changed the subject. "How's your little sister? Is she pretty?" Selena frowned. "I think Leona is a little ugly. She looked a lot better when I came back, but she still doesn't have the looks which the rest of my family has." Luke burst out laughing. "She's a newborn. She'll definitely look prettier in a month or two." Selena accepted this prediction. After all, at the beginning, little Cindy hadn't been as cute as she was now. After talking about her family for a while, Luke finally talked about her work arrangements. Selena was stunned for a moment. "Wait, if I become the director of the PDD and the Secretary General of the Justice League, then, where will you be doing?" Luke said solemnly, "I'm a scientist. What will you wear if I don't make more equipment?" Selena still felt that something wasn't right. "What about our detective agency?" Luke blinked. "Just open it like this. It's not my fault if there's no business." Selena said, "You're doing this on purpose, right? We were away for almost a year. Even if there were clients, they would have run away." Luke chuckled and put his arm around her shoulders. "I was afraid that you would tire yourself out. Get lost." No matter how stupid Selena was, she knew that Luke just didn't want to do the everyday work, just like how he never wrote reports in the police department. But after enjoying an outdoor barbecue and beer, which she hadn't enjoyed in a long while, Director and Secretary General Selena still started work the next day. The truth was that the Justice League could be considered half empty at the moment. The half that was occupied was by the Bat Squad. With Frank around, she didn't have to manage the Justice League for the time being. On the other hand, there was a lot of temp work in the PDD. What was temp work? It was paying for a service and, if anything happened, the temp staff would be responsible for handling it. Luke had never planned to turn the PDD into a Colossus like shield. There were too many holes and too many things to worry about. So, this, temp work, was made up of agencies which operated independently. Luke was just their patron. He just needed to take stock of the important leaders of these agencies regularly to ensure that they didn't betray him. Besides, as the big boss who was supplying the money, he had the right to make these people get on a plane to come and give their reports in batches. So, if his clone spent an hour or two every week inspecting some of these people, these temp agencies wouldn't cause any problems. What Selena really needed to manage were the individuals with superpowers. For example, Deadpool Wade, the Shadow Man Richard, the Supergirl trio, Skye, Emma and her son, Lorna and her husband Marcos, Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze, Carter Slade, Nikki and Monica, Jessica Jones and her godsister Trish, Blade Warrior, and so on. In the basement of the Research Institute, the new director was looking at the long list. Even though she had been prepared for how Luke kept things close to his chest, she was still shocked. You actually secretly gathered so many superhumans. Luke sighed helplessly and explained, there are slight problems with most of them, I can only say that we have friendly ties with them. The level of trust can't compare with what we have with our teammates. Looking at Deadpool Wade's name at the top of the list and recalling his crazy behavior and words, Director Selina couldn't help but nod. After all, there was no cure for a brainless idiot. Chapter 1739. Busy Director Celinda, and Luke's new commission next was the latest recruit, the Shadow Man Richard, who had screwed over his previous boss, Amanda. Amanda had abused Richard excessively. Given his mental trauma, he couldn't be given too much pressure. He had to be treated generously and be given an extremely relaxed environment with a harmonious atmosphere. Emma and Lorna, these young mothers, would be too busy with their kids. Each of the Supergirl trio was either busy with their career or relationship, and weren't reliable. Nikki and Monica could only be considered backup superheroes. They might not necessarily show any results for the next 3 to 5 years. Of the stepsisters Jessica and Trish, one had superpowers and didn't want to be a superhero, while the other didn't have superpowers and really wanted to be a superhero. Both of them had very complicated psychological issues. Blade Warrior spent most of his time wandering around Europe, chasing and cutting down vampires. However, he had already told the big shot who sold everything, who had supplied him with equipment, that he could act as a temporary hired thug to repay the credit points he owed. What surprised Selina the most was Johnny Blaze and Carter. Ghost Rider, a magical being created by Mephisto. Luke nodded. Johnny is living in seclusion, but occasionally loses control and comes out to kill bad guys. He has poor control over the vengeful evil spirits inside him, and will probably attack us on sight. Just like how the system's judgment of good and evil wasn't the same as the law, the way Ghost Rider judged sin was another type of mechanism. Selina was more concerned about something else. I seem to recall you saying that you dealt with Mephisto before. Are the underlings stronger than the Lord of Hell? Luke said, Mephisto is afraid of being caught and beaten up by certain big shots on Earth, so he operates here through his clones. In terms of individual combat ability, he might not be as good as Ghost Rider. He paused for a moment. Carter Slade can be mobilized in an emergency, but he's too old. Although he has life 1, he might die in one explosion. Selina slapped her forehead. Most of them have more issues than they do superpowers. No wonder you didn't pull them into the Justice League. Only Richard and Skye were normal, and had already started working for the PDD. Even better was that both of them were tech whizzes, which was what the Justice League lacked the most. Thanks to Luke's efforts, the Bat Squad had always had excessive combat power. Only by picking candidates with formidable tech skills could the team make up for its shortcomings. What Skye did was gather intelligence online, while the Shadow Man locked onto a target. The two complemented each other. Luke patted Selina's shoulder and said, I'll leave it to you. There's no need to rush. We have plenty of time. Selina rolled her eyes. You mean I have plenty of time? Luke chuckled and didn't disagree. Gold Nugget began to whine. Selina said, seriously, how can the Justice League have a dog? Gold Nugget whined and turned its head pitifully to look at Luke. Pondering for a moment, Luke nodded. It's fine to use the name Hellhound. It can use a text-to-voice converter in the chat. In any case, nobody said that the name Hellhound must refer to a dog. Gold Nugget immediately wagged its tail happily. Selina asked, then how is it going to take part in battle or gatherings? Luke thought for a moment. At most, I'll help it find a suitable host, and it can go to the Bat Cave once in a while. Gold Nugget wagged its tail even more happily and rubbed against Luke's leg as it howled in its heart. Finally, I have an official codename. After their discussion, Luke and Selina spent most of their time at the Research Institute. Selina familiarized herself with the situation, and Luke answered any questions she had. It wasn't until early August that Elsa called and disrupted their regular routine. You've been back for so long, and there's been no updates from you. Has your agency gone bankrupt? She asked the key question. Luke immediately knew that something was up. Do you have a job for us? Elsa asked. Do you remember Margaret Cohen? I'm asking on her behalf. Luke asked. That rich art student. After a brief silence, Elsa said, "She's already graduated." Luke didn't think too much of it. He was actually thinking about the woman's status as a widow, but there was no need to mention it. "What does she want?" Elsa said. "It's about her sister, but she said that she can only tell you herself." Luke was surprised. "Are you sure?" Elsa wasn't an ordinary detective. She was now a level 2 lieutenant, and could become a captain next year. She had a lot of police resources. If she really needed to, she could get John McClane to investigate a case. Luke's interest was piqued. For Margaret to skip over Elsa, this police friend, and come to Luke, this private detective, it should be an interesting case. Thinking quickly, he said, "All right, I'll arrange a meeting with her." Is she still using the same number? Elsa said, "Yes, her number hasn't changed." Luke asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Elsa said, "No, she wants to keep it confidential as much as possible." Luke said, "Got it. I'll buy you and the boss dinner in a few days if we're free." Elsa asked, "Is Selena back?" Luke said, "She came back a while ago." Elsa said, "Tell her to let me know about dinner." Forget it, Luke. Elsa said, "You don't tell the truth most of the time. Selena is much more reliable than you are." Luke, "You're besties. I'm just an acquaintance. How can you compare us?" Of course, he only said that in his heart. In fact, these two would contact each other once every half a month to catch up. Elsa was just looking for an excuse to meet up with Selena. Since Luke was no longer an office worker, he immediately found Margaret's number and called her. This was the first time he was calling her. The last time he went to the widow's house, he had called her sister, Haley Cohen. In comparison, he was more familiar with Dr. Haley. The call quickly connected, and Luke gave his name. The other party immediately exclaimed in surprise and greeted him in a fluster, then awkwardly made small talk. Margaret stammered, as if she had only memorized a few lines out of politeness. Luke didn't think much of it. He had encountered even odder things as a detective: people who drank heavily, people who were high, people out of their minds, and so on. Very soon, he cut in stealthily and controlled the direction and pace of the conversation. He finalized the meeting in a few words and said goodbye politely. Arranging a private meeting could be summarized in one sentence: "We'll talk in detail when we meet." Although Margaret was beautiful and had a good character, they were just acquaintances. There was no need for small talk. Putting down the phone, he told Selena, who was busy, that he was going to have coffee with a beautiful young widow. Selena asked, "The Russian one?" "Luke." "Margaret Cohen." Selena turned around and continued drawing on the virtual screen. "Oh, not interested. Have fun." Chapter 1740. Meeting Margaret again. Luke scratched his head. Margaret was a true widow, unlike Natasha. Besides, Natasha wasn't young. It could only be said that Director Selena had become a little obsessed with her job ever since she took office. She would associate anything she heard with superheroes. Luke, who was going alone, was too lazy to drive. He left Nassau County on foot and then hailed a cab to Queens. When he reached the coffee shop at the north end of the Brooklyn Bridge, Margaret stood up 20 meters away and waved at him happily. Few people who could afford to have coffee under the bridge of a bustling metropolis while on the clock would be poor. However, this young widow in a white dress and a wide-brimmed hat still attracted a lot of attention from both men and women. As a man who was more relaxed when it came to work, Luke's status was something that most of the working class aspired to. Margaret was the kind of person that every young lady dreamed of becoming. It wasn't just because she was wearing branded clothes, but also because she clearly had a different temperament from ordinary people. Of course, based on Luke's understanding, this was an effect that could only be obtained by a woman who didn't need to think about money or work. Like that hat. Would an office worker wear something like that? There wasn't even a place to put it in an office cubicle. Sure enough, when he reached Margaret, a lot of men looked at him enviously. After all, on the outside, he looked like a young man who had just gotten lucky. Being handsome couldn't dispel malicious speculation among his own kind. It would only make other men more certain that he was relying on his face to make a living. Margaret, in particular, waved and smiled brightly. She looked even more like a besotted heiress. Reality wasn't an online novel, and no brainless person would suddenly jump out to make their presence known. The men who were interested in Margaret had already tried to hit on her, but to no avail. Now, these men had found a bare excuse. Their defeat was understandable when they ran into a woman who only looked at appearances. Luke was already used to everyone looking at him. He walked over to Margaret and gestured. "Let's move seats." Margaret was stunned. "Huh," Luke explained considerately, "it's easier to talk. It's too close to the others." Margaret thought that made sense. She nodded quickly and picked up her bag and had to leave. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This person was really naive. He called a waitress over and said that they were moving seats, before he ordered as well. Margaret turned around and realized that she had been too busy running off to say anything to Luke. She was instantly at a loss. Luke was amused by her behavior. "Do you want anything to drink? It's on me this time." Margaret couldn't help but wonder what to drink. "Then, orange juice." Luke nodded at the waitress to confirm. He then adjusted the seats so that they faced the trees, before he sat down first. "Sit down and let's talk, Margaret." Margaret quickly sat down and stared at him silently. Luke had no choice but to ask, as if he were speaking to a toddler, "You said you needed something. What is it?" Margaret finally remembered. Her delight at seeing Luke after so long disappeared quickly, and her face darkened. It's about Haley." Luke asked, what happened to her?" With Luke guiding the conversation, Margaret finally told him about her sister, Haley. After hearing her out, Luke took a sip of his coffee and asked tentatively, "Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Haley may be too busy to pay attention to you." Margaret shook her head quickly. "That's impossible. I can sense that what she cares about most isn't me, but the job that needs to be kept a secret." Sensing her mental fluctuations, Luke confirmed that she wasn't lying. But that didn't prove anything. Given Margaret's personality, what she thought was the truth might be completely different from what was real. For example, if she were asked 4 years ago if her husband was a good person, she would definitely say yes. She wouldn't be lying. But the truth was that her dead husband had been a gang leader with blood on his hands. Pondering for a moment, Luke decided to check on Haley. It was better for him to personally sense Haley's mental state. The problem was that he didn't know when Haley would be home. She had even found a professional maid to take care of Margaret's daily needs. So, Margaret's feelings were understandable. It was like how Luke used the smart kitchenware to make cupcakes, and Selena dissed them for not having any soul. Haley hadn't been home for a long while, so it wasn't surprising that Margaret felt like she had fallen out of favor. Thinking for a moment, Luke simply discussed it with Margaret before he called Elena. After everything was arranged, he called Haley and told her that Elena and Margaret were organizing a party, and that he would be there. So, he wanted to ask for her opinion and decide on a date for the party. In a regular situation, this definitely wouldn't be normal for Luke. However, Margaret lacked common sense and EQ. To organize a party with her, they really had to ask Haley, as her guardian. Haley was a little surprised to receive Luke's call. After a brief silence, she told him they could do the party on Friday night. After hanging up, Luke saw Margaret looking at him in admiration. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Margaret said, "You're so good at lying to Haley." Luke said, "Because I'm not lying at all. I'll take Elena to your party on Friday night." Margaret's eyes lit up. "Really? That's great. We haven't had a party at home since the last time you came." Luke thought for a moment and asked, "Doesn't Elena visit your place every now and then?" Margaret hurriedly waved her hand and explained, "That's just the two of us. There's no one else, no feast, and none of the yogurt cake you make. There isn't even any red wine." "Hey, how did my yogurt cake become your party standard?" Even as he grumbled inwardly, Luke asked, "You can buy your own cake and wine, right?" Margaret lowered her head. "If I buy my own cake and wine to eat and drink, won't I look like a nerd? I don't want to become a loner." Luke put his hand to his forehead. "Okay, as long as Haley doesn't object, there'll be cake and wine." This rich lady clearly wasn't short of money, but she wanted the atmosphere, not just the food. Unfortunately, there were too few people in this society that Haley could be reassured about leaving Margaret with, like Elena. If it were Claire, who was bursting with energy, Margaret would probably be so happy playing with her that they would forget to come home. But when he thought of Stacy, Luke felt that he should forget it. Margaret was easier to fool than Stacy. Luke didn't want to see his sister step into battle. No matter how bad a brother he was, he couldn't dig such a huge hole for his sister. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.